Oh God, not again. Chapter 1. He'd been dreaming about it ever since Voldemort's defeat, the Veil. The one behind which Sirius had fallen. The last time he had dreamed of the Department of Mysteries, Sirius had died. The world had finally awakened to the truth about Voldemort, but the cost had been too high for him to feel grateful. Once the truth was revealed, the attacks had only intensified. He wondered, if only for a moment, why he was there. Ginny was at home, pregnant, and she needed him. Yet, he found himself unable to stay away. Voldemort was gone, true, but so were many others, good people who should never have died. He counted the steps until he stood right in front of where Sirius had fallen through. Cedric. Sirius. Dumbledore. Hedwig. Moody. Dobby. Tonks's father. Remus. Colin Creevey. Tonks. Snape. Fred. Even Crabbe didn't deserve to die then. There were more, many more, but none were as close to him. They were close to someone, though. Perhaps that was why he couldn't stay away. Why he couldn't look away. Why, even at that very moment, he couldn't walk away. Suddenly, Harry awoke with a start. He was lying on a floor, covered by a flimsy blanket, and someone was trying to break the door down. "Where's the cannon?" Dudley asked. Dudley? Where had the Veil sent him? Could this be the moment Hagrid first told him about Hogwarts? It must be, because he couldn't recall any other time when he and Dudley had been sleeping in what appeared to be a shack. There was a crash behind them, and Uncle Vernon came skidding into the room, holding a rifle. Harry snorted. As if that would do any good against Hagrid. His uncle didn't seem to realize that, though, and shouted, "Who's there?" "I warn you, I'm armed." It occurred to Harry that when people were trying to break in, it can generally be assumed that anyone entering a place like this is probably armed. And it was clear they knew a wizard had come for Harry. Who else could even brave this weather, let alone bother to show up? Smash! The door flew off its hinges, crashing to the floor with a thunderous noise. Hagrid stood in the doorway, looking as impressive as ever. Harry hadn't planned for this, but he figured he might as well make the best of it. Things hadn't gone terribly when he faced Voldemort, but they hadn't been great either. Maybe this was his second chance. And if that was the case, there was no way he was going to let it slip away. Couldn't make a cup o' tea, could ya? It's not been an easy journey. Hagrid began, completely ruining his intimidating entrance. He strode over to the sofa where Dudley sat, frozen in fear. "Budge up, yeah, great lump," he said, watching Dudley scramble to hide behind his mother, who was in turn hiding behind her husband. "And here's Harry. Last time I saw you, you were just a baby. You look a lot like your dad, but you've got your mum's eyes. I demand that you leave at once, sir." Uncle Vernon barked, making a strange rasping noise. "You are breaking and entering." Shut up, Desley, you great prune," Harry grinned. He had been too confused to appreciate Hagrid's verbal smackdown of his uncle last time. When Hagrid reached over and turned Uncle Vernon's gun into a pretzel, Harry's smile only grew wider. "Anyway," Hagrid said, turning his attention back to Harry as if transforming deadly weapons into snack food was an everyday occurrence. "Harry, a very happy birthday to you. Got something for you here. I might have sat on it at some point, but it'll taste all right." He pulled out a cake that. "Happy birthday, Harry," it red and green icing. "Why, thank you," Harry said gratefully as he accepted the cake. He couldn't help but wish that Hagrid had chosen a different color than Slytherin, even if it did match his eyes. "You seem to know me, but if we haven't seen each other since I was a baby, could you introduce yourself?" he asked politely. Hagrid chuckled. Of course. Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." With that, he gave Harry's arm a hearty shake. "What about some tea then, eh?" I wouldn't say no to something strong if you've got it. I'm sorry, we left in rather a hurry, so we don't have anything to drink, Harry replied apologetically. "'S'all right, I've got something here," Hagrid said, turning toward the fireplace. Moments later, he had a roaring fire going. Then, he began pulling an impressive number of items from his coat pockets. Uncle Vernon interjected sharply, "Don't touch anything he gives you, Dudley." Hagrid chuckled darkly. "Your great puddin' of a son doesn't need fattening any more, Desley, don't worry." He handed Harry some sausages, and Harry thanked him cordially for his thoughtfulness. However, he felt it would be suspicious to simply accept them without asking more questions. "Call me Hagrid, everyone does. And like I said, I'm keeper of keys at Hogwarts. You'll know all about Hogwarts, of course." Harry nodded. "Of course." Uncle Vernon's eyes bulged. "You do?" "Yes," Harry replied calmly. "But how? We were always so careful not to let you get any dangerous ideas. How'd you hear about all this wizarding nonsense?" "Now wait just 1 second." Hagrid thundered, leaping to his feet. In his anger, he seemed to fill the entire hut. The Dursleys cowered against the wall. "Do you mean? Tell me," Hagrid growled at the Dursleys, "that you told this boy, nothing about anything?" "No," Harry replied, shaking his head ruefully. "They didn't." Hagrid looked as if he might explode. "Dursley," he boomed. Uncle Vernon, now very pale, whispered something that sounded like Mimblewimble. "But if Daddy didn't tell Harry anything, how does he know?" Dudley asked, finally speaking up from behind his mother. Hagrid turned to Harry, waiting expectantly. "Fair point," Harry admitted. "Well, it's just that people have spent the last 10 years following me around, shaking my hand, bowing to me, generally just appearing very honored to meet me. Eventually, you pick some things up. It's not enough to just pick things up, Harry. You've got to know," Hagrid insisted. "But I do know," Harry countered. "About Hogwarts, about my parents, about Voldemort." Hagrid shuddered. "Don't say that name." Harry shrugged. "Old habits die hard. Although, if I ever go camping again, I'll make sure to take your advice." "So, we'll be heading to Diagon Alley tomorrow?" "Of course," Hagrid nodded. "I am not paying for some crackpot old fool to teach him magic tricks," Uncle Vernon yelled. Harry had known Uncle Vernon would insist on provoking Hagrid. Quick as a flash, Hagrid had brought his umbrella, containing the pieces of his wand, swishing it through the air to point at Dudley. With a flash of violet light, a loud boom, and a pig squeal, Dudley was dancing on the spot, hands clasped over his fat bottom, howling in pain. When he turned around, Harry could see a curly pig's tail poking through the back of his pants. Uncle Vernon roared, pulling Aunt Petunia and Dudley into the other room. He cast one last terrified look at Hagrid and slammed the door behind them. Hagrid looked down at his umbrella and stroked his beard. "I shouldn't have lost my temper," he said with a hint of regret. "But it didn't work anyway. I meant to turn him into a pig, but I suppose he was so much like a pig already that there wasn't much left to do." He cast a sideways glance at Harry beneath his bushy eyebrows. "Be grateful if you didn't mention that to anyone at Hogwarts," he added. "I'm, not supposed to do magic, strictly speaking. I was allowed to do a bit to follow you and get your letters and all that, one of the reasons I was so keen to take on the job." "Of course not," Harry assured him. "It's getting late, so we should probably turn in." "Right you are, Harry," Hagrid agreed. "We've got lots to do tomorrow. We need to get up to town and get all your books and everything." He removed his thick black coat and tossed it to Harry. "You can kip under that," he said. "Don't mind if it wriggles a bit. I think I still have a couple of dormice in one of the pockets." Harry woke early the next morning. Though he could tell it was daylight, he kept his eyes tightly shut. It was just a dream, he told himself firmly. I dreamt I was back when Hagrid came to tell me I was going to Hogwarts. When I opened my eyes, I'll be at home with Ginny. Suddenly, he heard a loud tapping noise. There's Hedwig Jr. knocking on the window, Harry thought, relieved but still not getting up. Tap. 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 All right, Harry mumbled, I'm getting up. He sat up, and Hagrid's heavy coat slipped off him. The hut was filled with sunlight, the storm had passed, and Hagrid himself was asleep on the collapsed sofa. An owl was rapping its claw on the window, a newspaper clutched in its beak. Harry's heart sank. It hadn't been a dream after all. He quickly paid the owl and took the daily. Hagrid handed Harry a copy of the Daily Prophet and patiently explained how Gringotts worked. Soon, they climbed into the Dursleys' car and set off toward London and Diagon Alley, leaving the Dursleys to fend for themselves. Harry couldn't help but feel a sense of malicious glee at the thought. He knew they would get home before him, and honestly, they deserved it. Before long, they arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. As before, everyone was eager to shake his hand. Eventually, a pale young man approached Harry, his left eye twitching uncontrollably. Professor Quirrell. Hagrid exclaimed. Harry, Professor Quirrell will be one of your teachers at Hogwarts. P.P. Potter, stammered Professor Quirrell, shaking Harry's hand. Can't tell you how pleased I am to meet you. Harry briefly wondered how Quirrell could stand to touch him, but he figured the man must not have been possessed yet. That would probably happen once he failed to secure the stone. He also found himself questioning why Quirrell felt the need to stutter throughout the year. He seemed perfectly capable of appearing innocent, especially compared to someone like Severus Snape, and frankly, it was a bit annoying. According to Snape's memories, Dumbledore had suspected Quirrell from the very beginning. Hagrid had neglected to mention that this was Quirrell's first year teaching, likely to avoid alarming Harry with the infamous curse associated with the Defense Against the Dark Arts position. Curious, Harry decided to ask, so how long have you been teaching? WWL, actually, this is MMIFF first year, but I'm very excited, Quirrell replied, looking somewhat sheepish. What subject do you teach? Harry inquired, already knowing the answer but wanting to engage in the sort of small talk one would have with a future teacher. Defense Against the Dark Arts, Quirrell muttered, as if he'd rather not dwell on it. Yes, Quirrell and his master, Voldemort, would probably be much more of a concern than anyone realized. Harry felt a sense of satisfaction as he listened to the nervous laughter of Professor Quirrell. And not that you need it, P.P. Potter. He chuckled, his voice shaky. You'll be getting all your equipment, I suppose? I've got to pick up a new book on vampires, and myself. The mere thought seemed to terrify him. Harry couldn't help but marvel at the realization that this was the first person he could remember who had tried to kill him. The other patrons in the bar quickly surrounded him, and it took nearly 10 minutes for Hagrid to pull Harry away from his throng of admirers. As things settled down, it was time to head to Madame Malkin's for his uniform. When Harry stepped inside, he froze. He almost forgot about his first encounter with Draco Malfoy, a moment before they both understood the rivalry that lay ahead. He remembered that, despite Draco's unpleasant demeanor, he wasn't truly evil and had somewhat redeemed himself over time. Harry thought. This could be interesting. Hello, Draco said, his voice smooth and bored. Hogwarts, too? Yes, Harry replied with a nod. My father's next door buying my books, and my mother's up the street looking at wands, Malfoy continued, his tone unchanged since they were 11. Not much point in that until you get there, though, right? True, but she needs something to do while I'm in here, Draco said. After that, I'm going to drag them off to look at racing brooms. I don't see why first years can't have their own. I think I'll bully my father into getting me one and smuggle it in somehow. They probably won't check the luggage, Harry suggested. If you just shrink it, you can carry it in and then unshrink it once you're there. Of course, You'd have to say it belonged to an older student if anyone asks, but that shouldn't be too hard. Draco looked at Harry with newfound respect. That just might work. I'd have to learn how to unshrink it first, though. Things could get tricky, but until then, I could ask an older student to help. So, do you have your own broom? Not at the moment, Harry replied, keeping his answer vague. Do you play Quidditch? Of course. I'm the seeker. What about you? Same here. My father says it would be a crime if I'm not chosen to play for my house, and I have to agree with him. Do you know which house you want to be in yet? I think I'd like to be in Gryffindor. I hear they throw the best parties. Well, that's fine if you're into that sort of thing. I'm aiming for Slytherin. All of my family has been in that house. That's all right, if you're into that sort of thing, Harry interjected, and he could have sworn he saw Draco's mouth twitch upwards. Imagine being in Hufflepuff. I think I'd have to leave, wouldn't you? Well, maybe not leave, that's a bit drastic, but I'd definitely defect. I mean, Hufflepuff sounds like a brand of marshmallows or pillows or something. This time, Harry knew he wasn't imagining it. Draco Malfoy was fighting a smile because of something he, Harry Potter, had said. He never thought he'd see the day. This was actually sort of fun. Why weren't they friends again? I say, look at that man. Harry turned to see where Draco was pointing and spotted Hagrid standing outside the window, grinning at him while holding up 2 large ice creams to indicate he couldn't come in. That's Hagrid. He works at Hogwarts. Oh, I've heard of him. He's sort of a servant, isn't he? Oh, that's why. He's the gamekeeper. Yes, exactly, Draco nodded impatiently. No, not exactly. There's a difference between a gamekeeper and a servant. Maybe not a profound difference, but it's definitely something any Manor Lord should know, Harry said, fully aware that Draco would inherit Malfoy Manor someday. He noticed Draco's ears turning pink. I heard he's sort of a savage, lives in a hut on the school grounds and every now and then, he gets drunk, tries to do magic, and ends up setting fire to his bed. Well, Harry replied, recalling how Hagrid had carried him back to Hogwarts after Voldemort nearly killed him. He struggled to keep his temper in check. I'd wager it's a bit difficult to do magic when you're drunk, even under the best circumstances. Not everyone lives in manors. If they did, it wouldn't be so special, would it? People would just have to find new ways to flaunt their wealth. Draco nodded, deep in thought. You're right. I never thought I'd say this, but the Hagrids of the world are needed to contrast with the right sort of people. Harry knew exactly what Draco meant by the right sort of people, but he pretended not to, hoping to avoid a confrontation. Hey, is he with you? Yes, Harry answered simply. Why? Where are your parents? Godric's Hollow. Why didn't they come with you, then? Draco pressed. Well, they would have, but Voldemort killed them, see, Harry explained. Draco's eyes widened. You said the Dark Lord's name. Harry nodded. Yes. Yes, I did. Draco seemed momentarily at a loss for words, so he asked, but they were our kind, weren't they? Harry fought the urge to roll his eyes. If they weren't, why would Voldemort bother with them personally? He was rather busy and important near the end, or so I hear. He had other people to kill Muggles for him. I really don't think they should let Muggleborns in, do you? They're just not the same, they've never been brought up to know our ways. Some of them have never even heard of Hogwarts until they get the letter. Imagine that. Well, I don't think it's not having heard of Hogwarts that should concern you as much as the fact that they haven't heard about magic or know anything about our culture, Harry said, skirting the question. Yes, that's exactly why I think they should keep it in the old ways. What's your last name, anyway? Draco asked. Before Harry could respond, Madame Malkin interjected, That's you done, my dear. Harry briefly wondered why he was finished first, given that he had entered the shop after Draco, but decided not to dwell on it. "Well, I'll see you at Hogwarts, I suppose," Draco said. "Later. See if you can guess my last name by then and tell me on the train," Harry replied. "I will," Draco said, a sudden determination in his voice. Shortly after that, Harry and Hagrid had gathered all of Harry's supplies, and he found himself back with the Dursleys. The last month hadn't been so bad. His aunt and uncle mostly ignored him, and Dudley would scream and run from the room whenever he saw him. It wasn't so terrible, really. Harry had grown accustomed to being ignored and feared during his first year, second year, fourth year, and fifth year, whether it was for getting caught with Norbert, being a parcel-mouth, being the fourth champion, or being accused of being a lying schizophrenic. One thing he made sure to do was memorize his potions textbook. He wasn't taking any chances there. Snape may have loved his mother, but he certainly hated Harry. On the last day of August, Harry went down to the living room and cleared his throat, watching with amusement as Dudley screamed and bolted from the room. Harry supposed that was the result of Dudley's parents encouraging him to make Harry's life miserable while keeping him in the dark about Harry's magical abilities. Uncle Vernon?" Harry said. Uncle Vernon grunted in response. "I need to be at King's Cross tomorrow to go to Hogwarts," Harry continued. Another grunt. "Would it be all right if you gave me a lift?" Grunt. "Thank you. Funny way to get to a wizarding school, the train. Magic carpets all got punctures, have they?" Uncle Vernon scoffed. "No, but they're illegal in Britain, and I doubt they'd trust us to go straight to school without causing any trouble. Can you imagine how we'd be seen if we each had one? Not to mention how expensive it would be. Where is this school, anyway?" Uncle Vernon asked. "Scotland," Harry replied. "Can you be any more specific?" Uncle Vernon pressed. "Planning on coming up for Family Day?" Aunt Petunia looked horrified. "They have Family Day now? All right, we'll take you to King's Cross. We're going up to London tomorrow anyway, or I wouldn't bother." "Great," Harry said, feeling a rush of excitement as he left. Just one more day, and he'd be back at Hogwarts. He'd even get to see Ginny, if only for a little while. Yes, things might just work out after all, as long as he could keep his temper in check and avoid alienating the press and the ministry. Oh boy. This was going to be a long 7 years. Chapter 2. "Well, there you are, boy," Uncle Vernon said, a nasty grin spreading across his face. "Platform 9, Platform 10. Your platform should be somewhere in the middle, but they don't seem to have built it yet, do they?" Harry rolled his eyes. "You're some kind of moron, you know that? And no, I wouldn't recommend trying anything in front of all these witnesses," he said casually, watching as Uncle Vernon's face began to turn purple. He figured he was safe saying whatever he wanted. After all, he wouldn't have to see him for 9 whole months. Of course, they don't have the platform be obvious. It's a train for wizard children with wizard items that would attract far too much attention. "Then where is it, boy?" Vernon spat. "You just walk right through the portal. I know it looks like a brick wall, but I assure you it's not." "How is that possible, you ask?" "Magic. In fact, you can come with me if you like and see it for yourself," Harry suggested. Uncle Vernon looked like he was about to lunge at him, but Harry simply nodded toward the local constable standing not 20 feet away. Reluctantly, Uncle Vernon backed down. "You'll pay for that, boy," he whispered menacingly before walking back to his car. As they drove away, Harry noticed Dudley and Aunt Petunia laughing, clearly unaware of the encounter's reality. Harry knew that antagonizing his uncle wasn't the best strategy, but he had stood up to people far more intimidating than Vernon Dursley. He wasn't about to cower like he would have at 11. He could basically write off any chance of improving relations with Uncle Vernon, but the rest of his family was a different story. He knew Aunt Petunia had once loved her sister and was more frightened about what Harry's presence would mean for her family's safety. There was also that lingering jealousy. Lily had always been the favorite. More than 15 years had passed, but some things never really changed. Resentment was a tough barrier to break, but Harry had always disliked summer and the boredom that came with it. He figured he might as well give reconciliation with Dudley a shot. Sure, Dudley was just a spoiled bully at the moment, but after the Dementor incident, there was a chance he could change. Harry wasn't quite sure how to speed up that process, but it was worth considering. It would certainly make life on Privet Drive a lot more peaceful. Suddenly, Harry was jolted from his thoughts by Mrs. Weasley's voice. He hurried to catch up with them. "Now, what's the platform number?" Molly asked, her tone a mix of urgency and confusion. Harry couldn't help but wonder how she could forget the number after all these years. 9 3/4. Ginny chimed in, her excitement palpable. "Mom, can't I go?" Ginny's enthusiasm made Harry smile. Although she was still quite young for any romantic notions, she was undeniably adorable. As the other Weasleys, except for Ron, moved through the barrier, Harry approached them. "Excuse me," he said, trying to get their attention. "Hello, dear. First time at Hogwarts?" "Ron's new, too," Molly replied kindly. "Yes," Harry nodded, then turned to Ron. "Hi, I'm Harry Potter." The reaction was instant. Ron's eyes widened as they darted to Harry's forehead, and Ginny let out an excited squeal. At least this would prevent her from complaining about not seeing him, though watching her fangirl over him was a bit irritating. "Are you really?" Ron asked, his disbelief evident. "Are you really Ron?" Harry countered, raising an eyebrow. "Of course I am." Ron replied, looking confused. "Why wouldn't I be?" "I could say the same to you," Harry said, smirking. "But I can't believe you're Harry Potter." Ron stammered. Harry shrugged nonchalantly. "Well, I suppose someone has to be, right?" He casually brushed his hair out of his eyes, ready for whatever came next. Revealed the most famous scar in the history of magic, he turned to Mrs. Weasley and asked, "So anyway, I was wondering if you could help me find the platform?" Mrs. Weasley, her eyes brimming with tears upon realizing who Harry was, perhaps moved by the thought of such a polite boy enduring such a tragic life at such a young age, nodded. "Of course, dear. All you have to do is walk straight at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Don't stop, and don't be scared you'll crash into it. That's very important. It's best to do it at a bit of a run if you're nervous. Go on, go now before Ron." Harry thanked her and walked through the barrier. As he stepped onto the platform, he looked around, smiling at the sight of everyone looking much younger than he remembered. Suddenly, one of the Weasley twins approached him. "Want a hand?" he asked. Unfortunately, Harry had no idea which twin it was. He had never been able to tell them apart. After all, George had lost his ear the summer after his 6th year, and then Fred had died, leaving Harry with little opportunity to learn their differences, even after marrying into the family. "Thanks," Harry replied. "Oi, Fred. Come here and help." Now, Harry was reasonably sure that it was Fred who had approached him. The twins never referred to themselves by their proper names, believing that was for lesser pranksters. Once the twins helped him with his trunks, Harry brushed his hair out of his eyes, not so much to reveal himself but because lifting the heavy school trunks was a struggle. He thought he should probably put a charm on them to lighten the load. It felt strange to see George with 2 ears again, to see Fred alive. His heart constricted briefly as he tried to imagine how it would feel to see some of the other people he had lost, especially Sirius, who was still in Azkaban. "What's that?" George asked. Now that Harry had a pretty good idea of which twin had first approached him, and he thought he could tell them apart, at least until they were out of his line of sight. Apparently, Bill was the only one who could consistently distinguish between them, which made him their favorite sibling. Well, Bill and Percy, but Percy was far too uptight to ever be idolized by the Weasley twins. "Blimey," Fred said. "Are you?" "He is," George confirmed. Harry found it surreal that the twins were, for once, not finishing each other's sentences. It made him wonder how difficult that must be, even for them. "Were they legilimens?" "Aren't you?" Fred asked. "Well, I'm seriously confused, if that's what you mean," Harry replied. "Harry Potter," the twins chorused. "Nope," Harry said cheerfully. "You're not?" Fred asked, looking bemused. "No, I'm not." "Have you ever met him?" Harry inquired. "Well, no, but," George began. "Then what makes you think I'm him?" Harry pressed. "Well, you've got a scar," Fred offered. "So does Dumbledore." "Are you going to accuse him of being Potter next?" Harry shot back. "Of course not," George said, looking thoughtful. "Filch, on the other hand." "So who are you then, if you're not Harry Potter?" Fred asked skeptically. "And why do you have a lightning bolt scar on your forehead?" "Well, after that nasty little incident with the Dark Lord, my mother decided that lightning bolt scars were in and shot a cutting curse at me." Harry paused. "At least, that's the official story. I think that was before my father had the courage to tell her that maybe she should leave the cooking to the house elves." Fred and George just stared at him. "Hey, don't judge. And I'm Draco Malfoy, by the way." He peered at them suspiciously. "You are purebloods, right?" Wordlessly, Fred nodded. George found his voice first. "You're Draco Malfoy? You have a problem with that?" Harry crossed his arms. "No, but aren't your parents blonde?" George asked. "Your point being, how can two blonde people have a black-haired son?" George's question hung in the air. "No, my mother was not having a very public affair with Severus Snape." "How dare you even suggest that?" Harry screeched. Fred held up his hands. "Calm down, he didn't mean to offend you." "Well, he did," Harry sniffed. "In fact, I'm going to write to my father right now." "Isn't he still at the platform?" George asked, perplexed. "Yes, he is." "But actually talking to your relatives is for half-bloods," Harry retorted, storming off. He couldn't believe he had managed to keep a straight face during the entire exchange. One thing was certain, he would definitely earn the twins' respect once they realized he had tricked them. "Hey, Mum, guess what? Guess who we just met on the train?" Harry heard Fred say. "Who?" Molly replied. "Draco Malfoy." "That's nothing. I met Harry Potter." Ginny chimed in, still sounding awestruck. "Why do you want to meet a git like him anyway?" Ron asked. "Meeting him wasn't the interesting part," George explained. "Then what was?" Ron pressed. "Apparently, his mum and Snape were having an affair, and he's the byproduct." Fred exclaimed. "What?" Molly gasped. This was much better gossip than last year's rumor about Albus Dumbledore being madly in love with Gellert Grindelwald. Honestly, you'd think Rita Skeeter would learn to stop fabricating such sensational stories. Obviously, Dumbledore was too stunned by the blatant lies to bother denying them. "It's true," he practically admitted it, George confirmed. "I've got to go find Andromeda," Mrs. Weasley muttered. "Be good, kids." With that, she hurried away, Ginny trailing behind her and casting longing looks back at the express. "Anyone sitting here?" Ron asked as he entered the compartment. Harry hesitated at the entrance of the compartment. "Nope, go ahead," he invited. "Hey, Ron," George said, stepping inside. "Listen, we're going down the, why are you sitting with Malfoy?" "Malfoy?" Ron looked confused. "You mean him?" He gestured toward Harry. Fred nodded. But that's not Malfoy. That's Harry Potter. What? Fred exclaimed. But, you told us you were Draco Malfoy. Harry shrugged. What can I say? Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy. Sometimes I get confused. George, I think we'd been pranked, Fred said. Are first years allowed to do that? George wondered. Does that mean what you said about Snape isn't true either? It might be, Harry replied neutrally. Feel free to spread the rumor, in any event. Both twins' eyes lit up at this, and they dashed down the hall. Harry felt a twinge of guilt for this, especially since he was planning to make a sincere effort not to make Draco Malfoy his arch-nemesis. After all, if he really wanted one, he could always turn to Voldemort. But then he remembered that Draco had started the rumor about his mother and Snape, and decided that turnabout was fair play. You're my hero, Ron blurted out. Because of my facial disfigurement? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. No, because you pranked Fred and George, Ron explained. At Harry's incredulous look, Ron quickly added, but your scar's pretty cool, too. Yeah, it was really considerate of Voldemort to give me such a wicked-looking scar when he tried to murder me as an infant, Harry said dryly. Ron stared at him, fascinated and a little horrified. You really shouldn't say his name, you know. You know, the more people tell me that, the less likely I am to actually listen, Harry remarked casually. Ron looked torn between wanting to emphasize the importance of avoiding Tom Riddle's silly little pseudonym and asking more about that fateful night. The two had met for the first time. Do you remember it? Ron asked eagerly. You do realize I was only 15 months old at the time, right? Harry raised an eyebrow. I know. Ron defended himself, though his tone suggested he didn't quite grasp that Harry was too young to remember the event, let alone play any secret role in Voldemort's downfall. I just thought you might remember because of the scar. Harry stared at him in disbelief. You know, I'm starting to think you wizards don't really understand how scars work, he said, recalling how everyone had once thought his scar made him a lying schizophrenic in 5th year. What do you mean, you people? Ron asked, puzzled. You know, wizards, Harry explained. But you're a wizard, Ron pointed out. Yes, but I was raised by muggles, Harry clarified. What does that matter? Ron questioned. Harry smiled at Ron's innocent confusion. He was so naive back then. Muggles don't have magic, so they tend to be a lot more sensible. Oh. Ron paused, looking expectantly at Harry. Harry sighed. And to answer your question, yes, a little. What do you remember? Ron pressed, his curiosity piqued. That was the frustrating part about Ron's innocence. He had the tact of a troll. He had improved at avoiding painful questions, like what he remembered about the first time someone tried to kill him after he started dating Hermione. Well, Harry began, trying to piece together the flashes from his past. I remember someone who I assume is my father telling my mother to take me and go. Then there's laughter. I think it was my mother begging Voldemort to spare my life. He tells her to stand aside and let him kill me. She says no one asks him to kill her instead. He does, then there's a lot of green light, and my forehead felt like it was on fire. Now Ron looked horrified. I'm sorry, he said softly. Mate, I didn't think. It's okay, Harry interrupted. He really should have considered it, but then again, Ron was only 11 and had grown up under Molly Weasley's protective care. Are all your family wizards? Harry asked, quickly shifting the topic. Yes, I think so, Ron replied. I think Mom has a second cousin who's an accountant, but we never talk about him. Harry froze. He couldn't believe he'd never realized this before, but to be fair, he was just a child at the time. Why not? Ron looked confused. What do you mean? Your accountant cousin, he's not magical. No, Ron said, still not getting it. Is that why you don't talk about him? Harry pressed. Air. It was clear Ron had never considered why they pretended their squid relative didn't exist. Just like the Dursleys liked to ignore their wizard nephew. If the Weasleys, of all families, could succumb to pure-blood prejudices, it made sense that Voldemort's only real opposition came from vigilante groups that operated more like Albus Dumbledore's personal cult in his quest to atone for his past with Grindelwald. Still, the fact that Ron hadn't realized his lack of magic was the reason they ignored their cousin was commendable. Harry figured he couldn't let his frustration about the sorry state of the wizarding world, where everyone seemed prejudiced against everyone else, spill over onto Ron. After all, it would ruin any chance they had of becoming friends. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville's lost one, Hermione announced as she entered the compartment, with Neville trailing behind her. No, but you could always summon it, Harry suggested. I don't know the spell for that, Hermione admitted, sounding a bit embarrassed for not knowing a spell that wouldn't be taught for several more years. Here, I'll do it, Harry offered, pulling out his wand. Accio Neville's toad. Nothing happened. Happened for a moment, Hermione said, looking at him doubtfully. Are you sure that's a real spell? Harry nodded. Oh, he was sure all right. Well, it's not very good, she began, but was interrupted as Trevor flew through the door. Oh. Ron exclaimed, glancing at Harry, surprised. If you knew how to summon his toad, why didn't you do it the first time he was here? Harry hesitated. Because he'd wanted to see Hermione again and hoped to make a better first impression? I guess I didn't think of it, he lied. I've tried a few simple spells too, just for practice, and they've all worked for me. Nobody in my family is magical at all. It was such a surprise, but I was so pleased, of course. I mean, it's the best school of witchcraft there is. Then isn't it convenient that it just happens to be the one geographically closest to where we live? Harry muttered. Hermione shot him a look. I've learned all our set books by heart, of course. I just hope it will be enough. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Who are you? I'm Ron Weasley, Ron finally managed to say after staring blankly at her for 3 whole minutes. Harry Potter, Harry introduced himself. Are you really? Hermione asked, curiosity lighting up her face. What is it with people not having faith that I know my own name? Harry said, glancing at Neville, who just shrugged. And Hermione, I didn't know I was a wizard until I got my letter because my relatives refused to acknowledge that magic exists. Ron told me there are plenty of Muggleborns around, so I'm sure you'll be fine. Besides, I doubt anyone else actually bothered to memorize all the textbooks, so I think not only is it enough, but you're way ahead of everyone else. Really? Hermione perked up. Really, Harry confirmed. Although, I did memorize our potions textbook, he admitted. Ron looked horrified at the thought of his potential best friend being a bookworm and scooted closer to Neville. But that's just because. I heard our teacher hated my dad, and I don't want to give him a reason to hate me, Harry quickly added. Not that Snape needed a reason, but at least he wouldn't embarrass him with surprise questions on his first day. Harry probably could have looked up those specific questions, but that might just make Snape angry and lead to even more questions. Besides, it had been years since his first class with Snape, and he honestly didn't remember what the questions were or how many there had been. Oh, that's okay then, Ron said, visibly relaxing. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts, you know, Hermione informed him. Well, I wouldn't believe everything you read, Harry replied, feeling a bit uneasy. Why not? Hermione asked, her curiosity piqued. Because by this time tomorrow, the Daily Prophet and Witch Weekly will probably have run a story claiming that Draco Malfoy is Narcissa Malfoy and Severus Snape's love child, Harry explained. I'm afraid I don't understand, Hermione frowned. Who are? Don't worry about it, Harry interrupted. You'll find out soon enough. I guess I should be going now that you found Trevor, Hermione said, standing up, with Neville reluctantly following her lead. Ron, being 11, didn't notice that they wanted to stay, but Harry did, and his heart went out to his past and future friends. Hey, why don't you guys stay for a while? We've got way too much food, we could use some help eating it. Hermione beamed and sat back down. Thanks, Harry, Neville said quietly. A short while later, Draco Malfoy entered the compartment. Neville Longbottom, he proclaimed proudly. Yes? Neville replied, surprised. Not you, Draco said, dismissively. He pointed at Harry. Sorry, Harry said. But that's Neville. Oh. Was I close? Draco asked hopefully. How could you be close? I'm either a Longbottom or I'm not. Which, for the record, I'm not. You could be related to him, Draco pointed out. Harry snorted. I probably am, with all the inbreeding. Draco chose to ignore that, partly because he was eager to find out who Harry was. He had most likely spent the past month obsessing over it, and partly because there was a grain of truth in Harry's words. Then who are you? That's Harry Potter, Hermione said helpfully. Draco laughed. No, really, who is he? Harry simply lifted his bangs to reveal his forehead. Wow, you really are Harry Potter, Draco said, sounding a bit astonished. Yep, Harry replied, vaguely recalling something from his first time around. Weren't people talking about that? Well, yes, Draco admitted. But they were also spreading the most ridiculous rumor about me being Professor Snape's love child. Really? Harry asked innocently. Wow, I guess people will believe anything. But Harry, Hermione looked puzzled. Didn't you already know that people will believe anything? Neville surprisingly cut her off, having figured out that Harry had started the rumor. Yeah, he did, but he's been a celebrity for years, so I suppose he would have. So, you're Draco Malfoy then? Ron sniggered, finding the new rumor about him hilarious in his 11-year-old way. Fortunately, Draco misinterpreted Ron's amusement. Think my name's funny, do you? Or perhaps not so fortunately. No need to ask who you are. My father told me all the Weasleys have red hair, freckles, and more children than they can afford. Wow, that's oddly specific, Harry remarked. I take it your fathers know each other? And are probably not on the best terms? Draco nodded. You'd be right, Potter. You'll soon find out that some wizarding families are much better than others. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. Harry groaned inwardly. It felt like Malfoy was trying to become his enemy or something. Not that Harry could possibly consider an 11-year-old boy his enemy. He knew his school years would be a lot smoother with one less person trying to ruin his life. The question was, how to handle it. Shaking Malfoy's hand would only give him the wrong impression and alienate everyone else in the compartment. But how could he avoid the handshake and still escape a pointless 7-year rivalry? Finally, he said, I'm sure you could, Draco, but the thing is, I'm still new to this whole magic is real thing. I'm not sure I can make an informed choice right now. You wouldn't want me to pick Ron just because we bonded over candy and you thought I was Neville, would you? Draco paused to consider this. I guess not. And besides, Harry continued diplomatically, I'd really like to make it to school without alienating anyone. So maybe at some point, I'll agree with you that Ron is the root of all evil and take you up on your offer for help. Maybe not. But for now, I still need to figure out who's right. He knew exactly who he would choose if either Malfoy or Ron forced his hand, but it felt reasonable to say something neutral, considering he barely knew either of them. All right, Draco said reluctantly. But you'll see that I'm right. With that, he left, the bridge still intact. Chapter 3. So, where do you think you're going to end up? Ron asked. I think I have a pretty good idea, Harry replied. I'm going to be a Gryffindor, Ron announced proudly. How do you know that? Harry inquired. I mean, unless you're a lazy, traitorous idiot, you could end up in any of the other 3 houses. All my family has been in Gryffindor, Ron explained. So? Do Gryffindor parents necessarily raise Gryffindor children? Harry asked, a hint of panic creeping into his voice at the thought of Gryffindors being such terrible parents that their children would have to be brave just to survive. All my family's been in Hufflepuff, Ernie Macmillan chimed in. And you already know my family's all been in Slytherin, Draco added with a smirk. So you all want to be in one particular house just because everyone else has been there? Harry asked incredulously. Yep, Ron nodded. Well, I hate to break it to you, but that sounds a lot like Hufflepuff loyalty, wanting to be in the same house as everyone else in your family, Harry said casually. Ron and Draco looked distraught, while Ernie beamed with pride. Although, Harry continued thoughtfully, wanting to be in a house that everyone trusts implicitly and always underestimates is actually quite clever, maybe a bit Ravenclaw of you. Or perhaps a great way to boost your Slytherin ambitions. Ernie growled at Harry, but he didn't have to respond because his name was called. Fortunately, Draco didn't have much time to make a menacing move before his name was announced as well. You didn't really mean all that, did you, Harry? Ron asked, his face pale. I really want to be in Gryffindor. I'm sure you'll get in, Harry assured him, feeling a twinge of guilt for teasing them. Not too much guilt, though, since Draco usually had it coming, well, except for that whole attempted murder incident in 6th year. But to be fair, Draco did try to cast Crucio on him first. A year later, Ernie would likely be convinced he was evil. Ron, on the other hand, still battled a significant inferiority complex, and Harry wanted to help him, not make things worse. He didn't have much time to ponder this, though, as his name was called. Potter, Harry, Professor McGonagall announced. Instantly, whispers erupted throughout the room. Potter? Did she say? The Harry Potter? Harry had experienced his fair share of notoriety in his previous life and had years to adjust to the fame. Still, nothing compared to the moment when a large group of people, especially teenagers, first laid eyes on him. Yes, that's right, Harry said, stepping forward. The chatter quickly faded, and the teachers exchanged surprised glances. Clearly, everyone had expected him to simply let the rumors swirl. As if. I am Harry Potter. If anyone dares to ask me whether I'm sure of that, implying I lack the awareness of a self-respecting 1-year-old, I will hex them. You have been warned. Harry wasn't entirely sure he would actually hex anyone, at least not if they were a 3rd year or younger, but it seemed like a solid way to put an end to the relentless questioning about his identity. The horrified look on Snape's face was just an added bonus. Although, in doing so, he probably just confirmed that he was, indeed, James Potter reincarnate. Well, such is life. He walked over to the Sorting Hat and placed it on his head. The hat said. Difficult. Very difficult. How was it difficult? You've already sorted me once. Yes, but now you've gone back in time to manipulate events in your favor, which is quite a Slytherin thing to do. Good point. Except, you know, for the whole, it was a complete and total accident part. Well, you're incredibly intelligent for someone your age. Perhaps you should be a Ravenclaw, the hat suggested. Harry rolled his eyes. Actually, I'm rather average for someone of my age, so no, I shouldn't. Although I'll be damned if. I let Hermione take the lead when it comes to grades. I mean, sure, she's a genius, but I'm still 12 years older than her. The hat sighed. Fine, no Ravenclaw either. But your loyalty, especially to the Weasley family, whom you seem to support no matter what they do, is remarkable. How about Hufflepuff? Harry shrugged. Go ahead. I'll just transfer to Gryffindor. Can you do that? the hat asked. Another shrug. I'm the boy who lived. I can decide who lives and who dies. Rather full of yourself, aren't you? The hat replied, clearly annoyed at Harry's dismissal of all the other houses. A little, yeah, Harry admitted. But hey, isn't that a Gryffindor trait? And why are you trying so hard to place me in a different house? Well, what am I supposed to do? Just put you in Gryffindor because you want me to? That's not how these things work, the hat explained. That's how it worked last time, Harry disagreed. Well, since I have no memory of that incident, I'm left to speculate. You, as a terrified 11-year-old, had the nerve to argue with the being that decides the course of your life. Sounds like Gryffindor to me. What do you mean, course of your life? I thought it only affected Hogwarts. The hat chuckled, actually chuckled. Oh please, do you really believe that? Name one Slytherin nobody thought was either evil or a coward, or, occasionally, an evil coward. Harry didn't have an answer for that. Or take Ravenclaws. They're supposed to be incredibly socially inept and spend their whole lives studying, even when there are clear exceptions like Cho Chang and Luna Lovegood. And what about Hufflepuff? They say it's the house you go to when you don't have what it takes for the others, but look at Cedric. Diggory was apparently the most qualified person in his year, Harry said, amusement dancing in his voice. What do they say about Gryffindor? Cannon fodder, the hat replied. Harry snorted. Typical. I kinda see your point, though. Hagrid basically told me that all dark wizards are Slytherins, even though he knew at least one golden boy Gryffindor turned out to be one, even if he thinks it's Sirius and not Pettigrew. And you hear a lot about how so-and-so's family was all Slytherin, so of course they're all Death Eaters or, at the very least, pure-blood fanatics. The Weasleys put so much stock in being Gryffindors that it's ridiculous. So you'll go in another house then? The hat asked hopefully. Sorry, Harry replied. I really would, but I'd like to be with my friends again. Not to mention that Ron's too immature right now to consider being friends with a Slytherin. Fine, the hat grumbled. I suppose waltzing through the Veil of Death counts as being incredibly reckless anyway. Might as well put you with the other people who don't seem capable of thinking things through in Gryffindor. Predictably, his house erupted in cheers, blissfully unaware that they'd just been insulted. Ron was sorted shortly after. Well done, Ron. Excellent. Percy declared pompously. What do you mean, excellent? Harry asked, feigning confusion. He got a Hogwarts letter, of course they were going to sort him, Harry continued. I meant, good job getting into Gryffindor, Percy explained, sounding patronizing. You mean you would have been upset if he got into any of the other three equally noble houses? I would have thought you'd just be happy that he's going to be a wizard at all. Well, I am, of course I am, Percy quickly backtracked. It's just that it's better that he's in Gryffindor than in any of the other three. I thought prefects were supposed to help promote interhouse. Harry began, but Percy cut him off. Unity, Harry scratched his head. Maybe I should ask Dumbledore how he plans to achieve that when his representatives among the student body insist on perpetuating house prejudices. Percy paled at the thought of how such a complaint would impact his chances of becoming head boy. Harry turned his attention to his fellow first years just in time to hear Seamus ask, how did he get covered in blood? I've never asked, came the ghost's delicate reply. Unless Harry was very much mistaken, they were referring to the Bloody Baron. He probably shouldn't share this, considering it was clearly something they wanted to keep private. But then again, he had never really liked the Bloody Baron or the Grey Lady. I can tell you, Harry spoke up. Everyone turned to him. And how would you, a first year, know a thing like that? Sir Nicholas demanded. Harry shrugged. Magic? No one could find a flaw in that answer, although if he wasn't careful, he'd have everyone clamoring after him to retake divination, since he was obviously a seer. So what happened? Seamus asked. The Grey Lady, who, by the way, is the ghost of Ravenclaw Tower, is actually Helena Ravenclaw, the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw. I guess being the daughter of the most brilliant witch of the time wasn't easy, and she developed an inferiority complex. Her mother had a diadem that was said to make the wearer wiser. Helena thought it would be a good idea to steal the diadem and run off. Her mother sent a former suitor, the Bloody Baron, to retrieve her. Helena wanted to go back but was too proud to accept. The Baron lost his temper, killed her, realized what he had done, went all emo, and then killed himself. Harry helped himself to some treacle tart. "That sounds like a bad soap opera," Hermione said, sounding affronted. "Are you sure?" "Hermione, didn't we already go over the whole asking Harry thing? Are you sure you remember your name better than something that happened over a millennium ago?" Hermione asked reasonably. "Yeah, how would you know?" Dean Thomas chimed in. Harry shrugged. "She told me." "Who, the Grey Lady?" Nearly headless Nick looked bewildered. When Harry nodded, he continued, "When did she tell you?" "7th year," Harry replied, taking advantage of the incredible phenomenon of telling the truth while having it sound so unbelievable that everyone assumed he was joking. "If you were lucky, that is. If not, they might think you were a lying schizophrenic." "Well, if you didn't want to share, you could have just said so," Seamus remarked. Eventually, the conversation shifted to families. "I'm half and half," Seamus said. "My dad's a muggle. Mum didn't tell him she was a witch until after they got married. Bit of a nasty shock for him." The others laughed, but Harry frowned. It had seemed amusing the first time, but now, with what he'd heard about Snape's upbringing, Eileen Prince had done the same thing. It felt different. "You're lucky," Harry found himself saying. Everyone turned to him, confused. "You're lucky your dad took it so well. He could have panicked and left, or stayed and resented your mother for lying to him and you for trapping him there. You're lucky your father's a good man." An awkward silence fell over the group as they processed his words. Finally, Ron broke the tension, asking, "What about you, Neville?" "Well, my gran raised me, and she's a witch," Neville said. "But the family thought I was a muggle for ages." "Don't you mean a squib?" Harry asked. Neville nodded. "My great-uncle Algie kept trying to catch me off guard and force some magic out of me. He even pushed me off the end of Blackpool Pier once. I nearly drowned, but nothing happened until I was 8. Great-uncle Algie came around for tea and nearly dropped me out of an upstairs window by my ankles when my great-aunt Enid offered him a meringue, and he accidentally let go. But I bounced all the way down the garden and into the road." Everyone was thrilled. Gran was crying tears of joy. Dear God, what a difference a mere dozen years makes in a person's perspective. Harry took a deep breath, trying to maintain his composure. "So, let me get this straight. You're saying that your family kept trying to kill you to force you to do magic. So, if you hadn't been a wizard, they would have preferred you to die. And your grandmother was so thrilled you had magic that she completely ignored the fact that if you hadn't managed to use it, you would have died? Well, they wanted to know if I was going to be able to attend Hogwarts," Neville replied timidly. Harry knew this probably wasn't what Neville needed to hear, but it was something he needed to express. He remembered all too well the damage Neville's loving family had inflicted on him, damage that had taken years for Neville to overcome. Harry also recalled how Neville had destroyed the last piece of Voldemort's immortality, enabling Harry to win. An intense wave of anger washed over him at the thought of what Neville's childhood must have been like. Because honestly, while the Dursleys had hated him with a passion and made that very clear, at least they never tried to kill him. If they wanted to know so badly, they should have checked the Hogwarts register. Granted, that was probably highly unusual and possibly against regulations, but Dumbledore would have made an exception if he knew your relatives were trying to kill you, Harry said coldly. And all that pressure was likely detrimental to any chance of you performing accidental magic. Basically, what I'm saying is they really shouldn't have done that to you, Neville. Neville remained silent, looking at him with a strangely speculative expression. Harry's classes progressed much like they had the last time. Harry knew he was supposed to be a typical first-year student, but he had mastered all the simple spells. His teachers were caught in a dilemma. They either saw him as a prodigy or suspected he was somehow cheating. Defense against the dark arts, however, was a different story. Harry decided that while he wouldn't do anything to make it obvious he knew about Quirrell and the dark presence of Voldemort on the back of his head, he wouldn't ignore what he had experienced the first time around, even if he had misinterpreted it back then. The moment Quirrell turned his back to write on the chalkboard, Harry felt that familiar pain in his scar. It had been 6 years since he last felt it, but it was unmistakable. He pressed his hand to his forehead and yelped. "Is everything all right, Mr. Potter?" Quirrell asked, his voice trembling. "Your turban makes my scar hurt," Harry replied bluntly. "What?" Quirrell said, panic flashing across his face. The rest of the class erupted in laughter, clearly not believing him. But Harry thought that was better than being labeled as crazy. He figured if he set the tone this way, maybe he could avoid a repeat of the Rita Skeeter fiasco when she found out about his dreams. "You heard me," Harry continued. "I would appreciate it if you could avoid having your turban facing me directly. I think that would help my learning environment." "How does your scar hurt, Harry?" Hermione asked skeptically. "Wouldn't that be your forehead?" Harry shrugged. "I don't know what to tell you, Hermione. All I know is that my scar hurts, not my forehead." "How?" Hermione pressed. Harry wasn't quite sure how to explain it, so he simply left it at that. Finally, the day he had been most looking forward to arrived, first-year potions as a semi-competent adult. Some might call it cheating, but Harry thought it was more like having a potions teacher who didn't have a personal vendetta against him. That seemed fair. Yes," Snape began, his voice dripping with disdain. "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity? I'm sorry, sir, is that your way of asking for an autograph?" Harry asked innocently. He noticed the vein bulging in Snape's forehead and took it as a clear no. He continued, "It's just that I only found out my parents weren't drunken bums who died in a car crash a little over a month ago, so I'm still pretty new to this vein thing. I appreciate how considerate you're being." "Oh, look, another vein." While Harry acknowledged that Snape was one of the metaphorical good guys, he also realized that his chances of winning Snape over had died the moment the Sorting Hat declared him a Gryffindor. Actually, he thought, maybe he could try. Nah. What fun would that be without someone to annoy? Besides, with Snape, everyone seemed to take his side. "Potter." Snape's voice jolted him from his thoughts. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" "Draught of living death," Harry replied matter-of-factly. "And that is?" Snape pressed. "Professor, I'm not entirely sure why you're asking me questions you don't know the answers to, but I'm pleased to inform you that, as a first year, I know it's a very powerful sleeping potion that makes it appear as if you're dead." "Of course I knew that, Potter." Snape snapped. "I'm sure you did," Harry said, sounding slightly dubious. "Well, I suppose everyone gets lucky once, something you would know plenty about, Potter." Snape muttered distractedly. Harry stared. Sir? Did you just compare me getting a potions answer right to Voldemort attempting to brutally murder me after he killed my mum and dad?" Snape started, realizing he'd spoken aloud. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a Bezoar?" "In the potions cupboard?" Harry suggested. Snape's eyes flashed. "Potter." "What?" "You can't actually expect me to. Go out, find a goat, and extract a Bezoar from its stomach, can you?" Harry felt a flicker of fear at Snape's demand. He knew all too well that Snape might expect him to pull off such a task, especially if he continued to push the professor's buttons. What's the difference between Monkshood and Wolfsbane? Snape shot back, not missing a beat. "It's not very nice to try and trick me, sir," Harry replied, a hint of defiance in his voice. "And I know full well they're the same plant. Although why they go by two different names, three if you count aconite, is beyond me." "I suppose you qualify as competent, Potter," Snape said grudgingly, seemingly oblivious to the fact that first-years shouldn't be expected to memorize their textbooks on the very first day. But that first question lingered in Harry's mind. Just before Dumbledore's funeral, he had tried to make amends with Ginny by sending her a message in flowers. He had even picked up a book on Victorian flower language. If he remembered correctly, asphodel was a type of lily meaning "my regrets follow you to the grave," while wormwood symbolized absence and typically represented bitter sorrow. Combined, they conveyed a powerful message: "I bitterly regret Lily's death." It felt like a significant coincidence that Snape had chosen that particular topic to question him about. "Thank you," Harry said quietly, almost to himself. Snape merely nodded curtly in response. "Well? Why aren't you all copying that down?" Snape barked, turning his attention back to the class. Harry partnered with Ron and noticed Neville looking a bit pale. "Hey, Neville. Why don't you work with Hermione? After all, she's read the textbook a few times, so she probably won't mess up," Harry suggested. Hermione smiled and moved over to join Neville at the same table. Harry was right, Hermione knew exactly what she was doing, and thankfully, Neville managed to avoid any explosive mishaps this time. He still cast Protego on himself, but that was just in case. He wanted to get into the habit of it. Now that he understood how to protect himself from the various potion incidents, why not put that knowledge to use? Chapter 4. The morning of their first flying lesson left Harry feeling a bit nervous. It wasn't that he didn't know how to fly, far from it. But the last experience had been rather eventful. He wanted to join the Quidditch team, but he wasn't about to sit back and let Neville break his wrist again. Sure, it hadn't caused any lasting damage, but the embarrassment had been tough to shake off. He didn't want to risk going through that again just to avoid waiting a year to join the team. Then there was the issue of Draco Malfoy. Last time, Malfoy had stolen Neville's Remembrall, and their ensuing rivalry had earned him a spot on the team. Harry had no doubt that Malfoy would try the same stunt again. The only difference this time was that he had to catch it without the accompanying animosity. It was possible that the event wouldn't unfold at all, maybe Neville wouldn't fall off his broom. But how could Harry prevent that? The best he could manage was a cushioning charm, and he couldn't help but wonder why Madame Hooch hadn't thought of that during their last lesson. After all, it wasn't like she could have been panicked. Neville, despite his earlier clumsiness, couldn't be the first person ever to fall off a broom. Maybe she was a squib, he couldn't recall ever seeing her perform magic. But honestly, that didn't matter to him. Unlike most in the wizarding world, he didn't care if someone had a house elf ancestry. And no, he didn't use house elves as an example out of prejudice, just simple logic regarding the circumstances that could lead to a house elf and a human having a child. His thoughts were interrupted by Draco's arrival. Neville had just received his Remembrall, and as before, Draco snatched it right out of his hands. Harry had never found Remembralls particularly useful, despite what others said. After all, what was the point of knowing you'd forgotten something if you couldn't remember what it was? Forgotten something? If that bloody ball never told you what it was, how could you even know? And who hasn't forgotten something at some point? Maybe it's like those Muggle mood rings. Honestly, they might be even more pointless, since you probably already know how you feel and don't need a gaudy piece of jewelry to tell you. Ron jumped to his feet, clearly itching for a fight. "Oh, sit down, Ron. It's too early to start a fight," Harry complained. "We haven't even finished breakfast." But Malfoy," Ron protested. "Oh, he'll still be around later if you really must engage in some petty house pride bickering," Harry assured him. Ron looked a bit annoyed at the dismissive mention of his family feud with the Malfoys, but he complied with Harry's request. Harry briefly wondered why the wizarding world still operated on a system of blood feuds. Most Muggle societies, especially in Western Europe, had outgrown those generation-long grudges that nobody could even remember the origins of. They usually ended only when someone from both families fell in love or when they killed each other off centuries ago. "Thank you," Harry said. "So, what are you doing over here anyway?" he asked Draco. "Was Neville's Remembrall too shiny for you to resist?" "Well, I initially came over here to taunt Weasel Boy about his broom quality," Draco replied. Harry snorted at the double entendre, which flew over everyone's heads except Hermione's. She shot Harry a disapproving look and muttered, "Boys." Draco looked at Harry strangely and continued, "But then I saw this. Everyone knows that only losers need Remembralls. They went out of fashion at least 20 years ago." Clearly, Draco didn't understand the appeal of retro items. For that matter, Augusta Longbottom probably didn't either. She was just old and thought toads were still in. "Then why did you decide you absolutely had to have it right now and couldn't even ask Neville first?" Harry asked. Draco hesitated, struggling to find the right words. "Draco, are you a kleptomaniac?" Harry asked, his tone serious. "What the bloody hell is that?" Malfoy shot back, sensing the insult. "A person who feels the urge to steal for no clear reason," Harry explained, recalling something Hermione had mentioned a while ago. It was something like that, definitely related to stealing a lot. In fact, Harry thought he could make a strong case for Voldemort being a kleptomaniac. And Dumbledore, too, with all the things he kept from Harry, insisting he wasn't mature enough for them until after Voldemort was defeated. "No," Draco insisted. "Then I'm sure you won't have any trouble returning that," Harry said with a bright smile. Malfoy huffed in annoyance but handed the ball back before returning to his table. Harry glanced up and noticed Professor McGonagall watching from the staff table, her gaze filled with approval. Oh dear Lord, if Harry wasn't careful, they might actually make him a prefect. At the time, he had been upset about it, but he quickly realized that having Ron as the prefect was actually quite nice. He didn't have to be up at all hours patrolling the corridors for students who fancied a midnight stroll. Seriously, you'd think Hogwarts would have a better security system, but no. That wasn't traditional. Tradition in the wizarding world, as Harry understood it, was just a fancy way of saying they clung to outdated practices simply because they'd always done it that way. "Why do you put up with him?" Hermione asked when Harry turned his attention back to the table. "What do you mean?" Harry replied. "He hasn't actually done anything yet," she pointed out, her tone incredulous. They had been there for over a week and a half, he thought silently. "Well, no," Hermione conceded. "But he doesn't seem like a very pleasant person," Hermione remarked. Harry shrugged. "Unpleasant people need friends too," he replied. "So you're taking pity on him?" No, Harry shook his head. "I might be nice to someone out of pity, but I would never befriend someone for that reason." He thought of Snape, who he pitied immensely. Harry couldn't shake the image of Ginny marrying someone like Draco Malfoy, like a twisted version of Romeo and Juliet. What if, in a misguided attempt to destroy Voldemort, Draco revealed something he overheard and it led to Ginny's death? And what if she had a child who looked just like Malfoy but had Ginny's eyes? Harry would have to teach that child for 6 years, grappling with the guilt of Ginny's death all the while. And he had heard that Draco planned to name his firstborn son Scorpius, of all things. Honestly, did that man have any sense? Still, he thought, Snape would probably misinterpret any effort he made as patronizing. So why not just enjoy the animosity while it lasted? Note to self, he mused, if Snape, against all odds, is ordered by Dumbledore to assist in his own demise, I'll just tell the Order that a Death Eater did it and refuse to talk about it, claiming trauma. So then why? Hermione pressed. I just think that life would be a lot simpler if I kept my list of enemies down to a bare minimum. Malfoy could do quite a bit to ruin my Hogwarts experience if he wanted to, and I know he supports Death Eater views, but he's only 11, he doesn't really understand it all yet. Besides, I've always wanted a friendly rivalry with someone, and he seems like he could be a fun rival, Harry explained. So you don't really like him? Do you really know him? Not really, but we've been here for a week and a half, so I can't say I know him well. Harry paused, reflecting on the truth of that statement. Even after 12 years, he still felt like he barely knew Draco. Fair enough. But what do you mean he supports the Death Eaters? As in Voldemort? Hermione asked, her brow furrowing in concern. Harry was surprised to hear her use Riddle's chosen name instead of the Ministry-approved euphemisms. Then again, she had only been introduced to the wizarding world 2 weeks ago, so perhaps she hadn't developed that habit yet, or ever, if he had anything to say about it. Draco's father is a Death Eater, Harry replied quietly. His mother supports his pure-blood ideologies, but she doesn't want Draco to get caught up in all of that. Then why didn't they arrest Mr. Malfoy if he's a Death Eater? Hermione pressed. Did I mention that St. Mungo's just happened to receive enough funding to build a children's wing right before Lucius was supposed to stand trial? Harry said innocently. Bribery? Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide. Get used to it, Harry advised her. And what exactly is pure-blood ideology? I've read about the war, and it's mentioned a lot, but it never really explains what it is. It just assumes you already know, she said, frustration creeping into her voice. Harry sighed and ran his fingers through his hair, trying to find the best way to explain. You'll find that blood purity, like many things in the wizarding world, makes no sense at all. Wizards don't seem to notice this and continue to act like it's the gospel truth. It's the belief that only those who are pure-blooded have the right to be wizards, and everyone else is inherently inferior. They rarely provide any reasoning, except for the occasional comment about how Muggleborn spend the first 11 years of their lives in a completely different culture. It's similar to saying someone raised in another country is inherently inferior. They just don't understand British ways, Harry said with a hint of amusement. What is a pure-blood exactly? I get the whole descended from wizards thing, but how far back does it have to go? Hermione asked, her curiosity piqued. Harry grinned. Technically, it means you have 4 wizarding grandparents. My grandparents on my mother's side were Muggles, so I'm considered a half-blood. Any children I have, though, will theoretically be purebloods, despite having a Muggle-born grandmother. Of course, blood purists wouldn't admit that she could possibly be a pureblood. For them, it's like, if you know how closely related to a Muggle you are, you're too closely related to be a pureblood. How do they manage to avoid marrying Muggles or half-bloods? Hermione wondered aloud. There can't be that many proper pure-blood families, can there? Nope, Harry smirked. In fact, they seem to die off all the time. Then how? Hermione trailed off, deep in thought. Guess, he prompted. Oh, don't tell me they. Hermione's voice faded, and she looked slightly green. You know what? I think I have my own philosophy on marriage. If you know how closely related you are to someone, you're too closely related to date. Works for me, Harry agreed, making a mental note to avoid looking up his or Ginny's family tree at all costs. Just then, Harry noticed Neville's broom take off. He was rising quickly, and Harry tensed, bracing for a fall. When Neville did hit the ground, Harry swiftly cast a cushioning charm. There was a loud thump as Neville landed, but overall, he seemed to be okay. Of course, try telling that to Madame Hooch, who insisted on taking him to the hospital wing anyway. None of you is to move while I take this boy to the hospital wing. Leave these brooms where they are, or you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can say Quidditch. Come along, dear, she said, guiding Neville back into the building. Oh please, Harry muttered under his breath. Harry wondered how he could have believed that last time. The worst we'll get is a detention. Malfoy burst into laughter once he was sure Madam Hooch was out of earshot. Did you see his face, the great lump? Shut up, Malfoy, Parvati snapped. Boo, sticking up for Longbottom. Pansy chimed in. Never thought you'd like fat little crybabies, Parvati. To be fair, it's not like he was crying, Harry pointed out. I don't think he was even hurt. How could he not be hurt? He fell 30 feet. Lavender reminded him. True, Harry nodded. But it's not like he hasn't fallen from great heights before without getting injured. Look! Malfoy exclaimed, spotting Neville's remembrall and rushing forward to pick it up. It's that stupid thing Longbottom's Gran sent him. I swear, Harry said, somewhat annoyed. What is it with you and that thing? I'm sure if you really want one that badly, your father can buy you one. Malfoy flushed. I do not want one. Could have fooled me. Harry muttered. Because it seems like you keep stealing Neville's because you're jealous that you don't have an awesome magical mood ring. Draco looked confused by the end of Harry's statement but quickly rallied. Nonsense. I just think it's an affront to proper wizards when someone from such an old family has to rely on those. Pardon me, Hermione spoke up. But what do you mean by bold family? Aren't all families equally old? Well, yes, Draco admitted reluctantly. But I meant old pure-blood wizard families. Just checking. So you hope to cure Neville of his reliance on this, which, given he got it this morning, isn't exactly an issue, by doing what, exactly? Harry asked. Destroying it, Draco replied promptly. The sad thing is, you're probably trying to help him in a rather twisted way, Harry remarked. I probably can't force you. Not to destroy it, but we could bet on who gets it, Harry suggested. What kind of bet? Malfoy asked, intrigued. A seeker competition, Harry explained. We could give the remembrall to someone, have them throw it, and whoever catches it wins and gets to do whatever they want with it. And if no one catches it? Malfoy inquired. Harry shrugged. Then it'll shatter, won't it? You're on, Draco agreed. But who'll be the judge? We need someone impartial. I'm thinking Theodore not, Harry replied. You wouldn't trust anyone in Gryffindor, and I know Not doesn't take orders from you, so I guess he's about as impartial as we're going to get. I agree, Not's a good choice. What do you say? Draco turned to Theodore Not. Although Not looked a bit annoyed at being pulled into this, he nodded curtly and grabbed the remembrall. Once the three of them were in the air, Not said, ready, set, go, and dropped the remembrall. Harry and Draco, both on rather shabby brooms, raced neck and neck to catch it first. Draco didn't really care about catching the remembrall, he was more focused on preventing Harry from getting it. His pride wouldn't allow him to do anything less than his best. Finally, just half a foot from the ground, Harry's hand closed around the remembrall just seconds before Draco's, and they both tumbled onto the grass. Nice flying, Harry complimented, knowing that losing in front of their classmates would likely put Malfoy in a bad mood, prompting him to say or do something foolish. Thanks, Malfoy said grudgingly. You too. Suddenly, Professor McGonagall's voice rang out. Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy. Malfoy looked a bit pale as the Transfiguration Professor continued to scold them. Don't worry, Harry reassured him. Worst case, we'll just get a detention and lose a few house points. Hell, we might even get some recognition for our amazing flying. Draco perked up at this. How dare you? You might have broken your neck. Well, unless it killed me instantly, I'm sure Madame Pomfrey could fix it right up, Harry replied cheerfully. Although it's nice to know you care. Potter, Malfoy, follow me, now, McGonagall instructed. She led them to the dungeons, where Snape was teaching sixth-year potions. Surprisingly, the Slytherin captain, Marcus Flint, who had to repeat his seventh year, unless Harry was very much mistaken, seemed to have qualified for newt potions. Severus, a word, McGonagall said, stepping into Snape's office for a private discussion. My father is going to kill me, Draco announced. If you were going to get in trouble, she wouldn't need to get Snape involved, Harry pointed out. Then what could she possibly be talking to him about? Draco asked. I don't know, how's the Slytherin Seeker? Well, I heard the old one graduated last year, so they haven't found a new one yet and, you don't think? Draco trailed off, sounding incredibly hopeful. Harry shrugged. You never know. In fact, I'm nearly positive McGonagall's going to ask me. I heard that the Gryffindor team hasn't had a decent Seeker since Ron's brother Charlie graduated. But first years aren't allowed to have their own brooms. And you brought yours anyway, Harry pointed out. Still, that rule probably means we can't play, Draco said, sounding disappointed. In most circumstances, yes. But I'm Harry freaking Potter, of course they're going to make an exception. What about me? Draco asked. They'll have to let you play too, so it looks like I'm not getting special treatment, Harry replied. Shortly after, Snape and McGonagall exited the office, and Flint was called out into the hall. Playing as Seeker, Snape announced flatly. Harry shot a glance at Draco that clearly said, see? Draco simply nodded, elated. And this time, he didn't even have to bribe anyone to make it happen. With that, he and McGonagall headed off to find Wood. Chapter 5. That night passed quite peacefully. Draco wasn't actively trying to get Harry expelled, and Harry didn't see any reason to wander around discovering what he already knew about the Philosopher's Stone. Of course, that made it harder to explain to Ron and Hermione why he felt the need to go to the corridor on the third floor that Dumbledore had warned involved dying a horrible, painful death. He wasn't even sure if he should involve them. The last time, he hadn't had a choice, he couldn't have gotten through there alone, and his friends were already aware of Voldemort and the stone. But this time, he was technically a legal adult. Dragging two 11-year-olds along to face Voldemort felt highly irresponsible. Come to think of it, considering Quirrell had no chance of getting the stone from the mirror, did he even need to go down there? But if he didn't, would Quirrell return to teach next year? Any teacher, even a possessed one, would be better than that pompous Git Lockhart. Still, having Voldemort at Hogwarts while his Horcrux was running around attacking people could be a very bad idea. He needed to think this through. His musings were interrupted by the arrival of the Daily Post, specifically, 2 broom-shaped packages that required 6 owls each to lift. One broom went to Harry at the Gryffindor table, and the other to Draco at Slytherin. Harry raised his broom in a cheers gesture at Malfoy, who returned the greeting. Harry quickly scanned the card attached to his package. It's a good thing Professor McGonagall warned me not to open this broomstick-shaped package at the table. After all, something that looks exactly like a broom can be so many things, he muttered sarcastically. What, does she think I'm stupid? Or, more accurately, that everyone else is? Ron glanced over at the card to see what Harry was talking about. A Nimbus 2000, he exclaimed. I've never even touched one, he moaned. Well, at least now I know what to get him for Christmas, Harry thought wryly. He briefly wondered why he hadn't considered it the first time around. Sure, first years weren't allowed to have their own brooms at Hogwarts, but nobody really followed that rule anyway. And if Ron complained, as he often did, about accepting charity, Harry could simply point to the Weasley sweater he hoped to receive. After all, Molly had sent it to him because Ron told her he wasn't expecting any presents. If that wasn't charity, what was? Not that he minded, he would have done anything for a bit of charity in his early years, especially while living with the Dursleys. After breakfast, Harry headed back to the common room alone. Ron had decided to stay behind and confront Malfoy about the blatant favoritism, which really meant he wished the school would buy him his own broom. As he walked, he was cornered by Hermione. I suppose you think this is a reward for breaking the rules? She asked. No, Harry replied. I think this is a reward for being ridiculously good at Quidditch. He paused, then added, and because my parents were brutally murdered. You talk about that a lot, Hermione noted. Harry grinned. Yeah, so does everyone else. I'm just trying to keep up. I still can't believe you were rewarded for risking your life. Hermione exclaimed. Harry nodded, his expression turning serious. I know. They were never going to expel me for something like that, but at the very least, I should have lost some points and gotten a detention. I realize what I did was reckless, but you have to understand that Draco, despite his inability to hold his broom the right way, knows what he's doing. I'm apparently a prodigy, although I had no way of knowing that at the time. If I had gotten hurt, it would have been my fault, and I would have taken responsibility for it. I guess what I don't really get is why it matters so much to you. Why? Because you could have gotten seriously injured, Hermione replied. What more reason do I need? Hermione asked, looking at him expectantly. Harry chuckled. Hermione, this is a magical school, and not a particularly safe one. People get seriously injured here all the time. Horrible injuries are just part of the experience, and I think you know that. So what's the real reason behind your concern? What do you mean? She replied, puzzled. I think this has more to do with the fact that we broke the rules, and you seem to hold those rules as sacred, Harry theorized. Hermione's face flushed. I do not. It's just that rules are meant to protect us, and we should follow them instead of flaunting our disregard for them. That's true, Harry acknowledged. Sometimes, maybe even most of the time. But I won't follow rules that seem pointless. If I believe a rule is there for my protection, then sure, I'll probably follow it. No promises, though. And I won't purposely endanger any of our fellow students. Occasionally, I might do something stupid like this. I probably shouldn't, but then again, I'm 11. Technically, he added with a grin. You've got to cut me some slack. I suppose I can, if you really mean it about being more careful, Hermione agreed, her tone softening. So, are we friends again? Harry asked playfully. Friends? Hermione echoed, looking a bit dazed. Great. Harry smiled, pretending not to notice how his use of the word had affected her. He understood that her magic and intellect had often made her feel like an outcast, and he could certainly sympathize. With that thought, he headed to his dormitory. Was it strange that seeing his broomstick again felt like reuniting with a long-lost friend? On the morning of Halloween, Harry received an unexpected letter. The surprise wasn't just that he was getting mail, he rarely did, but the handwriting was downright shocking. It was from Sirius. Quickly, Harry tore open the letter, wondering how on earth Sirius had managed to send him an owl from Azkaban. Unless, but no. He hadn't done anything drastic, like getting sorted into Slytherin, that would warrant Sirius breaking out. So how could the timeline? Have I possibly been moved up? Dear Harry, I realize you've probably never heard of me, or at least, I hope you haven't. If you have, it's likely been pretty vile, and you'll soon hear all about it anyway. Most of it is a pack of vicious lies. I say most because you have to remember that I was a teenager once too. When you reach puberty, you'll understand. Anyway, I thought you'd like to know that I'm not actually a mass murderer. I have never supported Voldemort, and I'm your godfather. Surprise. Here's to hoping that since I broke out during the year, they won't subject you to the horrors of Dementors. Sirius Black, ex-con extraordinaire. Harry snorted. Typical. Bloody hell. Apparently, Sirius's escape had made the Daily Prophet again. He leaned over to Percy. Hey, when you're done with that, do you think I could borrow it? Certainly, Harry, Percy replied, and 20 minutes later, he handed Harry the paper. Thanks, Harry said absently. Sirius's story was on the front page, and it was by Rita Skeeter. This ought to be good. Black Escapes Azkaban. By Rita Skeeter. Sirius Black is widely known to be the most infamous prisoner ever held in Azkaban. The question of why, however, has yet to be answered. Yes, Black killed 13 people with one curse. On the other hand, 12 of them were Muggles, which even the most inept wizards can manage, and the 13th was one such inept wizard. Black's allegiance to He Who Must Not Be Named came as a great shock to many, and it's easy to see why. Black was certainly not a member of one of the most prominent dark families in Britain, after all, nor was he implicated in an attempted murder when he was 16. Despite the questionable nature of Black's infamous reputation, given that Azkaban also houses noted prisoners as Bellatrix Lestrange, Black's cousin, was notorious for her crimes, including the torture of Aurors Frank and Alice Longbottom, which drove them to madness. She had taken down 18 out of the 24 Aurors sent to capture her. Despite her infamy, 3 facts remained clear. People were terrified of Sirius Black, no one had ever escaped from Azkaban, and yet, Sirius had managed to break free. Given Azkaban's reputation for being impenetrable, one might wonder if there should have been a contingency plan in place. When questioned about the escape, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge remained tight-lipped but insisted, "We are doing all we can to recapture Black, and we beg the magical community to remain calm." When pressed further, Fudge admitted that they hadn't yet devised a plan, although with Black's escape occurring just hours ago, one would likely be formulated soon. In the weeks leading up to his escape, Black was often heard muttering in his sleep about that greasy git and gotta go back to Majorca. Who exactly was this greasy git, and was Black truly heading to Spain? Only time would tell. Harry couldn't help but snort. Rita Skeeter was quite amusing when she wasn't hell-bent on ruining his life. Still, he wished she hadn't mentioned Neville's parents. He decided he needed to talk to Draco and see if he could persuade him to get the other first years to back off from Neville. The older students were usually too preoccupied with their own squabbles to bother with them, so Neville wouldn't face much trouble. But honestly, what kind of 11-year-old taunted someone for having parents who were tortured into insanity, especially when those taunts came from relatives of the perpetrators? As Harry arrived at Charms, he felt quite pleased. Draco, still in shock and thrilled to be the youngest Seeker in over a century alongside Harry, was immensely grateful and agreed to keep quiet about Neville's parents. He even went so far as to advise Harry against doing anything reckless, like confronting Black, a fully trained wizard and psychotic killer, while Harry was just a first year. That was a far cry from the usual bravado. "I want revenge if it were me," someone said. As Harry entered the classroom, he noticed students whispering about Sirius. Some shot him curious glances, clearly aware of the close friendship between Sirius and his father. For a moment, Harry wondered why no one mentioned Sirius's alleged betrayal of his family to Voldemort. Then he realized that wasn't common knowledge and, more importantly, it wasn't technically a crime. Sure, it was morally reprehensible, but proving whether someone was under a Fidelius charm or identifying the secret keeper was nearly impossible. Besides, Harry figured most secret keepers were more trustworthy than Wormtail. If they did betray someone, it would likely be under duress, and cracking under torture wasn't exactly something one should be punished for. When class began, Harry didn't bother practicing Wingardium Leviosa, he already knew it. Instead, he divided his attention between helping Seamus and watching Ron and Hermione. When Hermione successfully levitated her feather and earned points, Ron's expression darkened. Seizing the moment, Harry levitated his feather over to Ron and began tickling him. By the end of class, Ron was thoroughly irritated. "Why in the world did you feel the need to torture me with that thing?" Ron grumbled. "Because I was bored, and it amused me," Harry replied with a grin. "And you got it so quickly." "Just like Hermione, but at least you didn't go rubbing everyone's face in it." "No wonder no one can stand her. She's a nightmare, honestly." Harry groaned. Good God, Ron could be obnoxious at that age. "You're just sore because she corrected your pronunciation." But if she hadn't, you would never have gotten it by the end of class. I guess. Ron admitted grudgingly. And I'd like to invoke the same rules I have concerning Draco when it comes to Hermione. No bad-mouthing my friends in front of me. After all, I don't let Draco say anything unless you're there to defend yourself. All right? Harry asked. Fine. Ron sighed. Harry turned to look at Hermione and noticed tears welling in her eyes. Thank you, she mouthed. He simply smiled back at her. At the Halloween feast, Harry hurried to eat, anticipating the troll attack. He knew they would continue the feast upstairs afterward, but it wouldn't feel the same. Sure enough, about 20 minutes into the feast, Professor Quirrell burst into the hall, gasping, "Troll! In the dungeons! Thought you ought to know." What had kept him away in the first place? Everyone else had been present. And how could he explain why he was in the dungeons? Had he just left the doors open, hoping a troll would wander in? Harry had never seen any trolls in the Forbidden Forest, so it seemed impossible that this could have been an accident. Great going, Quirrell. Prefects, Dumbledore boomed, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. If Harry didn't know for a fact that the troll wasn't really there, he might have pointed out that the Slytherin dormitories were in the dungeons. But how could he explain how he knew that? So, Harry said brightly, I'm feeling reckless, and I'm going to go looking for the troll. Who's with me? Everyone at the Gryffindor table stared at him as if he were crazy. We're in, one of the Weasleys said. Percy looked horrified. Fred. I suppose I'll have to go to make sure you don't get yourself killed, Hermione sighed. Although, for the record, this totally counts as endangering others. If she's going, I'm going, Ron added, eager to prove he was just as good a friend as Hermione. Neville, feeling reckless after reading that article about his parents, nodded in agreement. Percy glanced longingly at the staff table. The teachers had already left for the dungeons. He turned to one of the other Gryffindor prefects and instructed. Gryffindors and realized they were in deep trouble. Harry quickly glanced at his friends, who looked just as startled as he felt. Get the Gryffindors back to safety. Percy shouted, rushing after his brothers and their friends. Meanwhile, Harry wasted no time and dashed out of the Great Hall, the others hurrying to keep up with him. He soon reached the girls' bathroom, careful to avoid Snape, who was heading to confront Quirrell and stop him from getting past Fluffy. Standing outside the bathroom, Harry grinned. Excellent, my troll senses seem to be working, he exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over as he heard the troll inside. The Weasleys, Neville, and Hermione didn't share his enthusiasm. Are you sure this is a good idea, Harry? Ron asked, his face a shade of green. Of course, Harry replied confidently. I mean, we're just a couple of schoolchildren about to face off against a fully grown mountain troll. What could possibly go wrong? Without waiting for a response, Harry stepped into the bathroom. I suggest we use Sectum Sempra, he said, leading the way. Ron and Neville, you guys do Wingardium Leviosa and drop his club on his head. Do you think I can do that? Ron questioned, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Absolutely, Harry grinned, then aimed and fired the cutting curse at the troll. The troll's thick hide dulled the impact, but it still left a gash on its arm. Behind him, the twins, Percy, and Hermione joined in with their own Sectum Sempra spells, successfully distracting the troll. It was a good thing, too, because Ron and Neville were struggling to levitate the club. Even once Ron managed to lift it, it took him ages to maneuver it over the troll and drop it. Wow, George said, watching the scene unfold. Keep this up, Fred added. And we might actually. Admit we're related, George finished, a smirk on his face. Even Percy looked impressed. Well done, Ron. Ron's ears turned pink, and he beamed with pride. Nice job, Neville, Harry complimented. Just then, the sound of slamming doors and heavy footsteps echoed through the bathroom, causing them all to look up. A moment later, Professor McGonagall, along with Snape and Quirrell, burst into the room. Quirrell took one look at the scene and realized they were in serious trouble. The troll let out a faint whimper and sank to the floor, clutching its heart. Harry rolled his eyes at the defense against the dark arts professor's theatrics. Snape crouched down to examine the troll, while Professor McGonagall glared at the group, looking angrier than when she had caught Harry and Draco playing Seeker. "What on earth were you thinking?" McGonagall demanded, her voice laced with cold fury. "You're lucky you weren't killed." "After you all left, I decided to go looking for the troll," Harry admitted. "I was upset after hearing that Sirius had broken out of prison." He was mostly confused about why it had happened so soon, but he figured no one needed to know that detail. Neville felt the same way because of what the article said about Bellatrix. He continued. "But he wouldn't have done anything if I hadn't gone. He didn't want me to go alone, so the others joined in to stop me from getting killed. Percy tried to dissuade me, but once I left, he had no choice but to follow and sent another prefect to take the rest of the Gryffindors back." Harry knew he was laying it on a bit thick, but he wanted to keep the others out of trouble. "Well, in that case," McGonagall said, her gaze fixed on the three of them. "Potter, you foolish boy. How could you think of tackling a mountain troll on your own?" Harry shrugged. "I wasn't really thinking about that so much as how one of my father's closest friends could have been a Voldemort supporter and mass murderer." McGonagall looked away, likely reflecting on the fact that the friend in question, Peter, not Sirius, had also been Harry's family's secret keeper. "Potter, 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor for this. I understand your frustration, but you should not take such reckless risks. As for the rest of you, you each earn Gryffindor 5 points. Now, if you're not hurt, you better head back to your common room." In Gryffindor Tower, students were wrapping up the feast in their common room. Hermione turned to Harry, a mix of disbelief and concern in her voice. "You do realize that you're insane, right? And we got incredibly lucky. We should be dead right now." Harry shrugged nonchalantly. I got us 25 points. Why are you complaining?" "You're right," Ron chimed in as he joined Hermione. "He is mental." Harry smiled, feeling a sense of camaraderie. There was nothing like a near-death experience to strengthen a friendship. As the others rushed off to grab plates, Harry paused, a thought suddenly hitting him. He finally understood what had happened, why everything had changed. Sirius had also fallen through the veil. Chapter 6. As much as Harry longed to find a way to contact Sirius, after all, he hadn't seen him in 8 years, and with Sirius, he didn't have to pretend to be a near stranger like he did with everyone else. He knew he couldn't. Not yet. He wouldn't put it past Dumbledore to monitor his mail once he learned of Sirius's escape. It wasn't out of nosiness, but rather a means to keep Harry safe from what Dumbledore perceived as a significant threat. And at the Dursleys, where no one was keeping an eye on him 24/7, things would be even worse. No, Harry would have to wait until Sirius reached out to him. The problem was that Sirius had no way of knowing that Harry was aware of what had truly happened with Pettigrew and the Muggles, or about the Secret Keeper switch. And yes, he would have to return to the Dursleys at least for this year. After all, he had nowhere else to go, and Mrs. Weasley had the unfortunate habit of taking Dumbledore's word as law. Harry also couldn't just go and capture Pettigrew for several reasons. Most notably, he had never taken the time to learn the spell to reveal an animagus. As a first year, he really shouldn't even know what an animagus was. Given his lack of contact with his father's old friends, he had no way of knowing that Peter was a rat, let alone suspecting it was Scabbers. If he brought this up with an adult, they wouldn't believe him, and Scabbers would likely move on to another wizarding family, knowing his cover was blown. As vexing as it was, he would have to wait until he heard from Sirius again. Shortly after the incident on Halloween, which, of course, only invited more stares but also had the unexpected side effect of convincing Fred and George that Percy wasn't a lost cause after all due to his part in their little escapade. Harry's first Quidditch match approached. He wasn't really nervous, unlike Draco Malfoy. Harry, undeniably talented for an 11-year-old and the best Slytherin house had to offer, couldn't hold a candle to him. He could fly circles around Ginny when she was on a professional Quidditch team. Harry often wished he had chosen that path instead of becoming an Auror right away. But then again, it was just after Voldemort's fall, and he felt a moral obligation to help round up all of his followers. Maybe if he could end the war quickly, or, with enough brilliance and luck, prevent it altogether, he could enjoy a professional Quidditch career before turning 30 and having to retire to become an Auror. Come to think of it, becoming an Auror while wielding the world's most powerful and dangerous wand probably wasn't the best idea, was it? The game started off innocently enough. Draco and Harry flew around aimlessly, searching for the snitch. Harry hoped he'd catch it before Quirrell thought to jinx his broom, but fate didn't seem to be on his side. The moment he finally spotted the snitch, Flint slammed into him, and one of the twins sent a bludger hurtling toward Draco. Naturally, in the chaos, the snitch vanished. A few minutes later, to Harry's great annoyance, his broom began to lurch. He groaned, realizing he had forgotten about that. If he didn't act quickly, Ron and Hermione would jump to conclusions about Snape. He really didn't want to set the precedent of blaming Snape every time something went wrong. Not to mention, he'd rather not have to defend Snape unless absolutely necessary. He really didn't like his potions professor, and saying nice things about him made him feel nauseous. Perhaps it was petty, but Snape was worse. The best course of action would be to cast a counter-curse and hope that his efforts, combined with Snape's, would stabilize the broom. Unfortunately, counter-curses for bewitched brooms were exactly the kind of thing he had. Harry resolved to look up later. That was off the table. He could take his chances that Snape might stop Quirrell, but he vaguely remembered Quirrell saying something about needing just a few more seconds to knock Harry off his broom when Hermione had knocked him over. And come to think of it, why would Quirrell attempt such a public and clearly reckless method to kill him? Idiot. If those two obvious answers were out, Harry would have to try something a bit unconventional. He spotted the snitch below him, to the left, and it was heading his way. If he timed this just right. Harry stood up and jumped off his broom. Gasps erupted from the crowd. It was clear that Harry had done this intentionally. As he fell through the air, he hoped he would reach the snitch before someone thought to do something to slow him down, like Dumbledore did that one time when Dementors crashed the Quidditch match against Hufflepuff in his 3rd year. That was another reason why Quirrell was an idiot. There was no way people would just let him fall to his death. Really, why even bother? Sure enough, Harry began to slow down. No. He was so close. Desperately, he twisted his body to accelerate his fall. Closer, closer. There. His hand shot out and grabbed the snitch. He glanced over at Snape, who rolled his eyes at the fact that Harry seemed more concerned about winning than landing uninjured. But Snape was the only one who had thought to slow him down, so Harry supposed he should be grateful. He was determined to do everything in his power to ensure that Snape survived Voldemort's second bid for power and didn't become one of the most hated wizards in Britain, not any more than he already was among those who didn't appreciate his unique teaching style. Seriously, didn't they have a seminar for all potential teachers or something? Harry landed gently on his feet, which surprised him. He had expected Snape to just. Harry remembered that Snape wasn't particularly skilled at flying and figured he had probably landed on his backside a time or two too many to do anything harmful to him. Triumphant, he held up the snitch, and within seconds, his teammates swarmed around him. Good game, he managed to say to Draco as Ron, Hermione, and surprisingly, Neville, dragged him toward Hagrid's hut. I really lucked out that the snitch just happened to be right in my path, huh? It was Snape. Ron exclaimed once they reached Hagrid's. Hermione and I saw him. He was cursing your broomstick, muttering under his breath, and he wouldn't take his eyes off you. Rubbish, Hagrid insisted. What would Snape do something like that for? Doesn't he do that every time we have potions? Neville asked. Harry chuckled. Yeah, I do tend to provoke him a bit. At Hermione's disapproving look, he added, okay, a lot. But he's not going to try to kill me for it, and he definitely isn't stupid enough to try anything in front of the whole school. He'd probably just try to poison me. But Harry, I know a jinx when I see one. I've read all about them. You have to keep eye contact, and Snape wasn't blinking at all, I saw him. Hermione insisted, urgency in her voice. Even if you ignore the fact that, as Neville pointed out, that kind of behavior is par for the course with Snape, he was probably trying to stop me from falling. I mean, he may not be the best teacher, but he's not so bad as to actively try to murder his students. Besides, he was the one who slowed me down when I jumped off so I didn't break anything. Hermione crossed her arms. Okay, I'll bite. If it wasn't Snape, then who was cursing your broom? Quirrell, Harry replied. Hermione's eyes widened. What? That's even less likely than it being Snape, Ron chimed in. Hagrid chimed in to help. Ron just stared at Harry, while Neville was the only one who thought to ask, why do you think that? I mean, Professor Snape is much scarier and more evil-looking than Professor Quirrell. Exactly, Harry nodded. If it's that obvious that he's evil to a bunch of first years, Dumbledore would have probably noticed it. He paused for a moment, considering. Dumbledore did have a tendency to be optimistic to the point of foolishness. Or at least Professor McGonagall. But wouldn't he have to trust Quirrell too, since he's also a teacher? Hermione asked. Harry shook his head. Nah, it's Quirrell's first year. Plus, I talked to some of the older students, and it turns out there's some sort of curse on the position. Hermione looked skeptical. A curse on a job? Harry shrugged. Well, how else do you explain that nobody's lasted longer than a year for 40 years? Hermione didn't have an answer, so Harry continued. And it can't be Snape because his turban doesn't make my scar hurt. Hermione rolled her eyes. Oh God, not this again. But Snape doesn't wear a turban, Ron said, confused. Exactly. Quirrell does, though, and I've learned that people in turbans are not to be trusted. How many people have you met who've worn turbans, Harry? Hermione asked. Well, only one, Harry admitted. But he just tried to kill me. So maybe your problem isn't with turbans, it's the fact that he tried to kill you, Hermione pointed out. You may have a point, Harry conceded. It's not like I think the turban itself is evil. It's just hiding an evil entity underneath it. Which I'm nearly sure doesn't apply to anyone else wearing a turban. Nearly sure? Ron asked. You can never be too sure, Harry replied mysteriously. Although, I mean, Quirrell has a turban, and Quirrell tried to kill me, so the transitive property would state that. I swear to God, Ron interrupted. Harry, Hermione interrupted. Fine, I'll be responsible about this, Harry sighed. Turbans are fine. It's not the turban's fault that Quirrell is evil. But just to be clear, I won't concede to being responsible for anything else. I know how to pick my battles, Hermione replied. And to answer your question, Neville, while we all know that Snape hated my father with a passion and seems to think I'm James Potter reincarnate, he hasn't once mentioned my mother. He's insulted me about everything else in my life but her, which seems strange. Do you have any idea why, Hagrid? Hagrid, who was growing increasingly uneasy at the thought of Hogwarts professors hired by Dumbledore being out to kill Harry, brightened immediately. Oh yeah, they were great friends, your mum and Snape. At least until that fight at the end of their 6th year. Then why does he pick on you so much? Neville asked. Well, I look like my dad, right? Apparently, I have my mother's eyes, though. Have you ever noticed he never makes eye contact with me? Besides, Harry grinned. It's not like I don't give as good as I get. The next month flew by, and Harry was surprised one day to wake up and realize that Christmas was almost here. He really needed to get a move on with those gifts. He had also paid the Weasley twins 10 galleons each to have snowballs constantly following Quirrell around, bouncing off the back of his turban, where he knew Voldemort was. At first, they were hesitant to accept that much money, but Harry explained that by constantly, he meant until the snow melts. They'd even managed to prevent the snow from melting inside and disappearing whenever any other teacher was nearby. Pure genius. One day, after potions ended, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville, who still insisted on hanging out with them, which Harry thought was odd, but he was getting used to the idea of a larger group, stepped into the bustling corridor, filled with the energy of students eager for the holidays. Is this a quartet? Harry wondered aloud. Even Ginny hadn't really managed to join them after she and Harry started dating, but she had begun making an effort in their 6th year. As they walked toward the Great Hall, they passed Hagrid. Hi, Hagrid. Need any help? Ron asked, trying to be polite even though he wasn't quite sure how to assist. Nah, I'm all right, thanks, Ron, Hagrid replied, clearly thinking the same thing. Suddenly, Malfoy cut in, impatience dripping from his voice. Would you mind moving out of the way? Are you trying to earn some extra money, Weasley? Hoping to be a gamekeeper yourself when you leave Hogwarts? That hut of Hagrid's must seem like a palace compared to what your family's used to. Harry exchanged glances with Neville, and they both moved to hold Ron back as he tensed to lunge at Draco. And just how would you know what Ron's house looks like? Harry challenged. Are you some sort of stalker? Draco looked taken aback. What? Of course not. I don't know, it kind of sounds like you are. What do you think, Ron? Harry hoped that by drawing Ron into the conversation, they could steer clear of a physical confrontation. I think you're right, Ron replied, still straining against them but starting to calm down. Besides, didn't we already have this discussion about how not everyone can be manor lords? Honestly, you'd think the scion of wealthy pure-blood families would have a better long-term memory, Harry continued. Oh, I know, Neville chimed in, feeling lighter since breaking free from the pressure of living up to his parents' legacy. His well-meaning but misguided relatives had always compared him to them, but now he had friends who didn't do that. Still, he couldn't shake his fear of Professor Snape, who was approaching from behind Malfoy. What is the meaning of this? Snape asked silkily, his gaze locking onto the still struggling Ron. Nothing much, Harry said brightly. Just a friendly discussion on whether all that inbreeding affects one's memory. Then how do you explain Mr. Weasley? Well, Ron's a pureblood, so he got kind of offended, Harry explained. Why wasn't Mr. Longbottom equally offended? Snape asked, glancing at Neville. I often wonder the same thing myself, Neville replied, thinking quickly. Merlin knows I've had my share of memory problems over the years. He paused, then added, or at least I think I have. Snape turned to Malfoy, who remained silent, clearly reluctant to admit that he had provoked them without a proper response. The potions professor simply shook his head. Move along, all of you. I am going to kill him, Ron declared. Make sure you at least do it after he does something to deserve it, Hermione advised, knowing there was little point in trying to reason with Ron when he was in this mood. And anyway, Neville, that was brilliant, she added. Neville blushed. Thanks. On Christmas morning, Harry woke up to a larger stack of presents than he'd expected. Of course, it was still much smaller than what he was used to, but he was fairly certain it was bigger than what he had received in his first year. Merry Christmas, Ron said sleepily as he stumbled over to his pile. You too, Harry replied, picking up the first present. All in all, it was a good haul. He got a wooden flute from Hagrid, a 50-pence piece from Aunt Petunia, which he gave to Ron, death threats from Uncle Vernon, no doubt for his parting words at the station, a Weasley sweater and fudge from Molly, chocolate frogs from Hermione, his father's invisibility cloak from Dumbledore, pranking 101 from the twins, a broom servicing kit from Draco, and a photo of his mom and dad, along with Frank and Alice, from Neville. Harry was especially pleased with the last present. Yes, this was a much better haul than before. Harry looked up at the sound of Ron gasping. Harry, is. What do you think it is? Ron asked, his eyes wide with anticipation. That depends, Harry replied with a grin. On what exactly you think it is? A Nimbus 2000, Ron breathed, his voice barely above a whisper. But, Harry, I don't even. Don't worry about it, Harry reassured him. Your mother made me a sweater because she knew my relatives wouldn't bother, and I got you a broom so you'll have an advantage when you're playing against the twins. They're good. Ron looked conflicted, torn between accepting the gift and feeling like it was charity. But in the end, his desire for a top-of-the-line broom won out. Thank you, he said quietly. Hey, what are friends for? Harry responded, smiling. Just then, the door swung open, and Fred and George burst in. Merry Christmas! They shouted in unison. Thanks for the book on becoming an animagus. Fred added. Most people just get us books on pranks, George chimed in. Which are nice, Fred continued. But you can't rely too much on those, George said. As great pranksters, we must always be original, Fred concluded. Harry chuckled. Just don't rush things and get hurt. But see if you can manage it before you graduate. You're on. They agreed enthusiastically. In addition to Ron and the twins, Harry had received some thoughtful gifts, thick woolly socks for Dumbledore, anonymously, of course, a book on herbology for Neville, hair care products for Draco. He wished he had a camera to capture the look on his face, especially since Draco clearly used something on his hair, Hogwarts, a history for Hermione, so she wouldn't have to keep checking it out, a sickle for the Dursleys in return for the 50 pence, and the Monster Book of Monsters for Hagrid. Because he knew Hagrid would enjoy it. What's all that noise? Percy asked, poking his head into the doorway. His brothers, who had been in the middle of discussing their sweaters, looked up at him. P for prefect. Come on, Percy, get it on. We're all wearing ours, even Harry got one, Fred said with a grin. I guess she didn't hear the real story behind the troll, huh? George added with a smirk. I don't want, Percy protested as the twins continued to tease him. He pulled the jumper over his head. And you're not sitting with the prefects today, either, George said. Christmas is a time for family. With that, the 5 of them made their way down to Christmas dinner. It was strange, though, Percy didn't seem as reluctant to spend time with them as he wanted them to believe. Chapter 7. There weren't many people staying for the holidays, but it was certainly more than during his second year. Harry chose to sit next to a pretty blonde witch who looked like she was in her 6th or 7th year. Hi, Harry greeted her. Do you mind if we sit here? Watcher, Harry, she replied with a smile. And no, I don't mind. Harry froze. She looked nothing like her, but her voice sounded so familiar, and she had used her trademark greeting. Tonks, he asked uncertainly. She tilted her head. Do I know you? Not exactly, Harry admitted. But I took it upon myself to research my godfather's family after he broke out of Azkaban. Family members? Fred chimed in, staring at Tonks. Godfather? Tonks echoed, now looking at Harry with curiosity. Harry nodded. Yep, my godfather is none other than Sirius Black. You're his cousin, right? My mum is, Tonks explained. That's why I'm here. Given the number of Azkaban inmates I'm related to, my mum has always had a policy. Every time one of my Death Eater relatives breaks out of Azkaban, I have to stay at Hogwarts where it's safe. Needless to say, this is the first time we've actually had to put that into practice. You're related to Sirius Black? Ron asked, looking stricken. Tonks studied him critically. You're a Weasley, right? Ron nodded, and she continued, you are too, just not as closely related. Ron looked faint. Of course, you're not as closely related to Sirius as you are to Draco, Harry added with a smirk. Ron groaned. What do you know about me? Harry asked, curious about how the other houses viewed him this time. Tonks snorted. Please, everyone knows you. But what do they say about me? Harry pressed. They say you have a death wish, Tonks replied cheerfully. Is it true that you went chasing after a full-grown troll because you were bored? Well, kind of, Harry said, grinning at the memory. Well, if anyone asks, I was just so distraught about Sirius escaping that I wasn't thinking clearly, Harry said sheepishly. Tonks chuckled. Personally, I think you're just a bit nuts. Harry nodded in agreement. That works too. Just don't tell the prophet. I've got a good thing going here, being able to do or say whatever I want because everyone seems to idolize my forehead. I wouldn't want anything to mess that up. I promise, Tonks laughed. So, you're a 7th year? Percy asked. Yeah, Tonks confirmed. I'm a Hufflepuff. Great. You can tell me all about OWLs. Percy said excitedly. Here he goes again, Fred sighed. He does this whenever he talks to someone who's already taken them, George confided. The week we took OWLs was the worst week of my life, Tonks declared. The twins exchanged glances. You know, we could really use all the help we could get. George began. Tonks groaned. As they made their way back to the common room that evening, Ron commented, that girl was strange. Yeah, she is, Harry agreed. But I like her. So do I. That was the most productive meal I've had in quite some time, Percy said happily. Harry noticed, she looked like she was really regretting letting us sit down. Why? Percy asked, confused. Some people don't enjoy discussing exams they took a year and a half ago at Christmas, Fred explained. But you only let me ask her about them for 20 minutes, Percy protested. Because she was looking homicidal, and we were feeling generous, George replied. What? Percy began, but Ron tapped Harry on the shoulder. Hey, mate, can I talk to you for a second? Sure, Harry said, surprised. They headed up to their dormitory, ignoring the ongoing debate among the 3 older Weasley brothers about the merits of rehashing exams. Ron stared at the ground, looking extremely uncomfortable. Listen, I know you must have spent a fortune on my present, and I know I didn't get you anything, Ron. I'm really sorry about that, and I feel terrible. It's just, I don't have any money. I know you're not like Malfoy, flaunting your wealth, but it's pretty clear you have it. I couldn't afford to buy you anything. Mom had to make the sweater and fudge she sent you, and honestly, what could I possibly get for someone like you? Poor Ron. It wasn't Harry's intention to make him feel insecure. He had been a bit indifferent about his own fame and fortune, so used to it that he forgot how overwhelming it could be for others, especially Ron. Harry placed a hand on his best friend's shoulder. Ron, look at me. Reluctantly, Ron met his gaze. You gave me your friendship when I had no one. The only other person I knew was Hagrid, and he had to be nice to me. He was a representative of the school and knew my parents. You didn't have to be nice to me, and even though it took a while, you're one of the only people here who can see past my scar. That means more to me than you know. It didn't seem like it. You've been nothing but confident since the moment I met you, Ron replied. While that was technically true, it was really thanks to Ron and Hermione that Harry had found his confidence. Ron, you saw what my relative sent me. Enough money to buy a small piece of candy and a bunch of death threats. I've never had anyone until I met you, and that's worth more than any broomstick. Do you mean it? Ron asked, hope lighting up his face. Of course, Harry smiled. But I'll expect something for my birthday. July 31st, write it down. Ron laughed, and they headed back downstairs to play wizard's chess. Hey, Ron, Harry said, shaking him awake early the next morning. It was so early that it could barely be called morning. Tap dancing spiders. Ron shouted as he shot up, knocking Harry to the floor. Huh? You're not a tap dancing spider, Harry gritted his teeth, trying to suppress a laugh. Harry glanced at Ron, who was sprawled on the floor. What are you doing down there? Oh, nothing. I just wanted to know if you'd like to use my invisibility cloak to go find a magic mirror, Ron replied. Aren't most mirrors magical? Ron asked, raising an eyebrow. This one shows you things you want, rather than lecturing you about your appearance, Harry explained with a grin. Sure, why not, Ron said, rubbing his eyes as he headed for the door. Unfortunately, he misjudged the distance to the stairs and tumbled down them. Luckily, the first-year dorms were closest to the bottom. Watch your step. Harry called out a bit too late as he grabbed his invisibility cloak and rushed to Ron's side. What was that? Ron groaned from the floor. Sounded like a cannon, came a voice as the Weasley twins appeared. Oh, it's just Ron, Harry said, shaking his head. What are you guys up to? Fred asked. Professor Dumbledore finally returned my father's invisibility cloak after borrowing it for the last 10 years. Ron and I were thinking about looking for this amazing mirror Dumbledore has around here, Harry explained. Wanna come? The twins exchanged incredulous glances. Do you even need to ask? George finished. The twins had a knack for speaking in sync, but Harry had learned to tell them apart. He had even cast silent identifier spells on them whenever they entered the room, just to keep things fair. After all, they were identical and loved to confuse people. What's going on here? Percy descended the stairs, his expression stern. It's well past curfew. Even though that doesn't technically apply to the common rooms, it's far too late to be wandering around. You're not planning on sneaking off somewhere, are you? He asked suspiciously. Of course not, Fred assured him, though Percy still looked doubtful. Harry is, though, and he just invited us. George beamed. And may I just say, I am so proud, Fred added. Ron, this one is definitely a keeper, he told his brother. You can't just, Percy started to protest. It's the holidays, I don't think anyone will mind. Harry interjected. I have classes tomorrow, and there's nothing you can do to stop me short of hexing me, Harry interrupted. I'll tell Professor McGonagall, Percy threatened. So I'll get a couple of detentions. That's not enough to deter me. My relatives would be thrilled to hear I'm doing my utmost to get myself killed, and honestly, I don't care about house points. Really? Ron asked, his eyes wide. Really? I've come to the conclusion that the house cup is really more of a suck-up cup. The more of a teacher's pet you are, the more points you win. God knows I love Hermione, but she's got to be the biggest teacher's pet I've ever met, and guess what? She's the single biggest point winner in our year. I don't care if I lose Gryffindor all our points because, quite frankly, I don't want to be a sycophant all year just so the Great Hall gets decorated in our colors for one meal and I can have a train ride's worth of bragging rights. It's just not worth it, Harry concluded. Harry, my good friend, George began. You might be onto something, Fred finished. And by the time you find McGonagall, we'll be long gone. So how about it, Percy? Would you really stoop so low as to hex a first year? Harry challenged. No, Percy said, defeated. But I'm coming with you to make sure you don't do anything stupid. Percy paused. Well, anything stupider than this, he amended. Harry shrugged. The more the merrier. You're lost, aren't you? Ron asked as they walked past the same portrait for the third time. No, I'm not, Harry insisted. But we've been past here, Ron countered. I know what I'm doing. He's lost, Fred said. I can, what the? George trailed off as a door suddenly appeared in front of them. That door wasn't there a minute ago, Percy said, peering intently at it. I know. It's a magic door, Harry explained. Come on, let's go, Harry urged, opening the door and leading everyone inside. In the center of the room stood a massive mirror, framed in intricate gold and perched on two clawed feet. An inscription caught their attention, Erist stra eru oit uba kafru oit on wosi. What the hell does that even mean? Ron asked, furrowing his brow. Harry shrugged. Beats me. I always thought it was some obscure language that only really old people with nothing better to do understood. I know it's called the Mirror of Erist. A moment of silence followed before Percy spoke slowly. I show not your face, but your heart's desire. That's great, Perce, Fred interjected, but what does that have to do with the price of dragon's eggs? In France? George chimed in. Percy rolled his eyes. It's obviously backwards. Obviously, Fred echoed, his tone mocking. Really? Harry asked, leaning closer to the inscription. I show not your. You're right. That's amazing. It wasn't that hard, Percy replied, though a hint of satisfaction crept into his voice. Go on, take a look, Harry invited. He stepped in front of the mirror and gasped as he saw Ginny holding a baby with messy black hair. Ron and Hermione stood beside her, holding Teddy's hand. What do you see? Ron asked, hesitating to step in front of the mirror without knowing what to expect. My family, Harry answered quietly. I see our own joke shop. George exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Sweet. I do, too. And I see Angeli, that's a really nice joke shop, Fred added, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. I see myself as the head boy and the Quidditch captain, Ron announced proudly. Grand plans, Harry remarked. Can you even be both head boy and Quidditch captain at the same time? The twins exchanged looks, mildly uneasy at the thought of yet another head boy wannabe in the family, while Percy beamed at the idea of someone following in his footsteps. When Percy finally stepped in front of the mirror, he gasped. Minister of Magic? Fred asked, a grin spreading across his face. Probably, George agreed, nodding enthusiastically. Harry, however, wasn't so sure. Harry sidled up to Percy and spoke quietly, you see your family accepting you. It wasn't a question. Percy looked startled. How did you? Not all dreams are impossible, Percy. Harry's life soon settled into a monotonous routine, or as monotonous as anything could be since he had adopted a carefree attitude toward his second chance. That was until one Quidditch practice when Oliver would announce that Snape would be refereeing Gryffindor's next match against Hufflepuff. Harry had forgotten about that, but in the grand scheme of things, it didn't seem very significant. What did interest Harry was that this would provide him with his first opportunity to approach Cedric since his arrival. Sure, reconnecting with Tonks, something he made an effort to do whenever he could, had been a complete accident, stemming from Sirius's decision to escape while she was still at school. But he found he rather enjoyed seeing her again after all these years. He hadn't been nearly as close to Cedric, but Cedric's death had left a profound impact on him as well. That certainly sounds like a bit of a conflict of interest, Harry remarked. You'd think they'd have a teacher who wasn't a head of house referee if they weren't going to use Madam Hooch. Of course, the reason behind it eluded him. Was this more evidence suggesting Madam Hooch was a squib? Harry wasn't quite sure how being up in the air would help Snape prevent another attempt, especially since he'd need to pay attention to the other players. Shouldn't you be a little more concerned about the fact that he's going to blatantly cheat? Wood asked. Well, would be, but the referee can only do so much. The 150 points I'll earn when I catch the snitch will definitely help us on our way to the cup. And besides, since he's doing it for me, I kind of feel obligated to be a bit, dare I say it, grateful. Harry shuddered at the thought. Everyone stared at him. Harry, I really don't think Snape, George began, is going to be blatantly biased towards Hufflepuff just for your sake, Fred continued. Unless you've got money on them or something, George finished. Harry rolled his eyes. Oh, please. He's just doing it to make sure Quirrell doesn't try to kill me again. That sparked a whole new round of questions. By the time Harry had answered everyone and changed, 45 minutes had passed. Honestly, he thought wryly, it felt like a press conference as he headed to Gryffindor Tower to share the news with Ron and Hermione. He had just finished convincing Ron that his safety was more important than a Quidditch match and that he couldn't keep jumping off his broom, or it would get old, when Neville showed up. Hey guys, he said cheerfully. You'll never guess who I just ran into. Who? Hermione asked, intrigued. Malfoy. And you're happy about this? Ron exclaimed, astonished. Bloody hell, first Harry, now Neville. Stay strong, Hermione. Don't give in to his temptation. Hermione giggled. I'll try not to, Ron. So, what happened? Harry asked, redirecting the conversation. He vaguely remembered a similar discussion, but Neville had been much more upset then. Oh, right. I ran into him outside the library, and he said he was looking for someone to practice on, Neville explained. He shot a leg locker curse at me. And this makes you happy? Ron remarked. Either Neville's got some strange preferences or Malfoy's spell is stronger than I thought. Hermione ignored him. What did you do? Dodged it and ran like hell, Neville grinned. Nice, Harry approved. You should have hexed him back, Ron suggested. No, he shouldn't have. Hermione interjected, scandalized. Would you have wanted to stand there and face off against Malfoy and his 2 half-troll bodyguards all by yourself? Neville raised an eyebrow, as if to say, exactly. You're worth 12 of Malfoy, he said, echoing the words he had spoken 12 years ago. And don't you forget it. Chapter 8. The day before the match, Harry was flying lazily around the Quidditch pitch when he spotted Cedric Diggory on the ground, holding a broom and watching him. Spying on me? Harry called out as he landed. Cedric shook his head. Hardly. And I've already seen you play, remember? You go to matches you're not playing in? Harry asked, surprised. Cedric looked at him incredulously. Of course. It's helpful to see how the other team flies. Are you saying you don't? Harry sighed and shook his head. Well, would, but I get so frustrated whenever I spot the snitch and the seekers are oblivious. It's really not good for my blood pressure. You could always watch the other players, Cedric suggested. I could, but unless one team has scored 15 more goals than the other players don't matter much in the outcome of the match. So I never really see the point, Harry admitted. Seeker bias, Cedric laughed. I completely understand. Good, Harry said, relieved. Everyone else thinks I'm crazy. From what I've heard, you are, Cedric replied cheerfully. We haven't been properly introduced, have we? I'm Cedric Diggory, he said, extending his hand. Harry Potter, Harry said, shaking his hand. First Tonks, now you. Does everyone here think I'm crazy? Pretty much, Cedric said with a grin. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. Hogwarts and the wizarding world have been stuck in the status quo for far too long. It's about time someone came along to shake things up, even if I'm sure your motives are far less noble. So why are you out here then? Harry asked. Trying to get in one more practice before the match tomorrow? Sort of. This is my first year on the team, and you're Harry Potter, insanely good at flying and willing to jump off your broom to catch the snitch. I'm just not sure my sanity is damaged enough to pull the kinds of stunts you probably will to win. Tired of watching me pace, she kicked me out of the common room, Cedric said with a chuckle. Wow, Harry exclaimed, his eyes wide. What? How did you get her to let you call her Nymphadora? I've been trying for weeks and haven't had any luck. More like years, he thought, but decided not to share that. Cedric laughed. She lost a bet last year. And before you get any ideas, she's vowed never to let the use of her first name be part of a bet again. Because she lost once? That's not fair. Harry protested. Twice, actually. Charlie Weasley won a bet with her 4 years ago and wanted the same thing. Damn. There goes that plan. The next day, Ron, Hermione, and Neville wished him luck outside the locker rooms, clearly anxious about whether he'd survive the match. Oh, relax, guys. Snape isn't out to kill me, and he'll be there to make sure nothing goes wrong. Plus, given what happened last time, Professor Dumbledore will probably be here as well. I'll be fine, he assured them. You thought last time went fine too, and you ended up jumping off your broom, Neville pointed out. So? We won, Ron and Harry said in unison. Hermione rolled her eyes. Just try and be careful, okay? I'm always careful, Harry replied as he headed into the locker room. I was afraid he was going to say that. Hermione said, watching him with a worried expression. Unfortunately for Harry, he didn't find the snitch as easily as he had the last time he played this match. It made sense, catching the snitch in 5 minutes had been a rarity, and doing it again in the same match 12 years later, well, for him, anyway, seemed downright impossible. He glanced over at the stands and saw Ron and Neville taking on Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle, briefly wondering what that was about. Oliver had only let 3 goals in while they had scored 8. About 40 minutes into the game, he noticed the snitch hovering nearby. Feeling a bit anticlimactic, he reached up and plucked the snitch from the air. Game over. In the weeks that followed, Hermione became increasingly obsessed with the upcoming exams, which were still 2.5 months away. She tried to get Ron, Neville, and Harry to stick to the study schedules she had meticulously created. While Neville found her methods quite helpful, Harry refused outright. After all, his 12-year advantage placed him at the top of the class, and no one ever actually failed first year. Given some of the older students at Hogwarts, that was really saying something. In fact, Harry doubted it was even possible to fail until 5th year. He hadn't taken the exams in his 4th year, so they couldn't be that important. Needless to say, Hermione was not pleased with his attitude, but there was little she could do to make Harry study, so she turned her focus on Ron instead. Still, with everyone else constantly doing homework and seemingly preparing for exams, Harry found himself spending far more time than he would have liked in the library. One afternoon, while flipping idly through the pages of Quidditch Through the Ages, he heard Ron call out, "Hagrid. What are you doing in the library? Looking for a book to read?" Harry suggested. I mean, what else would he be doing in here, hitting on Madame Pants? Just looking, Hagrid confirmed. Unless I missed my guess, you just came from the dragon section, Harry said casually. And don't give me that look, guys. I'm spending more time in here than I am sleeping. I need something to occupy my time. Hagrid added. You wouldn't happen to be looking into raising a dragon, would you? Harry asked innocently. Wait, you don't actually have a dragon, do you? Neville asked quietly. I mean, that would explain why you're keeping all the windows shut and a fire going despite the fact that it's spring. How would you know that? I haven't been down to see him in a couple of weeks, Ron pointed out. Oh, well, I'm helping Professor Sprout with the greenhouses, and I always say hi to Hagrid while I'm down there. The past 4 days, though. Neville trailed off. So, are you? Maybe. Hagrid admitted. Hasn't that been illegal for, what, 200 years? Harry asked. Technically. That settles it, Hermione said, packing her books into her bag. We're going to go down and see this. Even though Ron didn't particularly want to go and stare at an egg in a virtual inferno, he was excited to be doing something other than studying, so he quickly gathered everyone's things. I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. Hermione muttered as they followed Harry back up to the castle. How could he be so irresponsible? He lives in a small, wooden house and has no means to provide a safe and adequate environment for a baby dragon, not to mention they're illegal. Where are we going? Ron interrupted. I don't know about you, but I'm going to see Professor Dumbledore, Harry said. You're going to tell him about Hagrid? Neville asked. Harry nodded. But won't he get in trouble? He might, Harry admitted. But Dumbledore's always been good at covering up things that go on at the school. I'm sure he can come up with a perfectly reasonable explanation for why we have a baby dragon on our hands. But Hagrid's counting on us. Ron protested. True enough, Harry nodded. On the other hand, Hagrid, as much as I love him, seems to be almost completely lacking common sense. I think we can all agree that the dragon has to go. We're just 4 11-year-olds, this really can't be our responsibility. The best thing to do is turn it over to the responsible adults who should be taking care of this, and that means going to Professor Dumbledore. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Wow, first try, he remarked as they approached the gargoyle guarding the entrance. The door to the headmaster's office swung open. Harry? Professor Dumbledore looked up, surprised to see 4 first-year students standing before him. Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, Mr. Longbottom. What brings you here? Harry noted that, despite never having spoken with Dumbledore in this timeline, mainly because first years rarely interacted with the esteemed Albus Dumbledore, and partly due to his own uncertainty about what to say to the man, even now, 7 years after his death or 5 years before, depending on how you looked at it, Dumbledore used his first name. Interesting. Well, Professor Dumbledore, sir, Hermione stammered, clearly flustered at speaking to the headmaster of Hogwarts and the head of the Wizengamot for the first time. Harry wanted to see if you could help with a problem we have, or discovered, really. Harry decided to step in to ease her discomfort. Hagrid found a dragon egg, and he doesn't seem to understand that it's not legal or safe for him to raise it, especially at a school. We were hoping that, since we're 11 and you're a responsible adult, you could take care of it. Dumbledore peered at him over the top of his half-moon spectacles. You're certain of this? Harry held back a sarcastic reply. He would prefer not to deal with this personally, so he made an effort to remain respectful. Yes, sir. I see. Well, I must commend you for bringing this straight to me. Most students, I've found, tend to handle these matters on their own, which can lead to unfortunate outcomes. 5 points to Gryffindor for each of you for your wisdom in seeking a teacher's help. As soon as they stepped back into the hallway, Harry groaned. Oh great, at this rate, we'll never lose the house cup. Most people wouldn't see this as a problem, Harry, Hermione said, looking confused. But I do, because it's the suck-up cup, remember? When Hermione shook her head, Harry added, oh right, you weren't there. Either way, I honestly believe the house cup is a school-wide conspiracy designed to create as many teachers' pets as possible and encourage that kind of behavior in everyone. Snape and I are doing everything we can, but we can't win the house cup for Gryffindor on our own. Hermione just stared at him. You have problems. The exams, of course, were ridiculously easy. Flitwick wanted them to make a pineapple tap dance across a desk, and Harry managed to make it dance not only across the desk but also on the floor, up the wall, and even on the ceiling. McGonagall asked them to turn a mouse into a snuff box, and after his usual complaints about how inhumane it was to transform living creatures into inanimate objects, Harry's snuff box ended up jewel-encrusted. Then there was Snape, who instructed them to brew a forgetfulness potion without any directions, and Harry completed it with his eyes literally closed. Not to mention how he fared on the written tests. Honestly, the first-year exams just weren't designed for 23-year-olds, regardless of how little they actually paid attention in class. That night, after the exams were finished, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville were sitting in the common room, reveling in the fact that the exams were over. Still, given the circumstances, Harry knew he had to disrupt the peace. So, Harry said casually, "My scar told me that Professor Dumbledore's in London right now, and Quirrell is taking advantage of his absence to go after the Philosopher's Stone." What? Ron, who had been drifting off, sat up, suddenly wide awake. Philosopher's Stone? There's a Philosopher's Stone at Hogwarts? Hermione asked, her voice rising in pitch. Well, yeah. I mean, what do you think is in that one third-floor corridor we're forbidden to go into under pain of death? Harry replied, raising an eyebrow. Why would anyone hide something like that in a school full of children? Neville asked sensibly. Harry laughed. That is a very good question. The fact remains that he did, though, and I know I should have mentioned this earlier, but I'm going after Quirrell, and nothing you say will change my mind. I was wondering if you'd like to come with me or stay here and hope I don't get killed. 20 minutes later, despite Hermione's best efforts to convince him to stay or at least offer a better reason for his decision, the four of them were heading out through the portrait hole. Where are you going? Percy demanded. Don't you know it's past curfew? Harry smiled pleasantly. Oh, I know. I just don't care. We are so going to get expelled for this, Hermione grumbled as they made their way toward the third-floor corridor. Oh, we will not, Harry replied confidently. We're only breaking one little rule. I mean, we might die, but they can't possibly expel us when they're the ones who thought putting dark wizard bait in a school full of children was a good idea. Honestly. Who's there? Peeves called out as he came around the corner. I know you're there, even if I can't see you. Are you a ghoul or ghost, or just a wee student beastie? Should call Filch if something's creeping around unseen. Hiya, Peeves, Harry said brightly, pulling the invisibility cloak off himself but leaving it to cover the others. Potty? Peeves asked. What are you doing? Causing mayhem, Harry replied. I'm endangering myself and 3 other students by sneaking off to the third corridor. Is that irresponsible enough for you to let us go? Peeves considered this. This would be the corridor that Dumbledore said, if you go near, you'll die. Yep, Harry confirmed. Well, all right, Peeves agreed. Got your conch? He shouted before zooming off. Ow. Harry said, rubbing his nose. Don't even laugh, guys. When they finally reached the door to the third corridor, it was already open. Harry was surprised. They had left an hour or so earlier than last time. How early had Quirrell left? Now, guys, don't panic or anything, but there's a giant 3-headed dog in there, Harry said cheerfully. A what? Ron asked, clearly starting to panic. Oh, don't worry, Harry reassured him. It also instantly falls asleep whenever it hears music, and I brought the flute Hagrid got me. With that, Harry stepped into the room, and his friends hesitantly followed. He began to play the flute, watching as first Neville, then Ron, and finally Hermione jump through the trapdoor after him. Still playing, he leaped through himself, wondering how they would manage to get back up. Oh well, that was Ron and Hermione's problem. When he landed, he found that Neville had already dealt with the devil's snare. Harry figured it was a good thing to have a herbology prodigy in their group this time. After all, being attacked by a plant was rather embarrassing. They moved on to the next room, where they were greeted by hundreds of flying keys and a few old broomsticks. Yeah, I'll handle this, Harry said, pulling out his Nimbus 2000 and unshrinking it. Do you take that with you everywhere? Hermione asked, incredulous. Yep, Harry replied with a nod. Boys. She muttered, casting him a disgusted look. Harry took off, and just 2 minutes later, he had snatched a key from the air and landed smoothly. He inserted it into the lock, completely ignoring the odd silence behind him. Sure, he might be the best flyer in Britain, but it wasn't all natural talent. He'd had years of practice, even if his friends didn't know that. Next, they reached the chessboard. Harry groaned. He hated chess. He was terrible at it, probably worse than an 11-year-old Ron. All he could do was sit back and wait for the game to end. When it finally did and Ron lay crumpled on the floor again, seriously, it was like Ron was masochistic. Hermione, Neville, and Harry hurried on to the next room, trying not to. Harry tried not to dwell on the blood pouring from Ron's head. He had been fine before, he would be fine now. Still, that thought didn't bring him much comfort. They walked through the room with the unconscious troll and moved on to Snape's potion puzzle. As they approached, the three of them read Snape's riddle. Harry couldn't help but wonder why Snape didn't just tell Professor Dumbledore which bottle was which, keeping the rest of them in the dark. Hermione began pacing the aisle, tapping bottles and muttering to herself. Harry was pleased to realize he figured out which potion corresponded to which label a good 3 minutes before Hermione did. Sometimes, having a head start really paid off, especially when dealing with someone as brilliant as her. All right, so. There might be enough for 2 of us to get through to face Quirrell, but definitely not for 3. I'm going in, of course, and I'm guessing you won't let me go in alone. So, let's settle this with rock, paper, scissors. After a brief explanation to Neville, Hermione chose scissors, while Neville, still struggling to grasp the rules, picked rock. Overthinking as usual, Hermione decided that Neville wouldn't pick rock twice in a row, so she chose scissors again. Unfortunately, Neville did stick with rock, sending Hermione back to deal with Ron and Dumbledore. Even though I won, Hermione gets the better deal, Neville grumbled. Oh, cheer up. It'll be fun, Harry replied, pouring half of the potion into his hands. Fun? Facing down an evil teacher is your idea of fun? Neville exclaimed. Yep, Harry nodded, a grin spreading across his face. Hermione's right, you do have problems. With that, he downed the rest of the potion. Chapter 9. Wait, what? Neville blurted as he crossed the fire. It really was Quirrell? Damn, now I owe the Weasley twins money. You were betting on who was out to kill me? Harry asked, disbelief creeping into his voice. Isn't that a bit morbid? Oh, like you're one to talk. You bring up your facial disfigurement every chance you get, Neville pointed out. Harry shrugged. Yeah, well, everyone seems to love talking about it, so I figure I'm doing them a favor. And at least the Weasley twins had faith in me. Before Neville could respond, Quirrell spoke up. I wondered whether I'd be meeting you here, Potter. I must say, I didn't expect to see Longbottom, though. Harry looked confused. Why were you wondering whether you'd see me? I'm bloody 11. I really should have more sense than to go after a fully trained wizard who wants to kill me, armed only with some of my first-year classmates. He thought about it. If he were really 11, he probably wouldn't have even considered forcing an adult to listen after being brushed off by McGonagall. God knows it hadn't worked last time. He really should have been more specific about why he thought the stone was in danger. Gee, I don't know, Quirrell replied sarcastically. Could it be the fact that every time I turn my back on you, you insist that your scar is on fire? Harry opened his mouth to respond but abruptly closed it again. Fair point, he conceded. I must say, I didn't honestly expect you to figure it out, considering Severus seems so much the type. I mean, who in their right mind would suspect me, poor stuttering Professor Quirrell, when that overgrown bat was swooping around? I would, Harry said defiantly. Harry? I believe the question was, who in their right mind? Neville reminded him. Oh, right. But maybe I wouldn't have figured it out if you didn't have bloody Tom Riddle on the back of your head." This revelation surprised everyone present. Neville had no idea what Harry was talking about. Quirrell had no idea who Tom Riddle was, and Tom Riddle had no clue how Harry knew that was his real name instead of Voldemort. Quirrell, deciding not to ask, snapped his fingers, binding both Neville and Harry with ropes. Harry cursed himself for forgetting about that and focused on trying to free himself without his wand. He knew he could do it if he had enough time, but he needed to concentrate. Meanwhile, Quirrell muttered to himself about how to find the stone. Suddenly, Voldemort's voice echoed, "Use the boy, use the boy." Neville jumped. "Would that be Tom Riddle?" he whispered. Harry simply nodded in response. Quirrell turned sharply towards Harry. "Yes, Potter, come here." He loosened the ropes around Harry and instructed him to look in the mirror. Unlike the last time, when Harry thought the stone would be safer in his pocket than in the enchanted mirror that Quirrell couldn't figure out, Harry didn't actually want the stone. "Well?" Quirrell asked impatiently. "What do you see?" "I see my family," Harry replied, pausing. Again. "Seriously, people, this isn't going to change, so stop asking." "You don't see the stone?" Quirrell sounded disappointed and a bit skeptical. "Why would I want the stone?" Harry challenged. "It seems safe enough where it is." As Harry began to inch away from Quirrell, Voldemort spoke again. "The other boy has it." Harry froze. Damn it. He realized he should have mentioned that looking in the mirror was a bad idea. Quirrell started toward Neville, who looked terrified. "Let me speak to them, face to face." Voldemort insisted. While Quirrell protested, he ultimately did what Voldemort wanted. In that moment, Harry managed to free Neville without a word. Neville yelped as he saw the face of Voldemort. Voldemort stood before them for the first time, and Harry felt a surprising calm wash over him. He knew he could handle Voldemort in this moment, but he wasn't so sure about Neville. Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom. How ironic that it should be the two of you standing here together to face me. Ironic, yet fitting, Voldemort said. Tom Riddle, I'm fairly certain you're a pedophile, Harry shot back. Neville nearly choked. He didn't quite know who this was, but a nagging feeling told him he should. You dare. Voldemort began, his voice dripping with anger. It was hard to tell whether he was more upset by Harry using his real name or by the accusation. Yeah, I do. Let's skip the part where you're offended I know your name and get on with it, shall we? Harry suggested. Voldemort fell silent for a moment. Then he spoke again. There was a prophecy, you know. Harry tensed. What was Voldemort trying to do? He hadn't mentioned anything like this when they first met. Was it because of Neville's presence? The prophecy told me that there would be a boy born at the end of July, whose parents had defied me 3 times, who would stop me. That could have applied to either of you. I chose to attack Harry here, and he did indeed stop me. Temporarily. Prophecy fulfilled. So you see, there really is no reason for me to kill you, or your friend for that matter, Neville. Just give me the stone in your pocket, and you have my word that I shall not harm either of you. The word of a liar and a murderer, Harry snapped. Why you, Neville stammered, swallowing hard. You destroyed my parents' minds. That wasn't me, Neville. That happened after I was gone. Bellatrix Lestrange, always one of my most faithful if misguided followers, thought that your parents, as prominent Aurors and widely known to be close to that puppet master Dumbledore, would know what had happened. I do not condone their actions, and I will make them suffer for taking your parents from you. Just say give me the stone, and your parents will be avenged, Voldemort said, his voice smooth and enticing. Neville shook uncontrollably. Why, you could have just as easily attacked me and killed my parents. But I didn't, Voldemort replied softly, almost persuasively. I went after Harry because I didn't want to spill any pureblood blood unnecessarily in case I chose Ron. Noble pureblood children like yourself are the future, dear Neville. Driving your parents into insanity was such a waste. They were a fine witch and wizard. Once I'm restored, I will rectify every injustice against worthy purebloods like your parents who lost everything but their lives. I can give you back your parents. Just give me the stone. Neville fell silent for a long moment. And no. No. Before Voldemort could react to Neville's refusal, Harry seized the moment, lunging at Quirrell and pressing his hands against the man's face. The pain in Harry's scar surged, overwhelming him to the point where he could hardly see. He knew he should have intervened sooner, but like Dumbledore, he wanted to give Neville a chance to confront Voldemort. He believed that standing firm against Voldemort, even when offered everything, would help bolster Neville's still fragile self-esteem. Just as Harry felt himself slipping into unconsciousness, he heard Neville shout, "Reducto." Quirrell went still. Harry looked up to see Neville, eyes wide, lowering his wand. "Oh, Harry!" "Neville!" Hermione cried as they exited the corridor. Without any better options, they had simply ridden Harry's broom through the trapdoor. She immediately hugged them both tightly. "Hey, Hermione," Harry said weakly. "Did you find Professor Dumbledore?" "Indeed she did," Dumbledore replied from behind Harry. "How did he manage to get here so quickly?" It was best not to ask. "Now, I'm sure you have many questions for me, and I know I have a few for you, but first, let's get you all to the hospital wing." Once Madame Pomfrey finished tending to them and sent Ron and Hermione on their way, Dumbledore. "You should probably give Professor Dumbledore the Philosopher's Stone," Harry suggested, breaking the silence. Neville's eyes widened. "Oh, right. I completely forgot about that." "Indeed," Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling. "You must have had quite an adventure down there." Harry snorted. "Well, that's one way to put it. I killed Professor Quirrell." A heavy silence followed that declaration, and Neville stared down at his hospital bed, clutching the sheets. He hadn't been discharged yet because he hadn't stopped shaking since they arrived in the hospital wing. "What happened?" Dumbledore's tone turned serious. Sensing that Neville probably didn't want to recount the events, Harry took a deep breath and began. Quirrell was after the stone. Ron was taken by the Queen during our chess match, and there was only enough potion for two of us to get through the flames to see Quirrell. So, Hermione went back to Ron. The Mirror of Eriste was there, and Quirrell tried to use me to get the stone, but I didn't really want it. Somehow, Neville, who apparently wanted to get the stone but not use it, managed to take it instead. That's when Quirrell unwrapped his turban and revealed that Voldemort was on the back of his head. Voldemort promised Neville he would bring his parents back if he handed over the stone. But Neville said no. Voldemort was going to attack him, so I used my mother's sacrifice, her magical love protection, to burn Quirrell's face. Just as I was about to collapse from magical exhaustion, Neville fired a reducto at him. "I killed him," Neville repeated softly. "Quirrell was already dead," Dumbledore said gently. "He was dead the moment he allowed Voldemort to take residence in his body. He would have died anyway the moment Voldemort left him, which he would have done tonight, whether he took the stone from you and crafted himself a new body or failed and decided that poor Quirinus had outlived his usefulness. His usefulness. So, it's not my fault?" Neville asked, sounding doubtful. "No, it's not," Harry replied. He understood that it would take some time for Neville to truly grasp that, and he wished things hadn't turned out this way. But there was nothing he could do now. He hadn't anticipated that Neville would attack Quirrell while he was burning him with his touch. "So, what's going to happen to the stone now?" Harry asked, eager to shift the conversation to something less grim. Dumbledore explained that the Flammels were prepared to die, but it was all right because they were very old anyway. It was perhaps only slightly less depressing. "Do you have any more questions?" Dumbledore asked kindly. Well, Voldemort mentioned something interesting that I was hoping you could clarify, Harry said innocently. Dumbledore nodded for him to continue. Apparently, there's some sort of prophecy about Neville and me that caused him to come after me, Harry said slowly, enjoying the way color drained from Dumbledore's face. Something about me being the only one to stop him? I did not intend for you to find out like this, Dumbledore finally said with a sigh. And especially not at such a young age. I had hoped. But alas, what's done is done, I suppose, and there's no use lamenting the fact. I wish I had a pensieve with me, but since I don't, I'll just tell you the prophecy. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. And that could mean either me or Harry? Neville asked, looking pale. Alas, no. The prophecy is about Harry. When Voldemort chose to go after him and gave him his scar, he marked him and made the prophecy about him, Dumbledore replied. Neville tried to hide his relief. It seemed it wouldn't be entirely up to Harry to stop Voldemort. Sir? You do realize I'm only 11, right? And I'm not exactly the most responsible person around? You really shouldn't expect me to be the only one who can kill him. I wouldn't dream of expecting anything from you for a few more years. In fact, I can't make you do anything. However, by the time you come face to face with Voldemort for the last time, knowing he wants to kill you and has already harmed countless others, you might very well decide that stopping him is necessary. Especially if he regains a body and continues his pursuit of you. The chances are high that either of you could end up at the hands of the other. As Harry walked to the leaving feast, his heart felt heavy. Sure, Hagrid had given him a scrapbook filled with pictures of his parents, and he had spent the entire night at the impromptu graduating party that the 7th years threw, thanks to Tonk's insistence, since he didn't really know many of them. Plus, he would get to see Ginny again soon. But still, Gryffindor had won the House Cup this year, despite his best efforts to keep them from it. He tried to look downcast when Dumbledore announced that Gryffindor was in the lead. On the bright side, this meant there would be no need for last-minute points. Recent events must be taken into account, Dumbledore continued. Harry groaned. Of course they must. Dumbledore awarded Ron 50 points for the best-played game of chess Hogwarts had ever seen, even though there was really no objective way to measure that. Hermione received 50 points for not poisoning herself or her classmates. Neville earned 50 points for accidentally lighting a rare and valuable plant on fire. And Harry? He got 60 points for not informing a responsible adult about Quirrell's attempt to steal the stone and for endangering several of his classmates. Dumbledore might have phrased it a bit differently, but it was still clear favoritism. Frustrated, Harry began banging his head on the table, not stopping until Percy, annoyed, threatened to hex him. It wouldn't be wise to get Percy into that habit. His refusal to follow through was the only reason Harry could enjoy some of his more public after-hours activities. The celebration at the Gryffindor table over finally being recognized as the best sycophantic house became so grating that, halfway through the feast, Harry got up and moved to sit with the Slytherins. He spent the rest of the meal commiserating with them and venting about the blatant favoritism. Dumbledore, unable to hear their conversation, smiled broadly at Harry's mature gesture of reaching out across house lines. As the Hogwarts Express pulled into the station, Harry found himself genuinely relieved that the train ride was over for the first time in his life. He, Ron, Hermione, and Neville had relaxed while Harry's various acquaintances and Neville's herbology friends visited them throughout the journey. Unfortunately, this didn't stop Hermione from pestering Harry about his exam results. Despite making the highest first-year grade since Dumbledore, which led to him being hailed as a prodigy, much to both their annoyance, Harry knew it was mainly due to his 12-year age advantage. After all, being an adult meant he had to endure boring meetings, hold press conferences, and regularly petition the Wiesengemot. This experience had given him the attention span to actually pay attention in Ben's class, allowing him to do well in history of magic despite his refusal to study. That was why Hermione was convinced he either cheated or had been holding back his brilliance all along. "You must come and stay this summer," Ron said. "All of you. I'll send you an owl." Oh, and by all, I meant everyone but Malfoy and his goons. That just left Harry, Hermione, and Neville. "Like I would even want to," Draco shot back. "My bedroom is bigger than your whole house." Harry rolled his eyes. "Draco, remember what we talked about? It's not nice to stalk your father's political rivals. And that reminds me, this might be a weird question, but do you have a house elf named Dobby?" Draco nodded. "Now who's stalking who?" You are. You're stalking Ron. We just talked about this. Anyway, the reason I asked is that my scar told me Quirrell was out to kill me." Draco nodded uncertainly. "Well, it also told me that you have a house elf named Dobby who will steal all my mail this summer. So if you could order him to leave my mail alone, that'd be great." Draco shrugged. "Why not?" Once they got off the train and lined up to go through the gates in small groups, Tonks approached Harry, her hair bubblegum pink. "So, I got accepted into the Auror Academy," she said. "And this is my celebratory hairstyle. So you're going to keep it like that?" Harry asked, amused. "Yep. I'm going to keep it like this every time. I'm not disguising myself for as long as I'm over the moon about this. I would have told you earlier, of course, but I was too busy hiding from Percy." "Hiding from Percy? Why?" "He's like the least threatening person ever," Harry pointed out. I know, but he wanted me to go over Newts for the third time and ask how I thought he did during OWLs while regaling me with the fascinating tale of every little answer he wrote or spell he cast, Tonks complained. "Sounds like Hermione," Ron said bluntly. "Hey. So, isn't there anything I can do to get you to let me call you Nympha? I mean, your first name?" Harry hastily amended as Tonks glared at him. "Nope, sorry." "Oh, come on. I'll give you my firstborn," Harry promised. Tonks laughed. "Aren't you a little young to be thinking about that? About that kind of thing?" Harry shrugged. "By all accounts, he should be a dad by now. If it was a boy, they would name him James Sirius, and if it was a girl, they'd go with Lily Luna. Keep in touch, won't you?" Harry asked as she prepared to head through the barrier. "Oh, you couldn't get rid of me if you tried," she replied with a smile before disappearing. When Harry and Ron followed, joined by Hermione and Neville, Harry overheard a flurry of gossip about Draco Malfoy and the question he had raised about Malfoy's parentage at the beginning of the year. He snorted, he had completely forgotten about that. "There he is, Mum. There he is, look!" Ginny exclaimed, jumping up and down the moment she spotted Harry. "Hi, Ginny, right?" Harry smiled at her. "Why yes," she stammered, avoiding eye contact. "You're going to Hogwarts next year, right?" She simply nodded. "I'll see you there then." "Oh, and Mrs. Weasley, I wanted to thank you for your very thoughtful Christmas present." "Oh, it was nothing, dear," she assured him. "Well, I'd better go," Harry said. "I think my uncle might still be mad at me." "Since September?" Mrs. Weasley asked, shocked. "Well, he did send me death threats at Christmas," Harry replied. "Oh my." When Harry arrived home, he noticed a large black dog lying on the Dursleys' front lawn as if waiting for him. He quickly stashed his things in his room. He might have threatened to turn Uncle Vernon blue if he tried to lock his school supplies away, but he promised not to use any magic, and ran out to meet the dog. "Hey boy," he greeted. "You look like you could use a walk." "I'm going to the park." "Come with me." The dog tilted its head, as if trying to understand, but then consented to follow Harry. Once they reached the park, thankfully deserted, Harry sat down on one of the swings and looked straight at the dog. Harry smiled at the dog. Well, Sirius. It's been a while. Chapter 10. Sirius froze. Come now, Padfoot, don't be like that. It'll be a pretty poor reunion if one of us is pretending to be a stray dog the whole time, Harry said, crossing his arms. Sirius quickly transformed back into his human form. He looked better than Harry remembered, likely because he had escaped earlier and enjoyed 3 years of freedom before coming back in time. Reunion? Sirius asked cautiously. What do you mean, reunion? Harry Potter can't possibly remember me. I haven't seen him since he was an infant. Who are you? Harry smiled. Harry Potter. But I think you've got your facts wrong. You haven't seen me since you tripped through the veil of death. I didn't trip through it. Sirius protested indignantly. Bellatrix hit me with a curse, and while I admit I probably should have been paying more attention, it could have happened to anyone and... Wait. How do you know? How do you? Harry countered. I was there. So was I, Sirius replied. You fell through the veil, too? What, were you chasing me or something? I would have thought Moony would have had the sense to restrain you. He was standing right there. That's highly irresponsible, especially for him. Sirius trailed off, and Harry snorted. I hardly think you're one to lecture anyone else about responsibility. But, for the record, he did restrain me. No, I came through the veil later. How much later? Sirius asked, his curiosity piqued. Harry shrugged. About 8 years or so. Sirius's eyes bulged. 8 years? That makes you, what? 23? Harry nodded. Mentally, yes. Although physically, of course, I'm closer to 12. What happened? Did you defeat Voldemort? Why did you come back? Did everyone die? Tell me everything, Sirius demanded. Well, Dumbledore got Snape to assist in his suicide at the end of 6th year but didn't bother telling anyone else about it, so we all thought he was evil until right after he died at the end of what would have been my 7th year. That was, of course, before Voldemort took over the ministry about half a month before school started. I spent most of that year on what I can only describe as a camping trip from hell. A lot of people died, Remus, Tonks, and Fred among them, and I ended up killing Voldemort after he killed me. Oh, and by the way, Remus and Tonks got married. What was that last part? Sirius asked, his brow furrowed. Remus and Tonks got married? Harry repeated innocently. No, the other last part. The one about Voldemort killing you, Sirius clarified. Oh, right. Well, he killed me, and I had a nice chat with Dumbledore's soul. He told me that just because I was imagining things didn't mean they weren't real. Then I got better. Sirius just stared at him, processing the information. It gets better, Harry grinned. Apparently, I only survived because of the power of love. Sirius groaned. For the record, when you're telling this to other people, try to come up with an explanation that sounds a bit more badass. Who says I'm telling other people? Harry countered. But if you don't tell them you're from the future, how will they be prepared? Sirius asked sensibly. What do they need to be prepared for? Things ended pretty decently last time. I married Ginny Weasley, who was pregnant with my child when I left, and Ron and Hermione got married too. So really, aside from Fred dying, it was one big happy Weasley family. Molly was thrilled to bits, let me tell you. I can imagine, Sirius remarked wryly. Besides, if I can destroy the Horcruxes before Voldemort's rebirth, all I have to do is wait until he uses my blood to revive himself, let him kill me to get rid of the final Horcrux, and then come back to kill him. You make it sound so easy, Sirius muttered. I've got 3 years. I'll make it work. Are you up for helping me torch the Horcruxes? Harry asked. Do you even have to ask? Sirius replied, a grin spreading across his face. I'm not entirely sure how to destroy Horcruxes, except through exposure to Dementors, basilisk venom, and fiend fire, Harry said, his brow furrowed in confusion. Sirius nodded. Exactly. A Dementor's kiss can destroy a Horcrux because they're part of a wizard's soul. And please, Harry, I'm a black. Knowing about Horcruxes is just one of the perks of growing up in one of the darkest families in Britain. I suppose that's true, Harry replied. So, do you know how to conjure fiend fire? I've never tried it myself, Sirius admitted. But I've heard that with some practice, any moderately powerful wizard can gain a measure of control over it. Can you start learning it? Harry asked eagerly. I would, but my wand is being monitored since I'm technically still a minor. I want to get this sorted out as quickly as possible. See if you can master it by the end of the summer. And, Sirius, you absolutely cannot tell anyone that I came back. Why not? Don't you trust your friends? Sirius asked, puzzled. It's not about trust, Sirius. If I start telling people, they'll start saying, Harry, you're an adult now, you should act like one. And don't even get me started on Snape, everyone's acting like he's a hero now. Last year was a blast, and I want this year to be just as fun, and every year after that. Once I let people know I'm older than I look, that fun will vanish, and I'll be stuck dealing with responsibility. Harry wrinkled his nose at the thought. Plus, if they know about their futures, can you imagine the chaos? Remus and Tonks, Ginny and I, Ron and Hermione, Bill and Fleur, will they even end up together if they know? Who knows? And then there's Hannah, she's so shy now. And Neville isn't shy anymore. If I tell either of them about their futures, maybe in the future, I could destroy it. But honestly, it's probably best to just let history unfold naturally. Or, as naturally as I can manage while still doing whatever I feel like, Harry said, adjusting his thoughts. Sirius snorted in amusement. Now that's more like it. But while we're on the subject of doing what we want, how are we going to get me cleared? I'd prefer it to happen sooner rather than later. Though I have to admit, I've had some fun this past year in Spain. Oh, so you did go to Mallorca? That's great. I think once I get to the Weasleys, I can grab Wormtail and Voldemort's first Horcrux all at once. Can you wait about 2 months until we head to Diagon Alley to shop? Sirius looked Harry straight in the eye. I've waited 15 years to clear my name. I think I can hold out a little longer. The next month and a half dragged on for Harry. Receiving mail was nice, but he wanted to postpone his visit to the Weasleys until after his birthday for 2 reasons. First, he needed a quiet meeting with Dobby. Second, it would be trickier to meet with Sirius under Molly Weasley's watchful eye. It wasn't that he didn't like her, he did. It was just that she had a tendency to smother everyone with her affection, and he had long since outgrown the need for a mother figure. Out of sheer boredom, Harry actually decided to follow through on a vague plan he had from the previous year to mend his relationship with his blood relatives. Surprisingly, it seemed to be working. He volunteered to help Aunt Petunia around the house and even shared some of Neville's gardening tips with her. This led to them spending much more time together, and she grudgingly admitted that he was earning his keep. While she wouldn't say more, he noticed a distinct improvement in how she treated him. As for Dudley, that was even easier. Harry simply offered to play with him when his friends were busy, and Dudley was thrilled to have someone to play with. Harry had learned to play computer games whenever he wanted, careful not to upset his relatives too much and risk being confined to solitary games. He doubted either of them liked him any better, but at least there was less overt hostility. Uncle Vernon, still sore from the scene Harry caused at the train station last year, merely growled whenever Harry was in the room, as if he didn't trust himself to do anything else. His friends kept him busy through letters. Harry was trying to convince Hermione that Lockhart was a fraud, asking Tonks for help to break into Bellatrix's vault, reassuring Ron that being sorted into Slytherin didn't make someone evil, and reminding Ginny that he wasn't a god. He encouraged Neville to stand his ground, invited Cedric to play Quidditch with him once he arrived at the Weasleys, and tried to clarify to Draco that knowing personal details about him, allegedly through his scar, was not the same as stalking. He even nudged Percy to leave his room more often than just during mealtimes and asked the twins to teach Ginny how to ride a broom. Thanks to his persistence and sheer boredom, these goals were progressing well. However, Ron still wanted proof, Hermione was still after an autograph, and Tonks needed more details. Harry had expected Ginny to regress upon seeing him again, but surprisingly, she was managing to converse normally through their letters. It was a good thing Hedwig appreciated the workout, Harry mused, since she was almost never at the Dursleys. This absence definitely helped ease tensions. On the night of the Dursleys' dinner party, which also happened to be Harry's birthday, though they didn't care, he had a busy evening ahead. The first task was to make sure he was out of the house when Dobby decided to pop by. Sure enough, at 8 on the dot, Dobby appeared right in front of Harry. Fortunately, Harry was sitting on a park bench, with Sirius in dog form lying beside him. Dobby, I was wondering if you'd make an appearance," Harry greeted him warmly. "Please, sit down. How's Draco doing? You can only tell so much from letters." Dobby, who had been on the verge of tears at the fact that not only did Harry know his name, but he also asked him to sit down like an equal, suddenly realized what else the wizard had said. Draco? Yeah, you know, Draco Malfoy. The scion of the family you serve. How's he been? How is Harry Potter knowing of? Dobby began. Magic scar, Harry replied simply. Yes, Dobby has been hearing Master Draco complain very loudly about that, Dobby admitted. But Dobby did not believe it. How else would I have known to ask Draco to tell you not to steal my mail? Harry asked rhetorically. Dobby nodded, it was a good point. I don't think you should punish yourself just for coming to see me. But either way, let me help you avoid any more self-inflicted injuries by informing you that I already know Mr. Malfoy intends to give Ginny Weasley Tom Riddle's diary, which will open the Chamber of Secrets and unleash a basilisk on Hogwarts. I can promise you I will always carry a mirror with me and that I won't do anything too reckless, but I won't promise not to go back to Hogwarts. If you use magic and disguise the signature as that of a wizard, the Ministry will send an owl, regardless of what the occupants of the house may be doing or who might be there. They'll start treating me like the Malfoys treat you, and it won't stop me anyway, as my friends will just come to break me out, Harry explained calmly. Although I do appreciate the sentiment. Suddenly, a faint pop echoed through the woods surrounding the park. Well, I hate to cut this short, but it looks like my next appointment just arrived. She's early, Harry said. Harry muttered, so unless you want more witnesses, I suggest you get going. It was nice meeting you. Dobby cast him a rueful look before operating away. I hope you know what you're doing, Harry, Tonks said as she walked up to him. Because we could get into serious trouble for this. I know, but it's important. It's the only way to make sure Voldemort actually dies. Having him just floating around and possessing our defense against the dark arts teacher was bad enough. Imagine if he somehow managed to regain a body. Tonks shuddered at the thought. All right, but remember, you owe me, she said. She grabbed Harry's hand to apparate and noticed he was holding on to a dog. What's with the dog? He's my godfather, Harry explained. Your parents named a dog as your godfather? Tonks asked skeptically. Well, my dad did, at any rate. But you'll have to remember that my father and his friends are Fred and George's heroes. Bonkers, the whole lot of you. Tonks muttered as she operated them to Diagon Alley. It was dark, and not many people were out, though Harry suspected the leaky cauldron was packed. It usually was after 5. Tonks, Sirius, and Harry made their way to Gringotts. Once inside, Tonks transformed into Bellatrix Lestrange. The goblins didn't care that she was supposed to be in Azkaban or that she was a convicted murderer. The affairs of wizards never really interested them. When Tonks claimed she had lost her key, the goblins performed a simple blood test, which she passed as a close relative. The goblin on duty issued her a new key. Since Bellatrix was in Azkaban and thus legally dead, as was the head of the Black family, Sirius, and Tonks was a relative of them both, she could have just claimed the vault herself. But Harry worried that doing so would make her a target, especially since she hadn't even begun her aura training yet. When they opened Bellatrix's vault door, Harry grabbed. Tonks and Harry decided to liberate a bit of gold along with some Black family heirlooms that had been part of Bellatrix's dowry. Tonks figured her mother would appreciate them more than her reportedly unstable and imprisoned aunt. As for how she would explain their acquisition, well, she could always blame it on Harry. He'd probably come up with a more convincing story anyway. After leaving Gringotts, Harry had Tonks drop him and Sirius off at the Weasleys. Apparently, Neville had stayed with them in June, and Hermione had been there for part of July, so it was just him. To his delight, he found Percy downstairs playing chess with Ron when he arrived. He was about an hour earlier than he had planned, but there wasn't much he could do about that. What else was he supposed to do until 10? Ginny turned bright red when she saw him, looking as if she wanted to bolt from the room but managed to stay put. Well, that was an improvement. Now, to keep the progress coming. 2 weeks later, it was time to head to Diagon Alley. Harry was incredibly anxious, hoping he hadn't done anything to change events enough for Lucius to pawn the diary off on someone else. He had to admit he had grown accustomed to knowing what was going to happen, and he would hate to lose that knowledge before it was absolutely necessary. So far, he had enjoyed himself. He had introduced Sirius as his new pet, Padfoot, and Sirius delighted in following the twins around, watching them prank people. Harry made it a point to talk to Ginny whenever she was in the room. Even though it was an uphill struggle, she had slowly progressed from monosyllabic answers to short sentences. In a moment of mischief, Harry might have accidentally suggested to the twins that Percy was spending so much time alone this summer because he might have a girlfriend. The twins jumped at the idea and kept insisting that Percy. Harry hoped to spend some time with Percy, curious to learn more about his mysterious girlfriend. If he didn't know better, he'd say Percy was relishing the chance to drive the twins mad with his vague answers. The twins had taken Percy's suggestion to teach Ginny as a challenge, completely unaware that she'd already been on a broom. They were pleasantly surprised to discover that she could outfly kids twice her age. Granted, they weren't Quidditch players, but she was self-taught, after all. Cedric had come over 3 times already, and they had a blast playing 3-on-3 Quidditch. Meanwhile, Percy took advantage of the twins' distraction to retreat to his room to study. Though Harry hadn't known Cedric well before they both became Hogwarts champions, he found he genuinely enjoyed his company and made a silent vow to keep him safe this time around. Once they reached Diagon Alley, Harry convinced his friends to head to the apothecary first so he could pick up his special order Mandrake restorative draft. Maybe 3 dozen was a bit excessive, but Hermione had taught him that it never hurt to be prepared. Ron, Hermione, and Neville, who had arranged to join the Weasleys after staying with them that summer, exchanged strange looks, but Harry shrugged it off, saying only that his Scar thought it was a good idea. He briefly wondered how long it would be before people considered him crazy for using that excuse to explain his knowledge of the future. Eventually, the group made their way to Flourish and Blots. Harry tactfully suggested that the Weasleys buy only 2 sets of books so they could share them. Mrs. Weasley, though a bit embarrassed, seemed to appreciate the idea. Suddenly, Lockhart's photographer crashed into Ron. "Out of the way, there," he snarled. "This is for the Daily Prophet." "Big deal," Ron muttered. Lockhart looked up, and Harry spotted Ron, but unfortunately, he was standing right next to him. Ron jumped to his feet and exclaimed, "It can't be Harry Potter." "Where?" Harry asked, feigning a search for himself. "Aren't you Harry?" Gilderoy Lockhart asked, looking confused. Nope, Harry replied brightly. But, your scar. Lockhart protested. Unfortunate cooking accident, Harry said curtly, repeating the story he had shared the previous year. Then who are you? Lockhart demanded. Draco Malfoy, Harry answered. Oh, well, let me give you a free set of books to make up for this unfortunate mix-up, Lockhart said, handing him a stack of books. He then turned his attention back to his adoring fans. Here, Harry said, tossing the books into Ginny's cauldron. Now you only need one set. But what about your books, Harry? Hermione asked. I don't intend to get them, Hermione. But, then how will you learn anything? She pressed. Harry snorted. Please, it's not like I'm going to learn anything this year anyway. He's a fraud, remember? Hermione nodded reluctantly. It had taken her quite some time to shake off the idea that the Master Obliviator was a genius. Harry, why did you tell him you were? Mrs. Weasley began. It was you. Draco Malfoy's voice rang out from behind him. Yes, Draco? Harry asked politely. You started that rumor last year, didn't you? The one about me being Snape's love child. Technically, Fred and George started that rumor, Harry pointed out. But yeah, I did have a hand in it. To be fair, though, it's not like we were friends at the time. But you just brought it to people's attention again. What's your excuse this time? Harry paused abruptly. I actually don't have one. Sorry. Draco rolled his eyes. And after I went through the trouble of ordering Dobby to stay away from your mail, too. Oh, please, that couldn't have taken more than a couple of minutes, Harry shot back. I do appreciate it, Harry said. So, how did you manage to survive a summer with the Muggles? I mean, that must be worse than a summer with the Weasleys, Draco remarked. Well, my aunt and cousin seemed to dislike me a bit less than usual this year, but my uncle looked like he wanted to strangle me every time he came near, Harry replied. Fun, Draco said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Remind me again why you think Muggles are worth caring about. Because my relatives treat me about as well as pure-blood fanatics treat Muggles, Harry suggested. Minus the attempted murder, of course. Ron, quick. Your mother's distracted by Lockhart, let's make our escape, Mr. Weasley said as he and the twins struggled over to them. Well, Arthur Weasley, Lucius Malfoy drawled. Harry rolled his eyes. Good grief, this was just a chance meeting in a crowded bookstore, not an epic showdown in the Old West. Lucius, Arthur nodded, barely pretending to be polite. Busy time at the ministry, I hear. All those raids. I hope they're paying you overtime. He reached into Ginny's cauldron and pulled out a brand new copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. Harry had insisted on paying for their schoolbooks since they were letting him stay for a month. Arthur and Molly had only agreed after he threatened to buy them all Nimbus 2001s instead. Who knew the way to overcome an aversion to charity was to offer more charity? I guess they are. It's sad, really, how desperate you are for money that you would lower yourself to be a disgrace to the name of a wizard for a few extra galleons, Lucius sneered. We have a very different idea of what disgraces the name of a wizard, Malfoy, Arthur replied firmly. Clearly, Lucius said, his gaze drifting toward the Grangers. The company. Personally, I think a disgrace to the name of a wizard is anyone over the age of 15 who can't cast a simple Expelliarmus without dropping their wand, Harry chimed in. Or someone who can't ride a broom without falling off, Draco added with a smirk. Or someone who doesn't like Quidditch, Ron threw in. That definitely broke the tension, and the Malfoys left without incident. Well, almost. Harry noticed Lucius slipping a diary into Ginny's book. It was unfortunate that the fight had been averted, especially since Harry had been planning to bet Draco and the twins that Hagrid would win the showdown between their fathers. Oh well. When Harry and the Weasleys returned to the burrow after saying goodbye to the Grangers, who ventured out into Muggle London, and Neville, who fled home, everyone dropped their things in their rooms. Ron immediately challenged Harry to a game of chess. Since Harry had accepted every challenge in the past, believing that the more Ron beat him, the less of an inferiority complex he would have, he couldn't find a good reason to decline and head upstairs instead. Reluctantly, he agreed to play. But his heart wasn't in it, and he played even worse than usual. The moment he lost, he practically sprinted up the stairs and into Ginny's room. He tore open her Transfiguration book. Nothing. He rummaged through the rest of her school supplies. Still nothing. He spent the rest of the afternoon searching the entire house. By nightfall, he was left with one terrifying conclusion: the diary was gone. And so was Scabbers. Chapter 11. Gone. Sirius repeated hollowly later that night when Harry snuck out to meet him. Gone? What do you mean he's gone? Harry sighed. I suppose it was too much to hope that you had completely ignored my explicit instructions and taken them early. Why would I have? You said you were going to take care of it, Sirius pointed out. I still can't believe he's gone. I mean, I was so close, and now he's gone. Not he, Harry corrected. They. The diary Horcrux is gone, too. Sirius groaned. You know, I may have been rotting away in Azkaban at this point the last time you were a second year, but given that Wormtail was with the Weasleys in Egypt, I can still be fairly certain that this didn't happen. You're right, Harry agreed. The only question is, why did it happen? Why would Pettigrew have taken off with the diary? Sirius shot Harry a look. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it was when you announced that I was your pet Padfoot. Even though Wormtail managed not to spook when I escaped Azkaban, he might have heard my name and decided it was either an incredible coincidence or that I was here and out to get him. As for why he took the diary, I don't know. Maybe he recognized it from when Voldemort gave it to Lucius. Harry glared at Sirius, completely ignoring the last part of his statement. Well, maybe that wasn't the best idea to call you that, but I don't recall you coming up with any better suggestions. Sure I did, Sirius argued. What, Snuffles? Sorry, but no pet of mine will ever go by such a cutesy name. Seriously, if you want me to come up with a more badass way to have survived Voldemort than the power of love, then you've got to come up with a more badass alias than Snuffles. Seriously, that sounds like something. Ginny would have picked out a terrible name. Sirius started laughing. Really? She can't have been that bad. Wanna bet? We got a rabbit last year, and guess what Ginny named it? Flopsy. What did you want to call it? Sirius managed to ask between his laughter. Mega Ultra Flame Deathsman. Hey, that's a perfectly respectable name for a rabbit. Harry insisted, crossing his arms as Sirius literally fell to the ground howling with laughter. You know, if you're not going to take this seriously, I'm going back to bed. After a few moments, Sirius composed himself. But Harry, I'm always Siri. One serious pun and I'm going back to bed, Harry warned. Fine. Sirius pouted. So what are we going to do? We know Pettigrew is off somewhere with the diary, but we don't know if he realizes it's a Horcrux or not. Probably not. After all, if Lucius Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange, who were two of Voldemort's favorites, never knew, I can't imagine why a spy would be told. No one ever trusts a spy. If they can be a double agent, they can just as easily be a triple agent. Speaking of, Sirius began. Yes, Sirius, I'm positive Snape really is on our side. You should really let this go. It's not healthy to carry a grudge for 20 years. Try telling that to him. Sirius muttered. Well, to be fair, you did try to kill him when he was 16, and that was probably very traumatic, Harry said diplomatically. I mean, I know I was traumatized when Remus transformed that night at the Shrieking Shack, and he didn't even get a chance to try and kill me. Thanks for that, by the way. Don't mention it. After all, what are godfathers for? And I do tell him this on a regular basis. But to my credit, I think I've managed to annoy him so much that he's somewhat stopped seeing me. My father now sees me as my own extremely irritating person, Harry said proudly. With a little effort, he'd managed in 1 year what he hadn't been able to accomplish in 6. Way to go, Sirius replied appreciatively. Getting back on topic, even though Wormtail won't know what the diary is, he'll probably end up writing in it at some point. When he does, he'll realize this is the closest he's going to get to Voldemort's orders. He'll keep writing and likely get possessed. And when he does, Harry sighed heavily. The Chamber of Secrets will probably be opened again. Harry felt a nagging sensation that he had forgotten something. It had been bothering him all morning, but he just couldn't recall what it was. This was one of those rare moments when Neville's remembrall might have come in handy. However, Harry already knew he had forgotten something, and since the magical mood ring wouldn't tell him what it was, he figured he'd only end up frustrated and throw it. Of course, it wasn't realistic to expect him to remember everything. But now the platform had sealed itself, and he and Ron were trapped outside while everyone else was stuck inside, and the train had just left. Last time, they'd flown the Weasleys' car to school. That had been incredibly dangerous and highly irresponsible, and they really should wait for Ron's parents. But who was he kidding? I'll drive, he declared. Climbing into the passenger seat, Ron looked at him skeptically. Do you even know how to drive? Of course, Harry said matter-of-factly. Everyone who's lived in the Muggle world knows how to drive. So it's like the Muggle version of flying? Ron asked as Harry took off. Kind of. Harry lied. He actually did know how to drive, having been nudged into getting a license by Hermione shortly after defeating Voldemort. They have a sport based on it, at any rate. Like Quidditch? Ron asked, intrigued. It's more about racing the cars and hoping they don't crash into each other or into the wall, or spontaneously combust in the process, Harry explained. Muggles are strange, Ron commented. That they are, Ron. That they are, Harry said absently as he sped up, scanning for the train. It was pretty simple, just follow the tracks. After about 10 minutes, they caught up to the express. Harry started to descend slowly, aiming to land on the top of the train. Are you crazy? You can't land here. Ron shouted. Why not? Harry asked innocently. You'll get us both killed. Oh, I will not. It'll be fine. See? To prove his point, Harry slowly brought them down to the last compartment. The landing was a bit bumpy, but then again, the train was moving at roughly 60 miles an hour. Ron looked green as he stumbled out of the car and rushed to the edge of the train, where he promptly vomited. Harry wrinkled his nose. Nice. How about you go first, he suggested, helping Ron down into the compartment below. Once his friend was out of sight, Harry took out his wand, tapped the car, and whispered, Portus. He watched the car vanish with satisfaction. It had taken him a while to master that spell. He then followed Ron into the compartment below them. A stray spell immediately grazed his ear. What the hell? Harry exclaimed, looking around. He groaned. Of course, they had picked the second-year Slytherin's compartment. Can you guys just chill for a second? He asked. Chill? Draco repeated. What does that mean? Oh, never mind, Harry said, deciding it was best not to mention that it was Muggle slang. Why are you guys attacking each other? I was only up there for 2 minutes. We were minding our own business when suddenly a Gryffindor fell from the sky. We thought we were under attack, a blonde Slytherin girl, whom Harry vaguely recognized as Daphne Greengrass, replied innocently. How can that possibly be considered self-defense? Harry asked, genuinely curious. We thought it was a Weasley invasion and that the rest of his siblings would follow him, a redhead, whom Harry guessed was Tracy Davis, explained. Hm. He really should pay more attention to the students in his year. Harry rolled his eyes. I'm sure. Anyway, Ron, I got rid of the car, so with any luck, your parents will just think they're going crazy and that we didn't take it. How did you get rid of the car? Ron asked, looking confused. I don't think we learned any spells to do that last year. Magic. Yeah, I kinda got that part. But how exactly did you? Am I to understand that you flew a car from King's Cross Station to here? Draco interrupted, raising an eyebrow. Yep, Harry beamed. Is there any point in asking why? Remember when I asked you to tell Dobby not to steal my mail? Harry replied. Draco nodded. Well, I forgot to mention that he shouldn't try to save my life. So you flew a car to the Hogwarts Express because my house elf wants to save your life? Draco repeated, incredulous. Basically. You're going to need to explain that. Harry sighed theatrically. He's apparently convinced that Hogwarts is a walking death trap, and that I'd be better off with my Muggle relatives, specifically my Muggle uncle, who could snap at any moment and try to strangle me. So, he sealed the portal to the platform. Ron and I got bored waiting for everyone to fix the mess, so we decided to just fly here. Draco stared at him. That has got to be the stupidest thing I've ever heard. And that's a fine example of the pot calling the kettle black. Seriously, though, you sound like Hermione. Draco made a face at him. Do you think he'll try to, save your life again? Almost certainly. Right, this is bloody ridiculous. Dobby. Draco called. Yes, Master. Dobby asked hesitantly as he appeared. I order you to stop trying to save Harry's life. It's very annoying. Just let him stay at Hogwarts. Got that? Draco commanded. Why yes, Master Draco, Dobby replied, his ears drooping. Great, now go. With a pop, Dobby vanished. Thanks, Harry said, feeling relieved. I really owe you one. Draco waved it off. Don't mention it. Just get the weasel out of my compartment before we're forced to hex him again. Okay. Bye, Draco. Bye to the rest of the second-year Slytherins I don't like as much as Draco. Harry waved cheerfully as he dragged Ron to the next compartment. The next one they tried had Cedric and Cho Chang in it, flirting shamelessly. Then they stumbled upon the Weasley twins, Lee Jordan, Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinnet, and Katie Bell, all examining the twins' pranking supplies. They even crossed paths with Oliver Wood and Percy, who were playing wizarding chess. Oliver had made a comment about how nice it was that they won the cup last year, the first time since Charlie Weasley had left. Percy pointed out that Charlie had only graduated 2 years ago, and Oliver responded by throwing a book at his head. It seemed like they had passed most of the Hogwarts population before finally finding Hermione and Neville, who were sitting in one of the first compartments with Ginny and Luna Lovegood. There you are. Harry exclaimed, exasperated. We've been looking everywhere for you. I think that's my line, Hermione said with amusement. Neville and I searched the train for you twice before we decided to just grab this compartment. You were supposed to follow Mum and me through the portal, but we didn't see you, Ginny pointed out. That's because the platform sealed itself and we flew Dad's car to the Hogwarts Express, Ron said bluntly. You did what? Hermione gasped. I take it you don't approve? Harry asked mildly. Of course I don't approve. You could have been spotted. Or killed. Or expelled. Hermione exclaimed, her face a mask of horror. We've already gone over this, Hermione, Harry replied gently. It'll take a lot more than that to get someone expelled. Especially me. My godfather didn't get expelled for trying to feed Professor Snape to a werewolf. Isn't your godfather Sirius Black? Ron asked, his curiosity piqued. Harry suddenly remembered mentioning that to Ron, the twins, Percy, and Tonks during Christmas. He felt lucky that Tonks seemed to have forgotten that detail when he casually mentioned that Sirius, in his dog form, was his godfather. Maybe she thought he was joking. Either way, it could have led to trouble. Oh, well, yes, he finally admitted. Hermione's expression turned even more horrified. Dear God, he tried to feed Professor Snape to a werewolf and was still allowed to attend Hogwarts? What was Dumbledore thinking? Harry shrugged. Maybe everyone short of Voldemort deserves 53 chances. Why 53? Neville asked, puzzled. It's a nice, even number, Harry replied playfully. No, it's not, Neville insisted, clearly confused. That's not the point, Harry said, waving his hand dismissively. The real point is that we totally flew Ron's dad's car halfway to school, and I used my incredible awesomeness to send it back. As long as you didn't tell anyone, I guess we can just pretend it never happened, Hermione said reluctantly. She paused, her eyes narrowing. Wait. You didn't tell anyone, did you? Ron and Harry exchanged glances for a moment before Ron quickly turned to his sister, asking her what she thought of Hogwarts so far. Meanwhile, Harry introduced himself to Luna. That left Neville to try to calm Hermione down, even though they had, in fact, told everyone they encountered. The welcoming feast turned out to be quite enjoyable, especially since Harry hadn't expected to be there at all after their car ride. He cheered loudly when Ginny made it to Gryffindor, and he even convinced Fred, George, Hermione, Neville, and Ron to join in when Luna was sorted. Ravenclaw. The cheer caught some strange looks, as no one ever celebrated for anyone outside their own house. But when had that ever stopped Harry? Best of all, he noticed a few suspicious glances from the staff. They had likely heard the rumors about him and Ron commandeering Ron's parents' flying car. Fortunately, none of the Slytherins who witnessed their entrance seemed inclined to tattle, so there was really nothing the staff could do. Harry felt a bit tired from the all-night. Harry and Ron flew a car halfway to Hogwarts and got away with it, party in the common room, but he was overall quite cheerful that morning. Everyone had joined in, even Percy, who Harry had to convince for 20 minutes that their little adventure was just an excuse for a celebration. If they had ridden the train like everyone else, they would have been enjoying the welcoming feast instead. As Harry looked up from his breakfast, he saw the Weasley family owl, Errol, practically crash in front of Ron. To make matters worse, it had a howler in its beak. Ron turned pale, and everyone in the Great Hall, who had looked up at the sight of Errol's dramatic entrance, was torn between leaning in to hear what Ron's parents would say about the incident and fleeing the room. Howlers were annoying. Sure, they were embarrassing for the recipient, but parents really should keep their lectures private. Not to mention, no one in the Great Hall wanted to hear a reprimand every time a student messed up. Fortunately, Harry had an idea. He casually opened the letter, and it erupted with, Ronald Bilious Weasley. But before it could continue, Harry quickly tapped the howler and whispered, Muffliato. The howler kept going, but now no one could hear it, except for him. It was a small price to pay for the way everyone was looking at him in awe, impressed by how he had silenced a howler. Oh, and he saved Ron from the embarrassment of being scolded by his mother in front of everyone, which was a nice gesture. And he could already hear some whispers about the boy who silenced. Wizards really loved their hyphens. Chapter 12. As Professor McGonagall distributed the schedules, she paused to inform Harry and Ron that Ron's parents had fled over their trunks. To Harry's surprise, he had completely forgotten he'd left the trunks in the car when he sent it back, so he hadn't been worried at all. He probably would have noticed their lack of belongings at school if it hadn't been for the all-night party that had ended just half an hour earlier. There simply hadn't been time to think about it. That also explained how Mrs. Weasley knew they'd taken the car. Thankfully, the lack of supplies could have been a disaster, but they had averted catastrophe. Hermione had wanted to head out to the greenhouses early, but Ron and Harry insisted on going back for their supplies. According to her, they shouldn't have been so irresponsible as to forget them, but, well, they were. When they finally reached the greenhouses, they found the rest of the class already standing outside, pointing and laughing at the panicked expressions on Ron, Neville, and Hermione's faces as the four raced across the grounds. Harry, on the other hand, would have preferred being late, as that almost certainly would have meant a loss of house points. Speaking of which, maybe he should admit to hijacking the car after all. That would surely cost them at least 100 points. Still, he wasn't quite sure if it was worth the threat of being told, one more toe out of line, or losing the notoriety of getting away with it. Professor Sprout didn't seem to notice their tardiness, as she was too busy trying to convey with her body language just how much she wanted Gilderoy Lockhart to leave her alone. Unfortunately for her, Lockhart was oblivious to such subtle cues, even when his audience looked ready to stab him with a spade. "Greenhouse 3 today, chaps," Professor Sprout managed to say when Lockhart paused for breath. As his eyes swept over the class appraisingly, she seized the opportunity to make her escape. Meanwhile, Harry, still looking to lose points, took his time. Harry paid dearly for his lapse in attention. No sooner had he started to fall behind than Lockhart spotted him. "Harry!" Lockhart shouted, his enthusiasm far exceeding what was warranted. "I've been wanting a word. You don't mind if he's a couple of minutes late, do you?" "Oh dear, I do believe she's left already." "Well, I'm sure she won't mind, at any rate." He scrutinized Harry with a critical eye. "Harry, Harry, Harry. When I heard, well, of course, it was all my fault. I could have kicked myself. I've never been more shocked. Flying a car to Hogwarts. Actually, Professor, the rumor is that I flew a car to the Express. And just to clarify, I'm not admitting to anything, so you don't need to worry that people will think you've been a bad influence on me," Harry reassured him, wondering why Lockhart felt the need to keep repeating his name. It was kind of creepy, and rather irritating. He didn't like his name that much. Lockhart chuckled. Of course. It'll be our little secret. Still, I knew right away why you did it. Stood out a mile. Harry. Harry twitched. Seriously, if Lockhart didn't stop this annoying habit of repeating his name in such a peculiar way, he couldn't be held responsible for his actions during the Cornish Pixie lesson, if that's what you could call it. They hadn't really learned anything, except that Hermione was smarter than their defense against the dark arts professor, a fact they all already suspected, well, the male students at least, and the girls who weren't swooning. "Because I was under the mistaken impression that you were Draco Malfoy, you didn't get to make the front page with me, so you had no choice but to fly a car to the Express to finally get that publicity I just know you've been craving," Lockhart beamed, clearly proud of himself. Harry just stared at him. Did he even read the paper? "But I didn't make the front page. It wasn't even mentioned in the paper at all because there's no proof that there's any truth to those persistent rumors that Draco Malfoy is the love child of Narcissa Malfoy and Professor Snape." Lockhart chuckled. Yes. I did hear about that. I didn't want to say anything, of course, but I've always suspected. In fact, I made sure to mention it in my autobiography. Now everyone can know the truth of such a touching love story. Why, it's a modern-day Romeo and Juliet, isn't it? Harry had to fight the urge to burst out laughing. Oh, Draco was going to kill him. I feel obligated to warn you not to let the fame go to your head. You're still young, take it easy, all right? You'll have plenty of time to figure out what you want to be famous for, how to accomplish that, and how to manage your fame when you're older. Getting yourself expelled for pulling stunts like these might earn you a bit of notoriety in the short term, but it won't last, and it will put a damper on any future plans. Lockhart's serious tone shocked Harry. He had no idea Lockhart had put this much thought into cultivating his fame, but it made sense. After all, he'd admitted that the only aspect of magic he was particularly good at was memory charms. To have built up such a reputation based on just one spell. Well, that was impressive, Harry had to acknowledge. And you need to be even more careful because a few people have heard of you, haven't they? All that business with he who must not be named. Lockhart laughed. I know, it's not quite as good as winning Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award 5 times in a row, as I have, but it's a start, Harry, it's a start. Dear God. Harry had been so confused and affronted that Lockhart thought he was just attention-seeking that he hadn't even realized Lockhart was joking. He didn't actually mean any of it. Harry pondered the idea that a smiling competition might be deemed more worthy of fame than the mysterious vanishing of Voldemort. Perhaps Lockhart wasn't as foolish as he seemed. Sure, he still acted like a squib, completely self-absorbed and unscrupulous, but he wasn't an idiot. Professor, Harry called out just as Lockhart was about to walk away. Your approach to fame seems more like a popularity contest. I mean, yes, your books showcase your adventures with yetis, werewolves, vampires, and a whole range of magical creatures, but isn't that beside the point? Your readers aren't buying those books because they're invested in all that. They like you. Your heroic deeds are just a way for them to get more of you and keep you in the spotlight. You ensure you remain in the public's mind by winning contests like the Witch Weekly one you mentioned. It's a clever strategy, and as long as you don't do something really foolish, it should adapt with the times and keep you relevant for as long as you want. Lockhart stared at Harry, incredulous for a moment, before a smirk spread across his face. Impressive. I take it that's not your style? Harry shook his head. No, I don't have to worry about being forgotten. That's never going to happen, at least not in my lifetime. I disappeared from the magical world for 10 years right after I became a hero, yet parents have been telling their children bedtime stories about me all this time. No one really knows what happened that night at Godric's Hollow, but I don't need to remind people that I exist. Everyone is already so enamored with me that I can do pretty much whatever I want. As long as I don't do something incredibly stupid, the backlash from expelling me or anything like that would just make it not worth it. I can use this immunity to enhance my fame and popularity among my peers. By such daring escapades as last year's little treasure hunt and that time I allegedly flew a car to the Hogwarts Express. That's a bit callous, don't you think? Lockhart replied, unfazed. Harry shrugged. Perhaps. Don't get me wrong, I'd do anything for my friends. I wouldn't just leave them to suffer consequences I can evade with my fame. But I have to be careful. If I don't navigate this carefully, what's to stop some gossip-mongering journalist or an angry bureaucrat from damaging my reputation? I need to ensure I can still help the people I care about. It's all about being proactive. Well, you clearly know what you're doing, so I wish you well. May both of our fames continue to grow in the years to come, Lockhart said sincerely before continuing on his way. Harry shook his head to clear it. Having a serious discussion with Lockhart was something he never expected to do in either timeline. Well. He was certain he was more than just fashionably late, so maybe he'd still get some points taken off after all. As Harry entered the greenhouse, he saw Professor Sprout just about to unpot a mandrake. When she noticed him slip in, she paused and removed her earmuffs. And where have you been? I was chatting with Professor Lockhart about how famous we both are, Harry replied deadpan. Professor Sprout narrowed her eyes. I see. 10 points from Gryffindor for your tardiness, Mr. Potter. You can discuss your fame on your own time. Yes. Harry cheered as he slid into a seat next to Neville. I wouldn't get too excited, Neville warned him. Hermione earned 50 points while we were waiting for you. Harry threw his head back and wailed, and oh. Curses, foiled again. How could you, Hermione? I thought we were supposed to be friends. Hermione rolled her eyes. You'll get over it. Face it, mate, Ron added frankly. Dumbledore likes you too much to let you lose the house cup, Ron said. Or he hates me too much, Harry muttered. Ron brushed off his comment. Even if you and Snape managed to end the year with 100 points or so. And the lowest house point total ever was 116, and that was Gryffindor in 1978, Hermione interrupted. A quick smile flitted across Harry's face. That year had been the Marauders' 7th, and they had certainly gone out with a bang. Right, Ron nodded. Even if you managed that, Dumbledore would still give Gryffindor 400 points for whatever ridiculous thing you and anyone foolish enough to follow you did, without any explanation other than your Scar said it was a good idea, which will probably land you in the hospital wing for the entire last week of school. Harry hung his head, knowing they were right. Right, so if Mr. Potter has been brought up to speed, everyone put your earmuffs back on, Professor Sprout ordered. Harry shook his head in disbelief, unable to fathom how she thought they were actually on topic. Fortunately, he had done extensive research on mandrakes over the summer in preparation for this year's petrifications. He figured he wouldn't have to worry until Halloween, after all. If an 11-year-old could resist Voldemort for a couple of months, depending on when she started using the diary, Pettigrew certainly could too. Hi, Harry, Colin Creevey chirped excitedly. He looked nervous but determined. I'm Colin Creevey. I'm in Gryffindor too. I know, Harry replied quietly, remembering how pale Colin had looked in death and how small he had seemed. He had no business sneaking back into the castle to fight Voldemort. He was only 16. I saw you get sorted, Colin said, his face turning even redder. Did you? Do you think, would it be all right if, can I have a picture? He asked, raising his camera hopefully. All right, Harry agreed. Harry took a moment to gather his thoughts. If it had been anyone else, or if Colin hadn't lost his life far too soon, he would have refused the photo opportunity and instead engaged in some playful banter with Draco and Lockhart. But this felt different. It was strange. He had thought it was admirable when Ginny had stepped up to fight despite being so young, but that was before he had considered the possibility of her dying. He had never imagined Colin would meet the same fate. Hermione, would you? He asked, taking the camera from Colin and handing it to her. She was the most likely to know how to use it. Standing beside Colin, Harry smiled just as the flash went off. I'm just saying it's weird, Ron said as they walked toward Defense Against the Dark Arts. And I'm just saying to leave it, Harry replied, a hint of irritation creeping into his voice. But you hate it when people get all crazy and starstruck around you. So why would you? Ron pressed. Harry spun around to face him. Because he reminds me of a friend who died, okay? Now just drop it. Ron paled, as he always did at the mention of death. Even at 12, he was still so sheltered. Harry took a deep breath and continued to his seat. I see you've all bought a complete set of my books. Well done, Lockhart announced cheerfully. I thought we'd start today with a little quiz. As Lockhart droned on, Hermione turned to Harry with a glare. I still can't believe you didn't buy the books. How can you possibly pass this class without the textbooks? Harry sighed dramatically. First of all, they're not textbooks, they're storybooks. Secondly, I'm a celebrity. I come with a built-in BS ability. Thirdly, Lockhart would never risk the wrath of his adoring public by flunking The Boy Who Lived. And finally, it's all about the final exams anyway. Hermione still looked dissatisfied, but Lockhart placed a quiz down in front of her, leaving her no choice but to let it go. Let's see. Harry muttered as he stared at his own quiz. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? To claim credit for every dangerous magical creature defeated anywhere in Europe. 2. In your opinion, what is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? The building and management of his adoring fan base. The questions went on until Harry reached the last one. 54. When is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday, and what would his ideal gift be? The recent defeat of a dangerous magical creature in a mysterious manner with no witnesses. Harry was pretty sure his answers differed from what Lockhart would expect. Not that he had ever read Lockhart's books, but they were likely to contain fewer references to his obliviating habit. Still, he felt his responses were appropriate and somewhat accurate. As he glanced through the tests, Harry noticed when Lockhart reached his. He stopped, staring at it for a few moments before shaking his head and moving on without a word. Once Lockhart finished providing the class with the answers, after Harry and Ron wrapped up their game of wizarding chess, Neville stopped watching, and Hermione concluded her lecture on the importance of paying attention while expertly taking notes. He moved on to the next part of the lesson, Cornish pixies. Harry tuned out Lockhart's enthusiastic claims that Cornish pixies were highly dangerous creatures. He knew he wouldn't be able to stop himself from saying something that would likely land him in detention. Normally, he wouldn't care, but there was no way he was going to end up answering Lockhart's fan mail again. Right then, Lockhart declared grandly, throwing open the door to the pixie cage. "Let's see what you make of them." Harry watched impassively as the released pixies darted around the room, wreaking havoc. "Pesca-pixie pesternemy," Lockhart bellowed, waiting for the class to look suitably impressed. The spell did absolutely nothing. Perhaps it was a joke spell, like the one the twins had given Ron to change. "Scabbers color? Have you tried Demobulus?" Harry suggested, pointing at one of the pixies. As the class turned to watch the pixie fall, he discreetly aimed his wand at the others and cast several silent freezing charms. "How did you do that?" Seamus asked, his eyes wide with surprise. Harry rolled his eyes. "With my incredible awesomeness." "We've been over this, Seamus." "Well done, Harry." Lockhart beamed, brushing himself off as he emerged from behind his desk. 50 points to Gryffindor. Harry sat frozen in horror. "No matter what I do, there's no escaping it. Just kill me now." Chapter 13. That night at dinner, Harry found himself unable to eat, which was quite worrisome for a growing preteen boy. Fortunately, he figured out that his lack of appetite stemmed from the nauseating celebration taking place at the Gryffindor table. With Hermione firing off rapid answers to Professor Sprout's herbology questions and his own punishment for not taking Lockhart's quiz seriously, they had already racked up 90 points. Combined with the rest of the house, Gryffindor was ahead by 112 points from that morning. Only Snape looked as ill as Harry felt. Deciding he didn't want to partake in the festivities, he stormed off to the Ravenclaw table in protest and plopped down in front of a surprised Luna Lovegood. "Hello, is anything the matter?" she asked curiously. "It's only the first day of school, and Gryffindor already has an 80-point lead in the House Cup, and it's all my fault," Harry moaned. "I see. I've always thought that the desire to win indicates the presence of Raxperts, but no one ever believes me," Luna confided. "That's because Dumbledore has them too well indoctrinated," Harry explained. "He makes them think it's about house pride and proving that their house is better than the others, which is really quite detrimental to the idea of school unity, if you think about it." "Exactly," Luna beamed. "Thus, Raxperts. Why are you sitting here?" "I had to get away from that," Harry said, gesturing disgustedly at the celebration. "Was that butterbeer he saw? But why here?" "I heard last year when the House Cup was awarded to Gryffindor at the last minute, you went over by the Slytherins." "Well, I'm kind of avoiding Draco," Harry admitted. Seeing as how he had defense against the dark arts this morning and no doubt saw that, once again, the rumor about his mother and Snape that I accidentally started just won't die. And besides, why not sit here? I like you. We only met yesterday, Luna pointed out. But what a meeting it was. I ordered that subscription to the Quibbler you recommended. I can't wait to find out what the Ministry is hiding from us so I can be properly outraged. But let's talk about you, Are the other Ravenclaws treating you okay? Luna nodded. Oh yes. They seem to think that I'm under your protection or something because of last night. I expect that after tonight, they'll think that even more. They haven't even laughed at any of my theories once. I'm thinking of coming up with progressively more outlandish ones to see how long it takes before they crack. Now that is a noble goal, Harry laughed. See, I knew there was a reason I liked you. We're both lone warriors in the fight against sheep mentality. I like sheep, Luna replied. So do I. But when people like them so much that they decide to think like them, they do all sorts of crazy things, like declaring on the next Dark Lord, Harry countered. It must be the Raxperts, Luna suggested. Yes, the Raxperts wreaking havoc yet again and trying to blame it on the poor sheep, Harry said, shaking his head sadly. And that's going in next week's Quibbler. Thanks, Luna. Harry. A word, if I may, Lockhart said, intercepting Harry on his way to breakfast the next morning. Harry's friends looked concerned, but he waved them off. He could handle himself. And if worse came to worst, he didn't want his friends to see him doing any damage control, what with it not being ethical and him being a second year and all. Yes, Professor? Harry asked politely. I wanted to talk to you about your quiz yesterday, Lockhart continued. It wasn't anything from my books, of course, but it was all quite amusing. Some of your answers did make me wonder, however. What exactly do you know about your habit of tracking down well-meaning but publicity-shy individuals who rid their local populace of whatever magical creature ails them and obliviating them? Harry concluded. Lockhart looked rather gobsmacked and nodded wordlessly. Well, it's certainly not very nice. If they wanted the credit, they would have publicized their exploits better before you had the chance to hear about it and track them down, Harry continued. There's nothing I can do to change the fact that you stole those people's memories and accomplishments. And since Professor Dumbledore believes in unlimited second chances, he wouldn't do anything about it even if I told him. So, basically, as long as you don't try to obliviate me or any of my friends, I don't plan on doing anything. Oh, and if you try to steal one of my accomplishments, I will beat you to death with a paper napkin. Can you beat someone to death with a paper napkin? Lockhart asked, intrigued, showing no sign of being bothered by Harry's threat. Harry shrugged. I'll have fun trying. What's that funny clicking noise? Fred asked during Quidditch practice that Saturday morning. Oh, that's just Colin, my personal photographer, Harry explained. Why do you need a personal photographer? George asked, unsure if Harry was being serious. Well, since Colin is clearly going to keep following me around and taking pictures of me, and since I'm really not that interesting, Fred snorted at that, but Harry ignored him. I felt bad that he was wasting so much of his time, so I figured I might as well pay him. Besides, I set up a deal with the Daily Prophet, and anytime they do a story featuring me, they'll contact Colin, and he can send them the appropriate photo. As the twins continued to stare at him, he elaborated, I got the idea from Lockhart. The man's a media genius. I suppose he'd almost have to be good at something. George mused. And it's certainly not teaching, Fred added. What's going on? Wood frowned as he flew by, noticing that his seeker and beaters had suddenly stopped. During practice, Harry noticed something unusual. Is that first year spying on us? He asked, squinting across the field. Oh, no, that's just Harry's photographer, Fred replied cheerfully. So I guess that makes him a Gryffindor. George chimed in, besides, the Slytherin team couldn't find anyone to spy on us, since they showed up in full Quidditch gear. Why on earth are they wearing their Quidditch robes to practice? Harry asked, genuinely confused. That has to be the stupidest thing I've seen all day. Fred smirked. All day isn't very long, Harry. It can't be more than 10, and we've just been listening to Oliver ramble about how he wants us to win the cup again this year and next year. Harry tensed up at the mention of the cup. Fred quickly clarified, the Quidditch Cup, Harry. He couldn't care less about the House Cup. Oh, that's all right then, Harry said, visibly relaxing. And yesterday afternoon, Parvati and Lavender called me in to help them figure out who in our year is most skin tone compatible with them. I swear, one of these days, I'm just going to buy Witch Weekly and force them to stop printing such inane articles that make innocent schoolchildren suffer through 2 hours of that nonsense. You do that, Harry. Suddenly, Oliver Wood's voice boomed across the pitch. Flint. This is our practice time. We got up specifically for this. You can clear off now. Flint responded innocently, plenty of room for all of us, Wood. But I booked the pitch. Wood protested, his face turning a shade of purple that Harry was pretty sure wasn't a good sign. I booked it. Flint replied with a grin. Flint continued, I see why there might be some confusion then. You booked the pitch, and I have a note signed by Professor Snape saying, Professor S. Snape, give the Slytherin team permission to practice today on the Quidditch pitch, owing to the need to adjust to their new brooms. Wouldn't it have been easier to just book the pitch like a normal person? Harry asked reasonably. Harry felt a flush creeping up his cheeks. Well, would have taken care of it, but this week has been a bit hectic with the Newt reviews and everything. It just slipped my mind, so I asked Professor Snape at the end of potions yesterday. You've got new brooms? Wood asked, momentarily distracted. What kind? Flint beamed with pride. Our seeker, Draco Malfoy, was concerned that the team wasn't living up to its full potential, so his father bought us Nimbus 2001s. Oh, that's great, Harry sighed, feeling a wave of relief. The others stared at him as if he'd lost his mind. He didn't care, though, that seemed to happen quite often since he returned. Good. You think it's good that the Slytherin team now has 7 of the fastest brooms out there? Wood asked, disbelief evident in his voice. Well, yes, Harry replied. Otherwise, it would have been really awkward when Professor Dumbledore announced that I had bought the Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff team 7 Nimbus 2001s each. The stares continued. Honestly, he might as well have been talking to himself for all the input he was getting. Just then, Ron, Hermione, and Neville approached, curious about the commotion. Would they have anything more insightful to contribute than his teammates? He doubted it. Why didn't you buy the Slytherin team any brooms? Draco asked, suddenly defensive. I mean, you had no way of knowing I was going to do it. Oh, yes he did. That was exactly why he decided to level the playing field. He didn't want to hear complaints about favoritism when he knew they would have splurged on top-of-the-line brooms if they could afford them. Well, Harry said, thinking quickly, I didn't feel that last year's games against Cedric and Cho were much of a test of my ability. My broom could outfly theirs any day of the week. To have a real challenge, I thought it best to get them faster brooms, knowing their team would give them a hard time. Time about accepting a gift from a rival seeker. There would be talk of them throwing matches if I didn't buy the rest of the team brooms, too. I couldn't possibly put Gryffindor at a disadvantage by giving 2/3 of our competition state-of-the-art brooms while not providing anything for ourselves. So, I had to buy brooms for Gryffindor as well. Since you already had a Nimbus 2000 from last year, it didn't even occur to me to get the rest of your team anything. That's why it felt so awkward when I realized last week that my donation might seem like discrimination. Not bad for an on-the-spot cover-up, Draco replied, a hint of skepticism in his voice. But now our advantage is gone, he hissed. Think of it this way, if you hadn't bought the team brooms, you would have been flattened in every match, Harry reassured him. You saved Slytherin from a year of horribly humiliating losses. Draco's mood brightened considerably, and Harry could only imagine how long he would relish his newfound savior of Quidditch status. Since the Slytherins really do need to break in their new brooms and our team's brooms are going to be presented at dinner tonight, I recommend we just let them have the pitch so I can go back to bed, Harry suggested. It's 10 o'clock, Harry, Hermione said, raising her eyebrows. I know, but I only got 2 hours of sleep last night. Now everyone turned to stare at Wood. What? I didn't wake them up until 5. He defended. The twins, Lee, Alicia, Katie, Angelina, and I were having a poker tournament last night that didn't end until 3, Harry explained. To build team solidarity, you understand. We would have invited you to join us, Wood, but we expected it to run late and you announced at dinner that you were going to bed early. He paused. Probably because you knew we had a ridiculously early practice this morning and couldn't be bothered to tell us. Anyway, who here thinks going back to bed sounds like a great idea? Any ideas? 6 hands shot up into the air. I rest my case, Harry said, glancing at Wood, who was the only one with his hand still at his side. Next time we have a practice before 9, please let us know. I get that the weather can be unpredictable during games, but we'll know the game time at least a week in advance. I don't see why you can't just make an announcement the night before. With that, he turned and started walking back toward the castle. Hey, mate, Ron called as he, Hermione, and Neville hurried to catch up with him. Yeah? Harry replied without looking back. Why are you avoiding my sister? Harry froze. Avoiding, Ginny? I'm not. Ron rolled his eyes. Yes, you are. Every time she comes near you, you find some excuse to leave. Last week, you even went to sit with the Ravenclaws when she sat down across from you. Harry trailed off. He hadn't realized he was avoiding Ginny, but now that he thought about it, it seemed he definitely was. Who could blame him? If he hadn't gone back, little James or Lily would be celebrating their first birthday soon. Now they might never exist. On the bright side, since the baby hadn't actually been born yet, assuming he and Ginny got around to having children again, he wouldn't have to miss them as individuals, only as what might have beens. He wouldn't be subconsciously comparing his old child with his new one and hating himself for it. Then there was Ginny herself. She didn't have the diary this time, thank goodness for that, or he'd have to add it to the list of things he could never forgive himself for, starting with abandoning Ginny and their unborn child to go through the veil. Now, he wasn't sure how to break her out of her hero worship and help her see him as a normal person, especially since he was clearly avoiding her. But it was more than just annoyance. He was dealing with Lockhart, after all, and the man's habit of mentioning how great he was approximately once every other minute. Harry felt a mix of uncertainty and guilt. He had fallen in love with the Ginny who had bravely resisted Voldemort's Horcrux at the age of 11, the one who had believed in him without question when he insisted Voldemort had returned at 13. She had joined him on his reckless plan to save Sirius at 14, fought against Death Eaters when they invaded Hogwarts at 15, and co-led the Resistance when Hogwarts fell under Death Eater control. She had stood by him for the final battle against all of Riddle's forces at 16. That was the girl he had loved. While he would never want her to endure all of that again, he had, in fact, managed to prevent some of it. Those experiences had shaped Ginny into the person she was when he finally recognized her existence. Although she was still the same, he worried that he might try to replace the Ginny he had lost with the Ginny who stood before him now, and that wouldn't be fair to either of them. Maybe he was avoiding her, but he had his reasons. He noticed Ron waiting for a response, and knowing he could never explain everything to a 12-year-old, he focused on one reason for keeping his distance this time. To be fair, Ginny had improved at controlling her inner fangirl since their first encounters. I'm a little uncomfortable with the way your sister seems to see me as some sort of hero, Harry said. I'm really just a guy in some pretty extraordinary circumstances, that's all. You don't mind Colin following you around, Neville pointed out. And he's far more enthralled with you than Ginny is. But Colin doesn't have a crush on me, Harry replied, crossing his arms. I'm not so sure about that. Ron muttered. Be nice, Hermione admonished, swatting at Ron. Personally, I think you're being. You're really nice to Colin, and I'm proud of you for that. But you need to understand that you're going to have to handle a lot of girls having crushes on you as we get older. You're not just the boy who lived, you also draw a lot of attention with all your accomplishments and missions. I know, Harry said, raising his hands in surrender, too exhausted to continue the argument. But I don't have to deal with any of them regularly, and since Ginny is Ron's sister, I can't avoid her. But... He let out a sigh. I'll try to stop avoiding Ginny. Happy now? 3 identical grins responded, confirming that they were. Chapter 14. The rest of September flew by for Harry. Each morning, he woke half expecting to hear news of an attack during the night. He hoped it would be just petrifaction, but he knew better than to take anything for granted. Just because Ginny hadn't harmed anyone while possessed didn't mean Wormtail wouldn't. As October rolled in, the possibility of the first attack loomed, and Halloween seemed like a likely date. Perhaps it was no coincidence that Mrs. Norris had been petrified on Halloween the previous year. It felt thematic. About a week before Halloween, Harry found himself delayed after breakfast by a rather concerned Percy Weasley. He didn't mind, of course. Hermione had been on his case ever since the Owl Post arrived, berating him for ordering notebook paper and actual pens. Apparently, she expected him to cater to those who couldn't be bothered to write on paper from a tree, opting instead for the skins of calves, sheep, or goats. And the insistence on using feather quills? It was baffling. Between their office supplies and classes, Harry was beginning to think the entire wizarding world had a peculiar disdain for animals. Or maybe Hermione was upset that he planned to sell some of his stock to Muggleborns and half-bloods who preferred a more modern lifestyle over a medieval one. He might have even joked about starting a Hogwarts chapter of PETA. Honestly, he thought she'd be pleased he was getting involved in the community, given her activism with Spew, but no. Then there was that letter from her parents, revealing that half her neighborhood was planning to dress up in official Harry Potter costumes he had forgotten to mention he had authorized. Harry, have you seen this? Percy interrupted his thoughts, holding up that day's issue of the Daily Prophet, effectively cutting off Harry's musings about Hermione's frustration. Nope, Harry replied cheerfully. I only read the Quibbler. I recently signed up to be their spokesperson, after all. I see, Percy said, raising an eyebrow. Percy looked taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. There's an article here about how you donated brooms to 3 of the houses while the Malfoys donated to the last? Harry interjected. Percy nodded. It made the front page. About time. I insisted it be front page news, but I didn't think it would take this long. They must have finally had some real news to report for once. Tell me the truth, did the story do me justice? I guess so, Percy replied hesitantly. But that's not what I wanted to talk to you about. They included the price of each broom, and I did the math. You spent way too much money on this. I know your parents were wealthy, and you only have to provide for yourself, plus you'll have free lodging until you graduate, but it's still not a good idea to burn through all your money before then. Relax, Percy, Harry said, a hint of patronization in his voice. I've got that all taken care of. Befriend a leprechaun colony? Harry laughed. No, sadly, leprechaun gold disappears after a few hours. Disappears? Percy raised an eyebrow. Well, the official story is a missing, Harry admitted. But we all know what that means. Like I said, I've got my finances sorted. That Daily Prophet story? Quality photos of the boy who lived go for 50 galleons right now. Colin Creevy takes the pictures, so he gets most of it, but I still make 20%. I also get a cut from the Quibbler sales, and let me tell you, subscriptions have really taken off. It was a good decision to get involved when I did. Plus, I've authorized Harry Potter action figures and plushies, trademarked my name, and I'm currently working on a clothing line. It's nothing fancy, just robes with a lightning bolt on them, but the feedback has been positive so far. Not to mention how much I've been earning through autographed picture sales and fan club dues. Percy just stared at him, processing the information. Are you all right? Harry asked after Percy had been standing there in silence for a full 5 minutes. Yes, I'm fine, Percy finally replied, shaking his head. May I ask why you're doing this? So I have money to burn, Harry said simply. Besides, if people are willing to buy anything with my name on it, I might as well merchandise, right? At least, that's what Professor Lockhart said. I'm starting to think you spend way too much time with that man, Percy said bluntly. Maybe you're right, Harry replied sadly, his shoulders slumping. I just got so excited thinking of all the ways I could help people. I guess I'll have to tell Madame Pants that I won't be making that 5,000 galleon donation after all. On the other hand, Percy said quickly, as long as you frequently consult a seasoned professional like Professor Lockhart, I'm sure your money will be fine. Harry smirked as he watched Percy hurry away. This is bloody ridiculous, Harry complained, following Luna, Lockhart, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Filch up to Lockhart's office. Luna just smiled serenely, no doubt crafting an article about the events in her mind. All Harry had wanted was to enjoy the Halloween feast with his friends. Well, not like a normal person, it was a bit late for that. He wanted to feel like one of the other students. But no, he wasn't a normal person. He was on the Quidditch team. He had tracked Mud all over the Great Hall after coming back from practice, gotten yelled at by Filch for making more work for him, vanished the Mud, and then been scolded again by Filch for showing off. To top it off, he had been cornered by nearly headless Nick, who had invited him to his death day party. Harry, who had had a miserable time at Nick's little ghost gathering, was about to decline when Luna appeared out of nowhere and asked if she could come, too. Nick had, of course, agreed, leaving Harry feeling morally obligated to attend and prevent Luna from deciding she'd rather be a ghost than enjoy the feast. You're more likely to end up like a ghost than a girl, or something else that could get you killed, Harry thought. Just when he finally managed to convince Luna to join him at the feast for a little while, she heard the basilisk lurking in the walls. Now, Luna wasn't a Parselmouth, but she certainly had keen ears. She claimed she could hear hissing coming from the walls and insisted on checking it out. Despite Harry's attempts to talk her out of it, he ended up following her. As they ventured deeper, they stumbled upon Mrs. Norris, once again petrified, just as other students were passing by on their way to their common rooms. Consequently, Filch accused them of killing his cat, and now they were on their way to defend themselves. Harry found himself caught between feeling sorry for himself and annoyed that, despite his best intentions, he was once again at the center of the Chamber of Secrets investigation. He didn't pay much attention to the proceedings until Dumbledore addressed Filch. Not dead? Filch choked out. But why is she all stiff and frozen? Because she's been petrified, Harry interjected before Dumbledore could explain. Is that a confession? Filch demanded angrily. Of course not, Harry replied, offended. I just recognized the symptoms. And since when were you such an expert on petrification? Snape sneered. Since about halfway through the summer when my scar told me that the Chamber of Secrets would be opened by an unregistered rat animagus who's believed to be dead, who's being possessed by an evil diary, and that there's a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. Looking at the basilisk would petrify a bunch of students. And Mrs. Norris, he added as an afterthought. Basilisks don't petrify people, Snape corrected him gleefully. They kill people. Everyone knows that. Your Scar clearly hasn't put much thought into this. Au contraire, Harry shot back. It's put quite a bit of thought into it. While it agrees that staring directly into a basilisk's big, yellow eyes will kill you, Mrs. Norris only saw the reflection after Moaning Myrtle flooded the bathroom, Harry said, a bright smile on his face. Snape seized on that immediately. How would you know what basilisk eyes look like? No one has ever seen them and lived to tell the tale. I'm not sure how being alive implicates me in Mrs. Norris's attack, but I know because I asked Myrtle. And how would Myrtle know? McGonagall interjected, cutting off Snape before he could say something everyone would regret. She was killed when the Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago, Luna chimed in for the first time. We were interviewing all the ghosts at Sir Nicholas's party, and they were all very eager to share how they died. It's a bit like old people and their grandchildren, really. You weren't at the feast because you were attending a party for ghosts? Snape asked incredulously. They don't serve anything that hasn't been rotten for at least 2 weeks, she replied. That's why we stole some sandwiches from the kitchen, Harry added. To his surprise, Snape actually smiled. 20 points from Gryffindor for going to the kitchens, stealing Hogwarts food, and bothering the house elves. He doesn't bother them, Luna countered. They like him. In fact, they adopted him last week. Adopted? Lockhart asked, looking blankly at her, with the other teachers sharing his confusion for once. Oh yes. They've decided that he's an honorary house elf based on his stories of how his relatives treat him, and I must say, I'm very jealous. She paused, considering. Well, about becoming an honorary house elf, not about getting treated like one by my only family in the world. I see, McGonagall said, trying to regain her composure. Miss Lovegood, since you went to the kitchens as well. Oh, it was all my fault, Professor, Harry said earnestly, hoping to keep Luna out of trouble with her housemates, who still thought she was odd but weren't harassing her this time. I talked her into it. I'm a horrible influence. I knew it. Snape exclaimed. That's 10 more points from Gryffindor, Potter. Severus. McGonagall protested. That's hardly. Oh, it's very fair, Professor, Harry defended his only ally among the staff, at least in his point-losing crusade. I really should know better. Luna's only a first year. And you're only a second, McGonagall pointed out. There is no such thing as a good influence, Mr. Potter, Luna assured him. All influence is immoral because to influence a person is to give them one's own soul. The picture of Dorian Gray. Harry exclaimed, delighted. This is why you're my fourth closest friend. I quote things all the time, but no one ever recognizes it except Hermione, and she always chides me for being childish. Raxburts, Luna diagnosed. They're a pandemic, Harry agreed. Potter. Snape shouted. When Harry finally looked his way, Snape continued, enough about your mythological creatures and your obscure Muggle literature. Tell me why you weren't at the feast. Harry stared at Snape. We already told you, Professor. We went to Nick's Death Day party. We have a ton of witnesses. Of course, they're all dead, but you wouldn't be a livingist, would you? Snape raised an eyebrow. Livingist? Someone who judges others based on whether they are alive or dead, Luna answered promptly. The Quibbler has been trying to raise awareness about these little-known prejudices, but clearly you don't subscribe. Snape's lip curled in disdain. Indeed. And why didn't you go to the feast after the party? Oh, the party's still going on. We were actually headed to the feast when we happened across Mrs. Norris, Harry explained. And why didn't you come down until after the feast ended? Snape pressed, thinking he had them cornered. The pair had a straightforward reason for their absence, and it didn't involve any illicit activities. There were a lot of ghosts, Luna explained. Sir Nicholas invited one for every year he's been dead, and we wanted to interview all of them. If you were on your way to join the feast, then why were you in that upstairs corridor? Snape asked, his tone logical. Why were the students returning from the feast up there if that corridor isn't anywhere near the Great Hall? Harry shot back. We were up there because I heard the walls hissing and wanted to investigate, Luna replied calmly. Harry groaned. He had actually understood what the basilisk was saying but wasn't about to mention that they had heard anything at all. As Ron had pointed out after the original accusation, it was better to keep the fact that he could hear the basilisk to himself. Come to think of it, Ron was probably referring to Harry hearing voices and thought he was going crazy. Ah, well, it was the thought that counted. Dumbledore looked startled. You're a Parselmouth, Ms. Lovegood? Oh no, Luna shook her head. I didn't understand what the wall was saying, I just heard hissing. That totally supports my Scar's basilisk theory, just so you know, Harry couldn't resist adding. Doesn't anyone care about my cat? Filch complained. Biting his tongue to refrain from answering in the negative, Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out a vial of mandrake potion, holding it out for Filch to take. What's this? Filch asked suspiciously as he accepted the vial. Some kind of poison? No, Harry assured him. I wouldn't do that. Not in front of all these witnesses, at any rate. Somehow, that didn't seem to calm Filch. Strange. It's mandrake potion. It can revive Mrs. Norris. And you just happen to be carrying this around with you? Snape demanded. Headmaster, clearly Potter knows more than he's letting on. Of course I don't just happen to carry some around, Harry replied. But I've had 3 vials on me since the moment I stepped foot in Hogwarts this year. I even confessed that I knew a basilisk was going to be set loose in the school, and you think I'm hiding something? Really? Lockhart quickly chimed in, Harry makes some good points. And since he's clearly not responsible for this, no permanent harm was done, and Mrs. Norris will be revived immediately, why don't we let these 2 get back to their common rooms? An excellent idea, Dumbledore started, but Filch interrupted, shouting, he knows I'm a squib. Everyone turned to Harry, who shrugged. Well, okay, that one's true. But considering I've already mentioned that I'm against discriminating against people who happen to be dead, it's highly unlikely that I have a problem with those who don't have magic. That's an admirable attitude, Dumbledore said, clearly pleased with Harry's willingness to challenge the ingrained prejudices of wizarding society. Very well, off to bed, you two. As Harry and Luna left Lockhart's office, Harry asked, do you want to just get dinner in the kitchen since the feast is over? That sounds like a good plan, Luna agreed. And I want to see the house elves working on those chocolate pumpkins. Why are you having actual pumpkin-sized chocolate replicas delivered to everyone in the castle in the middle of the night? Harry explained, because this summer, when I was talking about the Great Pumpkin, Cedric told me he didn't believe in it, and we made a bet about whether I could prove its existence to him. That sounds an awful lot like fraud, Harry, Luna remarked. It's not fraud, we're just the Great Pumpkin's helpers, Harry countered. Just like Santa has his elves. And now the Great Pumpkin has the house elves, Luna mused, a thoughtful smile on her face. Me, the honorary elf, Harry said with a smirk. Luna shot him a playful glare. Isn't the Great Pumpkin from Peanuts? Do you really think Cedric has ever heard of Charlie Brown? I suppose not, Luna admitted. Good thing, too. I heard the only way to summon the Great Pumpkin is through a satanic ritual. Harry paused, looking at her with a mixture of amusement and concern. Luna, he said slowly, what have I told you about fact-checking? Never do it unless your godfather has been thrown into Azkaban without a trial, she guessed. Exactly. After Harry walked Luna to her common room, he silently thanked his lucky stars that he wasn't a Ravenclaw. He knew he would never have figured out their riddle, which would have made him the third-year Neville of Ravenclaw. He then headed straight for the Ollery. He knew he shouldn't risk being caught out tonight of all nights, and he regretted not bringing his invisibility cloak to the party, a mistake, for sure. But this was important. He needed to talk to Sirius now that Pettigrew was on the move, and he needed to do it quickly. He quickly scribbled a note, we need to talk. PP has made his appearance. Name the time and place. Hedwig, he whispered. After a moment, his large snowy owl appeared before him. Take this to Sirius, okay? Make sure he's alone and don't leave without a response. As he watched Hedwig take off into the night, Harry felt a knot tighten in his stomach. Things were about to get complicated. Oh joy. Chapter 15. The following morning, everyone was pleased but puzzled by the giant chocolate pumpkins that had appeared, accompanied by a brief note from the Great Pumpkin wishing them a happy Halloween. As Harry made his way to breakfast, Cedric called out to him. "I still don't believe you," Cedric said matter-of-factly. "Both about the Great Pumpkin and about the lengths you'd go to convince me." "You just don't want to pay up," Harry countered. "How else do you explain that delightful and thoughtful Halloween gift?" "I'm sure I don't know," Cedric replied. "But you're probably behind it. I don't know how you did it, but it was definitely you." "God, you're starting to sound like Snape," Harry muttered. "And what makes you think I'm worthy to be the Great Pumpkin's assistant anyway?" "I don't think you're worthy to be the Great Pumpkin's assistant because the Great Pumpkin isn't real," Cedric said slowly. Harry looked pained. "Just wait until the Great Pumpkin visits you next year. I bet you'll be the one saying you don't believe in Santa Claus." Cedric furrowed his brow. "But I don't." Silence. Harry held up his hand. "I will not hear your lies. Good day." With that, he walked over to the Gryffindor table and, after a moment's hesitation, sat down across from Ginny. He had promised himself he'd try, he just wished she'd hurry up and get over him so he could pursue her, as convoluted as that sounded. "Hey, Ginny," Harry greeted her. "Like your pumpkin?" Ginny, who had started to blush the moment he sat down, brightened. "Uh-huh. I'm not entirely sure I believe in this Great Pumpkin, but if he's willing to give me massive amounts of chocolate, I guess I can play along." "That's the spirit," Harry beamed. "But don't ask Luna about it." Ginny cocked her head at him curiously. Harry remembered that since the two lived so close together, they were already more or less friends. Why not? If the teachers heard. Some of her theories on the Great Pumpkin might get us banned from visiting in future years, Harry confided. Ginny replied, as if that explained everything. With Luna, it usually did. "I can't find it," Hermione exclaimed, sliding in next to Ginny. Ron and Neville settled on either side of Harry. "Can't find what?" Harry asked, genuinely confused. Both copies of Hogwarts, a history had been checked out. "I see. May I ask why on earth that book is so popular when I know for a fact that the last person to check it out before you was my mother?" Harry inquired. "Everyone wants information about the Chamber of Secrets," Neville explained. The pumpkins were a nice distraction to stop everyone from panicking, but there was still a mad rush at the library this morning. And Hermione made us come along to look for a copy. When she found out both were gone, she insisted we search the library, convinced Madame Pants was hiding extra copies under the tables and in the restricted section. "It was not fun searching there without Madame Pants noticing," Ron added, shuddering. "But Hermione, don't you remember? I got you a copy of that exact book last year. Why do you need to check one out from the library?" Harry asked. He vaguely remembered giving her that book and, while he wasn't particularly interested in her answer, he knew some people were far too invested in his life, not that he minded this time around. "With all those Lockhart books we needed, there wasn't room in my trunk for it," Hermione explained. "So I had to leave it at home." "You wasted all that space on Lockhart books but couldn't bring Hogwarts, a history?" Ron said, rolling his eyes. "No, you definitely don't have a crush on him." Hermione didn't blush, much to Ron's surprise. "Wasted? Ron, those Lockhart books are our textbooks. Of course I brought them. It would make no sense. I never thought to leave any of my textbooks at home just to bring a personal reading book, especially when the library has 2 copies that usually go unused." "That still doesn't explain why you didn't bring it with you or have it sent by owl," Neville pointed out. "My parents aren't comfortable with owls," Hermione replied. "And honestly, it didn't occur to me to carry it along." I can't be expected to think of everything. Why didn't you wake me? Harry asked, slightly annoyed that he missed a chance to stir up some chaos. Now that she mentioned it, he vaguely remembered Hermione not having her copy of the book for the same reasons in the original timeline. We tried, Neville assured him. You started hexing us. I don't remember that, Harry said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. That's because you were still asleep, Ron chimed in. Oh, honestly, Hermione scoffed. It's not like he sleeps with his wand under his pillow. Ginny giggled at the look on Harry's face. Well, actually, I kind of do, he corrected her. Sorry for sleep hexing you guys, but I'm glad I wasn't too sleep annoyed. Otherwise, you might still be in the hospital wing. Yeah, that's great, Harry, Hermione said, clearly distracted and showing no sympathy for the now wary Ron and Neville. But in the meantime, how am I supposed to learn about what happened to Mrs. Norris and the Chamber of Secrets? Harry snapped his fingers. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. He stood up on his seat and cast a quick sonorous. Attention, everyone, he boomed. The students turned to him with interest, while several teachers looked mildly annoyed. No one tried to stop him, which was a relief. Dumbledore wasn't in the Great Hall to censor him for the students' own good, which was definitely a win. It has come to my attention that no one except my best non-quartet friend. Harry did his best to suppress a flinch at the word quartet. Harry took a deep breath and began, Luna Lovegood and I know what really happened last night. This isn't just because I'm famous and she's awesome, though we are, of course. It's because we're reporters, and reporters always have the scoop before anyone else. If we didn't, we'd be out of a job. So, here's the scoop. Last night, a supposed dead traitor, an illegal rat animagus whose name I can't quite pin down, but let's just say it rhymes with Peter Pettigrew, broke into the castle in his rat form and opened the Chamber of Secrets. Why would he do that? Percy asked, skepticism evident in his voice. Because he was possessed by an evil diary that used to belong to Tom Riddle. That's right, you heard me, Lord Voldemort. Harry paused for dramatic effect, letting the gasps from the crowd settle. He kept a diary. Sure, he enchanted it so that anyone who writes in it would accidentally open the Chamber of Secrets and attack people, but it's still a diary. And really, who writes in someone else's diary? That's just bizarre and definitely in bad taste. Are you saying you know what's in the Chamber of Secrets? Justin Finch-Fletchley asked, his voice trembling with fear. Harry couldn't shake the annoyance he felt from Justin's earlier snub at the Hufflepuff table while he was talking to Cedric. Yes, Harry replied simply. Is that because you're responsible for, Unnie Macmillan began, but Harry quickly cut him off. He wanted to quash any rumors about him being the heir of Slytherin, especially with his plans for the dueling club brewing in the background. No, it is not. Trust me, if I were responsible for this, I wouldn't be hiding my abilities, and I certainly wouldn't be petrifying people for free. I would be marketing it instead. It was almost comical how convinced everyone looked at that moment. They might not fully believe that he would never petrify anyone, but they would certainly buy into the idea that he was obsessed with money. In truth, it was all just a game for him, a test to see how far he could leverage his fame before facing any backlash. There is a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. You can read all about it in Hogwarts, a history, but unfortunately, there's a huge waiting list for the school's copies. For those who don't know, a basilisk is a giant snake, ours is about 60 feet long. It has deadly fangs, and if you make eye contact, it will kill you. However, if you see its reflection, you'll only be petrified. Luckily, I have a supply of mirrors, books, and Mandrake Potion, which can reverse the petrification. The Mandrake Potion is free, but the mirrors are 10 sickles each, and the books are 5 galleons. For an extra 5 sickles, I can sign your book, and that will be available after breakfast. And how do you know all of this? Justin asked, clearly skeptical. My scar told me, Harry replied with a grin. That's all you really need to know. I don't think scars work like that, Penelope Clearwater interjected, frowning. Who's the one with a one-of-a-kind killing curse scar, you or me? Harry countered rhetorically. When she didn't respond, he continued, I think that makes me the expert. Now, Filch's cat has already been unpetrified. While that might annoy some of you, it proves that the Mandrake potion is both effective and quick. So, even though the basilisk can move through the pipes and appear anywhere at any time, as long as you use a mirror to look around corners, you should be fine. Now, who wants to buy something? In an instant, he was mobbed by eager students. Later that day, as they walked over to the spot where Mrs. Norris had been petrified, Hermione asked, Harry, are you sure this is entirely ethical? Apparently, someone had turned the blood-red lettering of Riddle's message. Using people's panic to make a profit and withholding potentially life-saving tools during a crisis? Hermione asked, her voice filled with disbelief. Relax, Hermione, Harry replied with a casual tone. No one really needs Hogwarts, a history. Now that so many people are buying it, the waiting list at the library should be much shorter for those who can't afford it. The mirror is essential, but lots of people already have handheld mirrors and just bought one from me because they're trademark Harry Potter mirrors. For those who don't have a mirror and need one, I talked to some of the less fortunate students, and 10 sickles is a very reasonable price. As for profiting off everyone's panic, well, guilty as charged. But you heard Neville. I also helped stop the panic with my pumpkins. That was you? Ron asked, his eyes wide with surprise. Of course it was, Hermione replied, rolling her eyes. What did you think? There was actually a great pumpkin out there that you'd never heard of until today? Maybe? Hey, isn't this where all the water came from last night? Harry interjected. Let's go see where it came from. All right, Hermione agreed, heading inside. Ron, however, remained rooted to the spot. I can't go in there. He protested. Why not? Neville asked, puzzled. That's a girl's bathroom. Ron said gruffly. Oh, grow up, Harry advised. In a couple of years, you'll be begging for a reason to come in here. Besides, there are just stalls in girls' bathrooms, so it's not like you'd see anything anyway. Looking incredibly reluctant, Ron allowed Neville and Harry to pull him into the bathroom, where, to their surprise, they found Luna trying to convince Hermione to get a subscription to the Quibbler. She didn't seem to be making much headway. I wouldn't bother with her just yet, Luna, Harry said gently. She's just not ready. Immediately, Luna's expression turned somber. I am so sorry, she said sincerely. What do you mean you're sorry? For what? And what am I not ready for? Hermione demanded, looking a bit affronted. You're not ready for the Quibbler, Harry explained. Hermione narrowed her eyes, clearly unimpressed. Why not? Because you didn't even consider the possibility that the Great Pumpkin is real, Luna replied matter-of-factly. Hermione did a double take. How do you even know that? You were debating its existence with Neville in the library this morning, Luna explained. What were you doing in the library? Hermione asked, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Checking out 2 copies of Hogwarts, a history, Luna said cheerfully. Harry laughed. I love you, Luna, I really do. Hermione could only gape in disbelief, her outrage growing. She had spent 3 hours looking for a copy, after all. Sensing the tension, Neville quickly jumped in. So, why does that disqualify Hermione from being Quibbler material? Luna shot him an amused look. If you can't even entertain that notion, then you will not be able to handle some of our more interesting news. What are you even doing here, Luna? Harry asked, keeping the conversation light. I was doing a follow-up interview with Myrtle, Luna said, gesturing to the ghost who had been hiding in one of the toilets. She left so abruptly last night after Peeves started teasing her. You really shouldn't let him get to you like that, Harry added. He's just bitter that the ghosts won't accept him because he's not technically dead and has no purpose other than to cause havoc. While Fred, George, and I might think that's a noble mission, I can imagine being completely isolated since the beginning of your existence must be frustrating. He took it out on you, but he can't do anything about the isolation. Just imagine if there were 2 poltergeists at Hogwarts. Everyone paused to consider that thought, quickly realizing that Harry was right, and that scenario must never happen. Myrtle sighed, I know. But sometimes he just gets to be too much. I mean, I was killed right at the height of puberty, so not only am I eternally bespectacled and acne-ridden, but I'm also hormonal and liable to cry at the drop of a hat. I'm really sorry, Harry said sincerely. Not to mention, I was on my period at the time. Myrtle added. Harry winced, recalling his own second-hand experiences with PMS. Wow. That sucks. I'm really sorry. Myrtle nodded. Thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I think I'm about to cry for no reason, so I'd like to be alone now. Bye, Luna said, waving. Thanks for the interview. As they stepped out of the bathroom, Percy Weasley shouted, Ron. That's a girl's bathroom. What were you? Harry interjected seriously, Ron's considering a sex change. He's still undecided, so we're showing him all the differences he'll face if he ever goes through with it. Going to the girls' bathroom instead of the boys' will definitely be one of them. Percy opened and closed his mouth a few times, struggling to find his words. You prat, Ron said, swatting at Harry. I am not. Thank God, Percy replied, visibly relieved. I don't even want to think about how I'd explain how you became Ronnie to Mother. Percy, I'm disappointed in you, Harry said, crossing his arms. This will be good, Percy retorted, knowing full well that Harry had no room to judge anyone, except for stupidity or being a Death Eater. For being glad that something that isn't happening? Harry challenged. It just seems a little transphobic to be glad that your sibling isn't trans, Harry explained. But he's not, Percy insisted. But what if he was? Harry pressed. What if he is but doesn't feel comfortable telling you? Or someone else you know or care about? Or one of the students you're supposed to be looking out for? Are you really supposed to be serving as a support system as a prefect? And I know now isn't the time, but I've been wondering if people can use magic to change their bodies to match how they feel inside. I should definitely look into that later. That's a good point, Percy said slowly. I'll have to consider it in the future. But you're the one who made that joke about a sex change in the first place. Harry froze. Can I leave? Ron asked hopefully. I feel like I don't need to be here for any of this. Hermione should probably be here instead. Percy and Harry ignored him. You're right, Harry whispered, looking shocked. Did I just say something transphobic? I didn't mean to, but that doesn't change the fact that I might have. It's okay, Harry, Percy assured him. No one is a perfect ally. All you can do is learn from your mistakes. An ally against what? Ron asked, looking annoyed. What are we even talking about? Transphobia, Harry replied. Weren't you listening? Ron rolled his eyes. Whatever. I'll just ask Hermione later and skip the recommended reading she inevitably gives me. Honestly, being upfront about why we were in there or just ignoring Percy and leaving would have taken less time. I assure you, it would not, Percy said. But, as you just reminded me, being a prefect means I still have to ask what you were doing in there. But we just had a moment. Harry protested. The rules don't care about your moments, Percy said unsympathetically. Harry began, but Ron shot him a glare. I'll handle this, if you don't mind, Ron said, taking a deep breath. We went to stare at the pink writing, and then Harry decided to investigate why the girls' bathroom was flooded. When I said I couldn't go in there, He assured me that once puberty hit, I'd feel differently. When we got in, Harry's friend Luna was interviewing moaning Myrtle. Myrtle got depressed, and then we left. Percy blinked. No, really, why were you in there? Are you in there? That's what happened, Ron insisted. I swear I must be getting old, Percy muttered. Do you have any idea how this looks? Coming back here when everyone else is down at dinner. So nobody will see us up here, Harry shrugged. Besides, everyone's been coming up to stare at the wall all day. There's really not much to do around here. Hogwarts is surprisingly dull compared to other magical schools. It is not. Hermione and Percy exclaimed, scandalized, at the same time. You know, at Durmstrang, the Forbidden Forest isn't just a detention waiting to happen, it's a rite of passage. And a third of Beauxbaton's students aren't fully human. Imagine how exciting those schools must be on a day-to-day basis, Harry said dreamily. We have a basilisk, that's exciting, Ron said defensively. Not really, it's only attacked a cat. At Hogwarts, we need Voldemort himself to come and liven things up, despite the fact that he's dead, Harry replied. Oh, honestly, Ron, it's just a name, Hermione said, exasperated, as Ron flinched at the mention of Riddle's alias. Harry had taken great care to ensure that Hermione never fell into the ridiculous wizarding practice of refusing to refer to Voldemort as anything other than he who must not be named, or you-know-who. After all, if they called him he who must not be named, they were, in fact, naming him. What if people didn't know who that was? How can you know who be causing problems if he's dead? Percy asked, frowning. Is he a ghost? No, he's just mostly dead, Harry explained. Mostly dead? Neville repeated. What's the difference? There's a big difference between mostly dead and all dead. Now, mostly dead is slightly alive. All dead, well, with all dead, there's usually only one thing you can do, Luna said, grinning. Go through his clothes and look for loose change. Change, Harry concluded. I love the Princess Bride. You know, he said, turning to his three best friends, I don't know what it is, but lately, Luna's been totally outshining you guys in the friends department. It's not our fault we're not insane, Hermione replied, crossing her arms. No offense, Luna. Why would I be offended? Luna asked with a smile. I've seen your version of sanity, and it bores me. Hey, why were you up here? Neville interjected. Isn't that just as suspicious as us being up here? Even if you are a prefect? In fact, I'd say it's even more suspicious since you're old enough to know how to petrify someone, and we aren't. Percy started, his face turning bright red. Oh, he was probably just off making out with Penelope Clearwater, his girlfriend, Harry guessed. Just go down to dinner, Percy said hastily, shaking his head and hurrying away. Chapter 16. After a quick stop at the Room of Requirements to grab Ravenclaw's diadem, Harry made his way to the Shrieking Shack to meet Sirius. Wormtail's back? Sirius cut straight to the point. Harry nodded. I think so. At any rate, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened, and Mrs. Norris was petrified. Mrs. Norris? Sirius looked confused. Is that Filch's new cat? At Harry's nod, Sirius grinned. Excellent. I guess he's not all bad, after all. I mean, I will still attack him on sight, but at least I have this to soften the betrayal. You do realize that Pettigrew's being possessed by Voldemort, right? Harry asked. So really, he petrified Mrs. Norris. Sirius looked thoughtful. You know, I never thought I'd say this, but maybe Voldemort isn't. Oh, don't even go there, Harry interrupted. And besides, I unpetrified her almost immediately. Sirius looked thunderstruck and a little horrified. Why would you do something so heinous? Harry rolled his eyes. Look, Sirius, I get that you don't like Filch or any of his cats. That's the understatement of the year, Sirius muttered. They are pure evil. But look at it from my perspective. I bought quite a bit of mandrake potion over the summer, and if I didn't prove that it worked on the cat, no one would have trusted me to use it on them, given that they thought I was the heir of Slytherin at the time, Harry explained. I guess I see your point, Sirius said reluctantly. But Merlin, Harry, only Lily was that prepared. She stocked up on cures for potential disasters. Harry snorted. To be fair, she did spend a lot of time with you and your friends. Details, details. Sirius said dismissively. His eyes widened. Wait, they thought you were the heir of Slytherin? Harry nodded. As in they don't anymore? Harry asked, nodding again. Details. Details. Sirius urged, leaning in. I simply convinced them that if I really had any powers of petrification, would have found a way to market them. Apparently, spending so much time with Lockhart has made them believe me, Harry explained with a shrug. And honestly, I'm loving this whole not being suspected of attacking the Muggleborns thing, especially considering my mother and best friend are Muggleborn. That's just, there are no words for that, Sirius said, shaking his head in disbelief. I know, I'm amazing, Harry replied, a smug grin spreading across his face. But let's get down to business. I retrieved the diadem Horcrux from the Room of Requirements. Can I assume you've mastered Fiendfire? Sirius winced. For the most part. Sirius. What? Don't get me wrong, I can definitely destroy the Horcruxes with it and more or less aim it. It just takes me a little while to put it out. Dear God, Harry said, feeling a twinge of annoyance. You've had 3 months. That's a lot of progress. I don't think you quite appreciate how difficult Fiendfire is to master, Sirius defended. Remembering the first time he'd seen it in action, a moment that had destroyed one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, cost Crabbe his life, and left Draco forever indebted to him, Harry shook his head. No, you're right. I'm sorry, it's just uncontrollable fire on Hogwarts grounds. This sounds like a terrible idea. Sirius shrugged. Meh, it probably is. But at least there's very little risk of lycanthropy, unlike some of our other exploits. There is that, Harry agreed. So is that all you've been doing all this time? Learning Fiendfire? Not quite. I also anonymously sold Creature, don't even ask, to the Greengrasses, found what I believe to be the Locket Horcrux, and I've been sending Remus letters twice a week. He hasn't answered any of them yet, but at least he hasn't turned. Hand them over to the Aurors, Sirius told Harry. Well, that's something, I guess. And let me see that locket. When Sirius handed it to him, Harry inspected it carefully. Yes, this is definitely it. You should have at least told Creature you were going to destroy this before you sold him. He's not that bad, really. Sirius snorted. I'll believe it when I see it. You never will now, you sold him. Harry exclaimed. He had his chance. I put up with him for a whole week before I resorted to drastic measures, Sirius shot back. How generous, Harry replied wryly. Why would he care about the locket anyway? Sirius asked disinterestedly. Or is he just obsessed with any dark pureblood relic? Because your brother gave his life to steal it from Voldemort and entrusted Creature with its destruction right before he died? Harry suggested. Sirius stared at him, gaping. Did I forget to mention that this summer? Harry asked sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. Yes, I believe you did, Sirius said once he found his voice. My little brother, working to bring down Voldemort and discovering the Horcruxes. He probably thought Voldemort only had one, but still. I never would have thought. After giving Sirius a moment to collect himself, Harry placed the diadem and the locket on the floor of the Shrieking Shack. Well, shall we? Once the cup joined its fellow dark objects on the ground, Sirius cast fiend fire, engulfing the entire building and surrounding area in flames. It wasn't very practical, perhaps, but it was certainly cathartic. Harry. Ron pulled him into an unused classroom. Why are you kidnapping me? Harry asked, eyeing Hermione and Neville, who were already in the room, suspiciously. We are not kidnapping you, Hermione said, rolling her eyes. So you'll let me leave this room right now? Harry asked, heading for the door. Sorry, mate, but you need to hear us out first, Ron said, blocking the exit. I repeat, why are you kidnapping me? Harry asked again. Because you have a tendency to be overly dramatic and get everyone involved in things, and we need to keep this quiet, Hermione explained. Plus, you're not going to like what we came up with, Neville added. What you came up with? Harry echoed. You mean you don't agree? Nope, Neville said cheerfully. Because, unlike them, I actually have some faith in you. Faith? Ron looked puzzled. Some small measure, Hermione supplied automatically. And we have plenty of faith in Harry. She added. Harry and Neville exchanged skeptical glances with her, and Hermione flushed. What? Just because I'm not willing to accept everything that comes out of your mouth doesn't mean I don't have faith in you. For goodness sake, last week you told Percy that Ron wanted a sex change. I don't see your point, Harry said bluntly. Oh, never mind, Hermione replied, irritated. Now, while I'm not saying that I doubt your, Scar's expert knowledge of the attacks, I am suggesting that perhaps what was it? The supposedly dead illegal rat Animagus. The supposedly dead illegal parent betraying rat Animagus, Harry corrected. Right, him, Hermione agreed absently. He probably has some help in the castle. While Professor Dumbledore doesn't always have the most inspired hiring practices, the defense against the dark arts teacher is usually the only one who ever gives anyone any trouble, and Lockhart doesn't really seem the type to pull something like this. Which is why we think it's Malfoy, Ron continued. Harry stared at their serious faces for a moment before bursting out laughing. Oh, so that's how it is? Hermione asked angrily. You can entertain notions of great pumpkins and garden gnome conspiracies but not take attacks on the school seriously? With great effort, Harry managed to quell his laughter. Sorry, Hermione, I am taking you seriously, but... Really? Draco? How did you come to that conclusion? We know he thinks Muggleborns are scum and said, you'll be next, mudbloods. When he saw the writing on the wall on Halloween, Ron replied, as if it were obvious. Had Harry really been that quick to jump to conclusions back then? That was a rather depressing thought. What more do you need? Ron pressed. Proof? Harry suggested. Beside him, Neville groaned. Oh, you really shouldn't have said that. Harry looked puzzled. Why not? They have a plan to make Polyjuice Potion so we can sneak into the Slytherin common room, pose as Crabbe and Goyle, and ask him directly if he's responsible. Ignoring the fact that no one in their right mind would confide in those two, they also want to steal some ingredients for the potion from Snape's private supply by blowing up a cauldron, potentially hurting or even killing anyone nearby, depending on what we're making and if they swallow any of the potion, as a diversion, Neville explained, shaking his head. I told them that not even you would go for that. Of course not, Harry said, shocked. That kind of safety risk is just unacceptable. What's the point of finding out if Draco's involved in stopping a few hours of petrification if we get half of the first-year Gryffindors and Slytherins killed? Then find a different way for us to get the ingredients, Hermione said determinedly. Because one way or another, we're doing this. If there's any chance at all that Malfoy is involved, we have to find out. I know he's your friend, but look at this objectively. I am, Harry retorted. You two are the ones blinded by your hatred of him. I'll order your damn potion, but I'm telling you, it's not him. How do you know? Ron demanded. Just because he's nice to you doesn't mean that. I know, Harry interrupted again. But how could he possibly be the heir of Slytherin? His mother is a black, and there are plenty of people with black blood around, even if Sirius is the only living wizard with that name, Ron said. Maybe your godfather is the heir of Slytherin, he suggested, excitement evident in his voice. Why would my fugitive godfather break into Hogwarts just to unleash a snake on people? There are far more efficient ways to kill someone, Harry replied, rolling his eyes. You said the culprit was being possessed by an evil diary, Neville chimed in, quickly becoming the voice of reason. Harry shot him a glare. Thanks so much for that, he said sarcastically. I try, Neville shrugged. My godfather would never write in a diary. He thinks keeping a diary automatically lowers your badass status by 20%, Harry explained. How would you know that? Hermione asked, raising an eyebrow. Harry smirked and opened his mouth, but she cut him off. And if you say your scar told you, then so help me. Harry shrugged. Then I've got nothing. But here's another point in Draco's favor. Professor Snape isn't a Parselmouth. What does that have to do with anything? Hermione asked, clearly exasperated. Because Parseltongue is a hereditary trait. If Professor Snape can't speak it, then he can't possibly be the heir. So how could Draco? Harry said innocently. There's always the possibility that Malfoy is, in fact, a Malfoy, Ron interjected. Harry stared at him, confused. Fine, don't help us, Hermione huffed. Ron and I can do this ourselves since we're clearly the only ones taking the safety of this school seriously. Will you at least buy us the potion? Sure, Harry agreed. Just make sure the hair actually comes from the person you want to transform into, not their cat. What? Hermione started to ask. Don't worry about it. Now, since you two are clearly nuts, Neville and I are off to find Luna. Just then, Professor McGonagall called out, Mr. Potter, as Harry was heading into the castle after Quidditch practice. She looked unusually grim. Yes? Harry asked politely, wondering what he could have possibly done this time. That really upset her, but she knew about it, he said, drawing a blank. Another student has been found petrified. If you could take some mandrake potion up to the hospital wing, that would be much appreciated, McGonagall instructed. Sure, I can go now, Harry replied, following her up to the hospital wing. Who is it, anyway? You probably don't know him, but it's a Hufflepuff named Zacharias Smith, the Transfiguration professor informed him. Harry threw back his head and groaned. Can't we just leave him like that? Mr. Potter. McGonagall sounded appalled. 20 points from Gryffindor for your callous remarks. Yes. Harry cheered, momentarily forgetting his predicament. Mr. Potter? Harry. Draco shouted as soon as he spotted him. Whoops, Harry muttered to himself, cursing his luck. He had been so careful to avoid Draco lately, and now it seemed his streak was coming to an end. Now that I've finally managed to corner you after 2 months, would you care to explain this? Draco demanded, throwing a rather thick book at Harry's head. After it hit him, Harry picked it up and glanced down. It looks like Professor Lockhart's autobiography, Magical Me. Why? Did you forget how to read or go blind or something? No, I did not, Draco growled. Have you seen the section on my parentage? No, I haven't, Harry replied honestly. He hadn't bothered to read Lockhart's books. He was always too busy paying attention in class while Lockhart made him reenact various scenes. Unlike last time, though, he didn't mind. His already top-notch acting skills were improving with all the different parts he had to play. Not everyone is obsessed with your parentage, Draco. He devoted an entire chapter to how the touching story of my mother's love affair with Professor Snape changed his life. Draco yelled. Your mother had a love affair with Professor Snape? Harry repeated, wide-eyed. No, she didn't, Draco snapped. Draco scowled. But you just said. Harry interrupted. Lockhart heard that ridiculous rumor you made up, believed it, published it, and now all of his mindless fangirls will believe it. This will never end. Draco complained. I hope you're happy. I'm always happy, Harry replied, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. And I don't see how you can possibly blame me. Sure, I started the rumor, but I only mentioned it once. Fred and George did all the rest. And that time at the bookstore over the summer when you wanted to avoid getting your picture taken, Draco pointed out. And those are just the times I know about. Okay, Harry conceded. Only the two, then. But, really, it's not my fault. You said it right in front of him. Draco exclaimed. You know, Harry said, crossing his arms, this is why I've been avoiding you. Just stop spreading the rumors, okay? Draco urged. Sooner or later, someone will mention it to my father. He hasn't heard already? Harry asked, surprised. But it's been months. And he was in the bookstore the second time I said it. Nobody really wants to upset my father by implying my mother was cheating on him with a close friend of his, Draco explained. A lot of people are scared of him and his money. I'm not really sure why he didn't catch that incident in the bookstore, but he was kind of preoccupied that day. I really don't know why. I'll make an honest effort, Harry promised. Draco sighed. I guess that's the most I can hope for. Chapter 17. Hey, Harry, Cedric greeted cordially as Harry handed over a vial of mandrake potion to revive Cho-chan. Technically, she wasn't dating Cedric yet, but everyone could tell it was only a matter of time. How Harry had missed that the first time, he'd never know. It wasn't like they were trying to be subtle about it. I never did thank you for ordering us those brooms, did I? Cedric continued. I honestly can't remember, Harry confessed. I was literally mobbed after that came out. Well, he paused, trying to think back. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were the most serious offenders, which is strange because usually, Gryffindors are the most exuberant. I think my own house was slightly annoyed that I ruined the advantage my new brooms gave us by sharing them with you guys. As for Slytherin, they became convinced that I hated them for not getting them brooms. Never mind that Draco already bought them the same kind. Cedric eyed Harry carefully. You don't seem the type to buy into house prejudices like that. I think anything you say to the contrary is just in the spirit of friendly house rivalry. I also refuse to believe you could be so careless as to get brooms for two teams but completely forget about a third house that has a friend of yours as seeker. Let me tell you, no one understands how you two are friends. It is the most bizarre friendship rivalry we've seen in a while. What do you mean? Harry feigned innocence. You have opposing views on virtually everything. You're both very visible members of the two houses that embrace rivalry the most. You refuse to let a certain rumor about his parentage die, you hate each other's friends, and you act like rivals half the time, Cedric rattled off quickly. All in good fun, Harry assured him. And if you don't think it was an accident that I didn't get Slytherin brooms, what do you think? You knew, Cedric replied knowingly. What Malfoy would do, and that's why you bought the other three teams' brooms, Cedric speculated. What, do you think I'm spying on him or something? Harry replied, pretending to be offended. Cedric shrugged, unconvinced. How would I know? Maybe your scar told you. Before Harry could respond, the mandrake potion kicked in, and Cho's eyes fluttered open. Cedric? She asked, confused. What happened? Harry decided to leave her future boyfriend to explain and headed off to visit Hagrid. He had been right about possessed Pettigrew having different victims and was relieved that everyone seemed to be following his advice about using a mirror. Still, the constant summons to the hospital wing to administer the potion, something he refused to give up for fear that Wormtail would break in and destroy his supply, was becoming increasingly annoying. He wished possessed Pettigrew would just hurry up and make his move. Well, that was a huge waste of time, Harry muttered to himself. Sirius had sent him a letter via Hedwig, questioning why he hadn't tried to kill the basilisk now that he knew how to do it safely and was aware of the Chamber of Secrets' location. He had woken up early on the morning of the match against Slytherin and snuck out to Myrtle's bathroom. Myrtle had been surprised to see him but was soon pacified when he transfigured a bar of soap into chocolate, allowing her to pretend she could taste it. Once Harry reached the chamber, he encountered very few problems. It took him a moment to get back into the swing of pretending the stone carvings were actual snakes and to speak Parseltongue again. He hadn't used that particular talent since he was no longer a Horcrux, but he quickly made his way toward the main room. However, upon arriving, he hit a roadblock. He couldn't get the stupid Slytherin statue to open. It had taken Harry some time, but he finally remembered Riddle's words, "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four," which had summoned the basilisk. Unfortunately, when he tried that phrase, along with a multitude of other passwords, the statue remained completely unresponsive. Harry felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What was he doing wrong? Had Riddle done something to prepare the chamber after his arrival but before Harry had gotten there? He didn't think so, but who could say for sure? Another, more likely explanation crossed Harry's mind. Perhaps Slytherin had enchanted the basilisk to respond only to the heir of Slytherin. Despite all his talents and the piece of Voldemort's soul residing within him, Harry knew he wasn't a descendant. Yet, it was Voldemort's Horcrux that was currently opening the chamber. Was it because Riddle's soul had been whole before the creation of the diary Horcrux, allowing him to infuse more of his essence into it? Or was it that the diary, being a reflection of the 16-year-old Riddle, was different from Harry, who was a completely separate person with just a fragment of Riddle trapped inside him? Who really understood how ancient magic worked, anyway? When Harry returned to Myrtle's bathroom, having shrunk and pocketed all the shed basilisk skin he could find, thinking it might be worth something, he discovered Luna sitting there, munching on Myrtle's chocolate and describing the taste in vivid detail. "What are you doing here?" Harry asked, surprised. "Did you know there's a Quidditch match today?" "The whole school has been in an uproar since they realized you were missing," Luna replied, her gaze fixed on the entrance to the chamber with keen interest. "So you came to look for me?" Harry inquired. Luna nodded. "Why here?" "Where else would you be?" she replied matter-of-factly. "Is this the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets?" she asked. Panic surged through Harry. Luna wasn't supposed to find out about that. In fact, no one was meant to know. Harry pondered the situation. If anyone could handle it, he figured Luna was the best choice. It would be easier to obliviate her, but he couldn't bring himself to do that. Principles and the nagging suspicion that he had been obliviated a few times himself held him back. "Yes," he said finally, his voice hesitant. "I see," Luna nodded wisely. "And I can't tell anyone, or else whoever is attacking the students will know that you know." "Exactly," Harry replied, relieved she understood. "I can't get to the basilisk because I can't find a way to access it. I think it's because I'm not related to Slytherin, but I'm not sure. If people found out about the entrance, they could try to guard it, but sooner or later, the diary-possessed parent would find a way around it. Meanwhile, the panic would be overwhelming, and we'd lose our chance to destroy the basilisk once and for all, keeping future generations safe." "That's very risky," Luna said solemnly. "But I trust you. Am I right in thinking that, because of the Slytherin connection, only a Parselmouth would be able to open it? Are you a Parselmouth?" "I always underestimated you, Luna," Harry said with a wry smile. "Now, what time is it? When does the match start?" "About 20 minutes ago," Luna replied casually. "What?" Harry exclaimed. "Why didn't you tell me? If you were that concerned about getting to the match on time, you really should have brought a watch," Luna chided. In a flash, Harry dashed up to his dorm room to grab his broom, then flew out the window toward the pitch. "And Slytherin has just scored again," bringing it to 60-20 Slytherin, Lee Jordan announced as Harry approached. The Gryffindor team is clearly feeling pessimistic about their chances without a seeker. Where is Harry? At first, no one realized that Lee had spotted Harry, but soon the entire stadium turned to watch him fly in. He quickly continued, "I can't believe it." 30 minutes into the match, Gryffindor seeker Harry Potter finally decides to show up. I'm not sure where in the world he was, as even the Weasley twins couldn't find him. But hopefully now he can turn this thing around. Jordan, McGonagall admonished, do try to pretend to be impartial. But Professor, I didn't even insult those dirty, rotten, Lee began, smirking. Not insulting them is not the same as being impartial, McGonagall pointed out. Honestly, it's times like these that I wonder why I don't have a commentator from every house. That way, I could always be sure to have someone on hand without a personal interest in the match. You know you'd miss me, Lee teased before clearing his throat. I'd been instructed to inform you that Harry is not riding the same Nimbus 2001 brooms that the other 27 Quidditch players are using. He claims it's because he's more than good enough to outfly the other 3 Seekers blindfolded on his current broom. He's also refusing to use the same broom as Draco Malfoy. And he'd like to state publicly that he believes the popular theory suggesting Malfoy is Professor Snape's love child is a vicious, vicious lie. Forget about it. Harry. Draco shouted as Harry flew past him. You said you'd quit it. I did, Harry replied innocently. I was just trying to do some damage control by stating that I believe it to be false. You only believe it's false? Draco demanded. You're the one who started it. I'm sure I don't know nearly enough about your parents' relationship with each other or with Snape to tell one way or another with any degree of certainty, Harry said delicately. Just then, he noticed movement in the corner of his eye. Duck, will you? Draco looked confused but automatically obeyed. Harry raised his wand at the bludger that had been tailing him, which Harry suspected had been cursed by Dobby, was still a threat. He muttered, Reducto, and watched as the bludger exploded in a burst of chaos. In that moment, Harry spotted the snitch and dove after it. Draco, still reeling from the explosion, didn't notice Harry's sudden move until he was already halfway to the snitch. Despite Draco's desperate chase, he was too late to stop Harry from closing his hand around the golden ball. After the match, Professor McGonagall confronted Harry. How could you be so reckless, Mr. Potter? She demanded. I know you have little regard for the rules, but this is ridiculous. You could have seriously injured yourself and Mr. Malfoy, and you've destroyed Hogwarts property. As much as this pains me to say, I have no choice but to assign you detention every Saturday night for a month and take 50 points from Gryffindor. Harry had never considered that he could have hurt Draco during the explosion, but he was relieved that Draco was all right. As for the punishment, who will I be serving detention with? He asked. Professor Lockhart has already requested you personally, McGonagall replied, her tone tinged with slight distaste. She had never thought much of the old fraud. Excellent. Harry grinned. 50 points was roughly the same amount he and Hermione managed to earn on an average day, much to his eternal shame and Hermione's delight. And as for the detentions, he promised to teach me all about how to answer fan mail and how to tell normal letters from the nasty ones that might hex you or contain something dreadful without even opening them. Harry beamed. McGonagall looked annoyed, but since teachers could technically assign whatever they wanted for detentions, as long as it was legal, there was nothing she could do. That night, as the usual, Gryffindor is better than all the other houses for whatever we've managed to do now, party was winding down. Hermione and Ron cornered Harry and cast a privacy charm around them. Neville hadn't bothered to join them. Ron tried to get Harry to come over, but instead, Harry was chatting amiably with Ginny. Reluctantly, Ron had to physically drag him away. Not before Ginny kicked Ron and accused him of trying to monopolize all their friends, though. When did Neville and Ginny become friends? Harry wondered. He would have to look into that later. Maybe it happened while he was off doing his own thing and Ron and Hermione were busy investigating Draco. After all, Neville had stayed with the Weasleys for a month over the summer, and with Ginny free from any possession, there was nothing stopping them from hanging out whenever Neville's other friends ditched him. How did he do it? Hermione demanded once Ron stopped complaining about his demon sisters. How did who do what? Harry asked, genuinely confused. Hermione sighed in exasperation. How did Malfoy fix that bludger? You think Malfoy fixed the bludger? Harry replied carefully. I'm the one who blew it up. That was some explosion, too, Ron grinned. And did you see the look on Malfoy's face? Priceless. That bludger was following you around, Hermione explained. It must have been hexed, and who else could have benefited from it besides Malfoy? How could you tell it was following Harry around? Neville asked reasonably. The game only lasted 5 minutes once Harry decided to show up. Where were you, anyway? Bathroom, Harry deadpanned. For 4 hours? Neville asked skeptically. When you gotta go? Harry began slyly. You. Hermione interrupted. Honestly. And I'm positive that bludger was following Harry around. Still, Madame Hooch checked the balls before the game started, and nothing was wrong then. Wait, she checked the balls for signs of tampering with her wand? Harry asked, his eyes widening. Hermione looked at him strangely. Yes. How else would she do it? Damn. There goes my squid theory. Harry muttered. Hermione didn't understand. What? Never mind, Harry cut her off. He didn't think he wanted to explain that just yet. Harry had never mentioned his theory from the previous year about Madame Hooch being a squib. After all, she had failed to use magic to break Neville's fall during their first flying lesson. Do you honestly think Draco is skilled enough to bewitch a bludger? Ron asked. All Quidditch balls have layers of enchantment to protect them from tampering and make them nearly impervious to magic. Draco's only a second year. I'm considered a prodigy, God knows why, and I don't think I could have tampered with that bludger. Then what do you suggest happened? Hermione demanded, folding her arms across her chest. Maybe a house elf with a grudge? Harry suggested. I thought house elves loved you. I mean, they did adopt you, Ron pointed out. Hermione shot him a glare. You are so not helping. Ron shrugged. I read it in the Quibbler. Hermione looked like she wanted to strangle him. What? I got a free subscription after I won their unusual creature crossword puzzle. It was really cool. They could tell who finished it first. Once you completed it, you tapped your wand to it and said, submit. If you were right, your paper asked for your name, and when you wrote it down, it transmitted the information to the Quibbler. But it's all a bunch of rubbish. Hermione insisted. If you two are going to start arguing again, can I go back to the party? Neville asked. They ignored him, so he turned to Harry. You might as well, Harry said. They might be a while. Are you coming? Neville asked. Or are you going to make things worse by adding your own commentary and reminding them of more incidents to be upset about? Tempting as that is, no, Harry shook his head. I'm heading to bed. Already? Neville was understandably surprised. Harry rarely went to bed before midnight, and it was only 10:30. I have a house elf with a grudge to meet with, remember? I thought you were kidding, Neville said mildly. I wasn't, Harry assured him. At least not about the house elf part. He actually has a bit of an obsession with me. He even took a knife for me once, so I'm not going to yell at him about it. Whatever, Neville replied, heading toward the food table and waving at Ginny. When Harry reached the empty dorm room, he found Dobby waiting for him on his bed. Hello, Dobby, he said cheerfully, trying his best Dumbledore impression. He had spent hours perfecting it in front of a mirror, but no matter how hard he tried, he could never quite manage that twinkling eye that was such an essential part of the act. Maybe it was just a side effect of using legilimency. Dobby looked very nervous, on the verge of tears. Harry Potter came back to school. "I told you I would," Harry said. "And I'm not leaving, no matter what you try." Stealing Ron's dad's car to get to the Hogwarts Express was kind of fun, and the fixed bludger was really just a mild inconvenience. But even if you do something that might make me want to leave, I won't. You know why? Dobby shook his head. Because I'm stubborn as hell and will probably just see that as a challenge, Harry replied matter-of-factly. Harry Potter does not understand. Dobby protested desperately. Dobby has heard about the great Harry Potter and what he has done already. He is good to all creatures, and the house elves love him. Harry Potter must not stay at Hogwarts and be killed. He must leave and continue to do good. Harry thought Dobby's account was a bit too generous, but that was just Dobby being Dobby. "Look," Harry said gently. "I know about the diary. I know about the basilisk. I know who has the diary right now, and I know he's going to want to get me involved. I also know how to kill both the diary and the snake, and I'm fairly certain I know how to stop the man. I appreciate your concern, but I can take care of myself." Dobby has no doubt that Harry Potter can handle it, but Dobby doesn't like to take chances. He doesn't want to lose such a great and powerful wizard. Dobby had no idea the great Harry Potter was so clever. Dobby exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes once more. Yeah. Harry replied, brushing off the praise. He heard footsteps approaching. Someone was coming. Just as he was about to tell Dobby to leave, a thought struck him. Wait. Didn't Draco tell you not to try to save my life or drive me away from the castle? To Harry's surprise, Dobby wore a mischievous grin. Dobby wasn't trying to save the great Harry Potter's life, nor was he trying to send him away from Hogwarts. Dobby was trying to break Harry Potter's arm. And with that, Dobby disappeared. Harry realized he had definitely underestimated him. Chapter 18. Harry awoke the next morning to the sharp sting of 3 hexes fired in quick succession. "Ow!" he exclaimed, reaching for his wand to disarm his unknown assailant. "What was that for?" "Sorry, Harry," Percy said apologetically. "I've heard that waking you up the usual way just gets you hexed for your trouble. So you thought you'd get in a preemptive strike?" Harry replied, annoyed, as he tossed Percy his wand back. "What's so important that you're waking me up at this ungodly hour?" "It's 8:30, Percy informed him, sounding rather pompous. Harry couldn't help but marvel at the prefect's ability to sound self-important even while delivering something as mundane as the time. Draco had that same tendency sometimes. It must be a pure-blood thing. No one should be up before 9 on a day without classes unless it's a matter of life or death, Harry said seriously. And I'm sure Ron and Neville have explained what happens when people wake me up. Considering they're 2 of my best friends, imagine how badly I'd hex anyone else." Percy gulped. "Indeed. Well, as it turns out, this is an emergency. My sister was petrified last night." "Ginny?" Harry echoed, disbelief washing over him. It was ironic, she was one of the last people he would have expected to get petrified, aside from himself, of course. Clearly, Riddle was growing frustrated with the lack of results from his basilisk, thanks to Harry's steady supply of mandrake potion. Now, it seemed he had decided to go on the offensive instead of verifying someone's blood status. Not that Pettigrew would even have a way of figuring that out, unlike Ginny. What was she even doing out? There's no way a basilisk could fit in the Gryffindor common room, and if it did, someone would have noticed. Yes, well, Percy continued, looking a bit awkward. She wasn't in the common room, and neither was the boy they found her with. Harry choked. Boy? She's only 11. Percy peered at him with curiosity. Most people your age wouldn't reach that conclusion quite so quickly, if at all. Harry shrugged. Since when have I ever been the most people? So, who was with her? Are they both all right? Neville Longbottom, Percy replied promptly. I believe he's a friend of yours. Do you have any idea what Ginny and Neville were doing out after curfew together? They weren't very far from the fat lady, and Peeves was found petrified nearby, so they probably saw the basilisk through him. Wow, Harry said, somewhat shakily. That was lucky. To think they hadn't even thought to bring a mirror. If Peeves hadn't happened to be there, that never would have happened the last time. Perhaps it was Harry's timely interventions that meant no one was petrified for long, which could be why no one was taking the threat seriously this time. That could be a problem. He'd have to give Gryffindor a lecture about that later and hoped they would spread the word. Indeed, Percy nodded. If something had happened to Ginny. He shook his head, leaving the thought unfinished. Follow me. As they stepped into the hospital wing, Filch accused, You killed my cat. Harry blinked. Unless I'm very much mistaken. Which is a real possibility given my almost constant sense of déjà vu. Didn't we already have this conversation? You did, Dumbledore said gravely. But alas, Mrs. Norris was attacked again last night. That's, what, 4 people? Harry asked. At Dumbledore's nod, he continued, That's quite a lot for one attack. Oh, here. He handed Madame Pomfrey 3 vials of Mandrake potion. Sorry I don't have one for Mrs. Norris, but I only heard about Neville, Ginny, and Peeves. She doesn't need your bloody potion, she's dead. Filch roared. Oh, Harry said quietly, taken aback. He hadn't expected that. His friends. Harry thought about how his fellow students, while becoming increasingly careless, at least had the option of carrying a mirror for protection. Mrs. Norris, on the other hand, hadn't had that chance, nor had she been behind Peeves when the basilisk appeared. He felt a pang of sympathy for Filch. Sure, the man was unpleasant and Harry often fantasized about getting rid of that cursed cat, but he would never actually harm her. Mrs. Norris was all Filch had, and being a squib caretaker in a school full of wizarding children who despised him must have been unbearable. Harry resolved to write to Mrs. Fig as soon as this was over. He had an idea brewing. I'm sorry, Harry said, trying to sound sincere. No, you're not, Filch snapped bitterly. You hated her like everyone else. She wouldn't have caused you any trouble if you had just followed the rules. If those two, he gestured toward Ginny and Neville, had stayed in their common room where they belonged, this never would have happened. It never should have happened. With that, Filch stormed out of the hospital wing. Harry stood there awkwardly until he heard Ginny cough. Are you okay? He asked, rushing to her side. Yeah, what happened? She asked slowly. You were attacked by the basilisk last night. It killed Mrs. Norris and petrified you, Neville, and Peeves, Harry explained. I never thought I'd say it, Neville chimed in, now awake, but we really owe him one. Let's also never mention this to him, or he might try to rope us into some ridiculous prank that would land us in detention every day for a month. Or cost us hundreds of house points, Ginny added. On the other hand, Harry interjected quickly, you do owe him your lives. If you're that eager to lose hundreds of house points, why don't you team up with Peeves to repay him for saving us? Neville shot back. Dumbledore looked genuinely shocked at the idea of anyone actively seeking to lose points. After thinking it over for a moment, Harry decided that Neville must be joking and still trying to cope with his recent traumatic experience. What were you and Miss Weasley doing outside your common room after curfew, Mr. Longbottom? He asked. Well, Neville began, sounding a bit embarrassed. Ron was giving us a hard time because he wanted Neville to go over by him and Hermione, but he didn't want me there. When Neville said he'd rather keep talking to me, Ron blew up and started accusing me of trying to steal all of his friends, Ginny said bluntly. So we left. We didn't go far, and we didn't think anything would happen. But it did, Miss Weasley, Dumbledore said gently. I know, she replied softly. I'm sorry. I hope you learn from this that the curfew was put in place to protect you, especially now that there's a basilisk on the loose. Still, that's 20 points from Gryffindor, Dumbledore informed them gravely. Given the serious nature of the discussion, Harry held himself back from cheering. A couple of weeks later, Harry had almost settled into the strange routine of reflection checking, random petrifications, and near-instant revivals. Almost, but not quite, because unlike everyone else, he remembered what had happened the last time the basilisk was unleashed. Currently, he was standing in the Great Hall with Ron, Hermione, and Neville, waiting for the first, and only, to Harry's recollection, meeting of the dueling club to begin. I'm just saying, I don't see how nobody's heard about any of this, Hermione said. I mean, for goodness sake, the attack started a month and a half ago. Who would write home about this? Ron asked, looking at her as if she were out of her mind. Our parents would pull us out of school faster than you can say. Harry has an unlimited supply of Mandrake potion, and we all check around every corner with mirrors, so we're really not in much danger. Ron, you could say quite a bit by the time you finish that, Neville chimed in. Amused, Ron said, isn't the normal expression, faster than you can say Quidditch? Yeah, but I figured my way is more appropriate to the situation, he replied. I do not have an unlimited supply, Harry corrected him. In fact, I really need to order some more. I'm just glad everyone keeps using mirrors, otherwise, things could start to get serious. Could start? Hermione repeated incredulously. Harry, there's one of the most poisonous creatures known to man roaming freely around the school and attacking students. It's already serious. I know no one wants to worry their parents, and we seem to be suffering no permanent damage, except for Mrs. Norris, of course, but why hasn't there been any mention of this in any other forums? The Daily Prophet, at least. I've been bribing them, Harry said simply. You've been what? Hermione shrieked. Keep it down, Harry said irritably. This isn't exactly public knowledge. But Harry, you can't just, Hermione began helplessly. Actually, I can. And let me just say, it really says something about our society if the only respectable newspaper is not only owned by the government but is also willing to be bribed by a 12-year-old. And it's not like I'm doing this just for kicks, although I am enjoying making them write something I approve of for once. What justification could you possibly have? Hermione demanded. If certain factions hear that Dumbledore can't keep us safe from the basilisk running wild through our school, they will remove him and appoint a ministry stooge as headmaster instead. That won't help, it will probably make the situation 10 times worse. I don't want this to get any more complicated than it already is, and turning this into a political game will do just that, Harry explained. Hey, is that Lockhart? Ron asked. With Snape? Are either of them qualified to teach dueling? Hermione asked, pursing her lips. Maybe not Lockhart, Harry conceded. But Snape knows a ton about the dark arts, and... I gather he's a rather competent duelist, Harry remarked. Perhaps, Hermione conceded. But I still think it should be Flitwick. He was a dueling champion when he was younger, you know. Harry watched as Lockhart and Snape's demonstration unfolded almost exactly as it had before, Snape blasting Lockhart into a wall. He had given Lockhart a few tips on what to do if he found himself overpowered, but rather than admit that he knew Snape would do this all along, Lockhart chose a different approach. He smiled and thanked Snape for the fine example, warning the students not to put too much power into their spells. In fact, Lockhart almost made it sound like it was Snape's mistake that sent him crashing into the wall, not his own. As expected, Snape looked furious, his hand twitching toward his wand. In a hurry, Lockhart split the observers into pairs. Snape strolled by, pairing Harry with Neville, Hermione with Millicent Bulstrode, and Ron with Draco. Wands at the ready. Lockhart shouted. When I count to. He didn't get any further, as Ron and Draco had already begun hexing each other the moment Snape turned his back. Looking quite annoyed, Snape eventually intervened, calling them up to the stage to try again without putting everyone in danger. Lockhart had actually intended to use Harry and Neville, but Snape pointed out that Harry never took anything seriously unless it involved extreme emotional trauma for one of his friends or someone dying. Lockhart had to concede the point. Snape walked over to Draco, and Lockhart moved toward Ron. Harry was too far away to hear their conversation, but from the smirk on Draco's face and the alarmed expression on Ron's when Lockhart dropped his wand, he had a pretty good idea of what was about to happen. The only question left was what to do about it. 3, 2, 1, go. Lockhart called out. Serpensortia. Malfoy shouted the moment Lockhart said, go, giving Ron no chance to react. Harry watched with a detached curiosity as a large, black snake erupted from Draco's wand. Was embarrassing Ron really worth the trouble that both Draco and Snape could face for unleashing a potentially venomous snake on a group of schoolchildren? Harry couldn't believe Snape would be so reckless. Although, to be fair, it was impressive that Draco managed to conjure a snake at just 12 years old, Harry remembered struggling with that spell until at least 5th or 6th year. Then again, he hadn't grown up knowing he was a wizard and practicing magic whenever his late parents weren't around. As he made his way up to the stage, Harry noticed his peers were transfixed by the large serpent. Don't move, Weasley, Snape said lazily, twirling his wand between his fingers. I'll take care of it. He didn't seem in any hurry, which made Harry uneasy. He recalled hearing somewhere that larger snakes were often non-venomous but could crush a person, so unleashing that snake on Ron was still incredibly unprofessional and, judging by the look on Ron's face, deeply traumatizing. Ron was literally shaking. At least it wasn't spiders. Allow me. Lockhart shouted, unable to resist the chance to show off. He waved his wand with a flourish, and there was a loud bang that sent the snake flying through the air. When it landed, it was understandably furious and headed straight for Justin Finch-Fletchley. Harry groaned. Was Justin just snake bait or something? He had a plan, but he wasn't sure it would work given that everyone was already aware of the giant snake rampaging around the castle. Look, the guy who attacked you didn't mean to, he thought. He's just one of the worst wizards I've ever met. I know you're angry and probably confused, and you certainly didn't ask for this, but if you bite anyone, you'll only get yourself killed, Harry said to the snake in Parseltongue. He climbed onto the stage and gestured for the snake to come toward him. Just calm down and follow me. If you come to me slowly, they won't hurt you. I'm the only one who can understand you here, and if you don't listen to me, who knows what they'll do. The snake paused for a moment, then began to slither in Harry's direction. Harry noticed with a sense of satisfaction that Draco visibly paled and gulped as the snake passed him. Served him right. For those of you concocting wild theories about how I'm the heir of Slytherin just because I can speak Parseltongue, take a good look at my hands. See how I'm gesturing for the snake to stay up here with me where it's safe. Notice how I'm not endangering anyone or encouraging the snake. Yes, I'm talking to you, Justin and Ernie. You two jumped to conclusions faster than Ron and Hermione. Harry shook his head in exasperation. Ernie bristled slightly at the implied insult, clearly aware of Ron and Hermione's tendency to leap to conclusions. It was more like skydiving to conclusions, really. Then what were you saying to it? Ernie challenged. Harry almost rolled his eyes. Did Ernie really think he would tell the snake to do something sinister and then admit it? Maybe he would have last time, but he had spent too much time with Slytherins recently to act so foolishly. It was basically variations of, come over by me so people don't kill you, he replied finally. Snape was the first to recover from the shockwaves Harry's revelation had sent through the room. He quickly vanished the snake. Thank you, Professor, Harry said brightly. I'm glad you decided to clean up the mess you caused by telling Draco to cast that spell. 10 points from Gryffindor for your cheek, Potter, Snape snapped. Harry couldn't help but grin. He had a nagging feeling that Snape was aware of how much he relished losing points, yet still helped him out, perhaps hoping that Dumbledore would finally allow someone other than Harry to win the House Cup. In case anyone's interested, Harry continued, now that my Parseltongue abilities are public knowledge, I'm here to announce that I'm willing to translate any conversation you want to have with a snake, any snake. Just bring it to me, and I'll do it for 2 sickles per 5 minutes. He could have sworn he heard Hermione groan from somewhere in the audience. I also want to reiterate that I am not the heir of Slytherin. And if I were, I definitely wouldn't be covering the cost of the Mandrake potions and then charging for them. No, instead, I'm giving them out for free to anyone who needs them, with no benefit to myself. Harry paused for effect. Well, technically, I'm using them as a tax deduction, but aside from that, it's completely selfless. Remember, anytime you want to talk to a serpent, just let me know. With a satisfied nod, he added, now, if that's all, it's been a great dueling meeting, but I'm off to bed. With that, Harry walked off the stage and out of the Great Hall, leaving a stunned audience in his wake. Chapter 19. Harry, I'm glad I caught you, Percy said eagerly, springing up as Harry descended the dormitory staircase the next morning. Given you seem to be waiting for me, that's not really surprising, Harry replied, stifling a yawn. Still, at least you didn't try waking me up this time. Yes, well. I wanted to ask you what on earth you thought you were doing. Going down to breakfast? Harry suggested. Not right now, Percy said impatiently. Last night. Weren't you there? Harry asked innocently. No, I was busy. Percy admitted, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice. With Penelope? Harry smirked. That is none of your concern, Harry, Percy said stiffly, his ears turning red. I'm just teasing, Percy. I'm genuinely glad you have a girlfriend, Harry said sincerely. Thank you, Percy replied, giving Harry a small smile. But I need to be honest with you, you are a huge disruptive influence, and I'm fairly certain I should at least dislike you. For some reason, I don't. Mum seems determined to make you part of our family, as do Ron and the twins. You don't seem all that opposed to the idea either. So it always unnerves me when you do things like this, putting yourself in danger from vigilantes who want to stop you because they think you're the heir of Slytherin or outright hate you. I appreciate that, Percy, Harry said. I'm not trying to worry anyone, I just think I know what I'm doing. You think? Percy repeated faintly. You think? Now I'm even more worried. You're a Parselmouth. Hermione exclaimed as Ron and Neville shoved Harry into an empty classroom. Harry really didn't want to have this conversation, now or ever, but he was thankful his friends had the sense to make sure he wasn't overheard. So I announced last night, Harry said neutrally. Why didn't you tell us? Ron demanded, upset. Harry noticed that Ron seemed even more worked up than the last time they had this conversation, though it had been a while, so he wasn't entirely sure. Maybe it was because, unlike before, Harry now understood his unexpected ability. He knew it was called Parseltongue and what being a Parselmouth really meant. This time, it felt more like he had been deliberately keeping it a secret from them. While that was true, Harry doubted Ron would appreciate hearing that he didn't want to deal with the hassle of explaining everything and worrying about Ron keeping such a significant secret. Ron would never intentionally expose Harry's secret, but he was about as subtle as Voldemort, just without the violence. Everyone freaks out when they hear about it, Harry said. And honestly, how often does talking to snakes come up in daily conversation? You'd think it would be something worth mentioning, especially with a basilisk petrifying people for weeks now, Neville replied, sounding a bit annoyed. I know, Harry agreed, feeling weary. But it really isn't that big of a deal. I haven't been anywhere near the basilisk, and aside from occasionally hearing it moan about wanting to kill people as it rushes past, I haven't seen any sign of it. Ron repeated, his eyebrows raised. As Harry opened his mouth to explain, he shook his head. It doesn't matter. Don't you think the constant petrifications might count as a sign of the basilisk's presence? Neville asked rhetorically. This is a huge deal. Hermione insisted heatedly. Being a Parselmouth is what Salazar Slytherin was most famous for. Well, that and being a pure-blood fanatic, Neville muttered to Ron, who grinned in response. Now the whole school is going to think you're his ancestor. Ron exclaimed, looking at Harry with wide eyes. Harry stared back, bewildered. Why would they think something so silly? Because it won't occur to them that you can be a Parselmouth and not be related to him. Parselmouths are so rare, Neville explained. Harry spoke tentatively. I bet they're not nearly as rare as everyone makes them out to be. Anyone who doesn't want to be labeled a dark wizard in training, which, whether true or not, would definitely be a setback, would keep that ability hidden. I disagree, Harry said. And that wasn't what I meant anyway. What did you mean? Neville asked, looking confused. I meant that unless they're all a bunch of morons, Harry started. Which you tend to think anyway, Hermione interrupted. True, but unless they are even more hopeless than I originally thought, they wouldn't think that I am his ancestor, but rather his descendant, Harry explained. Unless they subscribe to some crazy time-traveling theory where I am my own great ancestor or something. Kind of like the conspiracy theories in the Quibbler that you and Luna believe? Hermione asked innocently. Of course not, Hermione, Harry scoffed. Everyone knows you can't be your own ancestor. Really? Hermione replied, intrigued. How is that any more far-fetched than some of the other things I've heard you, Luna, and occasionally Ron, curse him for winning that lifetime subscription, debating? It's all about genes, Hermione, Harry began patiently. I don't expect you to know much about them, but you know what DNA is, right? Hermione nodded, though Ron and Neville looked lost. Well, if you have a child, that child will inherit half of your genes. By the same principle, if you have grandchildren, they'll have roughly a quarter of your genes, Harry continued. The likelihood of you contributing exactly the right half of your genes to match those of your partner is so low that the odds aren't even worth calculating. That makes it virtually impossible for you to be your own child or grandchild. Although, the probability does increase slightly with each generation. In any event, it would lead to a case of incest, and your family would be stuck in a constant cycle if you went back in time and lived the rest of your life like that. Your life in the past. In my case, I have the advantage of knowing that Salazar Slytherin is a well-established figure. Even if he didn't exist, I wouldn't choose that as a pseudonym. Honestly, given that it was over 1,000 years ago, I probably wouldn't bother with a pseudonym at all. I'm not quite sure I follow all of that, Hermione admitted. She was brilliant, but she was also only 12. You don't have to, Harry assured her. Just know that I'm right. That's a dangerous precedent to set, Hermione replied seriously. Then let this be the exception, Harry suggested. That's how all these things start, Hermione countered. If you're not his descendant, Neville emphasized the word carefully to avoid any more of Harry's explanations, then how can you speak Parseltongue? Or do you not know? I inherited it from Voldemort, and he's a descendant of Slytherin, Harry explained casually. You're descended from WHO? Ron shouted, shocked and horrified. Of course not, Harry said, looking sick. Can you imagine someone like him reproducing? That's the stuff of nightmares. But you just said, Neville protested. What, now I can't inherit something from someone I'm not related to? Harry demanded indignantly. Generally, no, Hermione replied. Unless you're talking about Gringotts, but even then, most people are related to each other anyway. As Harry continues to point out, Ron added, a bit bitterly. Only when Draco's around, Harry defended himself. And besides, if we're going to be nitpicky, I'm not technically a Parselmouth. You can talk to snakes. That makes you a parcel-mouth, Neville said bluntly. Oh, anyone can talk to snakes, Harry dismissed. It's getting them to answer back that's the trick. But anyway, my scar, which I got from that killing curse. Voldemort shot at me. I'm a parcel-mouth. If I ever lose that ability, I won't be able to communicate with British serpents. How could you possibly know that? Hermione demanded. Better question, how could you lose a scar? Easy. Kill Voldemort, Harry replied curtly. You're not making any sense. Again, Ron added as an afterthought. Whatever, Harry said, exiting the classroom. He was almost immediately surrounded by a small crowd of eager Slytherins, each holding a snake. You guys go on without me, I might be a while. Oi. Harry. Fred called out. We wanted, George continued, to let you know how impressed we were with your little stunt at the dueling club meeting. And we hope that you continue to always be around to inspire ickle Ronnikins to follow in your and thus our footsteps as a first-class prankster, master manipulator, and brilliant businessman. Harry stared at the Weasley twins, who smiled back at him innocently. He wasn't fooled for a second. One of these days, you've got to teach me that spell. What spell? They chorused simultaneously. Oh, come on, I'll do anything. Harry offered. Sorry, Harry. We'd love to help you. We really would. But we have no idea what you are talking about or what you're smoking, but we're starting to think we'd like to try some. I'll give you a startup loan for your joke shop, Harry promised. Fred and George exchanged glances. Do that, and we'll talk. Justin. Ernie hissed urgently. What are you doing here? Justin, who had been working on a herbology project with Harry, looked apologetically at him before heading over to where Ernie was trying, and failing miserably, to look inconspicuous behind a bookshelf. Harry waved merrily to Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott, who looked vaguely uncomfortable as they waved back and then returned to pretending not to listen. Ernie and Justin were deep in conversation. I'm studying, Justin said simply. With Harry Potter? Ernie exclaimed, clearly shocked. Really? I hadn't noticed. I probably should have guessed when he wouldn't stop talking about his scar and translated 3 different conversations for a Slytherin and 2 Ravenclaws. You know what I mean, Ernie replied impatiently. I told you to hide in the common room. So you did, Justin acknowledged, unfazed. Then why aren't you? Ernie demanded. Because I had a project to do, Justin explained. You could have done it in the common room, Ernie insisted sternly. It was a partner project, and Harry's not in Hufflepuff, Justin pointed out. Besides, letting him into the common room kind of defeats the purpose of hiding there, doesn't it? Why are you working with Potter, anyway? Ernie asked, emphasizing Harry's surname. He had started calling Harry by his last name ever since he decided that Harry was, after all, secretly evil. Well, not secretly, but openly. Harry found it amusing that those who believed he was the heir referred to him as Potter, while everyone else called him Harry, as he had insisted. He had some unpleasant memories associated with being called Potter by those who hated him, and he preferred to distinguish between those who supported him and those who were ruled by fear. He knew he shouldn't think of the roughly 3/4 of the school who stood by him as mindless sheep, but past experiences had taught him that their loyalty was often based on his explanations and assistance in reviving the basilisk victims. It's not like we got to choose our partners, Justin said, rolling his eyes. You know that, you're paired up with Lavender Brown. You should have explained the situation to Professor Sprout, Ernie began. What situation? Justin interrupted. The situation of Potter being the heir of Slytherin and attacking people for fun, then curing them for the publicity to throw everyone off his track, Ernie continued, his voice dripping with suspicion. Even if you're right, he has to work with someone. Unless you think a half-blood like him with a muggle-born best friend is a pure-blood fanatic, everyone is at risk, Justin said reasonably. I'd still rather my best friend didn't insist on endangering himself, trying to be all noble and Gryffindor, Ernie muttered sourly. That was uncalled for, Justin replied, shuddering at the comparison. I know, Ernie admitted, looking sheepish. I'm sorry. Harry's always been so nice, though, Hannah said uncertainly, abandoning any pretense of ignoring the two boys. And he made you-know-who disappear. He can't be all bad, can he? No one knows how he survived that attack by you-know-who, Ernie said, lowering his voice dramatically. You-know-who cast a killing curse at him. No one survives a killing curse, let alone a baby. Only a really powerful dark wizard could have lived to tell the tale. I'm pretty sure Harry made some big announcement last year about surviving because his mother sacrificed herself for him, Susan pointed out. Had he done that? Harry couldn't quite remember. Still, if he had, that could only work in his favor when swaying more people. Oh, come on, he was a baby. What does he know about it? Ernie scoffed. I completely agree, Susan said pointedly. He was only a baby. How could he possibly be so evil that you-know-who himself had to come straight over and kill him? How would he even know Harry was a devil child at that age? Well, Ernie trailed off, realizing she had a valid point. I still don't buy the whole mother sacrificing theory. I mean, is Lily Potter really the only person to have ever given their lives for someone? She can't be. How in the world is Potter the only one to survive? Maybe he's the chosen one, Justin snarked. Harry nearly choked. That wasn't too far off. Actually, I hope we can keep that quiet for a few more years, Harry said. But, Ernie tried again. Just give it up, Ernie, Susan advised. Fine. Don't come crying to me when Potter petrifies you all, Ernie sniffed, turning to storm away. If anything, he'd come after you for smearing his name, Susan called after him. Ernie's shoulders stiffened, and he picked up his pace. If Harry did that, wouldn't everyone be suspicious of him again? Hannah asked. Justin shrugged. Probably. On the other hand, there's no need to tell Ernie that. And maybe now I can get back to my homework. Hours later, the library was suddenly silent when McGonagall's voice rang out. Potter. Yes? Harry replied politely. Has someone else been petrified? Indeed. Ernie Macmillan has been found right outside the Hufflepuff common room, McGonagall said gravely. I see, Harry trailed off as a thought struck him. Mr. Potter? McGonagall prompted. I have an alibi. Harry cheered, oblivious to the death glare Madame Pants shot his way. Pardon? McGonagall asked, clearly confused. Ever since that whole stunt I pulled at the dueling club, people, Honey being one of the most vocal, have been accusing me of attacking everyone. I never seem to have an alibi, but this time I was in here studying the whole time, and I have, 30 witnesses, Harry continued excitedly. Be that as it may, McGonagall said primly, a student was still petrified. Oh, he'll be fine, Harry said dismissively as he followed the Transfiguration professor toward the hospital wing. That may be true, but I would like to remind you that there is still a murderous creature on the loose, and it would not be wise to be so glib, McGonagall said sternly. I know. Harry replied, glancing down at Ernie. Hey. I sold him that mirror. And he still blames me. That little. Harry, Dumbledore interrupted gently. Hello, Professor, Harry said warmly. What are you doing here? I'm always concerned when a basilisk is attacking my students, Dumbledore explained. That sounds like a good policy, Harry nodded. You have been extraordinarily helpful during this crisis, and I suspect you're somehow involved in the Iron Curtain of secrecy protecting Hogwarts' problems from the wizarding world at large, Dumbledore said pleasantly. I do what I can, Harry replied, keeping his tone noncommittal. Let me begin by saying that I know you have nothing to do with these attacks. However, I'm quite curious, how do you know so much about them? Dumbledore's eyes bore into him, and Harry was suddenly grateful that Hermione had pushed him to master occlumency back when they were 19. Well, she and all his other friends were 20, but he had a late birthday. I've come back from the future, Harry deadpanned. Indeed, Dumbledore replied, skeptical yet intrigued. Oh yes, Harry nodded. Of course, when I'm from, Ginny Weasley had the diary and was only attacking Muggleborns. Sirius Black was completely innocent of the crimes he was sent to Azkaban for, without a trial, and escaped the next year. Draco Malfoy is the master of the Elder Wand, and Snape helps euthanize you. Indeed, Dumbledore said again, this time disbelief evident in his voice. How did you come back, if you don't mind me asking? Drapery accident, Harry said shortly. It was very traumatic. Dumbledore sighed heavily. I wish you would be honest with me, Harry. Who says I'm not being honest? Harry asked rhetorically. But you can be assured that anything I'm not telling you is either for a very good reason, because I don't think it's relevant, or just because I don't want to deal with the consequences. That's discouraging, Harry, Dumbledore said frankly. I don't know what else to tell you, Harry shrugged. How about the truth? Dumbledore suggested. The truth, Harry sighed, mimicking Dumbledore's earlier response to his own plea for honesty during his first year. It is a beautiful and terrible thing and should therefore be treated with great caution. That is most unhelpful, and I suspect deliberately cryptic, Dumbledore replied, sounding a bit disappointed. Well, if it is, it's probably because I got that from a reticent and secretive old man, Harry said with a grin. If you should decide in the future to confide in me, my office is always open, Dumbledore offered sincerely. Thanks, Professor, Harry said, touched. I appreciate that. Chapter 20. So, Hermione said triumphantly the day before the term ended, we're not the only ones who think Malfoy is the heir of Slytherin. Yeah, ever since you had a bunch of witnesses when Ernie was attacked, everyone has been off your case and on his, Ron chimed in. It's really quite fortunate that nobody realizes I could have just ordered the basilisk to attack him beforehand, Harry mused. His three friends stared at him. But, you didn't, right, Harry? Neville asked finally. Of course not, Harry scoffed. But the point is that I could have. I recommend keeping that bit of information to yourself, Neville advised. Or else people will never let go of the idea that you're responsible. Not that I don't fully support the idea that Malfoy is the heir, Ron began. But Harry, you're his friend, Merlin knows why, and shouldn't you be doing something to make people stop suspecting him? Harry grinned. That was a strange situation, all right. Normally, I would, he agreed. On the other hand, Draco is a Slytherin from an old dark pure-blood family. To him, being the heir of Slytherin is a badge of pride, and even though he's not responsible, he doesn't mind people thinking he is. What's more, he's the one who came to me with the idea of making everyone think he's the heir, and I went along with it because the truth will come out soon enough, and the teachers don't believe him anyway, so it's not like it really does any harm. If that's the case, why are you so sure he's not? Hermione asked reasonably, or as reasonably as one could be when discussing the theory that Draco Malfoy was the heir of Slytherin. He could be playing you and just asking for help and taking the credit that he already deserves. You mean other than the fact that he's 12, not a Parselmouth, and thinks being able to attack people with a giant snake is wicked? Harry replied. Seriously, even Voldemort didn't go around setting the basilisk on Muggleborns until he was 16. Ron flinched. Stop saying that, he said, clearly annoyed. Stop telling me not to say that, Harry shot back. It's not going to help, and getting into another argument about this will just make everything take twice as long. The fact that we're talking to you automatically makes everything take twice as long as it normally would, Neville pointed out. Then perhaps Ron shouldn't be so eager to make everything take 4 times as long as it usually does, Harry replied mildly. But that reminds me, I've got your polyjuice. Now go away and don't try to drag me into this. Hermione woke them up at the crack of dawn on Christmas morning, proving she was indeed sadistic enough to be the daughter of dentists. You have 5 seconds to tell me what you're doing in here before I hex you, Harry growled sleepily. He and the rest of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, plus Lee, had just finished their monthly all-night tournament. This time, it had been exploding snap, and since they wouldn't have Quidditch practice the next morning, Wood had joined in for once. It had been great fun, naturally, but unless Hermione had a good reason for barging in 20 minutes after he had fallen asleep. The Polyjuice potion is ready, Hermione exclaimed excitedly, bouncing on the balls of her feet. Of course it's ready, Harry snapped, not exactly a morning person. I gave it to you last week. Well, yes, Hermione admitted. But I thought we could use it today. Breakfast isn't for another 3 hours. How could we possibly hope to use it before then? Harry demanded. Then, realizing his mistake, he corrected, and by we, I mean you. I still think this is stupid. I think half the things you do are stupid, Hermione began heatedly. Only half? Ron muttered, covering his head with a pillow to block out the sunlight. Maybe she just doesn't pay enough attention, Neville murmured, copying Ron's method. Harry groaned, refusing to admit it was morning. But that doesn't mean I try to stop you. Hermione exclaimed. Since when have I been trying to stop you? Harry replied incredulously. I bought you the bloody potion. And let me tell you, that did not come cheap. I'm sure you made the money back within 24 hours, Hermione said dismissively. Besides, you only helped so we wouldn't endanger our potions class. Oh please, Harry laughed. Like I couldn't have stopped that. The only reason it would have worked on Snape is that he didn't know you were planning it. He would have been too busy dealing with the other kids trying to kill each other. At that moment, Hedwig flew in and dropped a medium-sized package right on Harry's head. Ouch. Okay, that's it, Harry said determinedly. I don't care what day it is, it's just too early. Out, all of you. But Harry. Hermione protested. The potion. Out. Harry shouted, waving his wand and banishing Hermione down the stairs. Thanks for that, mate, Ron said, snuggling deeper into his pillow. What part of all of you didn't you get? Harry asked, raising his wand again. But, Neville began, horrified. Sorry, Harry said apologetically. But she won't stop until you guys go help her with that. It's good to know where your priorities lie, Ron muttered as he reluctantly got up. Yeah, well, I need sleep, Harry replied. Oh, but take this. He waved his wand at his trunk, and a vial with a few hairs floated out into Ron's empty hands. What's this? Ron asked, inspecting it carefully. A few of Pansy Parkinson's hairs, Harry explained. Tell Hermione that the Polyjuice potion should not be used with cat hair. How did you? Neville began. Wait, don't answer that. Your scar told you, he said sarcastically. You know me too well, Harry said as he waved his wand once more to shut the curtains and went back to sleep. When Harry finally dragged himself out of bed to open his presents, he discovered that the Dursleys had actually sent him individual gifts. Uncle Vernon had sent a cross along with a note condemning him for worshipping Satan, proving yet again that he knew nothing about magic. Aunt Petunia had given him a gardening book, which he promptly handed over to Neville. Dudley had gifted him a bunch of CDs, which, due to the lack of electricity at Hogwarts and Harry's own absence of a CD player, he decided to hang around the common room. They created a striking rainbow effect when the light hit them. In return, Harry had sent Aunt Petunia some rare Muggle seedlings, Dudley some magical sweets that would likely freak him out for about 20 minutes before he devoured them all in a day, and Uncle Vernon 20 galleons. Harry enjoyed the thought of torturing his uncle with the dilemma of exchanging wizarding coins for Muggle money or refusing free money altogether. He figured it would torment him for days. Hagrid had sent him a large tin of treacle fudge, and in gratitude, Harry sent him 6 Abraxan. Early on, Harry had decided to celebrate the success of his money-making ventures by going all out for Christmas. Ron gave him Flying with the Cannons, an interesting enough read, even if Harry despised that team. In return, Harry had sent Ron a new wand. Hermione gifted him a luxurious eagle feather quill, and in a moment of boldness, Harry gave her a time turner. Fortunately, he also included a guide on how to use it, straight from the Department of Mysteries. It was oddly comforting that the Ministry was so corruptible. Harry suspected what he had done could easily earn him a 10-year stint in Azkaban. The Weasleys had sent Harry a new hand-knitted jumper and a plum cake, and in response, Harry purchased them a house elf, something he was not looking forward to Hermione discovering. It wasn't that he didn't support house elf rights, it was just that Dobby was the only house elf he had met who truly wanted freedom, and Harry figured he should probably tread carefully. Harry decided to put off any new magical creature legislation until after graduation. He knew from experience that those matters were incredibly time-consuming. Meanwhile, the Weasleys were in Egypt visiting Bill for Christmas. If they could afford that trip, why was it such a big deal that they had won the 1,000 galleon draw over the summer? Perhaps it was cheaper for just the 2 of them instead of the entire family. Ginny had gotten him some owl treats for Hedwig, and in return, he had given her a year's supply of Honey Duke's chocolate. He wished he knew her better to find something more personal. Fred and George had sent him several seemingly harmless desserts, but he was hesitant to try them without a thorough inspection, and maybe a guinea pig. To them, he had chosen a book on inventing potions. He knew they could manage on their own, but this might help smooth the process. Tonks had sent him some of Sirius's old schoolbooks, filled with doodles and notes from when he and Harry's father were supposed to be paying attention in class. In return, Harry had gifted her a rather expensive ring, enchanted with an anti-clumsiness spell for when she needed to go undercover after completing Aura training. Technically, she could wear it all the time, but Harry knew Tonks seemed to embrace her clumsiness, perhaps viewing it as part of her charm. Percy had given him a book on the OWLs, which was so typically Percy that it bordered on comical. Harry had reciprocated with a set of new school robes because he knew how much Percy valued appearances. Neville had surprised him with a book on poltergeists, claiming that Harry was starting to remind him of one. Honestly, Harry was beginning to understand the headmaster's wish for a pair of cozy woolen socks and resolved to buy some for himself at the first opportunity. For Neville, he had chosen a couple of gillyweed plants, not that he was thinking ahead to 4th year or anything. Cedric had also sent him a gift. Harry chuckled as he glanced at the book titled 1,000 Things I Never Had the Nerve to Do at Hogwarts, accompanied by a note that mentioned he had already tackled 3 dozen of them. It was clear that he had found a new ambition in life. In return for gifts, Harry sent Cedric a book on the history of the Triwizard Tournament, complete with a task analysis. He added a note that read, "You never know. But my scar does." Draco had given him a top-of-the-line broomstick serving kit, and in exchange, Harry gifted him an extensive wizard genealogy book from all over Europe. It might not have been the best choice if he wanted Draco to move past all that pure-blood nonsense, but Harry knew Draco would appreciate it, and besides, it was Christmas. Luna had gifted him a pair of X-ray glasses that genuinely worked and looked just like his regular ones, which promised some fun in making him feel even more omniscient than usual. He was glad he had hired 24 experienced trackers to find her a crumple-horned snorkack, which turned out to be a pig-like creature. He knew that would make her day. He had also picked out a few thoughtful gifts for the professors, a cozy pair of woolly mittens for Professor Dumbledore to match his woolly socks, a book on calligraphy for Professor Lockhart to help him embellish his signature even more, an anonymous grant for Professor Snape to continue his research, and a brand new chess set for Professor McGonagall, also anonymously. And of course, he didn't forget the entire Hogwarts population. Everyone received a candy cane, and those who had shown faith in him got a box of chocolates. By the time Harry finished admiring his presents and finally left the common room, it was lunchtime. He quickly grabbed a bite to eat before joining in on the traditional all-afternoon snowball fight. When that wrapped up, he found himself at dinner just as Ron, Hermione, and Neville stood up halfway through the meal to chase after Crabbe and Goyle. "Feel free to just ditch me, it's okay, I don't mind," Harry called after them. Luna, sitting down nearby, raised an eyebrow and asked, "If you don't mind, then why are you yelling at them?" Harry sat across from Luna, plopping his gift down next to her. "I like yelling," he joked. "I'm sure you do, you make all school announcements in the Great Hall often enough." "Thank you for Norbert," Luna replied breezily. "And Norbert?" Harry echoed, his mind racing. Was she talking about the dragon? Well, technically it was Norberta, but he wasn't supposed to know that yet. What were the odds she would choose the same name as Hagrid? Somehow, he wasn't surprised. "Oh yes," Luna said serenely. "I asked Hagrid for name suggestions, and he got a little teary-eyed when Norbert came up, so I figured that would be a good name." "That's just, yeah." Harry stammered, struggling to find the right words. "Strange?" Luna supplied. "Yeah. I get that a lot." "For that matter, don't you?" she asked. "I do," Harry nodded. "What do you think about the theory that Draco Malfoy is the heir of Slytherin?" "That's ridiculous," Luna replied instantly. "He would never write in a diary." "Diary? So you believe me about a supposedly dead parent betrayer illegal rat Animagus using Voldemort's old diary to open the Chamber of Secrets?" Harry asked, intrigued. No one had taken that part of his story seriously, even if they believed him about the basilisk. "Of course," Luna nodded sagely. "It makes perfect sense." "Not to everyone else," Harry pointed out. "Most people don't believe in Norbert either," Luna countered. "Although they will after he makes the front page of the next issue of the Quibbler. Do you ever get frustrated in your attempt to educate the sheep, or wizarding world?" Harry asked, curious. Luna giggled at his near slip-up. "Sometimes. But if we don't do it, who will? Everyone else is just content to be stagnant for the rest of their lives, living lives almost identical to their ancestors and their descendants." "Do you know which is which?" Harry asked, realizing his question wasn't very clear. Before Harry could elaborate, Luna interjected. "It's truly sad that so many people don't realize that ancestors are those who came before us, and descendants are those who come after," she said, shaking her head in pity. "Where did your friends go?" It was a bit strange, but Harry and Luna never really felt the need for transitional phrases. They simply changed the subject, and the other was expected to keep up. Odd, yet it worked for them. They're off to drug Crabbe and Goyle so they can impersonate them and Pansy Parkinson. They want to sneak into the Slytherin common room and try to get a confession out of Draco, Harry explained. Drugging students? Couldn't they get expelled for that? Luna asked, intrigued. Probably, Harry acknowledged. Now that he thought about it, why hadn't Crabbe and Goyle gone to Dumbledore in the first place? Were they embarrassed? Did they not realize who had drugged them? Or did they simply dislike the most prominent champion of Muggle rights? They could have assumed they had just fallen asleep, but he and Ron had taken their clothes and locked them in a closet. Although they could also get expelled for deliberately causing an explosion in potions class, which they were planning to do to steal from Snape, another offense, until I stepped in and just bought them the potion. Polyjuice, right? Luna asked. At Harry's nod, she continued, wouldn't Draco Malfoy admit it because he wants people to think he is? Harry's blood ran cold. That honestly never occurred to me. So I guess you'll get a pretty interesting debriefing when they come back, Luna smiled. Yeah. And they'll be even harder to convince of Draco's innocence than Ernie is of mine. What I really don't understand is this: even if the heir was a student and a Slytherin, which is actually a reasonable assumption, given the name, unless they were planning this from the beginning to deflect suspicion, why are they suspecting a second year? They should be looking for a culprit among the upperclassmen, Luna said sensibly. Harry was often amazed at how sensible Luna could be. He remembered her as the most bizarre person he knew, which was still true, but he realized that in a world where logic seemed to be in short supply, her uniqueness made her perspective almost inevitable. Simple, Harry laughed. He's the only Slytherin they interact with regularly, and he doesn't like them. Well, he's okay with Neville, but then Neville is a pureblood who doesn't buy Ron and Hermione's theory that he's the heir. He's just going along to keep them out of trouble. Ron thinks all Slytherins are evil, and the Weasleys and Malfoy seem to have some sort of blood feud going on anyway. Hermione is Muggleborn, and Draco doesn't have much experience with them, so there are definite issues there. Plus, he can't stand anyone who is obviously smarter than he is. I see, Luna replied. That really makes no sense, though. Harry sighed. Preaching to the choir, Luna, preaching to the choir. Chapter 21. That night, Ron and Hermione rushed into the common room half an hour after curfew, their eyes sparkling, with Neville trailing behind, looking rather disconcerted. So, Harry began, genuinely curious. How did it go? It went great. Ron enthused. Little bugger confessed to everything. I'm still not sure that it was, Neville started, only to be interrupted by Hermione. Oh, come on, Neville. You were there. You heard him. What more proof do you need? She asked, exasperated. It was clear that this had been an ongoing debate between them on the way back. Oh, I don't know, some proof. Neville suggested sarcastically. I admit that what we've heard is damning, and I wouldn't put it past Malfoy to try something like this, but still. He's 12. And it's not like he's exactly criminal mastermind material, either. Maybe you guys should start from the beginning, Harry proposed. I can be the fair and unbiased judge. Fair and unbiased. Ron snorted. You like Malfoy, remember? I like you more, Harry retorted, rolling his eyes. Although Draco is less prone to jumping to conclusions. No one says jumping to conclusions anymore, Parvati said as she walked past them on her way to the girls' dormitory. Yeah, everyone knows it's skydiving, Lavender added, hurrying after her friend. Once they left, Harry and his friends were the only ones left in the common room, and they could begin their tale. We got off to kind of a late start because Ron insisted that I use some of Pansy's hair that you apparently just happened to have with you instead of Millicent's, despite the fact that Millicent was staying over break and Pansy wasn't, Hermione began, glaring slightly at Ron for the inconvenience. Hey, don't look at me, Ron said, holding up his hands in a gesture of peace. It was Harry's idea, and if Harry said that the hairs you had belonged to Millicent's cat, then it's best not to take chances. Besides, it's not like Malfoy even noticed that you weren't supposed to be there, Hermione said thoughtfully. That's true, she mused. I don't think he likes her very much. And who can blame her? Ron laughed. Malfoy's a git. She said Draco didn't like Pansy, not the other way around, Harry pointed out, trying to keep the conversation on track. He didn't want them to get sidetracked and risk talking all night. Oh. Well, he's still a git, Ron replied. Regardless of whether Hermione needed to use Pansy's hair or what Malfoy and Pansy feel for each other, Neville interjected, we soon realized we had no idea where the Slytherin common room was. Why didn't you just ask me? Harry inquired. Why would you know where the Slytherin common room is? Hermione asked, raising an eyebrow. Because Draco is a friend of mine, Harry offered. Hermione, do you remember that little conversation you had with Malfoy at the end of last year about stalking? She asked sweetly. Nope, not at all, Harry lied. You were saying, Neville? Right. We hadn't thought to ask you, although I realized you probably would know, since you're obsessive like that. But there really wasn't enough time for us to go back, find you, and then interrogate Malfoy. Considering I hadn't moved and you had an entire bloody castle to search, I'm not so sure about that, Harry countered. How were we supposed to know you were planning to stay in the Great Hall? Ron asked rhetorically. We saw Luna coming up to talk to you, and she might have convinced you to go visit those invisible zombie horses she keeps going on about. They're called Thestrals, Ron, Harry said stiffly. And everyone knows the best time to visit them is at daybreak. I've been meaning to ask you about that, actually, mate, Ron continued. I mean, I know you both say you can see them, but neither of you is quite right in the head, and since nobody else seems to be able to, how do we? Are you sure you're not just imagining things? Or making it all up? Harry groaned. Great. After only 2 years, I'm already being accused of being a lying schizophrenic. It's nice to know some things never change. What? Hermione asked, looking a bit disturbed by Harry's implication that he had faced such accusations before. Oh, nothing, Harry said dismissively, deciding not to mention his psychic scar for once. And of course, Luna and I aren't the only ones who can see Thestrals. I know for sure that Theodore Nott can see them, along with most of the adults. Well, Nott's a Slytherin, isn't he? Ron shrugged. None of them are right in the head. And don't you think the adults would have mentioned something if they had invisible zombie horses pulling the carriages? Not to mention, why on earth would they have such bad omens around here when they could just enchant the carriages to pull themselves? Hermione added. It would be cheaper and require less maintenance. That would be the sensible course of action, wouldn't it? Harry agreed cheerfully. Which is why it has never occurred to any of them. Ever. Luna and Harry aren't the only ones who can see Thestrals, Neville said quietly. You mean you can? Ron asked, looking concerned. At Neville's reluctant nod, Ron began pulling him toward the door. We'd better get you to Madame Pomfrey. I can't believe I didn't notice anything was off with you. You must think I'm the worst friend ever. Hopefully, this is just because of stress. I'm not hallucinating, Ron, Neville told him, sounding faintly amused. No, you're just seeing invisible zombie horses, Ron countered. You don't believe in Thestrals, Ron? That's funny, I could have sworn I heard Harry mention something about them being in the Quibbler, Hermione chimed in. Harry, feeling ignored, opened his mouth to say that he had never said such a thing because Thestrals, despite being invisible, zombie-like, and horse-shaped. Harry knew that the existence of Thestrals wasn't exactly breaking news. Anyone who had passed their OWLS in care of magical creatures could attest to their reality. But before he could jump in, Ron spoke up again. I don't believe everything in the Quibbler, Hermione. Could have fooled me, Hermione shot back. I just don't see how invisible, zombie horses are any harder to believe in than, say, the Rotfong conspiracy. I knew it. Harry exclaimed. All this time you've been looking down on us for reading the Quibbler, but you read it too. I have proof. Ron, Hermione, and Neville stared at him in disbelief. Shutting up now. Thestrals are real, Neville said, taking advantage of the stunned silence that followed Harry's outburst. You can only see them if you've witnessed death, though, so not many people our age know about them. I'd guess that most of the staff could see them, especially considering the war. How can Harry see them? Hermione asked. Surely he would have mentioned it if he'd seen someone die. Harry found it curious that it was more surprising to them that he had seen death than it was for Neville. Given their circumstances, she should think the opposite. Hermione? I did tell you. Quirrell, remember? Neville and I both saw it. But I could see them before that. I saw my parents die. A heavy silence fell over the group. When you were 1, mate, Ron pointed out bluntly. Harry rolled his eyes. So? I still saw it. But you couldn't possibly have understood their deaths or what that meant at such a young age, so there's no way you could see Thestrals, Ron argued. I thought you didn't believe in Thestrals, Hermione said, a hint of smugness in her tone. I didn't. But I grew up in a wizarding home, so I've heard about them. Charlie loves exotic creatures like that, Ron explained. If your brother told you about them, why didn't you believe in them? Neville was eager to find out more. It sounds like something out of those terrible Muggle horror movies my dad sometimes watches, Ron admitted. He loves the TV. TV, Ron, Harry corrected him automatically. That was interesting. If Ron's father's main source of Muggle knowledge came from cable, it explained a lot. Anyway, we've somehow gotten horribly off topic. So, back to finding the Slytherin common room, Neville said pointedly. I ran into this girl and tried to ask her where the Slytherin common room was. But I stopped him, Hermione interrupted. I recognized her as the Ravenclaw prefect, Penelope Clearwater. Even though some might think Crabbe and Goyle are too dim to remember where their common room is, Penelope wouldn't be much help. You'd think prefects would know where the other common rooms are, just in case of emergencies, Harry mused. And why are the common rooms hidden, anyway? With all the trouble Polyjuice Potion and Metamorph Magi can cause, why not just let the portraits visually identify everyone? And why should Ravenclaws, who are the most studious, have to answer some bizarre riddle every time they want to leave their common room? One wrong answer, and they're stuck outside? It's a wonder anyone wants to be a Ravenclaw at all. Yeah, that's great, Harry, Neville replied. Not sure I want to know where you're getting your information, but try to stay focused. Oh, that's rich coming from you. You haven't even gotten to the Slytherin common room, and we've been talking for over 10 minutes. Harry shot back. I'm staying on topic just fine, Neville defended himself. It's Ron and Hermione who won't stop bickering. Casting a quick glance at the twin looks of indignation on their faces, he pressed on. After Penelope left, we ran into Percy, and Ron may or may not have started a blood feud between the House of Crabbe and the House of Weasley. That is so not my fault. Ron protested. Harry shot him a look. He wasn't sure what had happened, but he was fairly certain that whatever Ron had said was entirely his own doing. After all, that was how these things usually went. He was starting to wish he had gone with them after all, if only so he could know what had happened instead of having to wait. Almost, but not quite. After all, he and Luna had had a good time. Still, this was dragging on. Maybe he should look into getting a pensieve? Okay, it might have been slightly my fault, Ron admitted, his face flushing. But how was I supposed to know he'd take such offense to my teasing about Penelope? Oh, I don't know, Hermione replied sarcastically. Maybe because you weren't his brother but some random troll like second year, and you didn't sound like you respected his authority? But I don't, Ron began. And you're his brother, so that's okay, Neville chimed in. But coming from Crabbe, you know how seriously Percy takes his prefect status. Yeah. Ron grumbled. At least you seem to enjoy blood feuds, Harry tried to console him. Ron looked perplexed. Oh, come on. I've seen how much you enjoyed bantering with Draco. In fact, I think I'll keep a close eye on you two when you start going through puberty, just to make sure all of this isn't just UST. Hermione giggled, clearly the only one who understood the acronym. Ron opened his mouth to demand clarification, but Neville shook his head and covered Ron's mouth with his hand. We're probably better off not knowing, he said seriously. Ron seemed to agree. Right after Percy stormed off, Malfoy showed up. He took us down to the dungeons, which is apparently where the Slytherin common room is, and I gotta say, it sucks to be them, especially this time of year. Last year, Malfoy mocked us for forgetting where the common room was, and then he immediately forgot the password himself. Hermione told him what it was and... Wait, Harry interrupted, grinning. Hermione Granger, Gryffindor Golden Girl, told Draco Malfoy, Slytherin bad boy, the password to his common room? What were we saying earlier about stalking? Oh, so now you remember that. Hermione rolled her eyes. Typical. I just suggested pure blood because it's Slytherin, and it was the first thing that popped into my head. She paused for a moment. Well, after Basilisk, but given the circumstances, I didn't think Professor Dumbledore would let them get away with being so gauche. The minute we got into the common room, Malfoy, who seems to enjoy his blood feud with the Weasleys nearly as much as Ron does, started ranting about how disgraceful he thought they were. He even suggested that Mr. Weasley should just go off and become a muggle. Then he brought up how upset he was because Mr. Weasley had raided his house a while back. Even though they didn't find anything, he claimed there were several dark artifacts hidden in the Malfoy drawing room. Not for long, I sent a letter to Dad, Ron chimed in, sounding extremely pleased with himself. So? Harry replied. Even if he knows the Malfoys are hiding something, he can't very well act on it. Why not? Ron asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. He can just go back and raid Malfoy Manor again, Ron insisted. No, he can't, Ron, Harry said, shaking his head. A raid once, when other houses were being raided, might be acceptable. But to go back, you need evidence. But I do have evidence. I heard. That's all well and good, Ron, Harry said patiently. Even if we set aside the fact that all of this is hearsay, how are you going to explain how you got the information? Are you going to mention that you, Neville, and Hermione drubbed two fellow students and impersonated them? Or maybe you dosed him with Veritaserum? Ron suggested, his tone dripping with skepticism. God knows no one would believe that Draco would tell you willingly, or that he'd be careless enough to talk about it outside the Slytherin common room. Mr. Malfoy might get a fine and lose a few possessions, but you three could end up suspended, if not expelled. Ron's face paled at the thought. I never thought of that. Hermione was so furious at the possibility that she could only glare at Ron, her frustration palpable. It's highly unlikely Malfoy's father will either, Neville chimed in. I mean, purebloods like him are more accustomed to bribing their way out of trouble than relying on the law. Still, Harry said thoughtfully, it might be nice to know you're in the right for once. I'll mention it to Draco in the morning. But Harry. Ron sulked. Do the words, drubbed and impersonated, mean nothing to you? Harry shook his head. Technically, I suppose I'm an accomplice, but I could just bribe my way out of any trouble. You wouldn't, Hermione said sternly. I know, Harry agreed. But I could. That doesn't matter anyway, Neville interjected. Before we left, Draco confessed to being the heir of Slytherin. But he's not. Harry protested. Hermione sighed indulgently. Look, Harry, I know he's your friend, but he's also a cold-blooded little sociopath? Ron suggested. Seriously overcompensating for something? Neville added. The victim of a severe father complex, agitated by the rumors about his parentage that have been circulating for the last year and a half? Harry offered. No. Hermione glared. I was going to say. It doesn't really matter what you were going to say, Harry interrupted, deciding not to engage further. We've already had this conversation. Draco's not even a Parselmouth, he can't be Slytherin's heir. But he confessed. Ron whined, looking as if someone had just delivered the worst news imaginable. Christmas was cancelled. So was breakfast. He's also 12 and an idiot, Ron, Harry said, annoyance creeping into his voice. Well, can't argue with you there. Ron mused. But can the fact that he's an idiot be his motivation for opening the chamber? No, it can't. I've already told you that Voldemort's the one opening the chamber, and he's using a supposedly dead And we've had this conversation before, too, Hermione interrupted. No one actually believes that, you know. Luna does, Harry replied defensively, a hint of irritation in his tone at being cut off. Well, Luna's. Hermione hesitated, searching for the right word. Luna. Really, Hermione? Harry rolled his eyes. There's no point in arguing about this. Draco's too much of a child to realize he shouldn't be claiming credit for something like this, even if he were responsible, which he's not, by the way. You all are too much like children to see what he's doing and why, and I can't make you understand that. Hermione bristled at being called a child and opened her mouth to retort, but Harry didn't give her the chance. As I mentioned earlier, Draco's confession falls under the category of hearsay, and he will most definitely deny it if Dumbledore asks him about it. Basically, all you can do is follow him around until you're satisfied he's innocent. We've all realized that someone could order an attack in advance, so having an alibi means nothing. You're not going to let up until I catch him. Wait, you? Neville asked, surprised. Of course, Harry grinned good-naturedly. I've been told I have a saving people thing. And Professor Lockhart assured me that dramatically killing a basilisk would be a riveting bestseller. Chapter 22. After Ron, Hermione, and Neville had gone to bed, Harry remained in the common room, waiting for Sirius to call. Sure enough, after 20 minutes, his mirror flashed, indicating that Sirius was trying to reach him. He removed the silencing spell and prepared to hear from his godfather. You sent me a bloody mirror, was the first thing Sirius said. Well, hello to you too, Sirius. I haven't seen you since Halloween. I'm fine, thanks for asking. How have you been? Harry replied politely. Don't get cute with me, Harry, Sirius growled. You sent me a mirror for Christmas. Don't get pissy with me, Sirius, Harry shot back, mimicking Sirius's indignant tone. You really need it. When was the last time you shaved? I've been on the run. Sirius exclaimed. I got you a wand, Harry pointed out. You made me look like an 11-year-old girl first, Sirius retorted. Harry shrugged, valiantly suppressing a grin at the thought. What can I say, Sirius? Sacrifices must be made. I didn't see you making any sacrifices. Sirius said moodily. Au contraire, I am now scarred for life, Harry insisted. You don't look scarred, Sirius countered, noticing the struggle on Harry's face to maintain his composure. Yeah, well. Harry trailed off. I thought I should probably warn you before I actually do it, but Mrs. Fig sent me one of her Kneasel kittens, and I'm having one of the school owls deliver it to Filch tomorrow at breakfast. Sirius froze, his mouth agape in horror. Harry, you. He shook his head, unable to continue. Harry rolled his eyes. Spare me the histrionics, please. What histrionics? I am genuinely horrified and appalled here, Sirius huffed indignantly. What were those muggles thinking when they raised you? I sure wish we had a less active child protection service so we could beat the magic out of our freak of a nephew? Harry suggested playfully. You know what I mean, Sirius replied, a hint of impatience in his voice. Harry nodded. Indeed I do. That's why I answered your question to the best of my abilities. Don't play dumb, Harry, it doesn't suit you, Sirius shot back. Hey, if you're going to be like that, then fine. Where's my Christmas present? Harry demanded, crossing his arms. You can't complain about what I got you and then not get me anything. I'm a fugitive of the law. I don't exactly have the resources to get you anything, Sirius defended himself. Bull, Harry dismissed. You have a wand, don't you? Anything I can make with a wand, you can make, Sirius pointed out. Given my little prison stint, you technically have more years of using magic than I do. Details, Harry waved his hand dismissively. What I meant was, you can use glamour, and don't pretend the goblins care that you're a fugitive. You could have easily gotten me something. Well, maybe I would have been more receptive if you'd agreed to meet up. I haven't seen you in months, after all, Sirius pouted. That's because, fugitive status aside, I'm at boarding school. That's kind of how these things work. You're just going to have to get used to it. I am used to it, Sirius muttered. But you're the only one who understands what's going on with the future and the Horcruxes, and who knows that I'm innocent. I have to use a bloody glamour anytime I go anywhere. Oh, so you can use glamour to go places but not to buy me stuff? Typical. You are, without a doubt, the worst godfather ever, Harry declared dramatically. Hey, I ate rats for you, Sirius countered. Harry grimaced. Damn, you've got me there. But seriously, Sirius, and so help me, don't you dare make another stupid pun about that. What I said was completely unintentional. I wanted to meet up, but it just wouldn't be very feasible. We don't want anyone seeing you. We couldn't even meet at the Shrieking Shack since you destroyed it, Harry explained. That was an accident. Sirius protested. But it's still gone. And very symbolic, if you think about it. Anyway, you wouldn't even be on the run if you just agreed to. We've been over this, Harry, Sirius interrupted. It's just not happening. The only way I step foot in that godforsaken house again is if you drag my cold, dead corpse through the doorway. Isn't it a bit redundant to say cold and dead? They mean the same thing, Harry pointed out. I know that, I'm just being thorough, Sirius assured him. And besides, anything I can buy for you. I know, Harry said tiredly. I can buy for myself. You're really not getting this whole spirit of Christmas thing, are you? You spend 12 years in bloody Azkaban, and we'll see just how much Christmas spirit you have, Sirius countered. You had plenty of Christmas spirit before you fell through the veil, Harry pointed out. Sirius paused. Oh. Well, maybe I'm just depressed because Remus still thinks I'm evil. You have me, Harry reminded him. There was silence on Sirius's end. Sirius. What? Sirius asked innocently. Of course I have you, he continued. How about, to make it up to you, I teach you how to be an animagus. As the only child of the Marauders. Actually, Remus had a son too. His name is Teddy, Harry interjected. Sirius looked a little put out. Fine. Then as the first child of the Marauders, it's truly pathetic that you've managed to go this long without becoming one. That's a nice sentiment, Harry said pleasantly. But I had that mastered by the time I was 21, Harry said with a smirk. Really? Sirius asked, his excitement palpable. What are you? Now, Sirius. That would be telling. Hey, Draco. Glad I caught you, Harry said, giving the Slytherin a friendly slap on the back. Draco eyed him warily. Does this mean you're talking to me again? Again? I never stopped talking to you, Harry assured him. Are you sure? Because I seem to recall you admitting you were avoiding me sometime in November, Draco replied casually. Really, Draco, you do say the strangest things, Harry said, shaking his head. Now, why would I do something silly like that? Avoid me? Draco questioned. Well, actually, I meant admit to avoiding you, but let's go with that. Why would I avoid you, Draco? Harry asked, feigning innocence. Because you were spreading rumors about my parentage? Draco suggested. There are rumors about your parentage? Harry replied, feigning shock. Oh, come off it, Draco said, irritated. I know you know. I know you started them. If you say so, Harry said, sounding dubious. What is it that you wanted? I wanted to remind you to tell your father that after someone searches your property, they can't research it without a warrant. And they can't get that without what I like to call due cause. I would also like to remind you that hearsay doesn't qualify, nor does drugging several students, impersonating them, and overhearing any statements you may have made about your drawing room. Draco just stared at him. What? Have a good day, Harry said cheerfully as he ran off, leaving Draco behind, shaking his head in confusion and growing paranoia. The next month and a half passed quite uneventfully. Only 3 people had been petrified: Zacharias Smith again, Randolph Burrow from Ravenclaw, and Cormac McLagan, who Harry found himself even more tempted to leave. Harry had been more petrified than Zacharias, but luckily, everyone had been quickly revived. Despite Sirius calling him on the mirror at least twice a week, Harry still wouldn't reveal his animagus form. He didn't really have a solid reason for keeping it a secret. It was just amusing to watch Sirius jump through hoops trying to figure it out. To Harry, it seemed painfully obvious, but then again, he had spent days analyzing Hermione's transformation, so perhaps that was part of it. Valentine's Day loomed ahead, and Harry was convinced it would be one of the worst days of his life. With Lockhart running the show and the look some of the barely pubescent girls were giving him, he felt uncomfortable. It felt wrong to be the center of attention when he was so much older than them, even if he didn't look it and wasn't encouraging their affections. In fact, he kept trying to reject them, but they misinterpreted that as him playing hard to get. As a result, Luna and Hermione were the only girls around whom he felt completely at ease in the days leading up to the 14th. On Valentine's Day itself, Harry realized he had worked himself into such a panic that he might snap and start hexing anyone who came within a 5-foot radius. For everyone's sake, he decided to stay in bed. After all, he wouldn't miss much with all those dwarves and hormones swirling around. He was especially grateful for this choice when the dwarves began a 15-hour siege on his fortified dormitory door, starting at 9 that morning. After reinforcing the protections he had cast and adding a few silencing spells, the noise didn't bother him at all that day. His roommates, however, were a bit disturbed when they returned that evening. Apparently, it was unusual to have an entire army of determined message deliverers at his disposal. Determined, but only within reason, as they stopped as soon as midnight struck. It seemed dwarves didn't do overtime. In March, Harry and Luna attended the loud. The raucous party the Mandricks were throwing in Greenhouse 3 had to be one of the most bizarre experiences Harry had ever encountered. He could barely hear anything due to the spells he and Luna had cast on themselves to avoid being knocked out or worse by their hosts. It certainly made for an interesting editorial and some strange pictures. What struck Harry as odd was that the Mandricks were almost fully matured, yet nobody seemed to care, especially since he kept the supply of Mandric potion flowing whenever anyone needed it. Before he knew it, it was time to choose classes for 3rd year. Despite what Hermione might have thought, Harry had genuinely put a lot of thought into his selections. You want to take Muggle studies, care of magical creatures, and divination? Hermione asked incredulously, glancing at his sheet. Yep, Harry nodded. I can't believe you, she said, shaking her head in disbelief. Why not? Harry countered. You're taking them. He paused for effect. Among other things. Hermione looked startled. How did you know about? You're totally planning on using the time turner I got you to take not only those 3 subjects but also arithmancy and ancient runes, right? Harry asked innocently. Now Hermione looked outraged. Harry, that was supposed to be a secret. How did you even know about that in the first place? Harry crossed his arms, a smug smile on his face. That's what you get for doubting my scar. Hermione looked bemused. Are you saying your scar wants an apology or something? Harry cocked his head to the side, pretending to consult with the scar on his forehead. My scar says that would be nice. Hermione raised her eyes to the heavens in a classic "why me" gesture. If I do, will you promise not to tell anyone else? You know, you guys can stop acting like we're not here any time now, Neville interjected. Yeah, and we're perfectly capable of keeping secrets, Ron added. Harry ignored them and continued, I just think it'll be an interesting year. Promise. Another pause followed. And so does my scar. Even if I believed your scar could talk, you're the only one who understands it. Hermione exclaimed. You don't know that, Harry replied, a hint of irritation in his voice. Still here. Neville chimed in. Who else can communicate with your scar, then? And why haven't they come forward? Hermione challenged. Well, I'm sure I don't know the answer to either question. I'm not my scar's keeper, after all, Harry shot back, glaring at Hermione, who snorted in response. But maybe it's because they don't want anyone to think they're crazy. Because why would anyone think that someone was crazy for hearing your scar talk to them? Hermione asked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Hey, do you want to just forget them and play chess since they won't acknowledge us? Ron suggested. Why not? Neville shrugged. Let's see how they like it. My scar is still waiting for that apology, Harry reminded her. Fine. Hermione threw her hands up in exasperation. I'm sorry if I offended your scar by implying that it's not sentient and can't actually speak to anyone. And for thinking that even if it could, it still wouldn't be psychic, because that really pushes the limits of what I'm willing to believe, even in a magic school. My scar thanks you, and what's more, I thank you, Harry said gravely. It really wouldn't shut up about how angry and hurt it was whenever you were in the room. But I do have a question for you. If you don't believe anyone can be psychic, what's the point of taking divination? I may not believe in it, but I can't stand the possibility of missing out on what might turn out to be a completely legitimate learning experience, Hermione answered promptly. Harry laughed. Hermione, regardless of your opinions on the validity of divination as a whole, even the most blatant frauds will tell you that you can't learn it. You either have the inner eye or you don't. Are you saying I don't have this inner eye? Hermione's voice was sharp, revealing her irritation. It was clear she didn't appreciate being told she wasn't good enough to take a class, even one she didn't particularly want to enroll in but was doing so out of principle. I'm just saying that if you had any psychic ability, you'd probably have noticed by now, Harry said gently. Like with you and your scar? Hermione retorted, raising an eyebrow. Are you suggesting that means I doubt my potential in the subject? Harry asked, a grin creeping onto his face. I think I'll be phenomenal. He was partly confident because of his impressive knack for improvisation. But you should know that a common trait among seers is that the stronger the inner eye, the more unusual they tend to be. So you would be an expert, Hermione replied innocently. And probably Luna too. But does that mean our professor would also be a bit distant? Professor Trelawney has a very strong inner eye, but she sometimes tries to force her visions, when she really should let them come naturally. I believe she would have many more insights if she allowed that to happen, Harry confided. How would you know that if she hasn't had any? Hermione asked, her curiosity piqued. Because real seers don't remember their prophecies, Harry explained. It's as if some higher power is speaking through them. Then how do you explain that you remember everything you see? Hermione countered. Easy. I'm not psychic, my scar is, Harry said simply. Then how would you be good at divination? She pressed. First of all, I have 24-hour access to my scar. Secondly, in divination class, a lot of the time you have to fake it, regardless of how talented you are. Then why take the class if you're convinced it won't help you? Hermione asked, puzzled. Because it's an easy duh, Ron chimed in, glancing up from the chessboard. And because I want to refine my skills in improvisation, and it won't be that hard, Harry added. Right, Ron? Ron, who had been focused on the game, nodded in agreement. Harry had just said something along those lines when he suddenly remembered Neville was there. He gaped at him in horror. Neville, sensing his friend's distress, patted him on the arm sympathetically. Fine, don't answer me, Harry said, annoyance creeping into his voice. I don't care. Why would you want to do that when you could take something useful like arithmancy or ancient runes? Hermione demanded. Because I know nothing about either of those subjects, and I would actually have to put in effort. Quite frankly, I just don't feel like it, Harry replied. I can understand taking care of magical creatures. That might not come into play with whatever you want to do after graduation, but you will, at some point, encounter magical creatures. It would help if you knew the basics for dealing with them. But Muggle studies? Hermione was incredulous. Why not? Harry shot back. You're taking it, Hermione pointed out. I'm only taking it because I think it would be fascinating to study Muggles from a wizarding perspective, she said. Since you won't even try something new, I think I can safely say that's not your motivation. So why are you really taking it? Even easier, oh, Harry replied with a grin. Hermione threw a book at him. What? You're impossible, you know that, she grumbled. But you love me anyway, Harry said, flashing a smile. Only because you lured me into friendship under false pretenses. Hermione insisted. Harry's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. It wasn't often he felt confused since returning to the past, and he didn't like it. False pretenses, he echoed. You didn't tell me you were crazy, she replied. That's because I'm not, Harry protested. Your scar says otherwise, Hermione shot back. Oh, so now you can hear my scar? By your own logic, that makes you crazy, Harry retorted. I think they're both crazy, Ron chimed in. For once, I agree, Neville added. Why are they ignoring us again? Ron asked, still a little offended. I don't think they're doing it on purpose. I just think they're both the type of, Neville began, but his voice trailed off as they continued their banter, oblivious to the world around them. People who get so caught up in arguments that they don't notice anything outside of what they're saying, Neville suggested. Really? That's so strange. Neville shrugged. You and Hermione are the same way, you know. Ron's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Neville nodded, recalling all the times Harry had wandered off to who knows where, leaving him alone with Ron and Hermione, who were too busy bickering to notice him. Was it any wonder he sought out Ginny? Growing up with 6 older brothers, she understood him perfectly. Chapter 23. Harry, Ron, Neville, and Hermione made their way down to Hagrid's hut, buzzing with excitement after Harry, and the team, but mostly Harry, had just defeated Hufflepuff with a score of 400 to 230. It had been a long game, but that was the price Harry paid for having the worst broom in the match while everyone else flew with top-notch equipment. Still, the look on Cedric's face when Harry swooped in to grab the snitch right from behind his ear was unforgettable. It felt like the snitch had been stalking Cedric for at least 5 minutes. Hi, Hagrid. Harry called out as they approached the hut. Did you see the game? Or, more specifically, did you see how I totally outplayed Cedric, even though my broom doesn't stand a chance against his? Course I did, Hagrid replied with a grin. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Oh please, Hermione interjected, her annoyance evident. He has a Nimbus 2001. You have a Nimbus 2000. The 2 brooms were released within a year of each other. How much of a difference can there possibly be? The others chose not to respond to that question. Men, Hermione huffed. Right, because that's not sexist at all, Hermione, Neville said, rolling his eyes. What's the real reason you didn't get a Nimbus 2001, Harry? Ron asked, seizing the moment. I'm holding out for my godfather to buy me a firebolt next year, Harry confided. Ron frowned in confusion. But isn't your godfather? Yes, Harry interrupted, his tone clipped. Which is why he owes me years' worth of Christmas presents. Honestly, he didn't even get me anything this year. But he's a mass murderer. And on the run. Ron exclaimed. "What's this?" Hermione asked, her eyes wide with surprise. "How do you know about black?" Hagrid demanded, his voice low. "Oh, look, Fudge," Harry said suddenly, relieved to see the man. He really wasn't looking forward to having this conversation a full year early, or at all, for that matter. "Where?" Ron asked eagerly. Harry briefly wondered why he felt so excited to see the rather incompetent and extremely pompous Minister of Magic. Then it hit him, Ron had completely misunderstood him, as usual, thinking only about food. "Trust me, you probably don't want any if Hagrid made it," Neville whispered, too low for Hagrid to hear. "Did you mean food, Harry?" Hermione asked. "No, I meant the Minister of Magic," Harry explained. Hermione sighed, clearly skeptical, but she decided to humor him anyway. Why would the Minister of Magic be outside of Hagrid's hut? Harry narrowed his eyes. "I don't know, but it better not be what I think it is." "Do you think they found out about the attacks?" Hagrid asked nervously. "There's no proof," Harry quickly reassured him. "Even if they did hear something, with our unpetrification rate, there's nothing to see and nothing they can do." "But why would they come after Hagrid?" Hermione pondered, deep in thought. "Because they're all a bunch of morons," Harry said simply. "What do you expect?" Hagrid shot Harry a grateful look just as there was a loud knock on the door. "You four, hide," Hagrid advised. Everyone turned to Harry. "What makes you think I even have my invisibility cloak?" he asked. "You always have your invisibility cloak," Neville replied calmly. "So what if I do?" Harry crossed his arms defiantly. "It's not curfew for at least 20 minutes, we have every right to be here." Hagrid looked unsure for a moment, then shrugged. "Suit yourself." "Good evening, Hagrid," Professor Dumbledore greeted as the door swung open. "And, guests." He didn't seem particularly surprised to find Harry and his friends there. "Bad business, Hagrid," Fudge said curtly. "Very bad business. If it's true, well, we just can't take that risk." What are you doing here?" Harry smiled brightly as he addressed the group. "We're visiting our dear friend Hagrid and having a nice chat about how great it is that there isn't a basilisk loose at school this year because, quite frankly, that would suck." Fudge looked confused. "There isn't?" He turned to the man standing behind him. "But you said—" "Of course there's a basilisk loose in the school," Lucius Malfoy interjected smoothly. "Draco wouldn't lie about a thing like that. Now, I don't know who you think you are, but I assure you." "Potter," he added flatly, almost devoid of emotion. It was as if Lucius had finally realized the scandal Harry had caused for his family. Still, the fact that Lucius hadn't even twitched for his wand made Harry doubt that theory. "Potter?" Fudge peered closely at Harry. "As in Harry Potter?" "I could have sworn you were DRA," he trailed off, casting a glance at his #1 campaign contributor. Never mind. Why does everyone keep doing that?" Lucius asked idly. "Did you guys have a point in being here?" Harry asked, not so much out of curiosity, but because he appreciated how easily people could get sidetracked. He knew no one else would be rude enough to steer the conversation back on track. Lucius shot him an annoyed glance, clearly frustrated that Fudge was far too eager to curry favor with him to do so himself. "Of course there is. We're here to stop the attacks." "What attacks?" "I haven't heard anything about any attacks." "Did you guys hear anything?" Harry turned to his friends. "Nope," Ron replied immediately. "Not a thing," Neville added. "Was anyone hurt?" Hermione asked, carefully avoiding outright lying to an authority figure. Fudge looked a little embarrassed. "Well, no. But basilisks are serious business." "So they are," Harry agreed, feigning puzzlement. "What attacks are you talking about, sir?" Calling Fudge "sir" was downright nauseating. "There's a basilisk running loose in this school, and you're all covering it up," Lucius accused, impatience lacing his voice. "Why on earth would we do that, Lucius?" Dumbledore interjected calmly. "As Cornelius said, basilisks are extremely dangerous. If something were going around killing or, at the very least, petrifying students, how could we possibly hide it? We're not monitoring communications. You can ask some of the students if you need further reassurance." "As much faith as we have in you, Dumbledore," Lucius replied, his tone strained as if the words pained him. "My son, who has my complete confidence, insists that." "I'm sure he does," Harry interrupted. "But if that were true, then why hasn't anyone else said anything? Do you really think people are more afraid of getting in trouble for speaking up than they are of a giant bloody snake? Are you calling my son a liar?" Lucius demanded, his anger palpable. "Of course not," Harry replied, taken aback. He wasn't one to throw stones, after all. "In fact, Draco's a friend of mine. I'm the one who gave him that advice about illegal search and seizure, you know. But I'd also like to point out that Draco is claiming to be the heir of Slytherin, so perhaps that's why he's talking about a basilisk." "My son wouldn't," Lucius started, his voice rising. "Mr. Malfoy?" Ron chimed in, waiting until Lucius turned to him. "Your son is 12. Lucius flushed with anger, while Ron looked quite pleased with himself. "Regardless of the, validity of these claims," Fudge began, disappointment creeping into his voice as the situation veered away from his hopes of arresting Hagrid and pleasing Lucius, "the fact remains that claims have been made, and from a reliable source from a good family. Therefore, investigations must be conducted." "By all means," Dumbledore replied magnanimously. "Would you care to accompany us, Hagrid? I think it's time for the four of you to head back to your common room anyway." The 8 of them made their way back to the castle, each in varying spirits. Hagrid was jumpy, as if he expected Fudge to arrest him at any moment. Hermione was in awe of having met the most powerful wizard in Britain, at least in title. Ron was still pleased he had outsmarted the father of his mortal enemy. Lucius glowered at everyone except Neville and Hermione, Neville because he came from a respectable pure-blood family, and Hermione because he genuinely didn't recognize her or understand why he should dislike her. Fudge looked unsettled, beginning to realize he was caught in the middle of a power struggle between two of the wizards he depended on most. Neville appeared as though he would rather be anywhere else, while Harry stared up at the stars, trying to cram in some last-minute studying for the astronomy test he had at midnight. As soon as they stepped into the castle, Miss Amaretto, Filch's reasoning behind naming his new cat after an Italian liquor was beyond Harry's comprehension, spotted them. Sure enough, Filch quickly approached. "There you are," he growled at Harry. "Everyone's been looking for you." "There's been another one." "Another, what, exactly?" Lucius asked, looking disdainfully at the squib caretaker. Filch, clearly recalling his own unpleasant encounters with Lucius from his days as a student, took a moment before responding. "Another pair of students hexing each other in the hallway. They said they were after a rogue pixie." In true Hogwarts fashion, no one questioned what a rogue pixie would be doing there or why students felt the need to curse it. Filch turned to Harry. "They're asking for you." Harry nodded solemnly. "Right. I have to go help them spin this so they don't look like morons at breakfast tomorrow when the whole school's heard about it." With that, he took off running down the hallway. "Wipe your feet," Filch called after him. "Be careful running in the hallways," Dumbledore added mildly. "Wait, we should probably go to the hospital wing, too," Fudge suggested as Harry moved out of earshot. Once at the hospital wing, Harry quickly pulled out 2 vials of Polyjuice potion and thrust them into Madame Pomfrey's outstretched hand. She stared at them curiously. "Is this Polyjuice potion?" she asked. "Air, maybe?" Harry replied, catching his breath. He then reached into his pocket and produced 2 vials of mandrake draught. Apparently, it was mandrake draught, not mandrake potion. Who knew? Well, aside from Neville and Hermione, who had given him a lengthy lecture on the subject. Why were you even carrying Polyjuice potion around with you anyway? Madame Pomfrey asked suspiciously. And is it even legal here at Hogwarts? I'm pretty sure nobody bothered to ban it due to its expense, difficulty in making, and overall rarity. But never mind that, who got petrified this time? He asked, deliberately changing the subject. Draco Malfoy and Cedric Diggory, she replied tersely. Harry couldn't help but laugh. Now that is too funny. Madame Pomfrey raised an eyebrow at him. How is that funny? I thought both of those boys were friends of yours. Oh, they are, Harry agreed. That's not what's funny. What's funny is, well, first off, what were they even doing together in the first place? I wasn't even aware they knew each other. I'm sure I don't know, the nurse answered dryly. They were POA, she added. POA? Harry repeated, trying to decipher the acronym. The only thing that came to mind was Prisoner of Azkaban, but he doubted that was relevant here. Petrified on arrival, she explained with a slight smile. I see. And what I was saying was that Draco's father and Minister Fudge are here in the castle at this very moment, searching for proof to support Draco's claims about people being petrified left and right. And now, he chooses this time to get himself petrified. Because I'm sure that was his plan when he got attacked, Madame Pomfrey replied with a hint of sarcasm. Harry shrugged. Hey, you never know. Fortunately, the mandrake draft should kick in any second now, right? He said, listening to footsteps approaching outside the door. Madame Pomfrey glanced anxiously at her patients. It should. Just as the hospital wing door swung open, Draco and Cedric stumbled in, blinking sleepily. Dad? Draco asked, confusion etched on his face. Then, he noticed the others in the room. At some point, Harry's friends had clearly been sent back to the common room. I mean, Father? What are you doing here? I think the more appropriate question is, what are you doing here? Lucius replied, a note of concern creeping into his voice. I was. Draco stammered, searching for the right words. Pixie, Harry interjected with a cough. Cedric quickly understood. We were comparing seeker strategies in the hallway when this little blue pixie suddenly appeared and started attacking us. Neither of us could remember the banishing charm, so we tried to freeze it, but we ended up hitting each other instead, he explained, sounding responsible and convincing. No wonder he was a prefect. Was he head boy too? Harry couldn't recall. Is that true, Draco? Lucius asked, narrowing his eyes at his son. Still looking a bit dazed, Draco shifted his gaze between his father and Harry before finally responding, yes. Are these two your only patients, Madame Pomfrey? Dumbledore inquired, ever polite. Aside from a fourth year who managed to turn her ears into carrots, yes, they are, the nurse confirmed. You don't mind if we verify that, do you? Fudge asked, stepping further into the room. In the hospital wing, Harry's path was suddenly blocked by an irate school nurse. Minister, I hope you're not suggesting that I'm hiding patients, she began, her voice heated as she advanced on him menacingly. No, Fudge stammered, trying to defend himself, but she wasn't having any of it. Of course, if I were going to hide them, it certainly wouldn't be in the hospital wing, would it? Why don't you check for them in a broom closet? Or maybe on the roof? She suggested icily. I believe you, Fudge insisted, quickly retreating. Thank you, she replied curtly. Now, if you don't mind, you're disturbing my patients. With that, they had no choice but to leave. Faced with absolutely no evidence of petrification, or anything else out of the ordinary, except for the eerily empty hospital wing, Fudge and Lucius felt embarrassed for creating such a commotion over something everyone else seemed to be ignoring. Harry idly wondered what would happen when the truth finally came out, because it would, as per his deal with Lockhart, but he quickly realized that, as a second year, it didn't really matter to him what happened or how it reflected on the school. He was too young to be expected to deal with that. It was completely understandable why he had started screaming the moment Hagrid had slipped them that cryptic advice, "Follow the spiders." That could never lead to anything good. It was actually a relief that Lucius and Fudge had already left. He didn't want anyone questioning his sanity any sooner than necessary. "Dear Merlin, this basilisk is a menace," Draco complained during their next potions class. "Does that mean you've renounced your evil ways as heir of Slytherin?" Harry asked innocently. Draco shot him a withering look. "That isn't funny, Potter." "Oh, I know it isn't," Harry replied, trying to placate him. Draco only ever called him Potter when he was truly annoyed. "It's just that half the class genuinely believes you're the heir of Slytherin, and they really want an answer to that question." Draco stared at Harry. "You're serious?" "No, I'm Harry," he replied before he could stop himself. Draco looked at him quizzically. "What?" "Never mind." "Moral obligation, you wouldn't understand," Harry said dismissively. "So, once and for all, since you totally got petrified, are you or are you not the heir of Slytherin?" Having endured Harry's back-and-forth questioning, something he picked up from the movie Clue, Draco wisely decided to answer more thoroughly. "I am not the heir of Slytherin." If Harry can still be the heir even with an alibi, then surely Malfoy could have attacked himself, Ron objected. "Ron, shut up," Hermione elbowed him sharply. She clearly understood that pointing out Harry could technically still be the heir was not a good idea. "What do we have here?" Snape asked silkily, approaching from behind. "They're arguing about whether Malfoy's petrification rules him out as the heir of Slytherin, and if Harry's alibi still makes him a candidate," Neville supplied helpfully. "I see," Snape said, his lip curling mockingly. "And after the Minister of Magic himself came down to investigate those nasty rumors about a basilisk loose in the school, he was assured they were nothing more than rumors." "Well, we both know neither of us is the heir, so our argument is really just for the sake of the rumor mill," Harry offered. "Why aren't you working, Potter?" Snape demanded. "Because I can't multitask to save my life when it comes to potions. I swear, I look up for a second, and something explodes." Harry paused and tilted his head. Harry shook his head. "Of course, that might be because the Slytherins keep tossing things into my cauldron to see if I'm worthy of associating with them by surviving their occasional attempts to sabotage me. Seems a bit odd, but then again, what do I know? I'm not a Slytherin." "But you could have been," Snape muttered absent-mindedly as he moved down the line to check another student's cauldron. "Oh, you definitely could have been." Chapter 24. A week before finals, Pettigrew was still on the loose, causing frustration for everyone. He had petrified nearly everyone at least once, except for Harry, who he seemed to be deliberately avoiding. To make matters worse, he occasionally left graffiti messages around the school, warning people about the bear. These messages only served to irritate Filch, which in turn annoyed everyone else. After all, who enjoys a cantankerous caretaker on a rampage? Filch took every painted message as a personal affront. Harry was just making his way back from another grueling session of avoiding study for finals, feeling quite pleased with himself for escaping the library the moment Hermione turned her back. As he idly glanced at the wall, he noticed a new message and froze. "Their skeletons will lie in the chamber forever." There? As in, more than one person he would have to rescue now? Harry groaned. He hated multi-person rescues. The more people involved, the more complaints he received for not being heroic enough, and the more suspicions about how he seemed to know exactly what to do. Fortunately, he appeared to be one of the first to spot this new threat since no lockdown had been initiated yet. That gave him a little time. He immediately headed to Lockhart's office. "Professor, do you still have that rooster I, borrowed from Hagrid?" Harry asked, barging right in, hoping Lockhart was alone. "Of course I do. You said it would allow us to slay the basilisk without actually risking our lives," Lockhart replied cheerfully. "Without unduly risking our lives," Harry corrected. "We are still dealing with a basilisk here, and that is always very dangerous. On the other hand, we've managed to survive 7 months with it running around and petrifying people at every turn, so we should be fine." Lockhart nodded. "I've been petrified 4 times already, what's one more?" "Exactly," Harry said, relieved to find some agreement. "Now, it seems at least 2 people have been taken down to the chamber, possibly more," Harry said, frustration evident in his voice. "That means that stupid diary is down there too, and those students were taken hostage to lure me in. I guess I've developed quite the reputation as a saving people person." "You don't say," Lockhart replied dryly. Harry continued, "No matter what happens down there, I need you to stick to the plan. Things are probably going to get a little weird, and the perpetrator is likely really crazy. Just act like you know what you're doing, let me taunt them a bit, and the moment it looks like the basilisk is about to show up, get the rooster to crow. I can handle everything else." He pulled out his invisibility cloak. Lockhart examined the cloak with a longing gaze. "This looks valuable." "It is," Harry replied grimly. "It's also an heirloom, so don't even think about it. Besides, I have 24 people who can vouch for me, and I'm not telling you who they are, so you wouldn't be able to get to them all. Now, get under it so we can go." "Fine." Lockhart sighed, looking disappointed but complying with Harry's request. They moved silently toward Myrtle's bathroom, pointedly ignoring Dumbledore's announcement urging everyone to return to their common rooms. Once they arrived, Harry headed straight for the sinks, searching for the serpent engraved on the surface of one of them, while Lockhart attempted to charm Myrtle into letting him autograph her stall. Harry couldn't help but wonder if Lockhart could go longer than 20 minutes without the urge to sign something. "Hey, I found it," Harry called out. "Open." Lockhart approached, peering into the darkness with uncertainty. "Please tell me you can make stairs appear." "How could I possibly make stairs appear?" Harry replied logically. "I don't have a manual for this, you know. Besides, if there were stairs, why wouldn't they be here already? The fact that you need to speak Parseltongue to get this far should tell you something. Doesn't it make more sense that Slytherin wouldn't bother to make the stairs appear only when you ask for them? He's supposed to be more sensible than Gryffindor, after all. If you say so. But really, what's down there? We have no idea how far down it is, and it's probably filthy." Lockhart wrinkled his nose at the thought. Harry sighed, feeling the weight of more pressing issues than just sanitation. After all, they had 2, possibly more, hostages down in the chamber with Pettigrew and Voldemort's Horcrux. "Tell you what," he said finally. "You jump down, and I'll cast a cushioning charm to soften your fall." "That won't do anything about the dirt or grime that's probably down there after 1,000 years, Lockhart pointed out. "Well, that's the best you're going to get, so I suggest you take it," Harry growled, realizing this was taking longer than simply threatening him like he and Ron had done last time. "But I have to look my best for when we return triumphantly to Dumbledore and the media," Lockhart protested. "The grime will add authenticity," Harry shot back. "But..." "Just go," Harry said, shoving him into the darkness and quickly casting the cushioning charm as promised. "That does remind me, though." He pulled out his mirror. "Oi, Sirius." "What?" Sirius replied, though the sound of laughter and music in the background made it hard for Harry to hear. "Where are you?" Harry asked, trying to make sense of the voices surrounding his godfather. "I don't recognize the accents." "That's because I'm in Vegas," Sirius explained, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. "Vegas? You're in America?" Harry sputtered, surprised. "What are you doing there?" Gambling, Sirius said patiently. Well, but you're really too young for that. I'm 24, Harry retorted, crossing his arms. Exactly, far too young, Sirius agreed. I, however, am 37, since we seem to be counting. Sirius, you know what? Never mind, Harry said, shaking his head. Listen, I need you to send a message to the Daily Prophet. 2 students were taken to the Chamber of Secrets. Sirius blinked. Any particular reason? You mean other than the fact that at least 2 students were taken to the Chamber of Secrets? Harry replied innocently. Frankly, yes. You've been working all year to keep this quiet, remember? Why do you want to blow that now? Because everything is coming to a head, and I want proof when I capture Pettigrew, Harry explained. You think you'll manage that? Sirius asked, trying to keep his tone neutral. I'd better, Harry said fiercely. But listen, I've got to go. I left Lockhart alone down there, and if I don't hurry, he'll probably wander off, annoy Voldemort's Horcrux, and get himself killed. Just so we're clear, that would be a bad thing? Sirius asked, feigning innocence. Of course it would. A death on my watch would be a huge blow to my reputation as the resident hero. Harry exclaimed. Bye. He turned around to see Myrtle staring at him. What? You have issues, she said seriously. Harry rolled his eyes as he took out his Nimbus 2000 and unshrunk it. Maybe it wasn't technically fair that he made Lockhart jump down while he had a broom the whole time, but really, Lockhart should have been more prepared. Besides, Harry wasn't sure if Lockhart could even fly. If he could, he would probably carry a broom with him at all times to escape any situation, considering how cowardly he was. When Harry landed next to Lockhart, the professor was dusting off his robes and trying vainly to look presentable. You had a broom the whole time? Lockhart shot him a murderous look. Harry nodded. Great, Lockhart grumbled, then started off down the tunnel. Sorry, Harry offered half-heartedly as he followed. He ran to catch up with him. Lumos. When they finally reached the main chamber, a very different sight greeted them than last time. Instead of Ginny lying on the floor by the statue of Slytherin, Pettigrew lay prone. Do you think there's any point in stunning him? Harry wondered aloud. I really don't think you need to bother, Lockhart replied, peering over at Pettigrew. He doesn't look like he's going anywhere anytime soon. Yeah, I guess so, Harry agreed reluctantly. On the other hand, he is incredibly good at evading capture. Wow, he can elude a preteen. He must be a criminal mastermind, Lockhart muttered, still clearly annoyed about getting dirty when he didn't have to. You know, I only had the one broom, Harry said defensively. And it's not like I even knew today would be the day until I saw the writing on the wall. Lockhart pretended not to hear him, choosing instead to move further into the room. Harry. Harry's head shot in the direction of the voice. Ginny? What are you doing here? Oh, hi, Luna. Somehow, it was less jarring to see Luna in the chamber than Ginny, though Harry wasn't sure if that was due to Luna's knack for getting into strange situations or the fact that the odds of Ginny being taken to the chamber again were astronomically low. We were just on our way back from visiting the Thestrals when a short bald man ambushed us, muttering something about how he's getting too old for this and feeling vaguely like a pervert for kidnapping 2 young girls. Then I think he stunned us because we just woke up a couple of minutes ago, Luna explained. For the record, I am never going to visit the Thestrals with you ever again, Ginny declared firmly. That's hardly fair, Luna objected. He seemed to be waiting for you and took me just because I was there. If anything, I should be the one who doesn't want to go. I can't spend time with you anymore, Ginny sighed. It's not because of the kidnapping, Luna. It's just that I can't actually see your creepy zombie horses. Watching you pet them, feed them raw steak, and see it get ripped apart by creatures I can't see is just kind of weird and not really my thing. Oh, Luna paused for a moment. You could always watch somebody die, she suggested. Luna. Ginny exclaimed, scandalized. I can't do that. Why not? Luna asked reasonably. Just go to St. Mungo's and ask them for help. People are always dying there. That's not a very good recommendation for a magical hospital, Harry interjected. Luna shrugged. The more you know about magic, the less you tend to know about medicine. It's great for injuries, but if you ever have any illnesses, particularly Muggle ones, you're out of luck. But of course, the more you know about magic, the less you tend to respect Muggle treatments. That is really depressing, Harry said flatly. Another shrug from Luna. It's the atmosphere. He won't wake, said a soft voice. Harry turned to see Lockhart nudging Pettigrew gingerly with his foot. I don't really care if he wakes up, I just need him alive, Harry replied. Come to think of it, I don't even need him alive, do I? I just need him nice and unexploded. I'm fairly sure he's still alive, Lockhart called out helpfully. Yes, he is, Tom Riddle agreed. For now. Why in the world are you killing the one guy stupid enough to follow you even when you're nothing but a disembodied spirit? And you're not even that, are you? You're just a diary filled with plenty of teenage angst. Riddle glared at Harry but didn't respond, instead twirling Lockhart's wand between his fingers. Why had Lockhart set that down? This was going to make things harder. Although, on the bright side, it wasn't a compatible wand, so Riddle wouldn't be able to use it as effectively as he might have liked. I do hope you plan on taking me seriously, Harry Potter, Riddle said, his voice smooth and cold. Wormtail told me you don't do that often, but I've waited a long time for this, the chance to see you, to speak to you. If you want to know how I survived the killing curse, the answer is none of your business, Harry replied, keeping his tone polite. I don't think you quite understand, Riddle said slowly, his eyes narrowing. I am going to kill you. That is inevitable, and nothing you can do will change that. Wormtail will also die. I need his life force to bring myself into reality. Those two young girls, however, don't have to die. I will kill them slowly if you do not give me the information I need. If you're planning on killing me anyway, then what does it matter how I survived the killing curse? Just use a different spell, Harry suggested, eyeing the wand in Riddle's hand with caution. He wondered if it was wise to provoke Voldemort's younger self. Do you have any idea how boring it was, listening to the silly little troubles of such a silly little man? Riddle continued, his tone dripping with disdain. He'd been writing in the diary for months, sharing all his pitiful worries, how Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban and was going to kill him, how he might convince Remus Lupin of the truth about what happened to the Potters, how he couldn't even reveal himself to be alive without proving a traitor. Every one of my followers would see him dead, leading to my downfall. And no matter what he tried, he just couldn't get that basilisk to kill someone. Well, I'm sorry you were bored, Harry deadpanned. But seriously, if that's the worst inconvenience you had, you're pretty lucky. Last year, you had to put up with stuttering. All year. I swear, it was giving me migraines, and I only ever saw Quirrell during class. He paused, a smirk tugging at his lips. The headaches might have actually had something to do with the face you were on the back of. Let's not get bogged down in details, Riddle said, his wand arm twitching. Why won't you take me seriously? He demanded. Because you're just a bastion of teenage angst, Harry replied matter-of-factly. I already mentioned that. Now, a basilisk? That's serious. I might even say it's frightening. But if you're just here for a nice chat, I can work with that too. Just know it'll involve a lot of sarcasm and questioning how tough someone really is if they keep a diary. I'd become the most feared wizard of all time. Riddle shot back. And I'll give you the mass murderer part, Harry said. But it's hard to take you seriously when you keep a diary. Honestly, what's up with that? It's like, Dear Diary, today I slaughtered an entire village of muggles. Aren't I diabolical? And no, I'm not compensating for the fact that my father abandoned my mother before I was born. And no, my father wasn't a muggle. Where are these dreadful accusations coming from? They are distinctly not fabulous. Stop that. Riddle ordered, his face flushed with anger. And about this most feared wizard of all time nonsense, there's just no way. You may terrify everyone now, but that's a generational thing. Before you, everyone was scared of Grindelwald, and there were countless others before him. And let's be honest, everyone knows Dumbledore is more respected than you anyway. I was going to let your little girlfriends live, Potter, but you've pushed me too far. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four, Riddle hissed. Wow, he had a huge ego, Harry mused. I wonder if he had to say that while visiting the chamber. Is it time yet? Lockhart whispered, stepping beside Harry. Almost, Harry replied. Close your eyes, and I'll tell you when, Harry said quietly. Hey, Luna, Ginny, you both better close your eyes too. Even if you just get petrified, now's really not the best time for that. He waited until he heard Riddle hiss, kill them. Kill them all. Now, he breathed. Moments later, he heard the unmistakable sound of a rooster crowing, followed by a loud thump as something heavy hit the floor. Harry risked a glance through his mirror and saw that the basilisk was dead. Fortunately, its eyes were closed, so he wasn't petrified. Did a basilisk's eyes kill or petrify even when it was dead? He was relieved he didn't have to find out. And come to think of it, why was meeting a basilisk's gaze such a dangerous thing to do in the first place? He'd have to remember to ask Hermione. Or, if she didn't know, Dumbledore. Or maybe Hagrid. Surely someone would have an answer for him. No. Riddle cried, interrupting his thoughts and, for some reason, still speaking in Parseltongue. You will pay for this, you. Oh, give it up already, Harry said, annoyed. He turned to Lockhart. Did you grab the diary? Lockhart nodded. Of course, he said, handing it over. Excellent. Harry beamed, putting on some dragon-hide gloves, feeling fortunate he'd had potions class earlier that day. Accio Basilisk Fawn. What are you doing? Riddle demanded, abruptly switching to English. I'm destroying your diary, Harry told him bluntly as he caught the fawn. But, you can't. Riddle protested desperately, moving toward them. You're too old for these things. Given your status as the self-proclaimed scariest wizard ever, it's frankly embarrassing that you still have this. It's for your own good, really, Harry said mockingly as he drove the fawn through the diary. Chapter 25. Are you guys okay? Harry asked, turning to face his three companions. I believe so, Luna replied, glancing at Ginny and Lockhart with concern. But Norbert isn't. She bent down to pick up the crumple-horned snorkack that Harry had given her for Christmas and held up the stiff little creature. Is it okay? Harry's brow furrowed with worry. He didn't even want to think about how difficult it would be to replace Norbert. What happened? Luna poked the creature gently. I think it's just petrified. Do you have any Mandrake draft with you? How did it get petrified? Harry asked, reaching into his cloak and pulling out a vial to hand to her. I would guess it looked into the mirror Ginny put on the floor, Luna explained. Why in the world did you put a mirror on the floor? Harry questioned, glancing at Ginny. She flushed slightly. Oh, well, I was worried I might be tempted to watch the heroic fight, and I didn't want to get myself killed. So, I put my mirror down in case I accidentally saw the basilisk's eyes. You know, it's a sad day when getting petrified is considered fine. Harry mused. Speaking of which, Norbert was fine, and now he's even better. Luna exclaimed brightly as she watched Norbert begin to wake up. I've got to tell you, Luna, I was pretty surprised when you kept printing stories about crumple-horned snorkax in the Quibbler now that everyone knows they exist, Harry said conversationally, waiting for the draft to take effect. Well, Daddy and I had a long conversation about that. We eventually concluded that even though we no longer need to fight for the crumple-horned snorkax right to be known, it's still a recently discovered species with much to learn about. So, there's still a story to tell. Plus, Norbert's adorable, and we've made him our official mascot, a true Quibbler success story about the power of the press. Overcoming widespread ignorance, if you will, Luna explained proudly. Good for you, Luna, Harry said, genuinely happy for her. Of course, Ginny continued, completely ignoring the discussion about Norbert. That was before I knew the heroic fight would basically just consist of you guys cheating and using a rooster. Hey, Lockhart began heatedly. To the best of my knowledge, there aren't any rules for killing basilisks. And even if there were, you should just be grateful that we saved you instead of being disappointed that we didn't fulfill your preteen fantasies of heroic behavior. Ginny rolled her eyes. Of course Harry saved us. Harry always saves everyone. Lockhart looked over at Harry approvingly. That whole being personally called upon every time someone was petrified all year really worked out well for you, didn't it? When that guy kidnapped us, I thought, well, this sucks, but at least I'll have a great story to tell people after Harry rescues me. But no. My story will have to be, Harry heroically let the basilisk get within 200 feet of him and then sicked a rooster on it, killing it instantly, Ginny huffed, clearly frustrated that nothing good was coming out of her kidnapping. Harry and Lockhart exchanged glances. You do know that's not what we're going to tell people, right? Harry asked hesitantly. Ginny blinked at him. But, that's what happened, she said, as if that had anything to do with it. For now, Lockhart agreed. But really, stories like that just don't sell books. We'll need to come up with something else. You're going to be writing a book on this? Ginny asked, disbelief evident in her voice. But, nothing happened. On the contrary, we killed a basilisk, Harry corrected. We just didn't do it in a very exciting way. You know what would be exciting, though? Professor Lockhart managing to gouge out the basilisk's eyes before it bit him in the shoulder. I took advantage of the distraction to heroically slay the basilisk with the sword of Gryffindor, Harry said. But that's not what happened. Ginny insisted, clearly fixated on this one point. Lockhart chimed in, but there's really no proof one way or another. We could stab the basilisk's eyes to align with Harry's version. That would only slightly diminish the story's value, and it would actually make handling it safer. So I think we should stick with Harry's version, as it portrays us both in a good light. Granted, I'd prefer to be the one slaying the basilisk, but allowing a minor and one of my students to get bitten would be highly irresponsible and would hurt my reputation. If either of you got bitten by the basilisk, why are you still alive? They're highly poisonous, after all. And there's no mark whatsoever. Ginny pointed out. Harry rolled his eyes. Obviously, we healed him with the vial of phoenix tears I've always kept with me since learning about the basilisk. He paused, then added, she does have a point about that lack of a mark, though. Defendo. Hey. Lockhart protested as his left sleeve fell off. These are good robes. They've also been exposed to all the grime from a millennia of neglect down here, remember? Harry replied, waving his wand to vanish the sleeve. I suppose. Lockhart sighed. The sacrifices I make, I swear. Sacrifices? Ginny sputtered. It's just a sleeve. And you don't even have the sword of Gryffindor, so how are you going to explain that? You know, Harry said, annoyed, you sound a lot like Hermione right now. And don't worry, I filched the sword from Dumbledore's office months ago. He pulled the miniature sword from his pocket, unshrunk it, and then cut through the basilisk's mouth. With basilisk venom, we can make it seem like that was the cause of death if anyone ever questions it, Harry said. But how are you going to explain how you got the sword in the first place? Ginny demanded. Unless you're admitting to robbery? Harry looked shocked. Of course not. That would be terrible for my image. I'm going to say the Sorting Hat gave it to me in my time of need. It's happened before. The Sorting Hat provides what people need during a crisis. Dumbledore should buy that. He raised a hand to stop her before she could ask again. And before you say anything, I gave Peeves 3 cases of dumb bombs earlier this year, with the understanding that he'd bring me the Sorting Hat the minute he heard about the lockdown. He gets 6 more if he delivers it to me quickly. Ginny paled. Are you really sure it's a good idea to enable him like that? Harry shrugged. What do I care? He likes me. Calls me a good force of chaos and all that. Besides, it's the only way I could possibly get the Sorting Hat without anyone noticing its absence too soon or its presence when I'm supposed to have it down here. How are you going to explain how you got the hat, then? Ginny asked, running out of questions. Harry was grateful for that. He had already worked out all the details weeks ago and was starting to regret, just a little, that he had turned down Lockhart's suggestion of simply using Obliviate and claiming she had been unconscious the whole time. Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, brought it to me for showing great loyalty to Dumbledore down here, Harry said smoothly. What? It's the kind of story he'd eat up, Harry explained. So, what do you think? Ginny looked torn. It was a much better story, but the Weasleys had raised her to be reasonably honest, and she wasn't sure. Lockhart placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Let me handle this. 5%. Ginny looked startled. Pardon? Lockhart elaborated, we'll give you 5% of the profit from selling the basilisk parts. He glanced at Luna. That goes for you too, of course. Oh goody. Luna exclaimed. Just think of the funding for future rare creature hunting expeditions. Lockhart seemed a bit thrown. Well, right then. So what do you think, Miss Weasley? Are you sure Professor Dumbledore would let you sell the basilisk? It is technically Hogwarts property, after all, she pointed out. Since Voldemort and I are the only 2 British parselmouths right now, he won't be able to get into the chamber. And if he tries to use me to get in so he can use the basilisk, I'll refuse, citing trauma. Besides, Professor Lockhart already made arrangements for this, so all we need to do is send the dead basilisk to his preserver. Harry waved his wand, and the basilisk body vanished. There, completely out of Hogwarts grounds. Good luck proving where we got it from. All right. Ginny agreed reluctantly. But only if you don't tell my parents. Why not? Lockhart asked. There's nothing technically illegal about giving you a share of the profits, even though we're basically bribing you. We can claim it's because you were here when we got rid of it. If my parents know, they'll make me put it in the bank and won't let me touch it until I'm 17, Ginny explained. I'm not saying I want to spend all of it now, but a little spending money would be nice. We agree to your terms, Harry said quickly, before she could change her mind or ask for a bigger cut. Luna? Luna looked up from where she was playing with Norbert on the floor. Oh, that should be fine. It doesn't really matter if my father finds out. He's always believed in the Chamber of Secrets, you know. I can imagine, Harry grinned. Aren't you glad we're going with a much more heroic version of events, Ginny? Harry asked, a smirk playing on his lips. It was almost identical to what had actually happened, so it wasn't really lying, well, except for Lockhart's involvement, but that was to be expected. How are we getting back up? Luna inquired, glancing around. Harry frowned. You know, I didn't really think of that. I guess we could walk back to the entrance, and I could take turns flying everyone up with me. If you could do that, then why did you push me down there instead of doing it in the first place? Lockhart looked annoyed again. Nostalgia, Harry said simply, refusing to elaborate further. Just as they were about to leave, they heard a moaning sound coming from near the statue. Harry cursed under his breath. He had completely forgotten about Pettigrew, again. Sirius was going to kill him. Without wasting another moment, he sprinted toward Pettigrew, drawing his wand and aiming to stun him. But Pettigrew was quicker, transforming into his animagus form. Harry narrowed his eyes. There was no way he was going to let Pettigrew escape now. What was the point of coming back in time if he let Pettigrew slip away to revive Voldemort the same way? In a flash, Harry dropped his wand and shifted into his own animagus form. He ignored the gasps from Lockhart and Ginny as he lunged at Pettigrew, relieved that the rat hadn't gotten very far. After all, there were plenty of rats down here. How Pettigrew thought he could escape the chamber was beyond him. Maybe Lockhart had a point about the stairs. Regardless, Pettigrew was no longer a parselmouth, so he couldn't utilize any of that. Harry caught him in his mouth and slithered back toward his companions. His animagus form was, of course, a snake. He observed their reactions. Ginny and Lockhart looked shell-shocked, while Luna appeared completely unfazed by the situation, which wasn't surprising. What did catch Harry off guard was when she pulled out a jar, gently extracted Pettigrew from his mouth, and placed him inside before sealing it tightly. "Are you sure that's going to hold him?" Harry asked after transforming back. "Other than the fact that if he tries to transform, he'll cut himself on the glass and might even kill himself?" "Yes. My father made this jar animagus-proof in case I ever encountered one I didn't want to escape," Luna explained. "And, you carry that around with you everywhere?" Lockhart asked, intrigued. "Of course," she replied serenely. "One never knows when one might run into an animagus one doesn't wish to let go." "Well, that's convenient," Harry remarked, still a bit confused. "Almost as convenient as you suddenly having a snake animagus form," Ginny chimed in, raising an eyebrow. Harry waved her skepticism away. "Oh, please, I've been an animagus for years now." "But you're only a second year," she protested. "What can I say?" "I'm very talented," Harry said modestly. Ginny snorted. "Why didn't you tell anyone?" "Because it's illegal to be an animagus before you're of age," Harry explained, as if it were obvious, which it was, especially for someone whose dad worked at the ministry. "Now, if that's all." He glanced at Ginny, clearly expecting her to find another issue with the situation. But she simply sighed. "Let's go, then." When they returned, Myrtle was feeling a bit down. Not only were they all still alive, though she was grateful when Harry pointed out that if he had become a ghost and hung out with her, she'd never get any peace from anyone due to his mild attention-seeking tendencies, but Peeves had been tormenting her while waiting for Harry to return with the sorting hat. As Harry handed over the promised 6 cases of dung bombs, Ginny's expression suggested that the next few days would be more terrifying than her entire experience as a second year. Harry, Lockhart, Ginny, Luna, and the captured Pettigrew made their way to Dumbledore's office. Inside, they found Dumbledore, Arthur and Molly Weasley, Xenophilius Lovegood, Minerva McGonagall, Severus Snape, Rita Skeeter, and a man Harry assumed was his godfather. "We're alive," Harry announced cheerfully. "Oh, Ginny," Molly exclaimed tearfully, pulling her daughter into a tight hug. "Are you okay?" "What happened?" "I'm fine, Mom," Ginny assured her. As for what happened, well, maybe I should let Harry and Professor Lockhart explain that. "Did you have fun, Luna?" Xenophilius asked, examining her for any hidden wounds and finding none. "Oh yes," Luna replied. "I didn't much like getting kidnapped or Norbert getting petrified, but other than that, the rescue was quite interesting." "Is there a reason you felt the need to run off on a suicidal rescue mission without informing a responsible adult first?" Snape asked Harry, sneering at Sirius, who he seemed to have taken an instant dislike to. Harry was sure Sirius was completely innocent in this matter. "I did get a responsible adult," Harry said innocently. "Professor Lockhart is a Hogwarts professor, and surely Professor Dumbledore wouldn't have hired him if he didn't have complete faith in him. McGonagall coughed delicately but remained silent. So, Mr. Malfoy, is it true that, Rita Skeeter began. I'm afraid you have me confused with someone else, Harry said apologetically. I'm Harry Potter. He paused for a moment before continuing, and yes, I did go down to the Chamber of Secrets. It took 20 minutes before the room was quiet enough for Harry to tell the story of what had happened. He stuck to the version they had agreed upon, embellishing it a bit, and he was pleased to note that Rita was using her quick quote quill to make everything even more dramatic. And since Rita was somehow considered a reputable journalist, everyone would believe her version of events as if they were true. What about Peter? Was the first thing Sirius wanted to know. Harry winced. I kind of forgot about him. What do you mean you, kind of, forgot about him? Sirius looked furious. Fortunately, he woke up before we could leave, and then we caught him, Harry hurried to reassure him. So you only caught him by chance? Sirius's frustration was evident. Just be glad we caught him at all, Harry advised. What do you mean by you caught Peter? Dumbledore asked. Who is this Peter? Before Harry could respond, Luna jumped in. Peter Pettigrew, the legal ratanimagus and secret Death Eater extraordinaire, she said, sounding almost like an auctioneer as she held up a jar. Oh, good thinking, Luna, Xenophilia said proudly, recognizing the jar. Luna carefully removed the lid and placed Pettigrew on the floor. Before he could escape, Sirius had his wand out and cast a spell to force him back into human form. Peter Pettigrew? McGonagall gasped, confirming his identity for the somewhat skeptical Ginny. But, you and Black, You said you wanted to see me, Dumbledore? Fudge interrupted, flinging open the door to Dumbledore's office, followed, strangely, by Lucius Malfoy. Peter Pettigrew? Didn't you blow up? Fudge exclaimed. As it happens, I did not call for you, Cornelius, Dumbledore replied calmly, taking the chaos in stride. But it's a good thing you're here. We were just about to question Mr. Pettigrew about his survival, shall we say? Severus? Would you? Snape nodded stiffly and moved toward the panicked Pettigrew to administer some Veritaserum. I wanted. I have to tell you, Pettigrew said desperately. About my being alive. But I was afraid. Sirius wanted me dead, and I was very depressed after what happened with Lily and James. I just wanted to, lose myself. So you chose to be a rat? Lucius asked incredulously. Dear God, you really are an idiot, aren't you? Pettigrew opened his mouth to respond, but Snape seized the opportunity to force drops of Veritaserum down his throat. I'll handle this, if you don't mind, Cornelius? Dumbledore asked politely. Seeing no objections, he continued, What is your name? Peter Pettigrew. Why didn't you tell anyone you were alive? Dumbledore began. I was afraid, Pettigrew repeated. Harry realized this would take too long if the extraordinarily patient Dumbledore was in charge of the interrogation. He just wanted to clear Sirius's name before his Polyjuice potion ran out. Did you kill those muggles who died after Sirius confronted you about my parents' deaths? Harry asked. Yes. Everyone looked shocked at that revelation, except for Luna and her father, who seemed unfazed, and Lucius, who probably already knew. Are you a Death Eater? Harry pressed on. Yes. Is Sirius a Death Eater? Harry finished his line of questioning. No. Well, there you go, Harry said, crossing his arms. So when will the pardon be finalized? Pardon? Fudge asked, confused. Well, naturally, Harry nodded. And I'd hurry up with that. Otherwise, when Rita writes that article and everyone hears how you refuse to let a clearly innocent, Snape snorted at this, man go, the court of public opinion will string you up. Fudge looked lost. Will he hurry this up? Sirius asked. I am so not in the mood. As the actress said to the bishop, Harry quipped immediately. Sirius looked confused. Okay. Just a reminder that we're British, Harry said cheerfully, since you've apparently forgotten. Sirius rolled his eyes. Dear God, Harry, I went to Las Vegas. I didn't apply for citizenship. He smirked. Although, that's what she said rolls off the tongue so much better. All right, I'll do it, Fudge decided before Harry had the chance to hex his wayward godfather. Harry looked up. Dumbledore had apparently spent the last 5 minutes appealing to Fudge's sense of public approval, and even though Lucius looked furious, it seemed Dumbledore had succeeded. I just need to draw up the paperwork and, Fudge began. Way ahead of you, Harry interrupted, pulling out an official pardon for Sirius that he had bribed several people to obtain. Sign here, please. Oh, and you too, Professor. Looking slightly bemused, Fudge complied. Dumbledore, clearly amused and unconcerned about how Harry had gotten the pardon, followed suit. Freedom. At last. Sirius cheered, just as the polyjuice potion wore off. Does everything always work out this conveniently for you? Ginny asked incredulously, while Fudge clutched his heart in shock, trying, and failing, not to look terrified. Pretty much, yeah, Harry affirmed. Lucius looked utterly disgusted before storming to the door, no doubt resolving to find a minion to support for Minister of Magic who was less influenced by Dumbledore. Harry thought he saw Dobby lurking outside the door and decided to take a chance. Hey, Mr. Malfoy, he called out. Lucius spun around to face him. What? He snapped. Catch, Harry said, pulling the dragon hide gloves out of his pocket and throwing them at him. Lucius caught them an inch from his face and tossed them aside, wordlessly sneering at Harry. Harry watched in amusement as Dobby dove halfway across the hallway to catch the gloves. Let's go, Dobby, Lucius commanded, striding down the hallway without checking to see if Dobby was following. When he swung his cane, intending to hit Dobby in frustration over the disastrous meeting, he suddenly realized the elf hadn't moved. Instead, Dobby was holding Harry's dragon hide gloves as if they were priceless treasures. Master has given Dobby gloves, Dobby said in awe. Master gave them to Dobby. What's that? Lucius spat, his irritation boiling over. What did you say? Dobby has got a pair of gloves, Dobby exclaimed in disbelief. Master threw them, and Dobby caught them, and Dobby is free. Lucius Malfoy froze, staring at the little elf in shock. Then, in a fit of rage, he lunged at Harry. You've lost me my servant, boy. But Dobby shouted, You shall not harm Harry Potter. There was a loud bang, and Mr. Malfoy was thrown backward, tumbling down the stairs and landing in a crumpled heap at the bottom. He got to his feet, his face twisted with fury, and pulled out his wand. But Dobby raised a long, threatening finger. You shall go now, he said fiercely, pointing at Mr. Malfoy. You shall not touch Harry Potter. You shall go now. And Dobby thinks you should know that the reason people laugh when they think you're not looking is that they believe bad Master Draco is not your son. Lucius's eyes blazed with outrage, but Dobby offered him no choice. With one last furious glare at the pair of them, he swung his cloak around himself and hurried out of sight, likely to confront Narcissa with some very awkward questions. Harry couldn't believe that, after everything, Lucius had finally caught wind of the rumors, and that it was Dobby who had delivered the news. He would have done it himself long ago, but he had promised Draco he wouldn't, well, sort of promised. And besides, Harry knew it would mean more coming from Dobby. He turned and headed back. In Dumbledore's office, Harry overheard Snape and Sirius arguing loudly. You tried to kill me. Sirius shouted. We were at war. Snape shot back in his defense. It looked pretty personal to me, Sirius replied sharply. You proved you're a bloodthirsty killer when you were 16, Snape snapped, his voice rising. Molly and Arthur exchanged worried glances at that. Sirius quickly added, "It wasn't that bad, really. And besides, you have to learn to let these things go. Carrying around a decade's worth of resentment can't possibly be good for you." Harry snorted, thinking to himself, hypocrite. Chapter 26. Despite himself, Harry found himself enjoying the impromptu all-night celebration titled "The School is No Longer at Risk and We Didn't Even Have to Do Anything," which followed the students' departure from Dumbledore's office. Though the announcement came on short notice, it was just the right mix of anxiety and excitement for the Hogwarts house elves. With his flair for the dramatic, Harry naturally became a gifted storyteller, and the entire student body was eager to hear his account, especially the thrill-seeking Gryffindors. He relished sharing the official version of the tale with his housemates, much to Ginny's annoyance. He only paused when it was time for the points to be announced. As soon as Dumbledore began listing the current tallies, Harry sprinted toward the Slytherin table, glancing back at Dumbledore in confusion, but the headmaster continued without missing a beat. In first place, we have Gryffindor House with 638 points. In second place, Slytherin with 427 points. In third place, Ravenclaw with 383 points. And in fourth place, Hufflepuff with 358 points. No one was particularly surprised by this outcome. It had become clear early in the year, if not by the end of the last one, that Harry Potter simply couldn't lose the House Cup, no matter how hard he tried. What happened next, however, caught everyone off guard. "Congratulations, Gryffindor, and well done," Dumbledore beamed in Harry's direction. "But before you start celebrating, we must consider recent events. This has been a challenging year for all of us, working hard to keep the unfortunate basilisk infestation and inconvenient hospitalizations out of the papers. Had the Board of Governors or the Ministry learned of this before it was resolved, well, I shudder to think what might have happened. However, I'm pleased to inform you that the basilisk has been defeated by Professor Lockhart and 3 exceptional students. In light of this, I have a few last-minute points to distribute." "Not again," groaned a Ravenclaw upperclassman whom Harry only vaguely recognized. Several other non-Gryffindors murmured their agreement, but the headmaster blithely ignored them. "First, to Ms. Luna Lovegood and MS. Ginevra Weasley for remaining calm and collected in a hostage situation, as well as assisting in catching the perpetrator, I award Gryffindor and Ravenclaw each 200 points." Dumbledore paused, clearly expecting applause, but everyone was too stunned by the idea of a non-Gryffindor earning last-minute points to do anything but stare at him. "And to Mr. Harry Potter for his quick thinking, resourcefulness, selflessness in alerting a faculty member, and bravery, I award Gryffindor 400 points." "I don't believe it," Harry moaned dejectedly. "I mean, I do, but I wish I didn't. 600 extra points, that's what, 1238? This almost doubled our points. I know I'm supposed to be Dumbledore's favorite student and all, but it sure doesn't feel like it sometimes." "I can't believe it," Draco echoed Harry's sentiment. "A Ravenclaw coming in second place? Slytherin in third? I think I'm in shock. Or maybe this is all one big, long nightmare. Maybe this whole year is just one never-ending nightmare. I probably got a concussion on the train when you and the weasel fell from the sky. Any minute now, I'll wake up in the hospital wing." "Amen to that," Harry said fervently. "You know," Daphne Greengrass said thoughtfully, "I've just noticed that every year, it always comes down to either Gryffindor or Slytherin winning the House Cup, with Ravenclaw maybe coming in second, depending on how good their Quidditch team is. Or depending on whether one of them goes along with the headmaster's pet student's annual suicide attempt. Why is it that Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff never win? I mean, obviously they're less likely to. Engaging in the foolish heroics that Gryffindor is famous for, or strategizing like we do, you'd think it would happen every once in a while," Draco said, smirking. "I am not Dumbledore's pet student," Harry protested. "And I'm not suicidal. It's just that, Everything always seems to revolve around me. Theodore not looked up from his pudding. Yes, you are, on both counts. You're also incredibly full of yourself. Harry shot him a withering glare. No one asked you. And no one asked you to sit here, Theodore pointed out. And yet, here we both are. Harry opened his mouth but quickly closed it again. That was actually a very good point. To answer your question, Daphne, Draco continued, enjoying Harry's moment of speechlessness, the houses are usually pretty evenly matched for most of the year. Gryffindors often get points for their rash actions, and they lose them just as easily. We earn plenty of points as well, but we have an unfortunate number of confrontations that often cost us. Ravenclaws earn points for sheer brilliance, while the Hufflepuffs consistently rake in their share just by doing what they're supposed to do. At the end of the year, Gryffindors inevitably pull off some big, reckless stunt that either succeeds and propels them into first place, or fails miserably, giving Ravenclaw a chance to come in second. We go all out in our attempts to win points, and in the absence of something like Harry slaying a basilisk or saving the Philosopher's Stone, we usually win. Ravenclaws are typically too busy studying to care much about how the House Cup suits their overachieving nature, and as for the Hufflepuffs, what are they going to do? Do exactly what they're supposed to do, even more? You've put a lot of thought into this, Harry said, surprised as he regained his ability to speak. Draco shot him an incredulous look. I'm a Malfoy. Surely you don't think we just get by on our looks and wealth? Harry hesitated, considering his response. Harry thought to himself, it happened. It's all about strategy, Draco explained. There are a lot of very rich people, and with the resources magic affords us, there are plenty of very attractive people as well. If you want an edge, you've got to think ahead. Harry wasn't sure how to respond to that, so he felt relieved when Lockhart leaned over to speak with Dumbledore, who quickly stood up again. It has come to my attention that I neglected to mention that once again, our defense against the dark arts professor will be leaving us at the end of the year. I'm happy to report that, unlike his predecessor, Professor Lockhart is perfectly all right and will, in fact, be retiring to write his new book, Baiting the Basilisk. He has asked me to inform you that anyone who wishes to be quoted in the book should approach him before the end of term. Harry quickly glanced over at the Gryffindor table. Ginny looked furious. Guess she didn't want to be included in the book. Deciding to say goodbye to Lockhart before he left, after all, Harry had put a lot of effort into preventing him from getting brain damage that year. He approached him. So, how many people volunteered to help with your book? Harry asked, genuinely curious. Easily 3/4 of the students. In fact, I might have to publish a separate book with all of their accounts, Lockhart said, looking thrilled at the idea. I'm not sure what I'd call it, though. Harry shrugged. Don't ask me, I'm not a wordsmith. Try asking Luna. She came up with Baiting the Basilisk, after all. Yes, that is a clever title, Lockhart agreed. It's nice to see she's doing something to earn that 5%. Luna's naturally helpful like that, Harry replied shortly. That she is, Lockhart said, holding out that day's edition of the Daily Prophet. Did you see the article your reporter friend wrote? It's quite a nice touch. Intrigued, Harry took the proffered newspaper. Basilisk and Black Invade Hogwarts. By Rita Skeeter. Rumors have been swirling for months that Hogwarts headmaster Albus Dumbledore has been concealing the reopening of the Chamber of Secrets, where a basilisk has reportedly been on the loose, petrifying anyone in its path. Despite these claims and a visit from Hogwarts Governor Lucius Malfoy and Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, no trace of this alleged basilisk was found, until now. Yesterday, I was contacted by an anonymous source claiming to represent Harry Potter, who hinted that Hogwarts was on the verge of revealing a mystery that has shrouded the castle all year. Skeptical but intrigued, I rushed to Dumbledore's office, where the Weasley and Lovegood families, along with Professor Severus Snape, were already gathered. Moments later, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart burst in, accompanied by first years Ginevra Weasley, Luna Lovegood, and Harry Potter himself. In our discussion, I learned that these young heroes had just uncovered a previously unknown basilisk hidden in a secret chamber deep beneath the school. Could this be the fabled Chamber of Secrets? Details on page 5. As Lockhart and Potter began recounting their daring adventure, more on page 3, it became clear that the mastermind behind the basilisk attacks and the kidnapping of Lovegood and Weasley was none other than Peter Pettigrew, a long-dead war hero, recipient of the Order of Merlin First Class, and apparently an illegal animagus. Stunned, Fudge and Dumbledore quickly agreed to pardon Sirius Black, who had escaped from Azkaban, as Pettigrew had clearly not been blown up and, upon questioning, confessed to the murders for which Black had been imprisoned, details on page 4. Just in time, as my contact's Polyjuice potion, which allows the user to take on someone else's form for an hour, began to wear off, revealing none other than the recently pardoned Black himself. It turns out he had been tracking Pettigrew for over a year, determined to prove his innocence. His innocence. Black expressed his feelings, saying, "I am understandably very frustrated about the years I spent wrongfully imprisoned. However, I am confident that now that the truth is out, justice will be served. I intend to seek custody of my godson, Harry Potter, and move on with my life." When asked for his thoughts on the matter, Harry replied, "I'll admit that I don't know Sirius very well, but I am firmly convinced that he has only my best interests at heart. I believe a magical environment would be much better suited for me than the muggle one I've spent most of my life in. Besides, Sirius was my father's best friend and the person my parents entrusted with my safety in case anything happened to them. Living with Sirius is something I want, and it's what my parents would have wanted." Though the discussion took place in Dumbledore's office, he was unavailable for comment. "Well, Harry, it's been quite an adventure this year," Lockhart said, beaming after Harry finished. "And what's more, I didn't even have to erase anyone's memories." "I'm not quite sure how I feel about that. I strongly feel like I should, but there really doesn't seem to be much of a need, does there? Either way, I enjoyed mentoring you, and I think I might actually miss you." "That's sweet," Harry grinned. "Because God knows I'm going to miss the opportunity to find out whether or not it's possible to beat someone to death with a paper napkin." "Chin up," Lockhart said cheerfully. "You have 5 more years to get around to that." As the train ride home progressed, Harry found himself once again evading Hermione's attempts to pester him about his phenomenal test scores. This year, the exams had actually been less painful than the previous year. Harry supposed that was partly because the material was a bit more challenging and partly because he hadn't taken exams during his original second year. "So, what are your plans for this summer?" Ron eventually asked. "I'd ask you to come stay again, but I think Ginny is going to pitch a fit," Harry thought. She still hadn't fully recovered from her disappointment since her rescue a week ago, but Harry wasn't too worried. After all, it wasn't like she could stay mad at him forever. Probably. She was a Weasley, after all, and had only forgiven Percy after Fred's death because she didn't want to lose another brother unnecessarily. "Don't worry about it," Harry said casually. After Sirius threatened to sue Dumbledore, Fudge, and half the Ministry for wrongful imprisonment because he never had a trial, he said he'd tell everyone I was kidnapped after my parents died and forced to live with a bunch of magic-hating muggles. Fudge kind of overruled Dumbledore and granted him custody. "Because your godfather threatened him?" Hermione said, shocked. "That's preposterous. Dumbledore should have." Dumbledore was probably thinking about his career. He is a politician after all, Neville pointed out. So is Fudge. Besides, as Harry's godfather, Sirius Black has legal rights to him if his biological family chooses to give theirs up. Which they did, Harry interrupted. The lawyer could barely get the words out before they agreed. Most people would assume this meant they hated me, but Dumbledore got all teary-eyed and went on about how moved he was that they would give up the rights to their precious nephew in a sweet, if misguided, attempt to make him happy. And unless Dumbledore wants to explain to the Wizengamot and the wizarding population at large that he believes a 1-year-old and a current 12-year-old is the key to defeating you-know-who, there's really nothing he can do, Neville concluded. But it's still not right. Hermione insisted. Harry shrugged. Yeah, well, neither is locking my godfather in prison for 10 years without a trial just because he didn't want to give up custody of me. Hermione gaped at him for a few moments. I acknowledge this is a terrible miscarriage of justice, she finally said. Justice, but surely you can't be suggesting that Professor Dumbledore could have acted differently just because he wanted you to be around people who hated you. I don't know, Hermione, Ron replied, uncertainty creeping into his voice. He was the chief warlock back then, not to mention the supreme mugwump. He probably could have done something. How can you say that? Hermione demanded, her frustration evident. He's Dumbledore. He isn't perfect, and maybe it's time you accepted that, Harry interrupted wearily. Anyway, after Sirius got custody of me, he and Luna's dad started talking, and Sirius thought it would be fun to go looking for rare, and some might say fictional, creatures. Since I found the crumple-horned Snorkack, we'd have to find something new to track, but that proved my skills as a tracker. You're doing that all summer? Neville asked, his tone carefully neutral. That's great for you. Oh, not the whole summer, Harry assured him. I also got an early start on my divination and saw that Ron's dad will win the annual Daily Prophet Grand Prize Galleon draw and head to Egypt to visit Belle. So, Sirius and I plan to spend a month there as well. Win the Grand Prize? Ron sounded incredulous. You're going to travel to a foreign country for a month on the off chance your prediction comes true? Hermione's skepticism was clear, and Harry could tell she was holding back from saying more. Well, I really just want to see Fred and George try to lock Percy in a pyramid, Harry admitted. But I'm sure I'll have fun, even if that doesn't happen. Harry dear, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed after greeting her own children. How nice to see you again. Hello, Mrs. Weasley, Harry replied warmly. Have you met my godfather, Sirius Black? Mrs. Weasley's smile faltered slightly. She had heard about his acquittal, of course, but she clearly felt uncomfortable facing him directly. Sirius stood face to face with Mrs. Weasley. I heard you have custody of Harry now, he said, beaming. It's been 8 days today, he continued, his excitement evident. Are you sure you're up to the challenge, so soon after coming back to Wizarding Society? Mrs. Weasley asked tentatively. Harry's a great kid, and Dumbledore has been a great help in the whole reintegration process, Sirius replied cheerfully. I couldn't have done it without him. You know, it means the world to me to take in Lily and James' son. They were family to me. I'm glad I can finally fulfill their wishes and keep their memory alive for their son. Oh. Mrs. Weasley's voice softened at the thought of Harry finally having a link to his parents. As they continued to talk, Harry looked around the station idly. Hey. Draco, he called, walking up to him. Listen, I wanted to thank you for all your help this year with Dob. Draco shifted uncomfortably, gesturing towards a visibly irritated Narcissa Malfoy. Harry, this is my mother. Mother, this is Harry Potter. Narcissa's smile sent a chill down Harry's spine. A pleasure, I'm sure, she said, her tone icy. Harry couldn't help but interpret that as a warning. You better hope you never run into me in a dark alley, or so help me. What was her deal, anyway? Ready to go, Harry? Sirius asked, coming up behind him. Cousin Narcissa. How are you? He greeted her. If anything, her smile grew even colder. Sirius, I was so glad to hear of your acquittal. Now, if you'll excuse us. Wow, Harry said finally, turning to Sirius. I don't ever remember her being so cold before. Well, that's because you never saw her with me, Sirius laughed. Boo, what happened? Harry asked, intrigued. Well, there might have been an incident during my 7th year, on a Hogsmeade weekend, when she was out with her boyfriend. It involved a frog, a bottle of pink hair dye, and a trampoline, Sirius admitted, a grin spreading across his face. Do tell, Harry urged, eager to hear more. Harry chuckled. First of all, I completely deny any involvement. My presence, along with James, Remus, and him, was purely coincidental. So was James' camera. It all started when. With that, Godfather and Godson set off for what promised to be the most carefree summer either of them had experienced in quite some time. Chapter 27. Harry sat across from his godfather at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, reflecting on what had been a good summer. Sure, he, Sirius, Luna, and her father hadn't had much luck tracking the blibbering humdinger in Zaire, and yes, he had been forced to speak French for nearly 6 weeks. That was, without a doubt, the worst thing that had happened to him in recent memory, though Sirius, unsympathetic as ever, told him he was just being dramatic. Despite that, he had still managed to have fun. His and Sirius's month in Egypt had been particularly amusing, especially after the Weasleys had won the 700 galleon draw. However, Percy had joined Ginny in the not speaking to Harry camp after Harry distracted Mrs. Weasley while Fred and George locked Percy in a pyramid. Harry didn't understand what the big deal was. After all, Percy had only been in there for 3 hours and later confessed that he had learned quite a bit during his unsupervised time. Apparently, while the new head boy expected such antics from the twins, he had expected better from Harry. Do you think they're done with their school supply shopping yet? Harry asked, feeling restless. I'm bored. Sirius, who had been thoughtfully eyeing a group of rather pretty witches, blinked and turned his attention back to Harry. You're the one who hired Dobby to do yours for you, he reminded him. Yeah, but it didn't occur to me that I'd be stuck waiting here for everyone else to finish theirs, Harry complained. Right, because who would have thought Hermione would freak out that you were paying Dobby below minimum wage? And yes, I know he insisted on it. Sirius raised a hand to cut off Harry's impending protest. Then Ron would get insulted that you were rubbing it in his face that you're so rich you won't even do your own shopping. Ginny still wouldn't be speaking to you, and Luna and Neville would be off proving that Raxburts have infested Ollivanders, Harry said, sounding forlorn. It's a conspiracy, I tell you, he added. You've still got me, Sirius replied brightly. Harry didn't respond, and Sirius rolled his eyes. Well, you could have tagged along with them anyway, he suggested. That would totally defeat the purpose of me paying Dobby to do it for me, Harry exclaimed, shocked. I wonder why Draco always insists on doing his own shopping. House elves have notoriously poor color schemes, Draco chimed in, the shop door slamming shut behind him. Pinch me, I must be dreaming, Harry said, and Sirius immediately obliged. Draco Malfoy has remembered that I exist. Draco crossed his arms, looking irritated. I never forgot. Then why didn't you reply to any of the 37 letters I've sent you this summer? Harry demanded. Other than the fact that most of them were full of meaningless drivel about people I don't care about? Draco shot back. At Harry's nod, he continued, once my father found out about that stupid rumor you started, and we all know you did, so don't bother denying it. He and my mother have been fighting, and they forbade me from having anything to do with you. They also think your new guardian might be a bad influence. Like they're one to talk. Sirius grumbled. And you're having something to do with him right now, Draco grinned. Harry was sure that somewhere, a puppy just died. I'm officially a teenager. I've got to get that rebellion in somehow, don't I? Anyway, my mother's just finishing up with Madame Malkin, so I've got to go. Be seeing you, Harry. Bye. Harry replied, still distracted. He turned to Sirius. That was weird. Indeed it was, Sirius agreed. Me? A bad influence? Some people. Well, you are a recently pardoned fugitive who spent who knows how many years in Azkaban, Harry pointed out tactfully. My record was expunged, Sirius said with a hint of pride. Harry countered, that means that legally, it never happened, and I've decided to refuse to acknowledge it. Besides, Lucius is a Death Eater. He was cleared of all charges, so legally he isn't, Harry pointed out. Sirius snorted at that. Speaking of Death Eaters, how do we stand on the diary front? Harry frowned, momentarily confused until he realized that by diary, Sirius meant Horcrux. For once, Sirius was being mindful that there were other people around who could potentially be eavesdropping. Well, we've stabbed the diary, burned the cup, locket, and diadem. The snake probably isn't one yet, and we can deal with her later if she is. I'm still one, so that just leaves the ring. Where's the ring? Sirius asked. Can we take care of that today? You're going back to school tomorrow, and that severely restricts your movements. That's true, Harry agreed slowly. If I'm going, it'll have to be today. Does now work for you? Sirius discreetly glanced at his watch. All right. We need to hurry, though. I have a meeting with Dumbledore in 20 minutes. Oh, really? Harry asked as they got up to leave. Why's that? If it works, you'll find out. If it doesn't, I'm not going to tell you, Sirius replied primly. Now, where did you say we were going? Little Hangleton. Now, wait, Little Hangleton, Harry corrected himself. Are you sure you know where we're going? Of course. I just haven't been there in, let's see, 11 years, I think. And I never actually went to the Gaunt Shack. Actually, I don't think I can give good enough instructions. I'll just have to apparate us both, Harry decided. That'll probably work better anyway because I'm technically too young to apparate, so we can pretend you're the one doing it. Sirius looked distinctly unhappy, but he complied. Harry requested. He closed his eyes, trying to remember the graveyard where he had been transported at the end of his 4th year, the place where Cedric had. A familiar yet unpleasant sensation stirred in his stomach, prompting him to open his eyes. He was standing in the graveyard. Oh, you have got to be kidding me, Sirius said, looking around. Can you be any more of an emo teenager? It's not my fault. Harry protested. Voldemort was the one with the overdeveloped sense of melodrama. I was just kidnapped and forced to be here. He paused for a moment. Sirius, you fell through the veil in 1996. How do you even know the term demo? I'm a fan of the music, Sirius replied delicately. Hey, can I borrow your time turner? What makes you think I have a time turner? Harry asked, keeping his tone neutral. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Sirius said, rolling his eyes. Okay, fine, I totally have one. What do you need it for? Don't you trust me? Sirius asked, feigning hurt. No, not even slightly, Harry replied. Please. Give me a reason, Harry instructed. I'll buy you a firebolt. Harry removed the time turner from around his neck. Deal. Thanks, Sirius said, slipping it around his own neck. Say, didn't you mention that Voldemort resurrected himself using his dad's bones? Yeah. Harry said, curious about where this was leading. Since we have nearly 2 years until Voldemort will try to revive himself, Sirius began. If history doesn't change that much, which, given our rather lackadaisical attitude towards things, isn't exactly a guarantee, Harry interjected. Sirius nodded. Right. If things still happen the way they should, we could destroy Riddle's bones and the ritual wouldn't work. Harry pondered the idea. On one hand, Voldemort not having a body would certainly be a good thing. But on the other, we can't do that if he doesn't perform the ritual, he won't use my blood to anchor my soul to this world. That means I can't die and come back, which also means there's no way for me to get rid of my Horcrux without actually dying and staying dead. Can we at least switch his father's bones with someone else's? Maybe a more distant relative? That way, it should still work, but perhaps not as well, which could weaken him, Sirius suggested. Good idea, Harry replied. You handle that while I look for the shack. Once you're done, just apparate over to me. Sounds good, Sirius agreed, already moving among the graves, searching for a suitable replacement for Tom Riddle Sr.'s remains. 10 minutes later, Harry had not only found the location of the gaunt shack but also the ring. He heard a loud crack outside, signaling Sirius's arrival. Did you find it? Sirius asked. And is that the skeleton of a snake nailed to the door? Of course, Harry answered, pointing to both questions. But I'm having trouble with one of the wards. Let me see, Sirius said, waving his wand over the spot Harry indicated. I know how to deal with that. He muttered a spell under his breath. There. He reached down and picked up the ring. So this is the final Horcrux. Well, except for you, of course. Don't put it on, Harry warned. Dumbledore did, and it almost killed him. He only had a year left before it would have taken him down, if Snape hadn't sped up the process. Sirius said, clearly not listening, as he moved the ring closer to his finger, almost in a trance. Sirius, if you put that on, Snape will have to save your life. Snape. Do you really want to give him something like that to hold over your head forever? I can see it now. You tried to kill me when we were 16, Black, and I saved your life 17 years later. Just goes to show that. I get it. I get it. Sirius interrupted, quickly dropping the ring. That's better. Now, how about we get out of here and just torch the place? Harry suggested. Works for me. All this dark magical residue, it feels like I never left home. With that, Harry and Sirius exited the shack, and Sirius cast Fiendfire, eliminating one more piece of Tom Riddle Jr.'s soul and one incredibly ugly house. Sirius then operated Harry back to Diagon Alley before dashing off to his mysterious meeting with Dumbledore, which he refused to explain. Oddly enough, despite his earlier insistence on being punctual, he didn't seem to mind being 15 minutes late. Harry. Hermione called out, thrusting a huge bundle of orange fur into his arms. Ron and Neville trailed behind her. Crookshanks? Harry guessed. Hermione stared at him in disbelief. But. I just decided. How did you do that? I told you, my scar is studying divination, Harry replied with a smirk. Oh, honestly, just because you're right about a few innocuous things, you think you're the next coming of Cassandra or something, Hermione huffed. He was right about my dad and the Ministry Galleon draw too, Ron chimed in. And pretty much everything else he's ever said would happen has happened, Neville added. He's either psychic or one hell of a conman. I don't see how you could possibly dispute the fact that I know the future, Harry said, feeling confident that he had at least one future figured out, even if he was trying to change it out of sheer boredom and the desire to save a few lives, if he had the time. You're not really taking divination, are you? Hermione asked, completely ignoring her friend's teasing. Yep, Harry confirmed cheerfully. And Muggle studies and care of magical creatures. Why? Hermione pressed. Not you too. Harry pointed out. I'm also taking practical classes like arithmancy and ancient runes, Hermione shot back. I'll give you arithmancy, but I refuse to believe that ancient runes could possibly be practical, Harry insisted stubbornly. I'd rather take divination and Muggle studies, they'll be so much easier. What about care of magical creatures? Ron chimed in. Charlie took that and said it involves some real work. I know, Harry replied, sounding a bit frustrated. But I have to support Hagrid, don't I? Hagrid? Neville asked shrewdly. Is he our teacher now? Since his name was cleared last year, sort of, when you told everyone about Voldemort opening the chamber 50 years ago? Ron flinched. Bloody hell, not you too. Doesn't anybody have a healthy fear of the most terrifying wizard in living memory anymore? Harry felt a sense of satisfaction knowing that Ron had stopped calling Riddle the most terrifying wizard ever, thanks to him and Hermione convincing Ron that there was no objective way to judge that. Neville shrugged. My gran says not calling him by the proper title is an insult to my parents' memories, he said quietly. Of course he's our teacher, Harry said, quickly changing the subject. Who else would assign us a biting book? It's a good thing the manager told us how to calm them, Hermione remarked. I can't imagine what I'd do if I had to figure it out by myself. Easiest 20 galleons I ever made, Harry grinned. You told the manager to stroke the spines? Ron asked, surprised. Yep. He was already fed up with them just from trying to store them, so he was more than happy to hand it over, Harry smiled. The four of them continued chatting for another half hour before Harry innocently said, So Ron, you and Crookshanks sure seem to be getting along. Are you a closet cat person? Maybe not closeted, but recently discovered, Ron replied. After all, cats eat rats, Ron replied. So they do, Harry laughed, but then his view was suddenly blocked by a large package shaped like a broomstick. What? It cost nearly all of my reparation money, but I got you your damn broomstick, Sirius said, stepping into Harry's line of sight. Now stop guilt-tripping me about my absence during your formative years and all the Christmases, birthdays, Halloweens, Easters, and so on that I missed, and the gifts I owe you. You guilt-tripped him about missing significant life events while he was in Azkaban? Hermione asked, horrified. Hey, Harry defended himself. It's not like he doesn't do the same thing. It's always, you know, James would have done it, or, sometimes, Harry, I just get nostalgic and wish James were here. Hermione continued to stare, so Harry decided to change the subject. So, how did your mysterious meeting with the headmaster go? Sirius grinned broadly. Excellent. In fact, you're looking at Hogwarts' newest professor. Harry shot him a look of disbelief. You're going to teach defense against the dark arts? But what about Remus? Sirius looked shocked. Harry, I would never deprive Moony of his chance to act all responsible and waste his years of tutoring. He's still going to be teaching data. So what are you teaching? Neville asked, intrigued. History of magic, Sirius replied happily. What about Professor Binns? Hermione inquired. I didn't think he was looking to retire. Plus, he has tenure, so it's not like they can really fire him just because he's boring. Sirius looked mildly uncomfortable. Well, during my interview, McGonagall came in and informed us that Binns had been mysteriously exorcised a little while ago. Imagine, while we were sitting here eating ice cream, poor Binns was ascending to a higher plane. Harry suddenly realized what Sirius had wanted his time turner for. Imagine that. A thought struck him. Wait, so we're going to have 2 Marauders as teachers? That's amazing. Sirius grinned mischievously. And old Snively will never know what hit him. Chapter 28. Can we please sit down now, Harry? Hermione asked after Harry had dragged her, Ron, and Neville through the train for what felt like the 100th time. If you haven't found whoever you're looking for by now, you're not going to find them. Look. Ginny and Luna are in the next compartment, let's go in there. But, I haven't found Professor Lupin yet. Harry protested. Hermione's eye twitched. You mean to say we've spent the last 20 minutes traipsing around with all our luggage because you're looking for a teacher? Yes? Harry scratched the back of his head nervously, wondering why Hermione looked like she was 2 seconds away from hitting him with her trunk. Professors don't ride the train with the students, Harry, Ron added, giving him a look that suggested he believed Harry had recently, or perhaps not so recently, suffered a severe head injury. This is our 3rd year, surely by now you've grasped that fact. I know. Harry snapped, feeling frustrated by Ron's lack of faith. But I just thought that Professor Lupin might. Why? Neville asked. Because he's weird like that? Harry suggested. Hermione sighed dramatically. At least you're not bringing your scar into it this time. Now come on, let's sit down before Harry thinks of somewhere else we can look. You know, you didn't have to come with me, Harry said defensively as they headed off to join Ginny and Luna. His friends exchanged glances. Yes, we did, they chorused. After all, who knows what you'd get up to when left to your own devices? Neville asked rhetorically. Good point, Harry deadpanned. After all, the last time that happened, Sirius and I defiled someone's grave, burned down a house, vandalized a family heirloom, and expedited Ben's journey to the afterlife. It was a testament to how often Harry said things like this that they all failed to react. I'm sure you had a good reason for that, Hermione finally said, shaking her head. There's a reason for that, Luna said cheerfully. Except for the last one. I suspect you just wanted to spend some quality time with your new guardian. There's nothing wrong with wanting to connect with family, right, Ginny? Harry asked, turning to the redhead. She studiously ignored him, just as she had been doing all summer. No matter, they had a long train ride ahead, and sooner or later, she'd have to talk to him, if only to hex him. As expected, the next few hours flew by with Harry annoying everyone by ending every sentence with, right, Ginny, or what do you think, Ginny? Then, just as the conductor announced they were nearing Hogwarts and it was time to start changing, Ginny snapped, all right already, I'll talk to you if you just shut up. Harry beamed. Of course, he broke off as Ginny shot him a pointed glare, and he mimed zipping his lips. Good, Ginny said, satisfied. Now you boys get out of here, we need to change. Obediently, the boys trudged out. Wow, you broke through the silent treatment with sheer annoyance, Ron said, sounding slightly odd. And it only took 3 months, Harry replied with a self-deprecating smile. Don't feel bad, Harry, Neville said, giving him a pat on the back. It's not like you saw her at all during most of June and all of July. You can come in now, Hermione called, opening the compartment door and slipping out, followed by Ginny and Luna. Once inside the compartment, Ron and Neville began pulling on their robes while Harry found himself in a staring contest with Hedwig. He was fairly certain he would lose, as he didn't think owls were actually capable of blinking, but you never knew. As he sat there, it occurred to him that he and Sirius had completely forgotten to get Ron an owl to make up for the trauma of having to spend time with Peter Pettigrew. Not that Ron was likely to accept charity or anything like that. Speaking of owls, when did your sister get one? Harry asked, glancing over at Ron. Yesterday, Ron replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice. I wanted to know how she could afford it, even with the galleon draw covering our school supplies. She flew off the handle and thought I was accusing her of being a thief, and well, it just went downhill from there. Was this during our shopping trip? Because remember, Sirius and I were busy committing various crimes at the time. Are there ice cream crimes? Neville asked innocently. Harry shot him a look before realizing he was in the middle of a staring contest with his owl. You blinked while I wasn't looking, didn't you? He accused. Disgusted, he turned back to his friends. So, what's her name? Pigwidgeon, Ron said gloomily. Harry blinked in surprise at the coincidence. Wait, didn't Ginny name your owl last time? And how do you not remember our fight? We were still at it during dinner last night until Mum threatened to hex us. Harry tilted his head back, trying to recall. Really? What was I doing then? You, Fred, and George were giving Mrs. Weasley suggestions, Neville chimed in helpfully. Oh, that's right. She never took any of them, though. Harry mused. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Are you guys done in there? Hermione called. Yep, Harry replied, swinging the door open for the girls to come back in. Did an umgubular/kilter eat your robes, Harry? Luna asked politely. Oh, no, nothing like that, Harry assured her. I've just decided that wearing robes everywhere is a bit sheep-like, so I'm only going to wear them in class. Are you even allowed to do that? Hermione questioned skeptically. Harry shrugged. Who knows? Best case scenario, I'll lose us the house cup. Don't you mean worst case scenario? Ginny asked, a teasing lilt in her voice. Harry snorted. Yes, Ginny. By best, I actually meant worst. However did you know? Oh, you know. I figured all those Raxperts you and Luna are always talking about must have set up a colony in your head, and you get confused easily, she replied with a playful grin. Thank you for being so understanding, Harry said dryly. My pleasure, she replied sweetly. At least she was talking to him again. As Harry helped himself to some mashed potatoes, he couldn't shake the surreal feeling of seeing Sirius at the staff table. It was even stranger to see Remus sitting there, casting guilty glances at Sirius while casually pointing his wand at him. They really should have guessed that Remus's silence after Sirius was pardon stemmed from his well-developed guilty complex. It had been a while since Harry last saw Remus, the only competent and not evil defense against the dark arts professor he'd ever had. He could be mistaken, but Harry was pretty sure Remus usually looked a lot shabbier than he did now. Regardless, Harry felt thrilled to see him again after missing him so much during the 6 years he'd been gone. But seeing him in brand new robes was just bizarre. Perhaps Sirius would have more information. Harry made a mental note to speak with his godfather after the feast. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. Dumbledore greeted, standing up. Instantly, the noisy Great Hall fell silent. I have some staff changes to announce this year. Firstly, Professor Lupin has kindly consented to fill the post of defense against the dark arts teacher. Most people didn't know who Remus was, but as soon as Harry started a standing ovation, the rest of the school quickly followed suit. It seemed that sheep mentality had its advantages after all. Remus looked astonished at the applause. Harry noticed Snape's wand twitching toward him, and he couldn't help but hide a smile. It seemed that the presence of 2 marauders was already getting under Snape's skin. He idly wondered if Sirius had pulled any pranks on him yet, or if it was simply Snape's well-deserved paranoia kicking in. Despite his fondness for Sirius now, Harry had to admit that they probably wouldn't have gotten along back in their Hogwarts days. After all, Sirius had a strong dislike for Slytherins, while Harry preferred to avoid unnecessary conflict. He could never imagine being reckless enough to try to feed a classmate to a werewolf just because they were annoying. Once the applause for Remus Lupin had died down, Dumbledore continued, As for our second new appointment, I regret to inform you that Professor Kettleburn, our Care of Magical Creatures teacher, retired at the end of last year to enjoy more time with his remaining limbs. However, I am delighted to announce that his position will be filled by none other than Rubeus Hagrid, who has graciously agreed to take on this teaching role alongside his gamekeeping duties. Harry shot a smug look at his friends. After all, they hadn't fully believed him when he mentioned Hagrid's new job the day before. He joined in the tumultuous applause that Hagrid was receiving, even without his encouragement. We should have known, Ron said thoughtfully once the applause subsided. Who else would have assigned us a biting book? But you did know. Harry protested. I told you yesterday. Like Ginny told you about her owl yesterday? Neville chimed in pointedly. Touché, Harry conceded reluctantly. And now, for our final staff appointment, I am sad to inform you that after many years of dedicated teaching, Professor Binns has decided to seek out the afterlife. Therefore, history of magic will now be taught by none other than the recently pardoned Sirius Black. Dumbledore announced, gesturing towards Sirius, who, in line with his decision to act as if his time in prison had never happened, looked decidedly confused. The standing ovation was led by Harry, Luna, and the Weasleys, who had gotten to know him quite well during their month together in Egypt. Halfway through the applause, it was drowned out by fireworks that exploded in the sky, spelling out phrases like "Return of the Marauders" and "Chaos Galore." Harry had nothing to do with it, so it must have been all Sirius's doing. He noticed Remus watching the fireworks with a nostalgic look, which indicated that progress was being made. Even better, George Weasley fainted at the realization that one of his heroes had returned to the castle, or maybe he was just testing one of his inventions. Who really knew? "Why are you guys following me?" Harry asked Fred and George as he made his way to see Sirius. "Good question, Harry," Fred replied cheerfully. "Better questions. Why didn't you tell us that your godfather was one of the Marauders?" George demanded. "I guess it just slipped my mind," Harry admitted. "Slipped your mind? Slipped your mind? How could it have slipped your mind?" Fred challenged. "You knew they were our heroes," George added. Harry tilted his head, curious. "Did you guys ever mention that?" "I don't know," Fred confessed. "Fred?" "I'm not sure, George," George replied. "But he should have known anyway." "Absolutely," Fred agreed. "Well, you know now," Harry pointed out. "My father was Prawns, Professor Lupin is Moony, Sirius is Padfoot, and if you mention Wormtail in front of Sirius, he'll probably hex you." "Professor Lupin?" Fred asked incredulously. "I guess he must not be as straight-laced as I thought." "Oh no, he is," Harry assured him. "But he's still awesome, he just needs a little encouragement." "Why shouldn't we talk about Wormtail?" George asked. "Who is he?" "Peter Pettigrew," Harry replied shortly. "So needless to say, that's kind of a sore subject right now." The twins nodded solemnly as they entered the kitchen. "Why are you meeting him here?" George inquired. "Are you meeting him in here?" Fred wanted to know. "Or are you just still hungry? Sirius and I like the kitchens, why not meet here?" Harry said, tickling the painting of the pears. As the portrait swung open, he heard a voice that sounded suspiciously like Nymphadora Tonks complaining, "Oh come on, Sirius, do I have to spell it out for you?" "You could do that," Sirius replied cheerfully. "Or you could just tell me what you're talking about." "Why am I even here?" Remus wondered. "Because you love me and this is the first chance we've had to catch up, seeing as how you've been avoiding me," Sirius reminded him. "I have not been avoiding you, I just..." "Hello there," Remus greeted Harry and the twins. "May I help you?" "Can we have your autograph?" George asked. "And yours too, Sirius," Fred added. "All right," Remus said, looking a little surprised, but he signed the parchment he was given. "Why do you want my autograph now?" Sirius asked. "I spent August with you guys." "But we didn't know you were Padfoot then," George explained. "Should I be insulted that they didn't recognize me?" Sirius asked Harry as he signed his name with a flourish. "Nah, just blame the Raxburts," Harry advised. Yes, how could I forget about the dreaded Raxburts?" Sirius grinned. "It's why they're so insidious," Harry added. "So, Tonks, what brings you here? Are you even allowed to be here?" Tonks shrugged. "Don't know, don't care. And don't start preaching about how I should, because God knows students aren't allowed in the kitchens anyway." Harry sighed. Fine. But what are you doing here?" "I'm waiting for Sirius to acknowledge my existence," Tonks replied. "What do you think I've been doing?" Sirius shot back. "I think arguing with you about whether or not I know what you're talking about is acknowledging your existence just fine." "That's not what I'm talking about, and you know it," Tonks complained. Suddenly, it struck Harry what she was likely referring to. "Sirius, you're the head of the Black family," he informed his godfather. "I know," came Sirius's confused response. "What does that have to do with what we're talking about?" Did you ever get around to kicking Bellatrix out and reinstating Andromeda and Tonks? Harry asked. Sirius paused. That did not occur to me, no. Now that you mention it, though, I will absolutely disinherit Bellatrix first thing tomorrow morning. And? Tonks prompted. Sirius looked blank for a moment. And, then I don't have to worry about the likes of her tainting my admittedly dark family reputation? What about me? Tonks asked. Oh, don't worry, I'll reinstate you and your mother, too, Sirius said dismissively. Thank you, Tonks replied, though her tone suggested she felt anything but grateful. Clearly concerned for his fellow marauder's safety, Remus quickly jumped to his feet. Now that that's settled, I'll escort you out. Tonks smiled at him. I'd like that, she said brightly, pleased to have achieved her goal. We're heading back to the common room, too, Fred announced. Don't stay down here too long, we talked the house elves into sending up food for our back-to-school party, George added. All right, I'll be there soon, Harry promised them. Once he and Sirius were the only ones left in the kitchen, Harry said, we should make Remus and Tonks spend more time together, they're a really cute couple. I cannot believe the word cute just came out of your mouth, Sirius replied, shaking his head in disbelief. Sirius looked horrified. And why would I want to set Remus up to get, he shuddered dramatically. Married? Because at least Tonks isn't boring? Harry suggested. Besides, I miss my godson. Surely you can understand that. I suppose. Sirius agreed reluctantly. Why wasn't Remus on the train this year? Harry asked. I looked for him, but I didn't see him. Harry, Sirius replied, adopting his best responsible adult voice, I'm not sure if you've realized this during your 8 years at Hogwarts, but the teachers don't actually ride the train with the students. The only adults on it are the snack cart lady and the conductor. I know that, Harry rolled his eyes. Although, in retrospect, it is incredibly irresponsible to allow the entire Hogwarts population to travel together unsupervised for several hours while able to use magic. Seriously, people could get seriously injured. I've seen people get seriously injured. Hell, I've been both the injurer and the injury in that situation. Oh, and the reason I was asking was because last time, Remus was in our compartment on the ride to school and saved us from a couple of overeater dementors. Sirius thought for a moment. Well, last time I was a fugitive everyone thought was after you, and there were crazed dementors on the loose. This year, nothing really happened. I'm kind of surprised about that. I guess I expected Pettigrew to escape custody or else, well. Harry trailed off, embarrassed. Sirius laughed. What, you expected another prisoner to escape from Azkaban? Maybe? Do you have any idea how difficult it was for me to do it? Besides, I only managed it because I wasn't crazy. At this, Harry coughed pointedly, prompting Sirius to quickly amend, well, not overly so at any rate. I was sort of sane, and I was an unregistered animagus. Now, as you're an animagus, you know how difficult it is to become a prisoner, and not every fool is capable of it. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if I was the only one in Azkaban. As for Pettigrew, you, Ron, and Hermione were only 13 the first time that happened. Well, they were probably 14 since it was the end of the year, but still. Ron had a broken leg, we were dealing with an unconscious Snape, Dementors attacked, and to top it all off, Remus transformed. That was an incredibly long string of bad luck. It never even occurred to any of us to just stun him. Wormtail really is quite incompetent, and now that we've got some competent people involved this time, there's no way he's getting out. I see, Harry replied. So if there isn't going to be a fugitive after me, what are we supposed to do all year? I don't think I actually know how to handle a school year without any mortal danger. I'm going to reconnect with Remus. You should get to know him as well. I suppose we can have him and Tonks interact during the holidays and on any weekend she comes by to bother me. You can work on getting Ginny to at least like you, and I fully intend to drive Snape to the brink of madness, Sirius announced. Speaking of Remus, what's with his new robes? I've never seen him in anything new, and it's kind of freaking me out, Harry confided. Oh, that, Sirius waved his concern away. It seems Dobby accidentally replaced all of his second-hand things with brand new items after I may or may not have accidentally given him access to my Gringotts vaults and a galleon. How did he react? Harry asked. Sirius shrugged. Not well, but what can he do? His old junk is long gone now. And like I told him, the recent fugitive and Azkaban escapee cannot possibly look better than a normal wizard with a badly behaved rabbit. At least 6 months, Harry said, trailing off. Which means at Christmas. I'm going to blow everyone away, Sirius confirmed. Of course, Snape laughed at that, Harry added, but everyone knows he's just jealous because he has notoriously poor hygiene. Does he? Harry asked, curious. I always thought it was because of all the potions he works with. It is, Sirius nodded. Well, partly. There are potions that can counteract the effects of those fumes, but he just doesn't bother. His hygiene skills have never been up to par. Did you happen to tell him that? Because he looked rather homicidal at the feast tonight. What did you do to him? Harry inquired. Sirius smirked. Nothing yet. It's going to take every ounce of my considerable self-control, but I want to wait until he's so paranoid he can't sleep before I start in on him. Spoken like a true marauder, Harry grinned. Sirius beamed with pride. Chapter 29. The next day at breakfast, Harry sat quietly lamenting the fact that he'd taken 3 extra classes instead of 2. He groaned inwardly at the thought of how the added homework would likely obliterate his social life. Ginny rolled her eyes and assured him that he would manage just fine. Just then, Ron's voice cut through Harry's sulking. Hermione, Ron said, his tone urgent. They've messed up your timetable. Look at this. They've got you down for about 10 subjects a day. There isn't enough time. See this morning? 9 o'clock, divination. And underneath, 9 o'clock, Muggle studies. And then, 9 o'clock, arithmancy. How the bloody hell do you think you'll manage that? With a time turner, of course, Harry chimed in. I got her one for Christmas last year, maybe? I definitely got her one at some point. Besides, I have to use one to get to both Muggle studies and divination, since it apparently never occurred to anyone that some people might want to take both. Harry. Hermione hissed, her eyes wide. We're not supposed to tell people about that. But I already explained all about them when I got you yours, Harry pointed out. I'm warning you, though. If you don't squeeze in a few extra hours for sleep and start going crazy, I'll be holding an intervention. Are you really going to do that? Hermione demanded, raising an eyebrow. Well, no, Harry admitted with a shrug. But I have 1 extra class, and you have, like, 50. I do not. Hermione huffed, crossing her arms defiantly. How many classes are you taking? Neville asked, his curiosity evident. Hermione shot a glare at everyone, refusing to answer. Besides, Harry continued as if he hadn't been interrupted, while we all think time travel is really cool, who here would want to use it just to do more schoolwork? Slowly, Percy raised his hand. Oh, you so don't count, Harry said, shaking his head. Besides, if you were any more responsible, you'd be on faculty. Whatever do you mean? Percy asked delicately, his tone feigning innocence. Since Professor Black's appointment, I was under the impression that there was no such criterion to teach. Got me there, Harry said with a shrug. Divination first, do you think? He asked Hermione. She nodded, and the pair followed Ron and Neville out of the Great Hall. My scar says it knows a shortcut, and since we're finally taking a class that will utilize its talents, I suggest we listen." "Why not?" Ron replied. "It's not like we have any idea how to get there anyway." Thanks to Harry's shortcut, the 10-minute trip only took 7. All too soon, Harry felt that familiar, perfume-induced headache creeping in, something he really should have considered before willingly taking divination again. "Welcome," Professor Trelawney said airily as she practically floated into the room. "How nice to see you in the physical world at last." She launched into her usual spiel about the inner eye, and Harry automatically tuned out, having heard some variation of this several times before. "You, boy," she suddenly said, pointing at Neville. "Is your grandmother well?" Neville looked at her strangely. "She was yesterday," he replied. "But at her age, who knows what various ailments may befall her?" Trelawney nodded approvingly. "That's a good attitude to take, especially considering. Well, anyway, we will be covering the basic methods of..." "Especially considering what?" Neville whispered to Harry. "Is she for real? Does she know something?" "I have no idea," Harry whispered back. "Maybe she'll catch a cold or break her ankle or something. Not like that's a big deal in the wizarding world. By the way, dear," Trelawney said, looking over at Parvati. "Beware of a red-haired man." "Are you even listening, young man?" She suddenly whirled to face Harry. "Not really," Harry admitted. "But then, I'm sadly bereft of the inner eye. My scar's the one with all the talent, and it's paying plenty of attention. In fact, it said there's going to be a Yule Ball next year, and neither Parvati nor her sister should go with Ron because if they do, hell completely." Harry sulked, feeling the weight of his earlier blunder. He had accidentally insulted his crush while asking her to the dance at the last minute, only to find out she was already going with a Quidditch star. "Harry," Ron complained, clearly frustrated. "You're supposed to be on my side." "I am on your side," Harry replied. "That's why I'll make sure to bug you to ask whoever you like for the dance next year, right away." Meanwhile, their professor was watching Harry with a thoughtful expression. "You just might succeed in this class," she said softly. "Being a seer by proxy is completely unheard of course, but your situation is unique. Having a direct, private link to a seer is more than most people can hope for. Tell me, has your scar made any other predictions that have come true?" Harry grinned. "My scar said you'd ask that, so I've prepared a list." He pulled out a piece of lined paper, much to Hermione's dismay. She often wished he would abandon Muggle school supplies, but they found them more practical. It led to some confusion when professors assigned essays and had to guess how many pages that translated to. "I see," Trelawney said, sounding impressed as she took the paper and placed it on her desk. She resumed outlining the class while Harry began a game of hangman with Ron. Since he couldn't play during History of Magic this year because he had a guardian to support, he figured he might as well enjoy the game now. Just then, Lavender walked by, carrying a large silver teapot, which she set down in front of Professor Trelawney. Incidentally, the professor said casually, "That thing you're dreading, it will happen on Friday, the 16th of October." She then explained their task for the day, tea reading, and concluded with a warning to Neville, "After you've broken your first, could you please pick one of the blue-patterned cups? I'm rather attached to the pink one." "You're so lucky," Ron said, a hint of envy in his voice. "I hate pink. Do you think if I break my teacup, I could get a blue one too?" Neville just shrugged. "Hey, Hermione, will you be my partner?" "Sure thing, Neville," Hermione replied absent-mindedly as she took a sip of her tea. "This whole thing sounds a bit sketchy, don't you think? I mean, it's so vague. That thing you are dreading will happen Friday, the 16th of October. It doesn't even say what Lavender is supposed to be dreading. Unless something goes wrong that day, no one will even remember it." "Except you, probably," Ron murmured. Neville snorted but wisely chose not to provoke Hermione's wrath with a comment. "Honestly," Hermione said, clearly irritated. Harry's scar usually gives more detail than that. To be fair, Harry said, hiding a smile, my scar usually only shares predictions about people I know well, and Professor Trelawney just met us. And chances are Lavender's going to be dreading quite a bit after a prediction like that, Neville added. She and Parvati have always been pretty superstitious. Humph. Hermione frowned, turning back to her tea. I'm done, Ron announced, handing his teacup to Harry. Harry peered into the cup, then quickly consulted his copy of Unfogging the Future. I see a circle, which represents a cycle beginning or ending, and a rat, which I'm going to interpret as Wormtail. So, you're going to come to terms with the fact that Scabbers turned out to be a parent-betraying coward who attacked everyone last year. That's good. I also see a broom. You'll either be traveling or playing a lot of Quidditch. That sounds good to me, Ron said with a grin as he picked up Harry's cup. My turn. Let's see, there's an acorn thingy. It says that means a windfall, unexpected gold. That probably just means you have another money-making idea coming up. Wouldn't surprise me. And I also see a dog. Hey, Neville, does this look like a dog to you? Let me see, Neville said, reaching over to take the cup and accidentally knocking his own off the table in the process. Whoops. I was supposed to get a blue one, right? Don't bother, Harry said, lazily waving his wand. The cup instantly repaired itself, though the tea dregs remained on the floor. You might want to clean that up, though. Right, Neville nodded as he stood to find a dustpan. Definitely a dog, he said, pausing to look at Harry's cup over Ron's shoulder. Let's see, a dog is a Grim. Definitely a Grim. Looks like you're going to die, Harry, Hermione said casually as she checked the book. Your concern is touching, really, Harry replied sarcastically. Did someone say Grim? Trelawney asked eagerly as she hurried toward them. Well, I might possibly have one, Harry conceded. And I know it means impending doom, but it could just mean that someone's out to kill me, again. I don't really have anything planned for this year, but I suppose it's possible someone might try. Or it might just be talking about my godfather. Trelawney stared at him. How could the Grim represent your godfather? Do you think he is going to die? He better not. Harry said darkly. What I mean is, he's a dog animagus, looks just like that. There's also a key right by it, which means moving. Since Sirius is now my official guardian and we spent all summer traveling, I have yet to move in with him. I see, Trelawney said, looking torn between disappointment that it seems she wouldn't be announcing Harry's death after all and relief that she wouldn't be killing off such a promising seer, even if it was only by proxy. Okay, you guys go ahead to Transfiguration, Harry, and I will meet you there after Muggle studies, Hermione said. Hermione instructed, why can't you just come with us to Transfiguration and then rewind time to take Muggle studies? Ron whined, I don't like the idea of making my way from the North Tower to Transfiguration with only Neville to guide me. Because after Muggle studies, I still have arithmancy, and I don't trust Harry to have an entire class period free without inspiring chaos, Hermione shot back. So wait, we go to Muggle studies together, but then I have to make my way to Transfiguration alone? Harry asked, incredulous. You trust me to do that? Hermione rolled her eyes. I admit, the plan isn't perfect, but I'm sure you'll manage. Now let's go. With that, the pair set off down the hall. Once they reached the Muggle Studies classroom, they each took out their time turners and turned back to 9 o'clock. As they entered, they found only 5 other students there, Terry Boot and Michael Corner from Ravenclaw, Susan Bones and Ernie Macmillan of Hufflepuff, and oddly enough, Theodore Knott. What are you doing here? Harry asked in surprise as he sat in front of the sole Slytherin. Taking the class, came the terse reply. Can Slytherins do that? Harry questioned, still incredulous. Only since Dumbledore became headmaster, Theodore said dryly. Harry scratched his head in confusion. But, Why would you even want to take it? Isn't your father a Death Eater? Theodore glared at him. For some reason, he had never really liked Harry and always acted like he was a nuisance, which he usually was. Still, he replied, if my father were a Death Eater, he'd be in Azkaban. As he is not, we can only conclude that he isn't. He's the one who encouraged me to take this class, in fact. He had a misunderstanding with a muggle once, and the girl shot him twice. Guns aren't legal in Britain, Hermione interjected. He was in Las Vegas, Theodore explained. Las Vegas, Harry said wistfully. I've never been there, but I've heard some nice things. My father wants to ensure I don't get killed because I know nothing about muggles, Theodore concluded. He also finds it embarrassing the way people talk about them, as if they're mythical creatures you'd read about in the Quibbler. That's quite a progressive attitude for a pure-blood supremacist, Harry remarked with admiration. Who said we're pure-blood supremacists? Theodore shot back. In my experience, most pure-blood families are that way because they either know nothing or harbor a deep-seated hatred for everything Muggle, Harry replied. What about the Weasleys? Hermione asked innocently. Harry glanced at her. Have you heard about their squib second cousin they like to pretend doesn't exist? Hermione shook her head. They claim it's just because he's nasty and resentful of their magic, but it's really a societal problem. Not too long ago, pure-blood families would imprison or even kill their squib children. Those who escaped that fate often weren't allowed to attend Hogwarts and frequently missed out on a Muggle education. So when they became adults, they didn't know how to navigate the Muggle world and didn't fit in there either. Why do you think Filch is so bitter? Harry asked rhetorically. It's up to our generation to change things, though, and chances are at least one of the 7 Weasleys will marry a non-pureblood. Hermione stared at him the way she always did when he got serious. Fortunately, at that moment, their professor entered the classroom, dressed in jeans and a sweatshirt that read Cambridge. Harry vaguely recognized her as Charity Burbage, a woman whose picture had appeared in the obituary edition of the Daily Prophet after the Second Battle of Hogwarts. Welcome, class. She beamed. My name is Professor Burbage, and I'm pleased to see we have representatives from all 4 houses this year. We're going to start by gauging how much you already know about the Muggle world. For instance, raise your hand if you know what electricity is. Aside from Harry and Hermione, only Theodore not raised his hand. Interesting. Maybe he was serious about his dad wanting him to have a basic understanding of Muggles. How was Muggle studies? Neville asked as Harry entered the Transfiguration classroom. And don't worry, you're not late. Good, Harry sighed, feeling relieved. It was interesting. I actually learned something. Neville raised an eyebrow skeptically. Well, not much, Harry admitted. But considering I didn't think I'd learn anything, it was quite an accomplishment. At that moment, Hermione slipped into the classroom, glancing around frantically to see if she was late. How was arithmancy? Ron interrupted, trying to recall what other classes she had that morning. It was great, Hermione said, her eyes sparkling. I'm going to have to put in some real effort, but I think I'll learn a lot. And Muggle studies was fascinating. Professor Burbage really knows her stuff. Attention class, McGonagall announced, standing up to begin a lecture on animagi. The students listened intently while Harry doodled on Ron's textbook, feeling confident he already knew enough on the subject, being an animagus himself. He only looked up when he heard applause and caught sight of a tabby cat transforming back into their professor. McGonagall smiled at the applause, but then her expression shifted as her eyes narrowed. That's strange. What's strange, Professor? Hermione asked. I could have sworn you just came from divination, McGonagall replied. We did, Ron chimed in. Professor Trelawney usually predicts the death of one of her students, and people tend to take that quite seriously, McGonagall explained. She tried to predict Harry's death, Seamus added. But then they decided that the dog was probably Harry's godfather and moved on, Dean said, joining in. She mentioned that since Harry's psychic scar relied on him for survival, it would probably take care of him, McGonagall said, closing her eyes at the phrase psychic scar. She resembled Hermione when she was frustrated and suffering from a headache. After a moment, she added, I'm glad to hear that none of you will be worrying about dying at any moment. Now, your assignment for today is to turn these rabbits, she gestured toward her desk, where a large cage full of white rabbits sat, into silk hats. Points will be deducted if the hats have fur, whiskers, or if they move around. Your instructions are on the board. As everyone grabbed a rabbit and began their attempts at the transformation, McGonagall walked around the classroom, observing their progress. When she reached Harry's group, her frown deepened. Hermione had already managed to transfigure her rabbit perfectly, while Ron and Neville were working diligently on theirs. But Harry's rabbit remained unchanged, albeit a dark gray color. Mr. Potter, McGonagall said, a frown etched on her face. You usually finish these well before now. Are you having difficulties? Harry shook his head. Not really, I'm just trying to do this without a wand. It's a work in progress. The professor's frown deepened further. May I ask why you're attempting this without your wand? Because I already did it the normal way. See? With a flick of his wand, his nearly black rabbit transformed into a black hat. He waved it again, and the hat reverted back into a white rabbit. Of course, now I have to start all over. Harry lamented. McGonagall stared at him, shocked. Did you just manage a silent transfiguration? Yes? McGonagall's expression softened, and she looked a bit teary-eyed, likely reminded of his father, the transfiguration prodigy. Carry on, Mr. Potter, carry on. So, since you're done, do you want to help me? Ron asked hopefully. Harry looked at him incredulously. Done? I've got even less done than you. Ask Hermione. With that, Harry returned to work, focusing on transforming his rabbit into a black one. After lunch, they had care of magical creatures with Hagrid. You know, Draco said casually as they all opened their books to page 54, the section on hippogriffs, if I hadn't done my own school supply shopping, I might never have known how to open these. Think how embarrassing it would have been to have to tie a belt around the book because I didn't know we had to stroke it. But Draco, Harry retorted, I paid Dobby to do my shopping, and I still know how to do it. Don't you have a psychic scar? Draco asked, smirking. I sort of think that's cheating. Meh, Harry shrugged. Once Hagrid finished explaining about hippogriffs, he asked for a volunteer. As expected, no one wanted to get near them until they were sure it was safe. It wasn't that they thought Hagrid would purposely endanger them, but what he considered safe was a bit different from the perspective of 13-year-olds. Naturally, the burden of volunteering fell on Harry. I'll do it, he called cheerfully. Good man, Harry. Hagrid beamed. Right then. Let's see how you get on with Buckbeak. With that, he untied one of the chains and led Buckbeak out into the paddock. Harry walked confidently toward the hippogriff and bowed deeply, making sure not to blink. When he looked up, he saw Buckbeak bow just as deeply in return. It seemed Hagrid was right, confidence really did pay off when dealing with hippogriffs. He slowly approached Buckbeak and began to stroke its beak. Well done, Harry. Hagrid exclaimed over the applause from the class. Right then, Harry. I reckon he might let you ride him. Harry shrugged, a smile spreading across his face. Sweet. Following Hagrid's advice on how to mount a hippogriff, Harry found himself soaring over the Hogwarts grounds. It wasn't nearly as daunting as he had remembered, though he still preferred the comfort of broomsticks, especially his Firebolt 2000, which he had received just weeks before being thrown into the past. As Harry landed, he noticed a bright flash and turned to see Colin Creevey standing there with a camera. He dismounted Buckbeak and approached the eager second year. I'm on my way to herbology, Colin explained. Do you think the prophet would want this as a human interest piece? Harry thought for a moment. Probably. Especially since this is Hagrid's first class after his record was expunged. Great. Colin beamed. Expect it in the prophet sometime next week. Bye, Harry. Later, Colin, Harry replied, waving as he shifted his focus back to the class. Encouraged by Harry's success, the rest of the students cautiously entered the paddock. Hagrid began to untie the hippogriffs one by one, and soon, nervous students were bowing all around them. Harry quickly made his way over to Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle, who had claimed Buckbeak for themselves. Draco, Harry said firmly, if you ruin Hagrid's first class by insulting Buckbeak after he specifically warned us not to, I will start a rumor that your mother isn't really a black. I've heard your grandmother was cheating on your grandfather with Abraxas Malfoy, which means your parents are half-siblings. Draco glowered at him, opening his mouth to protest. Don't think I won't, Harry warned. Fine, Draco spat, storming off to join Pansy and Millicent, with Crabbe and Goyle trailing behind. So, while he may have angered Draco, at least the rest of Hagrid's class proceeded peacefully and without incident. Chapter 30. Harry walked into History of Magic, unsure of what to expect. It was the only class where he had experienced just one teacher throughout his entire time at Hogwarts. Ghosts didn't need substitutes. One thing he suspected was that falling asleep in Sirius's class would be a terrible idea. As if on cue, Sirius began the class with a warning. Hello, my name is Professor Black. I used to attend Hogwarts, go Gryffindor, and, like many of you, I had to endure my predecessor's teaching as well. Frankly, I don't think I was conscious for any of Professor Bin's lectures, and I understand many of you have had that same experience. If you want to fall asleep in my class, I won't stop you. But know this, the charms that were mysteriously applied to my classroom recently could very well turn you blue, change your gender, make you unable to use the letter D, force you to speak in sonnets, or something else entirely that we haven't discovered yet. For those of you who don't know how to compose a sonnet, well, you should have stayed awake. I also feel obliged to warn you that those unfortunate enough to disregard my warning found that the hospital wing was quite unable to help them, and they're stuck the way they are for an entire week. Any questions before we begin? Immediately, a flurry of hands shot up. Won't you get in trouble for hexing students? Lavender asked. I would, Sirius replied, if it were me hexing them and not my classroom. Why haven't you moved to a different classroom? Seamus inquired. I tried that with some fifth-year Hufflepuffs, Sirius said with a sigh. It didn't work. What happened to Professor Binns? Parvati asked. Professor McGonagall discovered signs of an exorcism in the castle while I was having my interview with the headmaster. She quickly realized that Professor Binns was the only ghost unaccounted for, Sirius explained. Why were you applying for a position that probably won't open up anytime soon? Dean asked. Sirius regarded him thoughtfully. You're a Muggleborn, aren't you? Dean looked surprised and a bit cautious. Yes, how did you know? Sirius chuckled. I could tell by all the insightful questions. You tend to find those more with people who aren't as familiar with the wizarding world. As for my application, I was hoping the headmaster would prefer a live teacher over a ghost. My timing just happened to be fortunate since I was there when the exorcism was discovered. How did you escape from Azkaban? Ron interjected. Sirius stiffened. I'm not sure what you're talking about, young man. I've never set foot in Azkaban, and I challenge you to find any legal documentation that says otherwise. Then where were you for most of my life? Harry piped up, trying to be annoying. Majorca, Sirius replied smoothly. And yet you left me with my magic-hating relatives? Harry exclaimed, sounding horrified. Hey, I got you a firebolt, didn't I? What more do you want? Sirius shot back, crossing his arms. Is the curse only if we fall asleep, or does it apply if we're not paying attention too? Neville asked. No idea, Sirius replied. But do you really want to let your guard down in a room that hexes sleeping people? Good point, Neville admitted. Are you going to follow Professor Bin's curriculum? Hermione asked, sounding a bit naive. Nope, Sirius said cheerfully. All you need to know about the Goblin rebellions for now is that they keep happening because goblins have a bloodthirsty nature, and wizards keep trying to subjugate them. Take, for instance, the Wand Ban of 1631, which prohibited any magical creatures other than witches and wizards from using wands. That was probably a reaction to the 1612 Goblin Rebellion in Hogsmeade. So, be careful of goblins, kids. They are intelligent, ruthless, and control the money supply. The student stared at him, intrigued. It was the first mildly interesting thing they had ever heard about goblins, and a flicker of concern crossed their faces at the thought of what might happen to the economy if another goblin rebellion occurred. But enough about that, we can discuss goblins when we get closer to OWLs. Instead, let's talk about Voldemort, Sirius announced. Gasps and shudders filled the room. Are you guys for real? Sirius asked, incredulous. Harry could relate to his astonishment. While it had been understandable to fear speaking Voldemort's name during his reign, 12 years had passed since then. No one but Harry truly understood what life was like in a world where Voldemort roamed free. So why were they acting so terrified? Harry had grown accustomed to everyone's paranoia, but Sirius had been thrown into Azkaban the moment Voldemort fell and had lived as a fugitive, surrounded by people who were all too aware of the horrors Voldemort's reign had unleashed. Tell you what, Sirius said, a spark of mischief in his eyes. Anyone who can use the name Voldemort in a sentence in front of me without twitching, stuttering, or turning pale will earn 50 points. Plus, I'll agree to supervise one of your detentions. He turned to the chalkboard and wrote Voldemort in bold capitals across the top. So, we're learning about Voldemort? Hermione asked, her curiosity piqued. We really don't have many facts about him, Neville added. Just myths and legends. Sirius grinned. 100 points to Gryffindor. Great, Harry groaned. Not only does my godfather apparently hate me, but so do two of my best friends. Don't worry, Harry, Ron tried to reassure him. It's not like I'm going to say it. Maybe not now, Harry conceded. But all things considered, I think we're going to spend quite a bit of time discussing He Who Must Not Be Named, Harry said. Why are you calling Voldemort that? Hermione asked, her curiosity piqued. You never do that. Desperate times call for desperate measures, Harry replied seriously. Now, to solidify my place on the hit list of any self-respecting Death Eater, if there were any, I'm going to tell you that Lord Voldemort is an alias for one Tom Marvolo Riddle. Fun fact, if you rearrange the letters of Tom Marvolo Riddle, you get I am Lord Voldemort. So, essentially, the most feared name around is just the posturing of a bored teenager who got lucky that Voldemort means flight from death in French. Sirius chimed in brightly, also, Riddle was a half-blood with some serious daddy issues. His mother, a pureblood named Merope Gaunt, one of Salazar Slytherin's only heirs, married a muggle also named Tom Riddle after dosing him with a love potion. Merope eventually convinced herself that her love slave was genuinely in love with her and stopped feeding him the potion. He immediately left her and their unborn child and went home. There's a lesson to be learned from all this. Can anyone tell me what it is? Don't assume the guy you're feeding love potions to is actually in love with you. Lavender suggested, her voice wavering slightly. Seamus blanched and slowly began to inch away from her. Sirius stared at her, then said, I was actually going to say, don't drug people with a love potion, or always tell your significant other that you're a witch or wizard before the wedding or before a child is conceived, just in case they don't handle it well. That way, you can obliviate them and move on. But that was a good, if creepy, guess. Now, once Riddle left, Gaunt lost the will to live. She sold her possessions, gave birth in an orphanage, and died. Little Riddle resented being abandoned by his father, and this may have played a role in shaping who he became. Part of his strong anti-Muggle sentiment stemmed from that. Sirius continued. With his father and brother both gone, Riddle was left as the last heir of Slytherin. Does that mean he opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago? Dean asked, his curiosity piqued. Sirius nodded. Yes, he did. He killed a fellow student, someone you might know as Moaning Myrtle from Ravenclaw. Now, does anyone have any questions? A flurry of hands shot up in response. When Harry arrived at potions, Snape was nowhere to be found. Instead, Lockhart stood behind Snape's desk, wearing a fierce scowl. Professor Lockhart? Harry asked tentatively. What are you doing here? 10 points from Gryffindor for your cheek, Potter, Lockhart replied curtly. Harry was momentarily puzzled before the truth dawned on him. Professor Snape? 10 more points for pointing out the obvious, Potter. As pleased as Harry was to counter Hermione and Neville's significant point loss for saying Voldemort, he couldn't ignore that losing 20 points in such a short time meant Snape was definitely furious. Clearly, Snape's current predicament was all Sirius's doing. In a way, he was almost glad Sirius had finally taken action. He had been getting worried. What's Lockhart doing here? Neville asked quietly as they began working on their shrinking solutions. It's not really him, it's Snape, Harry whispered back. I think Sirius pranked him. Why? They haven't let go of their Hogwarts rivalry, Harry explained. In Snape's defense, and I can't believe I just said that, Sirius bullied him mercilessly for years, drove away his only friend, and nearly killed him because he really hates Slytherins. But then again, Snape used to be a Death Eater, so maybe that's why Sirius is still upset. And your godfather is still attacking him now? That's kind of pathetic, Neville admitted. Harry shrugged. He ate rats for me. I say let him have his fun. Are you two chatting or working? Snape demanded, storming over. Longbottom, how on earth did you manage to turn your shrinking solution orange? Neville glanced down at his potion, which was indeed orange. What do you know? It is orange. Isn't it supposed to be green? Indeed, Snape sneered. The effect was somewhat diminished by the fact that he still looked and sounded like Lockhart, making the situation rather comical. Longbottom, at the end of this lesson, we will feed a few drops of this potion to your toad and see what happens. Perhaps that will encourage you to do it properly. All right, Neville nodded, only to accidentally knock his cauldron over. Snape looked furious. Detention, he shouted before storming away. Neville murmured, it's a good thing Professor Black volunteered to supervise my next detention. Why do you knock your potion over, Neville? Hermione asked, shocked. Now you'll have to start over. Neville shrugged. Better that than risking poor Trevor. You'll help me with the next one, won't you? He might still want to do it. Fine, Hermione agreed reluctantly, not wanting anything to happen to Neville's toad and knowing that potions would never be his strong suit. Is Trevor even down here? Harry inquired. Ron snorted. You think that will stop him? Nice job, by the way, Neville. That was awesome. Thanks, Neville smiled, feeling proud. He had really come a long way. Harry was looking forward to his first defense against the dark arts lesson with a teacher who wasn't a fraud, evil, or Snape. Although, considering Snape's past as a supposed loyal Death Eater and his recent attempt to harm Trevor, those points were debatable. He remembered that the first lesson was about boggarts, and it was in the staff room. Harry was a bit taken aback to see Snape, still looking like Lockhart, waiting for them. He had to be waiting specifically for them, as he would have made a bigger fuss about leaving or the presence of the third-year Gryffindors. Possibly no one's told you, Lupin, but this class contains Neville Longbottom. I advise you to be on your guard. He has spent far too much time with Harry Potter and is liable to cause wanton destruction at the slightest provocation. Neville glared defiantly at Snape but chose to remain silent, not wanting to test his luck further. I was hoping that Neville would assist me with the first stage of the operation, Remus said casually. I'm sure he will perform it with minimal collateral damage. Neville looked pleased, while Snape continued to entertain Harry by mimicking Lockhart's lip-curling disgust before leaving. Have you spotted it, Harry? Remus's voice cut through Harry's mental replay of Snape's amusing antics. Spotted what? Harry asked automatically. What advantage do we have over the boggart? Remus repeated. We can neutralize its effectiveness by waving our wands, thinking of something amusing, and saying ridiculous? Harry guessed. Remus frowned. I was actually going to say, because trying to frighten multiple people will confuse it, and it won't know what form to take, but I suppose that's another advantage. Let's practice the charm without our wands first. After me, please, ridiculous. Finally satisfied that they had the spell down, Remus turned to Neville. Right, Neville. First things first, what would you say is the thing that frightens you most in the world? The thought of Harry as Minister of Magic, Neville replied immediately. Hey! Harry protested, while the rest of the class burst into laughter. Harry as Minister of Magic, Neville, I believe you live with your grandmother. Remus continued. Sure do, Neville said cheerfully. But she'd be just as scary as a minister, though obviously. No, you misunderstand me, Remus said, trying to clarify. Could you tell me what sort of clothes your grandmother usually wears? Harry started to feel uneasy about where this was heading. Sure enough, just 2 minutes later, an older-looking version of Harry stepped out of the wardrobe, grinning from ear to ear. You know, Boggart Harry announced, Monday is probably the most depressing day ever. Let's just cancel it. And what's this nonsense about not being able to own a dragon in Britain? I say we give one to anyone with a license. Oh. And we could add a dragon tax to the pure blood tax. By the way, how did the ghost community respond to my decree to allow Sir Nicholas into the headless hunt? Ridiculous. Neville shouted desperately. In an instant, Harry found himself in drag. He couldn't believe the sight of himself in a long, lace-trimmed dress, a towering hat topped with a moth-eaten vulture, and swinging a huge crimson handbag. He didn't find it funny at all, but the rest of the class was in stitches. Annoyed by the image and eager to face the boggart himself, Harry knew Remus wouldn't let him, so he raced forward. There was a crack, and to his surprise, instead of a Dementor, there was a flash of bright green light. The killing curse, Harry realized, even as he raised his wand and shouted, ridiculous. As the Avada Kedavra transformed into a light show, Harry thought he really needn't have bothered. His classmates were already finding his fear of green light hysterical. Seriously, Harry? Green light? Ron laughed, unable to contain himself. It was the killing curse. Harry insisted. I don't want the people I care about to die. I'm sure it is, Harry, Hermione said, trying to comfort him, though she couldn't keep a straight face. Fine, Harry crossed his arms defiantly. Why don't you try it? Maybe I will, Hermione declared, stepping up to face the boggart. There was another crack. McGonagall stood there, her expression a mix of disappointment and disbelief. I don't know what to say, Ms. Granger. You had so much potential, or at least I thought you did. Now, I'm not sure what to think. You've failed. Everything. We've never had a student fail everything before, so we're going to have to kick you out of Hogwarts. Hermione let out a scream. What? No. This can't be happening. Hermione, Ron rushed to her side. It's just a boggart, remember? This isn't real. Just imagine, Imagine she can only speak in sonnets, like Professor Black said. Hermione closed her eyes, her voice trembling as she shouted, "Are ridiculous." For a brief moment, nothing happened. Then, McGonagall continued her rant, but in a Shakespearean style. "Miss Granger, I just don't know what to say. You've failed everything, and that is the truth. Now you must leave Hogwarts at once today. Education is wasted on you, youth. You're a disappointment and a disgrace. No one's ever failed everything before. How dare you even stay and show your face? Foolish girl, hurry and run out the door. Honestly, you're better off a muggle. Of course, you are clearly so very dim. That will end up a struggle. I'm telling you now, your future is grim. This is really for your own good, my dear. That I'm now throwing you out on your rear." Ron smiled reassuringly at Hermione before stepping up to face the boggart. With a crack, McGonagall transformed into a 6-foot-tall spider, its hairy legs clicking menacingly. "Ridiculous!" Ron shouted after a moment of hesitation. The spider's legs vanished, and the boggart rolled toward Lavender. "Thanks, Ron," Hermione said quietly as they watched their classmates deal with the boggart. "Don't worry about it," Ron replied. "Seriously, don't. You're brilliant. You're the smartest person I know, except for Dumbledore and sometimes Harry. They would never throw you out. Let's give them a moment, shall we?" Harry suggested, pulling Neville aside. "Neville, finish it." Remus called out. Neville stepped up to confront the boggart. The boggart transformed back into Minister Harry. Ridiculous. The moment the creature donned a dress, a bright flash illuminated the room. Harry turned around and groaned at the sight of Draco Malfoy standing in the doorway, camera in hand. Draco grinned smugly. "Payback's a bitch, Potter." Chapter 31. Later, Harry realized he could have handled the picture situation much better. He could have blown up the camera, petrified Draco, used a switching spell, or summoned it, anything but what he actually did, which was nothing at all. Meanwhile, Draco sent the photo of the boggart straight to Rita Skeeter, who wrote Dungeons and Drag, The Secret Life of Harry Potter. It turned into a series of articles, not just a single piece. Naturally, Harry responded by suing for libel and won, forcing the Daily Prophet to print a retraction. By early October, the wizarding world seemed to have forgotten all about it, but the Hogwarts students had not. "Hey, Harry," Lisa Turpin, a Ravenclaw from his year, greeted him. "I was wondering if you could sign my new Harry in Drag wall scroll?" "Draco's selling wall scrolls now?" Harry asked, incredulous. "Oh yeah," Lisa nodded enthusiastically. "He said he got the idea from you and your incessant merchandising since last year." "Damn him," Harry muttered, contemplating whether he should drop the rumor about Narcissa being a secret Malfoy after all. Maybe he deserved this for starting the widely accepted story of Snape being Draco's father. In fact, Sirius had mentioned just last week that Snape received a letter from a lawyer offering to help him sue for partial custody of Draco. Needless to say, the potions master was not amused. Fortunately, he had been riding high since Rita Skeeter's first article came out, so this new drop in mood just meant he was back to normal. "So, will you?" Lisa asked again. "Oh, fine, whatever," Harry sighed, pulling out his decidedly muggle pen and quickly signing the scroll. "Thanks, Harry. You're a good sport," Lisa said cheerfully as she hurried away. "Do you think I can persuade you to sign them before I sell them?" Draco's voice came from behind him. Harry turned to see Draco approaching. Slytherin was staring at him with obvious amusement. "It would probably be worth more." "Would I get a cut of the profits?" Harry asked automatically. 10%, Draco offered. 20, Harry countered. 15, Draco compromised. "Deal," Harry smiled. "Now you've got to tell me, why in the world were you in the teacher's lounge that day?" Were you stalking me or something? Or do you just take pictures of Hogwarts in your spare time? I ran into Professor Snape a little after potions class, Draco explained. He told me to get a camera and hurry to the teacher's lounge. I didn't have one, so I had to borrow Pansy's. Pansy has a camera? Harry interrupted. I thought that was only Colin. Draco rolled his eyes. Pansy has apparently decided to follow your entrepreneurial example. She's taken it upon herself to write a book for parents and new students, especially Muggle-borns, about what to expect, what the castle's like, and the classes. She's including a lot of pictures. Man, I wish I had thought of that. Harry trailed off. But wait, both of your families are ridiculously wealthy. Why would you even need to make money? Why would you? Draco shot back. You're independently wealthy as well. Yeah, but you guys don't throw around money like I do. Your parents are still around to find ways to accumulate more wealth, Harry pointed out. Draco shrugged. What can I say, Potter? It's nice to have some readily available cash without needing to go through your parents, and Hogwarts can be really boring. But like I was saying, Professor Snape told me to go to the teacher's lounge. I suppose he thought I could get a picture of your worst fear or you looking terrified, but this worked out so much better, don't you think? For you, maybe, Harry muttered. Draco just smirked and walked away. As Harry waited impatiently for the line to leave the castle and head to Hogsmeade to shorten, he noticed a disturbance at the. Harry and his friends approached a group that included Lavender, who was crying, while Parvati, Seamus, and Dean tried to comfort her. What's wrong? Harry asked, concern etched on his face. Parvati leaned in closer. She got a letter from home this morning. It's her rabbit, Binky. He was killed by a fox. Oh, Hermione said softly. I'm so sorry, Lavender. I should have known, Lavender lamented, her voice thick with emotion. Do you know what day it is? The 16th of October? Neville offered, trying to be helpful. The day Professor Trelawney predicted something bad would happen to you, Lavender confirmed, nodding with a tragic sigh. And not just that, I also got my period today. Feeling uncomfortable, Harry spoke up. You know what? I think I forgot my money in my room. Coming, Ron? Neville? Dear God, yes, Ron replied, practically shoving Harry toward the Gryffindor Tower. We'll go with you. Dean chimed in. Oh yeah, I think I forgot something as well. Seamus added. Once the 5 boys were out of sight, they quickly ducked behind a wall. Psst, Ginny, Harry called when he spotted her walking by. What are you guys doing? She asked, approaching them with curiosity. We're hiding from Lavender because she's talking to Parvati and Hermione about girl things, Harry explained. And so you're hiding, Ginny said, shaking her head in disbelief. Boys. What do you want me to do? Let you know when it's safe to come out. That would be great, Harry replied. All right, Ginny agreed, a teasing glint in her eye. If you buy me a box of Honeyduke's chocolate. Hell, if you let us know when they leave so we can avoid them for the rest of the day, I'll buy you 5. Ginny smiled at the thought, and after a few more minutes passed, she signaled that it was safe to go. Thanks, Ginny. You're a lifesaver, Harry said gratefully as they rejoined the line. With the kind of heroics you get up to, it doesn't surprise me, she teased, a playful smile on her face. That, Ginny replied casually. Since Hagrid's first lesson had been such a success, despite Draco still milking his photo revenge for all it was worth, Hagrid continued to introduce them to exciting and somewhat dangerous creatures. Thankfully, Hermione had convinced him to give them a heads up about their upcoming lessons, so everyone made sure to come well prepared. After all, not being prepared could easily land them in the hospital wing. Potions remained much the same as it had always been, except that Neville was now putting in a lot more effort. He was worried that if he messed up, Snape might try to poison Trevor again with his potions. As for Professor Trelawney, she seemed convinced that Harry, specifically his scar, was a true prodigy. She often let him off with less homework, believing he didn't need the extra help to connect with his inner eye, since he was apparently using it regularly. Harry vaguely tried to remember the first time he'd used his scar as an excuse. He was pretty sure it was only meant to be a one-time thing, a way to navigate his responsibilities without having to explain his knowledge of future events. But somehow, it had become convenient. He thought back to when he first used it to blow Voldemort's cover in his first year. Sirius and Remus, both unconventional yet fascinating teachers, had begun competing to see which class the students preferred. Sirius always had entertaining lectures and answered any question thrown his way, while Remus brought in fascinating, non-lethal dark creatures. As a result, history of magic and defense against the dark arts were more exciting than they had been in years, perhaps ever, as Fred and George insisted that Professor Binns had actually been hired by the founders of Hogwarts themselves. While that seemed highly unlikely, it certainly hadn't stopped the rumor mill from churning. Harry. Sirius's voice pulled Harry from his thoughts. Yeah? Harry replied. I couldn't help but notice you received a postcard this morning. You read it, set it on fire, and then tried to set the ashes on fire. Care to explain? Sirius sounded rather amused. Harry rolled his eyes. Lockhart wrote to say his new book is done. He's dedicating it to me and reminded me that there's no such thing as bad publicity. Sirius laughed. Well, for a man determined to be remembered, I suppose that's true. Is this about the posters? Of course it is. Harry snapped. Draco sells them to anyone who walks by and has somehow convinced people they're collector's items. Are people really that gullible? Do I really need to answer that? Sirius asked, raising an eyebrow. Since when is Draco so good at this kind of thing, anyway? That's just what you get for pissing off Narcissa, Sirius commiserated. She is a scary, scary lady. How do you think Lucius managed to stay out of Azkaban? Besides, this will all blow over soon enough. It's not that funny. Strangely, Harry didn't look comforted. You have 3 hanging in your classroom. Sirius shrugged, unrepentant. They're some of the only pictures of you I have, seeing as how I cruelly abandoned you for most of your life. I knew that was going to come back to haunt me sooner or later, Harry grumbled. Cheer up. I'm off to plot revenge against Snively with Remus, Sirius said cheerfully. Want to come? Why not? Harry agreed as they set off to find the werewolf. Remus, are you busy? Sirius asked, barging into Remus's office. Incredibly so, Sirius, Remus replied without looking up. 2 of the third-year Care of Magical Creatures textbooks just attempted to eat their homework. I'm trying to decipher it, Remus said. Wow, Harry remarked. My book ate my homework. I don't think I've heard that one before. Hello, Harry, Remus greeted. Do you need something? Oh, so you have time for him but not for me? Sirius asked, feigning hurt. He's a student, Sirius. That makes him my responsibility, Remus explained patiently. Do you have a way for everyone to completely forget about Neville's stupid boggart? Harry asked. Nothing legal, Remus replied simply. Now that we're all here, let the weekly meeting of the drive Snively to the brink of insanity come to order, Sirius announced grandly. Harry raised an eyebrow. DSBI. It's better than spew, Sirius said defiantly. I told you, Sirius, I'm not going to help you. Remus began. An adult? Responsible? Not holding a decade-long grudge? Harry interjected helpfully. Yes, to all of those things, Remus agreed. Sirius shot them a withering look. Oh, shut up. Now, since we last met, that git did conspire to turn me into a Vila. Fortunately, the effect wore off after 48 hours because most of my new fangirls were underage. In return, I may have turned his nose into a beak and enchanted every reflective surface he came across to give him hygiene tips. This was all very good, but now there's a new week, so we need a new plan. Sirius waited for a moment, but Harry and Remus remained silent. Well? You told us to shut up, Remus said mildly, as Harry attempted to read Remus's paperwork upside down. I didn't actually expect you to listen, Sirius said impatiently. So, ideas? You could decorate his classroom with pictures of yourself in drag, Harry suggested, half joking. I don't think that would have the desired effect, Sirius replied, jotting it down anyway. Remus? You could try acting like a responsible member of society and not revive this nonsense, Remus suggested. Petty rivalry, Remus suggested. Sirius stared at him in disbelief. Wow. You are really bad at this. I'm never leaving you alone for 12 years again. Whatever makes you happy, Sirius, Remus replied calmly. That's a good philosophy, Sirius said, a smile spreading across his face. I think more people should adopt it. Chapter 32. What do you mean we're playing Hufflepuff instead of Slytherin tomorrow? Harry asked incredulously. Draco's not sick or injured or anything. Oliver Wood coughed. Actually, my sources tell me he accidentally cast a reducto on his wrist, and since Madame Pomfrey has to regrow several of his bones, he won't be in any shape for the match tomorrow. Wow, Harry said, almost admiringly. That's dedication. Completely stupid since it's only a little rain and will be similarly hampered, but still. Have you ever had all your bones regrown? The fact he'd do that on purpose, just wow. I know, Wood reluctantly agreed. If it weren't for the fact that I don't want all of our multi-weather training to be for nothing, I'd suggest you do the same thing. Gotta go, Harry said, sprinting for the relative safety of his defense against the dark arts class. Sorry I'm late, Professor Lupin. I was dealing with a Quidditch fanatic, and these things take time. This lesson began 10 minutes ago, Potter, so I think we'll take 10 points from Gryffindor. Sit down, Remus said coldly. Harry brightened, as he always did at the rare chance to lose house points. So, that's a point a minute? Remus nodded uncertainly. So can I come back in an hour or so? Or hell, Monday. How many points would that be? Harry trailed off, trying to figure it out. Remus's lips curled into an unpleasant smile. Tempting as that may be, I have no inclination to spend time with you outside of class supervising your detention. If I don't, then God knows your godfather will probably take you to the kitchens or Hogsmeade or something. True, Harry conceded. Are you feeling all right? I mean, you're acting kind of. Oh my God, isn't tonight the... Indeed it is, Remus confirmed, irritated. So you're Professor Snape, who my godfather made look like Professor Lupin for whatever reason? Harry ventured a guess. He thought it would be an easier transition for the students, Snape confirmed with a frown. Now sit down. As I was saying before Potter interrupted, Professor Lupin has not left any records of the topics you have covered so far, Snape began, but Harry jumped in again. I have no idea what we're studying, but since there isn't any lesson plan, can we take some time to learn about werewolves? Snape's eyes widened in surprise. That's an interesting request, Potter. Any particular reason? Harry could see that Snape was taken aback. The older man was clearly annoyed at having to fill in for Remus, who hadn't done anything to stop Sirius from pulling pranks on him. Not that Snape didn't give as good as he got. Still, it wasn't as if Snape wasn't planning on covering the topic anyway, so why not? The widespread ignorance about lycanthropy is appalling, Harry continued. Did you know that people actually believe werewolves live in the Forbidden Forest and that you could run into one at any time? They think you can raise a werewolf cub like a pet. He shook his head sadly. As any muggle could tell you, werewolves only transform on the full moon. But Harry, Hermione protested, we were about to start Hinkypunks. If Professor Lupin wanted you to start with Hinkypunks today, then he should have left a lesson plan, Snape pointed out. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but Potter's idea has merit. It is truly a sad state of affairs when muggles know more about magical creatures than wizards do. Let's start with an easy question, Snape said. Can any of you, other than Miss Granger, who has most likely memorized the textbook, tell me how you distinguished between a werewolf and a true wolf? Dean Thomas, feeling confident as a muggle-born who at least understood the full moon concept, raised his hand. A true wolf is a wolf all the time, while a werewolf only transforms once a month. Werewolf? Is there anything we haven't already covered? Snape tried again. If we get close enough to see the difference, then doesn't that mean we're in trouble if it's a werewolf? Harry asked innocently. Potter. Snape yelled. Oh, right, I memorized the textbook. Sorry, Harry replied. When no one offered any other answers, Snape tooted softly. I never thought I'd meet a third-year class who wouldn't even recognize a werewolf when they saw one. Even Lockhart managed to convey that in his book on werewolves. I'm just saying, I don't think I can ever forgive you, Harry said solemnly. I said I was sorry. Cedric insisted. And it's not like I knew. You should have, Harry said, crossing his arms sullenly. I mean, for the love of God. Dementors come out of nowhere and swarm the field, and I heroically save everyone by casting a kick-ass Patronus, and the next thing I know, you've caught the snitch. I didn't notice they were there, Cedric tried to explain. How could you not notice? Harry asked skeptically. There was very poor visibility, Cedric defended. Harry just stared at him. But didn't you wonder about that sudden feeling of hopelessness? I thought it was because you guys were 50 points ahead and the storm was only getting worse, Cedric said. Fine, stick to your story. But you and I both know the truth. Harry said dramatically. Yes, and so does everyone else, Cedric replied slowly, trying to remain calm. Here are your winnings, Harry, Luna said as she arrived, with Ginny trailing behind her. Winnings? Cedric asked, surprised. But you lost the match. Harry made Luna bet that he would lose the match due to Dementor intervention, and the students, who really should know better than to take a seemingly ridiculous bet from Harry by now, just lost quite a bit of money, Ginny explained. Why didn't you do it yourself instead of using a proxy? Cedric inquired. Harry rolled his eyes. Please. The minute I bet against myself, I'd be doomed. Gryffindor. They'll just accuse me of throwing the match, Cedric said, shaking his head. But, there were Dementors, he pointed out. They'd probably blame Harry for bringing them, Luna added, a thoughtful look on her face. I still don't quite understand why Dementor seemed to favor Hufflepuff, though. I should write an article about it. You definitely should, Harry agreed. I'll help. So, Ginny, since I just heroically saved everyone, does that mean my hero status just went up? It might, Ginny replied, considering it. But then again, the teachers can probably produce a Patronus too, and you made quite a bit of money off this. Harry decided to play it up. Why do you hate me when all I give you is love? Ginny rolled her eyes. Why would you bet on something so ridiculous anyway? My scar told me to, Harry explained with a casual shrug. Your scar knew there would be Dementors? Ginny asked, raising an eyebrow. No idea, I didn't ask, Harry said breezily. Then why'd you do it? She pressed. Because I have money to burn. Harry guessed with a grin. Why me? Ginny asked, clearly annoyed. Would you mind if I interviewed you for the Quibbler? Luna asked Cedric, catching him off guard. I guess not. Why, though? Cedric replied, intrigued. It's part of my investigation, Luna said earnestly. A good reporter never goes into a story with assumptions. I need to find out if the Dementors were really supporting Hufflepuff in general or if they just like you. You think the Dementors like me? Cedric echoed, a hint of concern in his voice. Is that good? Oh no, Luna shook her head vigorously. If they like you, it means they want to take your soul. If you can't already produce a corporeal Patronus like Harry, I recommend you ask Professor Lupin to teach you. Cedric nodded, looking thoughtful. I think I'll do that. And of course, there's always the question of whether the Dementors are rebelling against the Ministry or if someone from the Ministry sent them. With the great pictures I got from Colin. Even Pansy might make the front page. Luna exclaimed. May make? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. What were you planning to put on the front page? With a bright smile, Luna replied, It's Norbert's birthday. Don't you think you're being a little melodramatic? Harry said, glancing over at Oliver Wood, who was attempting to drown himself in the sink. No, Wood muttered, not looking up. But there's not even enough water in there for you to drown, Harry pointed out. Wood's hand reached for the tap. Don't you dare, Harry warned, swatting it away. Do you have any idea how hard it would be to find a keeper this late in the season? We'd probably have to use Ron. Is he any good? Wood asked, still valiantly trying to drown himself. Harry shrugged. He has some real talent, but he freezes up when other people are watching. He lets them play mind games to distract him from the game, and I really don't want to see what would happen if he were on the same team as the twins. Good point, Oliver acknowledged. Besides, who on earth would be captain? Angelina could do it, Wood suggested. Look, I know I'm amazing and all, but this is the first time in 3 years I've lost a match. We won the cup 2 years in a row. Harry reminded him. But we lost this match, Oliver sighed. I think this falls under the category of act of God, Harry declared. I mean, I'm good, but there's really nothing I can do if Cedric happens to spot the snitch while I'm in the middle of saving everyone from the Dementors. Oliver didn't reply. Look on the bright side, Harry said cheerfully. At least we were playing Hufflepuff. If it had been Slytherin, I would never hear the end of it from Draco. Later, in the next defense against the dark arts lesson, Harry peered cautiously into the room before stepping inside. It looked like Remus was standing at the front, but it had looked that way last time, too. The full moon was over, but Remus might still be out of sorts. Harry decided to test the waters. Feeling better? Harry asked. I am, thank you, Remus replied. I can't believe you left Snape in charge. Harry said, shaking his head. It was either that or Sirius, Remus explained. I guess I see your point, Harry admitted. But still. What happened? Remus asked, concern etched on his face. You'll see, was all Harry would say. Professor Lupin? Ron chimed in. Yes? Remus smiled at him. Do you still want those werewolf essays? Ron asked. Remus frowned slightly. You were supposed to write an essay about werewolves? Did you tell Professor Snape we hadn't covered them yet? I tried to, Hermione huffed. But he said that if you wanted us to cover Hinky Punks, you should have left a lesson plan, and Harry suggested studying werewolves. Harry met Remus's questioning stare and shrugged. The rampant misconceptions were annoying me. Apparently, they annoyed Professor Snape too, as I heard he made every class he filled in for do an essay. Don't worry, Professor Lupin said calmly. I'll speak to Professor Snape. You don't have to do the essay. But it's due today, so we already did it, Seamus pointed out. Oh, well, since not every class had been assigned it, I can't very well make it an assignment. Remus looked a bit uncomfortable. So in other words, just turn it in to Snape? Neville asked. Why would we do that? Parvati interjected. He teaches potions. Yeah, but he assigned the essay, and if we don't give it to him, what do you think will happen to our potions grades? Neville replied. Not to mention he might appreciate a sign that we think he'd be an okay defense against the dark arts teacher, Harry added. Of course we do. There don't really seem to be any qualifications for the position. Sorry, Professor, Lavender said sheepishly. Don't worry about it. Now, for the lesson you should have been covering on Friday, Hinkypunks. So, Hermione, did you find out anything interesting when you were writing that werewolf essay? Did Snively really assign you an essay on werewolves? Harry asked his friend as they sat outside by the Black Lake. At least, that's what Harry thought it was called. Who really knew? Most people just referred to it as the lake. Sirius, who had been on his way to Hagrid's, stopped short and stared at them. At Harry's nod, he continued, right. This time I think I'm actually going to kill him. Hermione looked alarmed. Be because of the essay? Does that mean Professor Lupin really is a werewolf? Harry exchanged a glance with her and mouthed, she figured it out before, too, when Hermione wasn't looking. Reluctantly, Sirius calmed down a little. Yes. When he was a small child, his father did something to anger Fenrir Greyback. Greyback, in case you didn't know, is infamous for his savagery and his habit of attacking children, often to get back at their parents. But, isn't it dangerous to have a werewolf at school? Hermione gasped. He attended Hogwarts, and except for one minor incident, mostly my fault, there were no problems, Sirius explained. What happened? Hermione asked, still looking anxious. Someone almost walked in on Professor Lupin while he was transformed. Had that happened, he would have either died or become a werewolf himself for sure, Sirius said, a hint of guilt in his voice. Probably just for Remus's sake, though, he would never forgive himself and would likely have been executed if anything had happened to Snape. How do we know that can't happen again? Hermione demanded. Since then, the Wolfsbane potion has been invented, Harry piped up. Professor Lupin still transforms physically, but he doesn't mentally, so it's perfectly safe. I suppose if Dumbledore thinks it's okay, then it must be safe, Hermione said slowly. Harry had never thought he'd be grateful for Hermione's blind faith and unwavering loyalty to Dumbledore, but although if that's the case, then why would Professor Snape assign us this essay? He must have known someone would figure it out, Harry said. Snape never liked Professor Lupin, Sirius explained. But he can't actually tell anyone, so he's just hinting at it. It's so immature, it's unbelievable. Pot, meet kettle, Harry muttered. The only truly interesting thing that happened in the following weeks was the result of Luna and her father's investigation into the circumstances behind the Dementor's appearance. Harry really shouldn't have been surprised by the outcome, but he was anyway. Congratulations, Luna, he said. How in the world did you manage to track the attack back to Dolores Umbridge? A reporter's got to protect her sources, Harry, Luna replied solemnly. I must say, I'm glad we caught her, though. Endangering schoolchildren because she felt your influence might be a threat. I know, Harry agreed. It's a really horrible thing to do. I wonder what her trial will be like. Fudge insists he didn't know anything about it, and I'm actually inclined to believe him. He really doesn't know much of what goes on around him. How did he even get to be minister again? He's easily bribable, and Dumbledore didn't want the job. Luna suggested. Right. Still, Madame Bones would probably make a good minister. Harry mused. But then who would be in charge of the Aurors? Luna asked. The last thing we need is an incompetent or corrupt Auror force. Maybe I can be minister someday, Harry said thoughtfully. I never really considered it before that Boggart lesson, but it's an idea. I never liked Mondays anyway, Luna added loyally. Chapter 33. Harry was not in a very good mood as he headed to divination, and he could blame it all on his so-called friends. They were in high spirits, having just come from Charms, where they learned to cast the cheering charm. Even Hermione had managed to show up, thanks to Harry's concern as a friend and Percy's guidance as head boy, both of whom had been encouraging her to get some sleep throughout the year. As a result, she was less frazzled than usual. Unfortunately, Harry was not under the influence of the cheering charm. He had partnered with Hermione while Ron and Neville teamed up, but somehow Hermione had decided that a cheerful and hyperactive Harry was a bad idea, so she refused to cast the charm on him. When she explained her reasoning, Ron and Neville quickly agreed to let her practice the charm on them, and soon both boys were practically glowing with happiness. "We're starting crystal balls early," Ron exclaimed. "Yes. No more palm reading. And since we don't have to deal with all the different lines on the hand, we can just focus on what we see. It'll be so much easier to make things up," Neville added, clearly pleased. Even with her cheerful demeanor, Hermione struggled to find something positive to say about their divination class. At least we're learning something new," she finally offered, though it felt a bit lame. "How long do those stupid charms last?" Harry muttered, feeling annoyed. His classmates, however, were too busy reveling in their joy, both from life and magic, to respond. "Good day to you." Professor Trelawney greeted them, her spirits lifted by their evident enthusiasm. "I'm delighted to see you all so excited to start our study of the crystal ball. It's a little earlier than I had planned, but the fates have informed me that your examination in June will focus on the orb, and I'm eager to give you sufficient practice." Well, honestly, the fates have informed her. Who sets the exam? She does. What an amazing prediction, Hermione scoffed. Harry admired Hermione's resilience to the effects of the cheering charm. He knew it wasn't due to his own spellcasting skills, as he had mastered that charm long ago. "I don't know, Hermione," Harry said, intentionally trying to be annoying. "Self-fulfilling prophecies are the most dangerous kind. We can't be sure the orb would be on our exam if Professor Trelawney hadn't been tipped off." "A self-fulfilling prophecy sounds really lame," Hermione replied. "I'm with you," Harry said easily, "but that doesn't mean it's not true." "Well said, Harry," Trelawney smiled at him. "I often find myself both fascinated and frustrated by the self-fulfilling nature of many prophecies. For instance, would they come to pass if the prophecy hadn't been made? And if a prophecy will be fulfilled regardless of our efforts, what purpose does receiving them serve? But alas, that is a topic for another time." Hermione, who had looked mildly intrigued by that line of questioning, now appeared rather put out. "So, what do you see?" Neville asked when their teacher finally deemed them ready to begin. "I see." Harry trailed off, staring into the crystal ball. Fog, his mind supplied. Instead, he said, "My godfather turning Snape into at least 4 different people by the end of the year." Neville snorted. "Only 4?" Harry shrugged. "I said, at least, didn't I? Anyway, what do you see?" Neville glanced idly into the crystal ball and smirked. "I see Gryffindor winning the House Cup for the 3rd year in a row." "I hate you," Harry deadpanned. "You know that, right?" Neville shrugged. "I can live with it. You two are just making things up again, aren't you?" Hermione accused. "Ron and I can't see anything." "Prove it," Neville said. "I told you, Hermione, I saw," Ron began, but Hermione interrupted him. "I highly doubt Harry and won. The twins are planning to enter some sort of international competition at Hogwarts," Ron said. Harry started coughing. Was Ron alluding to the Triwizard Tournament? How could that even be possible? Why would Fred or George want to do something like that? Maybe these ideas weren't so ridiculous after all. No, on second thought, they were just as silly as they sounded. Just because you can't see anything is no reason to shun the true believers, Hermione, Harry said seriously. Yeah, you can't be good at everything, Ron chimed in. I don't want to be good at Hermione began, her face turning red. Yes, you do, Harry and Neville said in unison. They have a point, my dear, Trelawney said gently, approaching from behind. As it stands, you are far too devoted to the world of logic and facts to ever really succeed in such a delicate art form as this. You know what? Hermione snapped, shoving her book back into her bag. I don't even care anymore. This class is a waste of my time, and I can't believe it took me 7 months to realize it. I'm leaving. She stormed out dramatically, though she still had a slight bounce from the residual effects of the charm. Oh. Lavender squealed as soon as Hermione was gone. This is so cool. You told us that, around Easter, one of our numbers will leave us forever. And she totally did. Isn't that a little hasty? Seamus asked. But seeing the glares from Parvati and Lavender, he quickly backtracked. I mean, not that I don't have absolute faith in divination and everything, but she just stormed out of one class. I can't really imagine Hermione Granger, of all people, willingly dropping a class, especially before exams. And considering she's using a time turner to get to all her classes on time in the first place. I suppose you have a point, Parvati said grudgingly. But on the other hand, the prediction is right so far. What are the odds that it's just a coincidence? Besides, Dean added, Hermione basically told us all that she's not coming back. If she does come back, it'll be really embarrassing for her. Considering she never liked this class anyway and spends so much time with Harry, who would never let her live it down, I think it's safe to say she won't be returning anytime soon. You're amazing, Professor, Lavender said, her voice full of awe. I'm impressed too, Harry admitted. I mean, it figures that if someone were to drop the class, it would be her. But how did you know she'd last 7 months? You'd think if she managed to hold on this long, she could stick it out for another month and a half until exams and then just not sign up next year. When you have as many years of experience with the inner eye as I do, you'll be able to remove logic from your interpretations of future events, Trelawney said dreamily. Harry grinned. Can't wait. Ron paled and started shaking. Can I drop the class too? Neville asked, sounding slightly desperate. No, Trelawney replied without even looking at him. That was quite a show, Harry said as he slid into his seat in Muggle Studies. I don't want to talk about it, Hermione said shortly. Harry smiled apologetically. I figured that. Still, dropping a class right before exams? Are you sure that's the best decision? It'll make all the work you've already put into it completely pointless. The fact that I apparently don't have the inner eye or your skills at lying makes all the effort I've put in this year feel completely pointless, Hermione countered. Besides, even with the time turner to take breaks and get some rest, I'm still really stressed out. Spending hours brushing up on something that has no practical purpose and that I'm not even convinced is real just seems a bit too much. You do realize that now half the class is convinced Trelawney made a prediction, right? Harry said, grinning a bit. Hermione cocked her head, confused. No, why? Apparently, our first class. She told us that one of our number would be leaving forever or something like that. I think she was talking about dying, since I'm pretty sure that was before she decided I wasn't doomed after all. But it was vague enough to apply to that, Harry said, shaking his head in disbelief. I'm impressed Lavender managed to remember that all these months. Maybe she wrote it down, Hermione suggested. Maybe, Harry conceded. Hi, Theodore. Why are you talking to me? Theodore not asked, sounding bored. Again? Because you're the only person I've found, aside from Professor Snape, who doesn't like me, Harry explained. Theodore snorted. That's what you think. Well, it's pretty obvious, Harry corrected. And as for the people I don't know, well, I don't really care what they think, as long as enough of them like me enough to do whatever I tell them to do. You realize you sound like some sort of cult leader, right? Theodore replied. You picked the wrong house if you were thinking of becoming a Dark Lord. Oh no, I've got my heart set on Minister of Magic, Harry assured him. That's a scary thought. I'll definitely make a note to go abroad if that ever happens, Theodore said, shuddering slightly. Besides, I'm not obvious about disliking you. You didn't even notice until we had this class together. Harry considered this. True, but now that I do know, I can't stop thinking about it. It's driving me crazy. At this, Theodore looked a little offended. You can't possibly blame your vast array of mental problems on me. Well, you've certainly exacerbated them, Harry muttered. Theodore rolled his eyes. That I can live with. Do you often obsess over Slytherin boys? No. Harry lied, remembering those few months in second year and all of sixth year with Draco back when he was Malfoy, and Snape, well, whenever anything went wrong, really. Hello, class, Professor Burbage said as she entered the room. Today, I thought we'd take a break from our usual topics and explore how Muggles perceive magic. Let's kick things off with divination. Hermione groaned loudly. Don't worry, Harry, you'll be fine, she said, her anxious expression contradicting her confident words. I know I will, Harry replied, spreading margarine on his toast. You've got a firebolt. Ron chimed in, doing his best to bolster his supposedly anxious friend. I had a firebolt for the other two matches, too, Harry pointed out. If you lose, Draco will never let you live it down. Like, ever, Neville reminded him seriously. I know, but the truth is, I've got a better broom and, frankly, I'm simply better at this than he is. The only times I've ever lost have been due to circumstances beyond my control. And if, for some insane reason, Dementors invade again, I'll be catching the snitch and saving everyone's souls, Harry vowed. Good to see you have your priorities straight, Ginny said sarcastically. And speaking of, if you die, can I have your broom? Are you guys even listening? Harry demanded. I doubt it, Percy replied from a few seats away. But today is the day of the big match, and everyone seems to have caught Quidditch fever. You don't, Harry pointed out, choosing to engage with someone who could usually be counted on to be sensible. Well, unless his career was involved. But Percy hadn't even graduated yet. Oh, trust me, compared to first year, I have a great deal of enthusiasm for Quidditch, Percy countered. But you barely support the team, Harry said, puzzled. Bill and Charlie used to play all the time, using my toys as quaffles, Percy explained. So did the twins, come to think of it. Naturally, I was quite anti-Quidditch when I started at Hogwarts. So what happened? Harry asked, intrigued. You'd think that having siblings on the Quidditch team would change things. That won't help with that, Harry remarked. Indeed it won't, Percy agreed. First, Charlie took my books, then Fred and George decided they needed them for their pickup games. Still, you don't survive rooming with Oliver Wood for 7 years without developing a basic appreciation for Quidditch. So it was self-preservation, then? Harry grinned. Like you wouldn't believe. Hey, Flint, Harry called out. What, Potter? Flint snapped back. They were in the middle of the game, after all. Harry, as Seeker, could afford to dawdle as long as Draco didn't spot the snitch, but that didn't apply to a chaser like Flint. I didn't attend the other Slytherin matches, so I wouldn't know if you were there or not, but why are you here? Harry asked. I know you graduated. Despite his annoyance, Flint smirked. True, but Dumbledore never comes to the matches, and the other teachers all just assume I'm repeating someone else's class. Honestly, I'm not sure if I should be insulted or relieved that it's that easy to convince everyone I somehow managed to fail. What about the other Slytherins? Harry pressed. What about them? Flint replied. Wouldn't they notice that you're only ever seen at matches and maybe practices? Harry reasoned. Flint snorted. Of course they do, but they have a lot of house pride and not much respect for school rules. Besides, there weren't any other prospects for captain. I see, Harry said thoughtfully. Great, now bugger off, Flint ordered as he zoomed off after Katie Bell. Fine, be that way, now let's see, hey, is that the snitch? Harry wondered aloud, hurtling towards it. Just 15 feet away, his broom suddenly lurched. Surprised, he turned around to see Draco gripping his firebolt and pulling it back. What the hell? Harry exclaimed. Draco looked positively gleeful. All's fair in love and, ow. One of his hands slipped, but his expression remained mischievous. Harry nodded and shot another stinging hex at the other boy, forcing him to let go of the broom. Indeed, he said, then hurtled off after the snitch once more. Yes. 3 for 3. I've still got it. Chapter 34. Exams were never fun. Even if you were 12 years older than everyone else taking them and had, in fact, done some of the spells in your sleep. The complaints from the others about how difficult it was to turn a teapot into a tortoise were grating. But that wasn't nearly as bad as Hermione lamenting how her tortoise looked more like a turtle. Hermione, Harry said patiently, we've been over this. You did the spell for changing a teacup into a tortoise, not a turtle. And don't think Professor McGonagall won't get a letter from the new magical chapter of PETA about this. Seriously, what's with everyone and their constant abuse of animals? Harry, look at how everyone treats people who don't have magical powers, and then ask me that again, Hermione replied. Anyway, getting back to the fact that I'm going to fail. Oh, please, Hermione, Ron scoffed. No one fails. Ever. Marcus Flint did, Hermione reminded them. Harry snorted. What? She demanded. Nothing, just that he didn't fail, he just showed up to play Quidditch, Harry explained. Hermione rolled her eyes. Right. Like anyone would come all the way back to Hogwarts and convince everyone they had to repeat a year just to play a couple of Quidditch games. There was a moment of silence as the three boys exchanged pitying glances. I totally would, Ron said. Me too, Neville agreed. They would have to pay me, Harry decided. Right, because that's not pathetic at all, Hermione rolled her eyes. It's not pathetic, Ron corrected her. It's Quidditch. And even if it were possible for anyone to fail at Hogwarts, Neville quickly changed the subject, sensing Hermione was about to launch into a rant about Quidditch fanatics. Having the end result look like a practically identical species isn't exactly the worst thing that could happen. I mean, look at Ron's tortoise. It's still P.T. Hey, at least I didn't lose my head and accidentally turn my teacup into a flock of flamingos, Ron shot back. Oh, right, Hannah Abbott, Harry said with a fond smile. One of these days, that girl is going to learn to keep her cool in an exam. Mine still wasn't as good as Harry's, though, Hermione pouted. Professor McGonagall said she'd never seen a more perfect tortoise in all her years at Hogwarts. I just can't compete with that. Don't feel bad, Hermione, Harry reassured her. McGonagall just thinks I'm a transfiguration prodigy, like my dad apparently was. But all the other teachers say the same thing. Hermione pointed out. Well, except for Snape. Snape had, in fact, docked Harry's potion 5 points because he had ended up using a modified recipe for the confusing concoction that Luna always swore by. Apparently, her mom had made the changes. Don't you mean Slughorn? Harry grinned. Right before their potions exam, Sirius had decided that since Snape's hovering tendencies were such a distraction, replacing Snape's unpleasant countenance with Slughorn's physically incapable of being imposing one would make them all feel better. Of course, half the class didn't even know who Slughorn was, but it was the thought that counted. Besides, Harry knew full well and found it amusing. And it was a good thing he was so amused, because otherwise, he might have been annoyed that Hermione had, once again, refused to use the cheering charm on him for the exam. To make matters worse, Professor Flitwick seemed to agree with her and let her perform the charm on someone else. Hagrid's exam was a lot more interesting than the last time, which Harry vaguely remembered as "Don't kill the flobberworms." This time, they all had to take a ride on a hippogriff. Needless to say, this was Harry's easiest exam to date. The rest of the class had vehemently disagreed with that decision, but the truth was, no one else knew how to handle Buckbeak during their first lesson. That was their own fault for making him face the creature alone. As for the astronomy exam, Harry was told it went well, though he had dozed off just 10 minutes in. His friends reassured him that when Professor Sinistra came around for his oral exam, he had somehow managed to answer all her questions correctly in his sleep. Maybe it was the easiest exam ever. In herbology, Harry found great amusement in teasing his classmates for their lack of charm knowledge. As they all turned bright red from sunburn, he couldn't help but chuckle. The exam itself was pretty dull, but that was herbology for you. Even when dealing with magical and potentially dangerous plants, it remained a class about, well, plants. He just couldn't muster much enthusiasm for it. Muggle studies was a refreshing change. For this exam, they simply took a port key to London, received a few pounds, and were instructed to blend in as tourists. While they had to write a paper on the experience afterward, Harry and Hermione had a blast pretending to be visitors in the city. Divination was another easy subject for Harry. All he had to do was make things up, a skill he'd honed since returning to the past. When he told Trelawney he saw a group of people trying to resurrect Voldemort and getting arrested, she flinched at the name, but Harry brushed it off. He didn't know for sure that it would happen, but he hoped it would. His fervor seemed to impress the professor. The History of Magic exam marked the biggest departure from his previous timeline's tests. Instead of a tedious written exam about medieval witch hunts, which had only led to the deaths of Muggles, Sirius announced that everyone would write an essay on something they actually cared about. In his class that year, students were tasked with writing essays ranging from 200 to 1,600 words, depending on their performance in an oral quiz. The teacher called on them at random, posing questions about what they had covered. The first student to miss a question had to write a 1,600-word essay, the second a 1,400-word essay, and so on. Harry was a bit frustrated because he had lost to Hermione at the last second on a question about the name of the orphanage where Tom Riddle had grown up. Not that he really cared, but still, a 400-word essay felt like a breeze. He considered teasing his classmates who had to write longer essays but opted instead to turn in his quickly, just 10 minutes later. Then he spent the time playing hangman with Sirius while everyone else wrote and Hermione revised. When Hermione's 200-word essay turned out to be over 3,000 words, no one was particularly surprised, just annoyed. Since students were used to having their essays measured in inches or, more recently, pages, Sirius had cast a spell on all their papers to automatically display the word count. Harry's favorite exam was, of course, Defense Against the Dark Arts. The obstacle course was a blast and reminded him of Auror training, especially that first day when they were weeding out those who couldn't handle the real deal. Harry finished first, earning full marks, which irritated Hermione to no end, especially since he had completed the course backwards, with his eyes closed and without his wand. That was just the price she paid for outsmarting him in Sirius's class. There was no way his godfather would let him forget being outdone by a 14-year-old, even if it was Hermione. "I can't believe you followed directions from our exam," Harry laughed at Ron, who had run into trouble with the Hinkapunk. For some reason, Ron had taken its advice and ended up sinking waist-deep into the quagmire. "What would you know? You had your eyes closed the entire time." Ron shot back. "It's not like you could have stopped and asked for directions," Ron replied, still frustrated. "I get that you're upset I beat you so decisively in this exam," Harry said to his agitated friend. "But remember, this is my subject. You had the fastest time yet." Ron pointed out, irritation evident in his voice. "My subject," Harry reiterated confidently. Your modesty is really your best quality, Harry, Hermione said dryly as she approached them. Hey, Harry greeted her. How was Sonnet spewing McGonagall? She wasn't, Hermione answered. Noticing the confused looks on Harry and Ron's faces, she added, this time she was rapping an opera about my failings. Harry laughed. Now that I have to see. I wonder if I can. No, Ron interrupted. I can see what you're going to ask, and I'm telling you right now, she'll never do it, mate. Spoilsport, Harry pouted. Hey, what's taking Neville? He's been in there with the boggart for over 20 minutes now. Hermione and Ron exchanged meaningful glances. Well, Hermione began, trying to be tactful, his boggart is rather intimidating. It is not, Harry started to say when Neville burst out of the trunk with the boggart, screaming. Oh, shut up, Harry said, annoyed, as Ron began to giggle. What happened? Ron asked between laughs. Neville looked tentatively at Harry. You wouldn't, really, convert your old house into a haunted house, would you? Or allow people to keep their names off the list of registered animagi by paying extra? Or give the house elves a union? Or let goblins use wands on Mondays since they don't exist? Or make everyone wear pink on Thursdays? Or do the hippogriff by the Weird Sisters Magical Britain's national anthem? Or regularly import llamas and release them in random places? Or, dear God, how many of those do you have? Hermione asked, horror-struck. Harry shrugged. Remember, I was in there for a while. He sighed and turned to Neville. To answer your question, no, I would not. But I do plan on becoming minister one day, so thanks for the idea. At that, Neville promptly fainted. Harry rolled his eyes. He is so faking. He nudged Neville with his foot. Probably. This year, Harry didn't even bother sitting down at the Gryffindor table during the end-of-year feast. He knew he'd have to leave soon anyway when Dumbledore started reading off the point totals, so he made his way to the Slytherin table at the beginning of the meal. Why are you here? A boy with dark skin, whom Harry recognized from a few classes, asked. I can't possibly sit with the Gryffindors when we win the House Cup, Harry explained. And I've already sat with the Ravenclaws a few times recently. Why can't you sit with the Hufflepuffs? The boy asked, eyeing him warily. Blaise, don't, another boy warned, sitting down next to him. Don't what? Blaise asked, confused. I just asked him a question. Talking encourages him, Theodore explained. I don't need to be encouraged, Harry said, crossing his arms. I'm a Gryffindor. We noticed, Draco said, sliding into the seat beside Harry. And as for why I'm not at the Hufflepuff table, well, the first time Draco and I met, we talked about the houses. We decided that if we ended up in Hufflepuff, he'd leave and I'd defect. Since I'd have to come over here anyway if I went to the Hufflepuff table, I figured I'd just spare myself the trip and come here instead. How can you defect from something if you haven't actually been a part of it in the first place? Blaise couldn't help asking. Blaise! Theodore exclaimed. Sorry, Blaise replied. But Draco's encouraging him too. Why aren't you? Theodore rolled his eyes. Draco, God help him, actually likes Potter. Not to mention my teenage rebellion, Draco added with a smirk. That reminds me, are your parents still angry? Harry asked. Draco snorted but didn't respond. Harry took that as a yes. Just then, Dumbledore stood up. This year has been exceptionally high-scoring in terms of house points, the highest I've ever seen. In fourth place, we have Hufflepuff with 9,307 points. In third place, Ravenclaw with 9,526 points. In second place, Slytherin with 10,094 points. And in first place, with the greatest number of points accumulated in a single year, we have Gryffindor with 13,877 points. What's with these freakishly high point totals? Draco asked. Sirius gives out points like candy, Harry explained. Not to mention his little 50 points to anyone who says Voldemort thing. For once, I don't have any last-minute points to give out. Dumbledore paused as Sirius leaned over and whispered something in his ear. Correction, I award Harry Potter 50 points for finally saying Voldemort, bringing Gryffindor's total up to 13,927. Harry banged his head on the table. Damn him. Dumbledore? Draco asked. No, Sirius. I was so careful not to say that in front of him this year, but now. And damn Neville too, for predicting we'd win again. Everyone knew you were going to win, Theodore pointed out. Not helping, Harry replied. Not trying to, Theodore said with a shrug. Seriously, does everyone get to talk to Potter but me? Blaise complained. So, how did you beat the curse? Harry asked Remus, curious. Cursed. Remus repeated absently as he packed. You know, the one Voldemort put on the defense against the dark arts position so Dumbledore would have to find a new one every year? Seriously immature of him, by the way, Harry reflected. I didn't, Remus replied. My contract was only for a year. Oh, Harry paused. What are you going to do now? Didn't you say your lycanthropy makes it hard to find work? Remus smiled at that. Normally, yes, but Sirius. Totally hired him to be Lord Black. Sirius interrupted, barging into Remus' office. He hired you to be Lord Black. Harry looked to Remus for confirmation. Remus nodded. He likes the title but doesn't want to deal with all the responsibilities, and I needed a job. Besides, Sirius added, Moonis, like, the most responsible person I know. He knows all the laws. Plus, he's a half-blood, so that ought to annoy anyone I'm related to who isn't Remus's future girlfriend or her mother. For the last time, Sirius, Remus cut in, Nymphadora is not my girlfriend. She lets you call her Nymphadora, Harry pointed out. Yeah, not even I get to do that, Sirius agreed. She lets Cedric Diggory and Charlie Weasley call her that too, Remus said defensively. Harry nodded. Yeah, but those two are because she lost a bet. And she doesn't give out first-name privileges anymore. I should know, I've tried. Nymphadora is a bit young for me, Remus insisted. Seeing as how she just graduated 2 years ago. I absolutely agree, Sirius said heartily, patting Remus on the back. Remus looked up, surprised. You do? Definitely, Sirius confirmed. For another 2 or 3 years. But then I expect you and her to start going out. I'm sure you'll be very happy together. But Harry and I expect joint godfather status. Aren't you going to warn me about breaking her heart? Remus asked, a bit dazed. And what's this about children? Why, are you planning on breaking her heart? Sirius challenged, pointedly ignoring the second question. Well, no, but, Remus began. Then she can handle herself. After all, she's well on her way to becoming an Auror, Sirius said proudly. And I'm sure she could castrate you far better than I ever could. Remus gulped. Chapter 35. After another epic but uneventful summer, Harry and Sirius decided to spice things up by bringing Remus and Tonks along to the Quidditch World Cup. Remus was Sirius's best friend, and Tonks was his only cool relative. Plus, they wanted to make sure Remus and Tonks got to know each other for when Tonks was old enough to date him. The first people they encountered were Cedric Diggory and his father, whose name Harry could never quite recall. It seemed Mr. Diggory was only interested in discussing the time Cedric had beaten Harry. It was a bit unsettling, to be honest. Ced told us all about you, of course, Mr. Diggory said. He said you're mad as a hatter but practically a demon on a broom. I told him, said, that'll be something to tell your grandchildren, that you beat Harry Potter. Harry raised an eyebrow. How does it feel to have your father decide that winning an amateur Quidditch match is going to be your greatest achievement in life? Cedric made a face. Fantastic. I'd imagine it's almost as nice as having everyone decide your greatest achievement will be making it to your second birthday, something everyone else has managed just fine without getting famous. Harry laughed. Touché. And it's not like it was even a fair match, anyway, Cedric continued. The Dementors came out of nowhere and attacked. Much to his own surprise, Harry felt compelled to disagree, despite his pride begging him not to. You caught the snitch before you even realized the Dementors were there. While that might be slightly oblivious of you, it still meant you had the snitch in your sights, and I was nowhere near you. Even if the Dementors hadn't shown up, you still would have caught it. Cedric smirked. Does that mean you're admitting I'm better than you? Like hell, Harry scoffed. I've beaten you 2-1. But I'm the only one who's ever beaten you at Quidditch, Cedric pointed out. Which I'm sure your grandchildren will hear all about. I'll just love hearing about that, Harry countered. If your popularity doesn't die down, they probably will, Cedric said, shaking his head. Besides, I've only ever played against you, Draco, and Cho. Claiming I'm a better seeker than just 3 other people doesn't mean much, Harry replied. Hey, that reminds me. Did you make head boy? Cedric gave him a strange look. Harry. I'm a 6th year. Harry blinked, surprised. You are? Wow, that makes it even worse. That makes what even worse? Cedric asked, confused. Word of advice, if you ever find yourself suddenly and mysteriously portkeyed to a graveyard, don't ask questions, don't look around, just grab the portkey again and get out of there, Harry said firmly. All right, Cedric agreed finally. That sounds oddly specific. Do you? What can I say? Harry interrupted. I'm a divination prodigy. I don't believe in divination, Cedric replied immediately. I don't really care, Harry confessed. But you did agree to that, so my work here is done. With that, he turned his attention back to the adults. That's fascinating, Amos, Remus was saying. Oh, right, Amos was his name. Harry figured he'd probably forget it again as soon as he left anyway. We have to keep moving, though. We're looking for the Weasleys. They promised to save us a spot for our tent. I quite understand, Amos said heartily. Don't let us keep you. I need to discuss that bill on werewolf rights you're working on when we get back to the ministry, though. I've got a few ideas myself. I'll stop by and see you first thing Monday, Remus promised. So you're working on a bill about werewolf rights? Harry asked as they set off again. Won't that cause problems since people will assume you're only doing it because you're a werewolf? Well, I am mostly doing it because I'm a werewolf, Remus admitted. If I weren't, I wouldn't be as aware of the blatant discrimination and appalling treatment we receive, Tonks said. Not to mention the fact that most people don't even know about his, what did you call it, Sirius? His furry little problem? Harry raised an eyebrow. Oh, that was code for Remus is a werewolf? I thought it meant he had a badly behaved rabbit. How did you corrupt him so quickly? Remus asked, turning to Sirius. You've only known him for about a year. It's not me, Sirius insisted, holding up his hands in a placating gesture. It's the genes. And partly me, I guess, but mostly just James. Remus rolled his eyes in response. Eventually, they were relieved to reach the Weasleys. While walking through a particularly pro-Irish section, Seamus had ambushed them, dragging them off to meet his mother. Tonks almost sparked a riot by confessing she didn't actually know who was playing, aside from whatever team that Crumb guy's on. Harry and Sirius, both avid Quidditch fans, were currently refusing to speak to her. Hey, what took you so long? Ron asked. Tonks almost started a riot, Remus explained, noticing the silence from Harry and Sirius. Realizing the Weasleys were also a family of Quidditch fanatics, he added, "Don't ask." "Did that take all day or something?" Ginny questioned. "We've been here for 4 hours," Harry said, his eyes widening in horror at the thought of waking up that early during the summer. "Why?" Ginny replied sourly. "Because we're not old enough to apparate like Bill, Charlie, and Percy." "Does that mean you haven't been here that long?" Harry asked. "God no," he shook his head vigorously. "Remus and Tonks apparat while I did side-along apparition with Sirius." "Dad, why couldn't we do side-along apparition and get here at a normal time?" Ginny demanded. "Because we had 4 people who could apparate and 6 who couldn't," Remus explained. "That's Hermione and Neville," Arthur explained. "I didn't want to make 2 trips." Grumbling under her breath, Ginny let it go. "Hey, Hermione," Harry greeted his friend, who was less than enthusiastic about Quidditch. "Do you know who's playing?" "Of course," she replied, looking bemused. "Ireland and Bulgaria." "How could I not know that?" "No idea," Harry admitted. "Either way, this is Sirius's cool relative, Tonks. I think you two would get along." "Even I know that Ireland and Bulgaria are playing each other," Percy chimed in. "Are you saying someone here didn't?" "Possibly Tonks." Harry nodded sadly. "I just don't get it. I mean, I know Hermione just told us who was playing, so I have no proof you knew before then, but I'm willing to give Oliver the benefit of the doubt on that one." "Don't you mean give me the benefit of the doubt?" Percy asked. Harry shook his head. "No, I'm pretty sure I meant Oliver, seeing as how it's all thanks to him that you have even a basic appreciation of the sport. And it's all thanks to my brothers that I needed Oliver's intervention," Percy continued. "Speaking of which, did the twins just bet their entire savings that Ireland will win the match but Crumb will get the snitch?" Harry glanced over at the twins, who were handing a sizable bag of money to Ludo Bagman. "Oh no," he breathed, remembering Bagman's chronic gambling and goblin issues that had led to him practically stalking Harry during the tournament. "You sound pretty confident," Harry noted, making his way over to his future business partners. "You know what? I'll bet you 50 galleons that Ireland gets the snitch." The twins exchanged glances. "We don't actually have," Fred began. 50 galleons, George continued. "So we can't." "In good conscience." "Take that bet," Fred finished. "You won't need 50 galleons if you win," Harry pointed out. "And if not, it's not like I don't see you every day anyway. So again, how sure are you?" "How about you?" The twins exchanged a knowing glance. "We'll take it," George finally said. "Here you go." Harry pulled out a large pouch, counted out 50 galleons, and transferred the coins into a smaller bag before handing it to the twins. "Take good care of my money." That should cover most of the twins' problems when Bagman inevitably let them down. Of course, it wouldn't stop them from pestering him, but at least this way, it might save Molly from having to deal with her troublemaking sons and their father. "Betting with schoolchildren, Ludo?" Barty Crouch said disdainfully as he stepped into the clearing. Bagman stumbled, momentarily speechless. It was hard to argue with the truth. "Never mind," Crouch interrupted, impatiently waving a hand. "I've been looking for you everywhere. The Bulgarians are insisting we add another 12 seats to the top box." "Oh, is that what they want?" Bagman replied, scratching his head. "I thought the chap was asking to borrow a pair of tweezers." He had quite the strong accent. "Next time you struggle with an accent, kindly find someone to interpret for you," Crouch said sternly. "Mr. Crouch." Percy greeted, slightly out of breath as he bowed. "Would you like a cup of tea?" "No, thank you, Weasley," Crouch replied, shaking his head. "I brought my own drink." He took a sip from his flask. Harry blinked in surprise. Did Crouch just get Percy's name right? It was odd that he'd been mispronouncing it before, especially since he clearly knew who Arthur was. You couldn't really miss the resemblance. Why, Barty, Bagman said with a grin. Is that whiskey you've got in there? Certainly not. Crouch exclaimed, looking highly offended. I would never stoop so low as to drink on the job or at such an important international event like this. I'm just very particular about my tea, so I brought my own to ensure. Make a fuss. If you say so. Bagman replied, sing-songing his words. Any news on Bertha Jorkins yet? Arthur asked the other two department heads. Not a dicky bird, Bagman said comfortably. But she'll turn up. Poor old Bertha, memory like a leaky cauldron and no sense of direction. Lost, you take my word for it. She'll wander back into the office sometime in October, thinking it's still July. You don't think it might be time to send someone to look for her? Arthur suggested tentatively. The problem is, Arthur, that she went missing in Albania, Crouch explained. We've asked the authorities to be on the lookout for her, but that's about all we can do since it's out of our jurisdiction. Besides, no one really remembers seeing her, so there aren't even any solid leads. We're hoping, of course, but you know how these things go. She was probably attacked by a local dark wizard or some sort of dark creature. Harry felt the blood drain from his face. He remembered Bertha. She had come out of Voldemort's wand right before his parents. He didn't recall too much about her disappearance except that Voldemort had killed her after Pettigrew had brought her to him, and that's how he knew of the tournament. But if Pettigrew was in Azkaban, then what had happened to Bertha? Was it just a coincidence? Harry hated coincidences. Where are you sitting? Arthur asked Sirius as everyone made their way into the giant stadium. Top box, Sirius said proudly. It was part of my reparation. Of course, the rest of it went to buying Harry a firebolt, but... You don't mind because I'm your godson and you love me? Harry suggested with a grin. Let's go with that, sure, Sirius replied. That's where we're sitting too, Arthur enthused. Bagman owed me a favor. The ministry is bending over backwards so I don't write the tell-all exposé about life as an innocent man in Azkaban, Sirius countered. Harry. Fudge said warmly, standing up to greet him. It's great to see you again. And hopefully under better circumstances than last time, said Sirius with a warm smile. Let me introduce you to the Bulgarian Minister of Magic. He doesn't speak a word of English, but... Really? Sirius perked up. I speak Bulgarian. Tonks looked at him in surprise. You do? Of course, Sirius nodded. So does your mother, come to think of it. After Dumbledore became headmaster, our parents debated whether to send us to Durmstrang. Of course, Durmstrang isn't actually in Bulgaria, but it has plenty of Bulgarian students, and they made us learn all the languages we might encounter. Really? Tonks was fascinated. What changed their minds? They decided the uniforms were tacky, Narcissa Malfoy replied as she entered the box, followed by her husband and son. Hello, Sirius. Narcissa, Sirius acknowledged with a nod. Draco. He paused. I don't actually remember what your husband's name is. Lucius, Narcissa replied. I heard you gave away your title. She added. I'm actually more of a regent than anything else. Remus clarified. I'm too busy to be bothered, Sirius added. Teaching at Hogwarts, having a life. Very few people manage both, you know. So, do you think you could help translate? Fudge piped up, looking a bit anxious. Sirius looked startled, as if he'd completely forgotten about Fudge and his foreign language woes. Oh, certainly, yes. He moved closer to the foreign minister and began conversing with him in his native tongue. Hi, Draco, Harry greeted. Narcissa shot him an icy look, even as Draco waved back cheerfully. Do you want to sit by us? Harry offered. Draco considered it. As long as Neville sits on your other side, so I won't get into a fight with the weasel, or my father won't freak out because I look like I'm associating with Granger, it should be all right. Does your father even? Do you know who Hermione is? Neville asked, his curiosity piqued. As a pureblood himself and generally laid back, Neville had never really had any issues with Draco after their first year. That was when Draco realized that Neville wasn't the easy target he had initially thought. No, but my mother might, Draco replied, lowering his voice. Do we have to deal with him everywhere? Ron complained, glancing over at Draco. I could go sit by him if it bothers you, Harry offered. Ginny shot a look at Draco's parents, who appeared ready to inflict bodily harm on Harry. You know, I think Malfoy will be fine here, she said. Mother, father, I'm going to go sit by the boy who saved us all from you-know-who, Draco announced confidently, knowing that his parents couldn't really refuse him after he framed it that way. While Arthur and Lucius spent the time before the match trading insults, Narcissa reluctantly made small talk with Remus and Tonks. At one point, Sirius approached to explain that the Bulgarian minister could speak English perfectly well but was pretending not to, just to annoy Fudge. The two men were apparently having a grand time insulting Fudge, with only Narcissa in the know. Harry remembered that the Irish mascots were leprechauns but had forgotten what the Bulgarian ones were. He was quite surprised when the field was suddenly filled with Vila. Draco, Neville, and Ron all jumped up, eager to leap off the balcony, only to be held back by the non-male and/or teenage members of the group. God, it's like you've never seen a Vila before, Harry said, shaking his head in disbelief. Ron flushed. Why weren't you affected? Because I'm not as hormonal? Harry suggested with a grin. What? Ron asked, confused. Never mind. Leprechauns. Arthur exclaimed as it was the Irish team's turn to display their mascots. There you go. Ron shouted with excitement, stuffing a fistful of gold coins into Harry's hand. For the omnioculars. Now you've got to buy me a Christmas present, huh? Harry had intended the omnioculars he bought for Ron and Ginny to be a simple gift, but Ron insisted otherwise. You know that leprechaun gold disappears after a couple of hours, right? Harry pointed out. What? Ron's face fell. Yes, they just make it to amuse themselves, Hermione explained. It causes all kinds of controversy when people pay with leprechaun gold. No one can really tell if the person who used it knew it was leprechaun gold or if they were tricked themselves. Thank goodness it doesn't last. Can you imagine the inflation? Besides, Neville chimed in, since the gold was scattered everywhere, you can't really pay him back with something anyone could just pick up off the ground. Looks like you're back to no Christmas present, Ginny added, annoyed that Ron had included her in the no present deal. She didn't mind accepting the 10 galleon gift. After all, she had a small fortune hidden away in her own private Gringotts vault from the basilisk, and her family had no idea. Don't worry, Ron, Harry quickly reassured his friend, who was looking more distressed by the second. Christmas is still 4 months away. I'll probably forget by then and get you something anyway. That's not the point. Ron exclaimed. You're always paying for everything. It's because I'm an orphan, Harry replied. And because I'm not afraid to exploit my fame for all it's worth. Ron still looked a bit disgruntled, but he quieted down after that. The match was entertaining enough, even if it was a bit predictable. Nothing Harry had done differently over the past 3 years seemed to improve the Irish team or Crumb's performance. Once again, the twins won their bet, but this time they didn't lose their savings. Harry was pleased to discover he had made nearly 13 galleons. He felt a sense of relief that he could still follow the game without needing omnioculars, especially since it had been 3 years since his last high-speed Quidditch match. However, the post-game celebration was abruptly interrupted by screams and shouts echoing from the campsite. Harry! Arthur burst into the tent. We've got to go. Kids, Get into the woods, okay? We adults need to handle this. Geez, Ron grumbled as the adults rushed off. They're making it sound like there's a Death Eater attack or something. Neville, watching two masked wizards levitating a small muggle child and spinning him like a top, frowned in disgust. I know no one here actually believes in divination, except, maybe, Harry, but that's 2 for 2, Ron. This is really sick. Ron muttered, shaking his head at the scene before they all hurried into the woods. Suddenly, Ron stumbled and fell to the ground. Tripped over a tree root. Well, with feet that size, it's hard not to, Draco drawled from behind them. You'd better hurry along before they spot you. Are you saying they'll be able to tell Hermione's Muggleborn and that she's in danger? Harry asked, skeptical. Draco raised an eyebrow. Don't be silly. It's dark, they're drunk, they probably don't know who she is anyway. Nothing about her screams Muggleborn until she starts talking. I was more referring to the fact that they might not hesitate to attack you, considering they blame you for the Dark Lord's downfall. Oh, Harry said, momentarily taken aback. That's thoughtful. But you really shouldn't call him the Dark Lord. It makes you sound like a Death Eater. You really shouldn't call him by his name, Draco countered. It makes you sound like an idiot. Speaking of Death Eaters. Ron glared at his most hated rival. Where are your parents? Out there wearing masks. Draco lazily eyed him. How rude. Potter, how can you be friends with such a heathen? We bonded over candy, remember? Harry said absently, scanning the skies. Shouldn't the dark mark be showing up soon? Hours later, when the adults finally came to get them, everything was safe again, but the dark mark still hadn't made an appearance. That left Harry feeling uneasy for reasons he couldn't quite explain. Something inside him hinted that something unexpected was happening again, but unlike with Pettigrew, he had no idea what it was. Chapter 36. Harry, who had spent the night before his return to Hogwarts at the Burrow to travel with the Weasleys, Hermione, and Neville, woke up to the familiar sounds of Ron and Hermione bickering. Seriously, why had it taken him so long to notice the unresolved tension between those two? Right, the same reason it had taken him 6 years to realize Ginny liked him. He had been completely oblivious back then. If you ask me, Mr. Crouch is very lucky no one at the Daily Prophet knows how mean he is to elves. Hermione exclaimed angrily. What are you talking about? Ron replied, sounding exasperated. He was very nice to her. He let her stay in his tent during the match because she was scared of heights and everything. He doesn't pay Winky, Hermione snapped. Therefore, she's his slave. No one pays house elves, Hermione, Ron retorted. That's the point of having a house elf. Harry does, Hermione pointed at him as he entered the room. Leave me out of this, Harry requested, but his plea went unheeded. Yeah, well, Harry's not exactly a shining example of normality, is he? Ron pointed out. Besides, from what I can tell, Dobby's pretty off, too. As much as I hate to get involved in your little lover's spat, and believe me, I do hate to get involved, Ron has a point, Neville said, presumably drawn to the kitchen by the sound of shouting. Most house elves get offended if you try to pay them. They don't want to be free. So you're saying it's all right to enslave an entire race of magical creatures? Hermione demanded angrily, turning on him. I'm not saying anything of the sort, Neville said, holding up his hands in a placating gesture. But that's house elf mentality. If you gave them all clothes today and forced them to take payment for their work, fewer people would want them, and they would be very unhappy. If you want change, you need to change people's mentality first. Humph. Besides, Harry said, house elves are always enslaved, and Mr. Crouch didn't seem particularly abusive when you guys met Winky. I don't think anyone, least of all the Daily Prophet, really cares. Harry, Mom wanted me to give this to you, Ginny said, approaching him and dropping a parcel into his hands. Oh, thanks, I guess, Harry replied, a bit confused. What is it? Mom figured that since you were running around with Sirius all summer, you wouldn't have had time to do your school shopping. So she took some gold from your vault and did it for you, Ginny explained. Why does your mother have access to my Gringotts vault? Harry asked, his curiosity piqued. Ginny shrugged. Who knows? Seriously, I need to see a list of who's authorized because the only ones who should have access are me and, because of my minor status, my godfather, Harry insisted. Ginny sighed. Why do you always make everything so difficult? Can't you just be thankful that she got your school supplies for you? I would, Harry admitted, except that I already paid Dobby to do it for me. Oh, Ginny said, her eyes widening. Well, that's kind of awkward. Oh, don't worry about it, Harry waved off the concern. I can just sell the extras throughout the year to anyone who needs to replace their supplies. It'll be much faster than I'll post. And you know, that's actually a good idea. Well, at least you're making the best of everything, Ginny said doubtfully. This means I've got 2 sets of dress robes. Harry mused. I'm only ever going to wear one, though. Hey, Ron. He called. Yeah? Ron, who had returned to bickering with Hermione, looked over. Due to a shopping error, I now have 2 sets of dress robes. I only need one. Do you want to borrow my second set? Harry offered. Ron made a face. Harry, you know how I feel about Shari. Laundry. Mrs. Weasley announced, walking into the room and handing robes to everyone. Mom, you gave me Ginny's new dress, Ron said, holding up a long maroon velvet dress robe with a moldy-looking lace frill at the collar and matching cuffs. Harry couldn't help but wonder why Molly always insisted on dressing Ron in maroon. It wasn't like she didn't share the same hair color, surely she realized he looked terrible in it by now. Was maroon really the only color on sale? Couldn't she use a spell to change it? Ginny snorted. Please. I wouldn't be caught dead in that. Then what? Ron began, eyeing the dress robes nervously. Ginny. Molly scolded. Those are your new dress robes, of course. Right, Ron nodded. Harry, is your offer still open? The offer I made 2 minutes ago? Harry replied with a hint of sarcasm. Of course. Great, Ron looked relieved. What offer is this? Molly asked curiously. Harry's lending me his spare set of dress robes for whatever we need dress robes for, Ron explained. Molly's mouth became a thin line. He most certainly is not. You are going to wear these dress robes, and you are going to like it, young man. Mrs. Weasley, Harry interjected hesitantly, hoping she wouldn't snap at him. Yes, Harry dear? She asked warmly. I really don't need 2 sets, but I currently have them. If I don't let Ron use them, I'll probably just give them to Dobby, and they're too big for him to have any real use for. He'll likely cut them up and use the fabric as a cleaning cloth, and this material is far too nice for that, Harry said earnestly. Well. Molly looked like she was starting to relent. Besides, you should see Ginny's robes, Ron pointed to his sister's very pretty royal blue dress robes. Ginevra, Molly gasped. Where did you? Ginny shot a glare at her brother. There was a sale going on, she lied, still refusing to admit she had money for fear her parents would react. Try to make her wait until she's of age to access it, so she'll be responsible with it, Molly had said. But Ginny didn't want to be responsible, she just wanted to avoid wearing maroon to whatever event required dress robes. We will talk about this later, young lady, Molly promised as she swept out of the room. Ginny snorted. When? I'm going back to Hogwarts tomorrow. She is really scary, Hermione said quietly. Oh, are you two still in the room? Harry asked, glancing over at her and Neville. "Why haven't you said anything for the past 10 minutes?" "We know better than to invoke the famous Weasley temper," Neville explained. "You know, she really reminds me of my gran sometimes, except more maternal." "Famous Weasley temper?" Harry repeated, incredulous. As his friends nodded, he burst into laughter. "Guys, Mr. Weasley is one of the most even-tempered people I've ever met. The one with the temper is Mrs. Weasley. And she's a Pruitt, so wouldn't it be the famous Pruitt temper?" "I guess," Neville conceded, looking as if he couldn't care less. The next day at platform 9 3/4, Bill and Charlie were having a great time teasing their younger siblings. Except for Percy, who was too busy trying to be a responsible adult and actually working. Clearly, he was just looking for an excuse to distance himself from the family. "I might be seeing you all sooner than you think," Charlie said with a grin as he hugged Ginny goodbye. "Why?" Fred asked eagerly. "Are you going to be in Britain for Christmas?" Harry asked innocently. "Let's go with that," Charlie replied. "After all, if it were for any other reason, I wouldn't be allowed to say anything, as it's, what was it? Classified information until the ministry sees fit to release it." "That really makes you wonder why it's such a big secret," Harry complained. "I mean, anyone even vaguely connected with the ministry knows, but Hogwarts students can't?" Charlie eyed him with a knowing smile. Harry looked at him curiously. "How do you know?" "I know everything," Harry replied seriously. "I thought that was your scar," Hermione interjected. "My scar is a part of me," Harry shrugged. "Really?" "Because when you were claiming you weren't psychic earlier," Hermione began. "Stop nitpicking," Harry said, ignoring her outraged gasp and turning back to the adult Weasley brothers. "So, you know why I sort of wish I were back at Hogwarts this year?" Bill said, looking almost wistful. "Why?" George asked impatiently. "Probably because being an adult sucks," Harry guessed. "Although, since he's a traveling curse breaker, I don't see why he'd want to go back to, exams." "You guys are going to have an interesting year," Bill defended. "I might even get some time off to come and watch a bit of it." "A bit of what?" Ron demanded. Neville shrugged. "Who knows? Every year Harry has is pretty interesting, and since no one actually tried to kill him last year, except possibly Professor Snape for giving serious ideas, this year should be twice as deadly." "How does that even work?" Ginny asked quizzically. "It's Harry," Neville replied, as if that explained everything. Which it kind of did. "Thanks for having us stay, Mrs. Weasley," Hermione said. "Yeah, thanks for everything," Neville added. "Oh, it was my pleasure, dears," Mrs. Weasley replied. "Oh, sure, it's her pleasure when it's Ron's friends," Fred muttered. "But when we want to have people over, it's always, we'll see," George added. "Or when I want to have friends over, it's Ron's friends are around your age, or Luna lives right over the hill," Ginny chimed in. The twins glared at her for breaking their rhythm. "Sorry. It's blatant favoritism, that's what it is," Fred sniffed. "Too right, Fred," George agreed. "No, it's because last time Lee Jordan came to visit, you blew up the house," Mrs. Weasley corrected. "We only blew it up a little," Fred insisted. "And it's not. Like you didn't fix it in 5 minutes anyway," George finished with a smirk. "Anyway," Mrs. Weasley sighed. "I'd invite you all for Christmas, but, well, I expect you're all going to want to stay at Hogwarts, what with everything going on." "Oh, come on." Ron moaned as they headed off to find a compartment. "Mum knows too. She's not even in the ministry. Can't you just tell me what it is, Harry?" "I could," Harry replied, a mischievous grin on his face. "But I don't want to." "You're not letting them know about the Triwizard Tournament?" Luna's ethereal voice chimed in from behind them. "Nope," Harry said cheerfully. "What's a Triwizard Tournament?" Hermione asked, a hint of irritation in her voice at being the only one in the dark. It's a competition that started 700 years ago between Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. A representative from each school is chosen, and the 3 champions compete in 3 magical tasks. Every 5 years, the schools take turns hosting the tournament. But several centuries ago, the death toll got too high, and they cancelled it, Neville explained. Death toll? Hermione asked, horrified. Well, duh, Hermione, Ron replied. Think how easy it is to nearly die just by going to Hogwarts, even without the extra danger. That's awful, Hermione whispered. It's a good thing they cancelled it. Didn't you hear, Luna? Harry interjected. They're reinstating it. I'm sure Dumbledore has more sense than that, Hermione said skeptically. I wouldn't bet on it, Harry muttered. It's okay, Harry, Luna said reassuringly. One of these days, the power of our insanity will be too much for her, and she'll have to believe. I know, Harry nodded. I just wish that day was today. As they settled into their compartment, Draco entered, flanked by his 2 friends. Father says Durmstrang takes a far more sensible approach to the dark arts than Hogwarts. Durmstrang students actually learn them, not just the defense rubbish we do. Mother put her foot down, though, and said no son of hers would ever be caught dead in a Durmstrang uniform. I can kind of see her point, I'll admit. I mean, who wears fur nowadays, really? Still, think of how much fun I could have learning all sorts of dark spells. So you think Durmstrang would have suited you, do you? Hermione said, her voice laced with anger. I wish you had gone, then we wouldn't have to put up with you, she added. Draco raised an eyebrow. Claws out today, Granger. Are you just sore that Durmstrang doesn't accept Muggleborns? No, Hermione shot back. Durmstrang has a horrible reputation. According to appraisal of magical education in Europe, it puts a lot of emphasis on the dark arts. That's not exactly a horrible reputation, Neville pointed out. Although the no Muggleborn policy does draw some criticism from the more moderate factions of wizarding society. So, going to enter, Weasley? Draco asked, clearly bored with the discussion of a school he'd chosen not to attend. Going to try to earn a bit of money so you don't have to make Potter buy you everything? Enter what? Ron asked, his confusion evident. You don't know? Draco looked amused. Your dad and 3 of your brothers are involved. How can you not know? What about you, Potter? You never miss a chance to show off, after all. Harry shrugged. Probably. I heard they're using an age line to keep anyone under the age of 17 out, but I'm not exactly going to let that stop me. And as for why they don't know, Luna tried to tell them, but they don't believe her. Which is strange because she's right more often than not. It's because what I say sounds strange, Luna explained. And to quote my favorite cricket player, in an insane world, the sane appear insane. How do you know about the tournament? Ginny demanded. Wait, you believe Luna and Harry? Ron asked, his disbelief clear. Ginny nodded. I've known. Luna said, for years, everyone has known that the crazier the things that come out of Harry's mouth are, the more accurate they get. Good point, Neville acknowledged. Oh, my father found out about it ages ago, Draco said casually. He heard about it from Cornelius Fudge. That's against the rules. It's supposed to be a secret until the time comes for it to be revealed. Hermione protested. What your father did, Malfoy, is wrong. Draco stared at her. Do you honestly expect me to care? You should, Hermione replied defiantly. Draco laughed. My father was accused of being a Death Eater after the Dark Lord fell, and that accusation keeps coming up every time someone doesn't like him. As a wealthy, powerful pureblood, lots of people don't like him. When you compare that to having your father accused of being a terrorist, Do you really think it matters at all if he told me about some stupid tournament a few weeks in advance? It should, Hermione insisted. Whatever, Draco said, shaking his head as he left the compartment, with Crabbe and Goyle silently following behind him. Do you think Goyle even knows how to talk? Harry asked idly. What about Crabbe? Ron chimed in. I always thought he looked stupider. He may not be the brightest guy around, Harry conceded, recalling how Crabbe had managed to kill himself with fiendfire, a spell he really shouldn't have been casting in the first place. But he's not that stupid. Your scar again? Hermione asked skeptically. Maybe, Harry muttered. Hey Luna, Ginny suddenly asked, do you believe in Harry's psychic scar? Oh no, the blonde girl shook her head. Then how do you explain how he always knows everything? Neville inquired. Luna blinked. He's obviously from the future. Hermione stared at her for half a second before bursting out laughing. That's even less likely than his scar being semi-sentient. Which it totally is, Harry said truthfully, knowing it was. Horcrux and all that, he said, gazing at Luna with curiosity. What makes you say that? Ginny asked, intrigued. Well, how else would you explain it? Luna replied calmly. Chapter 37. So, you're Dennis Creevey then? Harry asked politely, glancing at Colin's younger brother. The small boy hadn't really forgiven him for Colin's death. In Dennis's mind, Colin wouldn't have snuck back into Hogwarts if Harry hadn't made the decision to have the battle. Harry wasn't entirely sure about that, but he felt a twinge of guilt, especially since he had mostly ignored Colin out of sheer annoyance, even though Colin had idolized him. He had already made an effort to be nicer to Colin, so he figured it wouldn't hurt to extend that kindness to Dennis as well. Dennis confirmed, nodding excitedly. I fell off the boat on the way up here, and Colin said the giant squid pushed me back in. Isn't that awesome? That is quite a story, Harry conceded. Of course, my own boat ride was on a nice, calm night without any near drownings. I think that would have been a much pleasanter experience. But I can't really share that with anyone because they don't care. You, however, can use your story to terrify all the little first years for the next 6 years. Dennis's eyes widened in anticipation. Awesome. This is Harry Potter, Dennis, Colin introduced reverently. He's probably insane, but really cool. If you ever get really bored, go find him, and something exciting is sure to follow. Harry reflected that this was better than being sought out because of his so-called evil facial disfigurement. I do hope this year's batch of Gryffindors are up to scratch, nearly headless Nick remarked idly. We don't want to break our winning streak, do we? He paused for effect. Of course, that's not bloody likely with Harry here, but it wouldn't do to get overconfident, would it? I just want you to know that I really hate you right now, Harry glared at the insensitive ghost, who looked remarkably unconcerned. If looks could petrify. The opening feast was, of course, fantastic, and Harry was fully. Harry was engrossed in his thoughts when a horrified screech from Hermione snapped him back to reality. Alarmed, he looked up just in time to hear her exclaim, "There are house elves here?" "Here at Hogwarts?" "Certainly," nearly headless Nick replied, clearly surprised by her reaction. "I believe we have the largest number of any dwelling in Britain, over 100. I've never seen one," Hermione said, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Well, they hardly ever leave the kitchen during the day, do they?" Nick explained. "They come out at night to do a bit of cleaning, see to the fires, and so on. You're not really supposed to see them, are you? That's the mark of a good house elf, being unnoticed." Hermione stared at him, her expression shifting. "But they get paid, right? They get holidays and sick leave, and pensions and everything?" Neville began to look a bit pale. "Careful, Hermione. What you're talking about sounds suspiciously like a union." Hermione looked momentarily confused as to why that was a bad thing, but then recalled Neville's boggart. "Oh, sorry," she said apologetically. "But don't they get some kind of compensation for their work?" "They get more work and accommodations," Ginny replied. "And they really don't want anything else." "Dobby does," Hermione insisted. "And Dobby gets paid," Ron pointed out. Hermione glanced down at her mostly untouched plate of food and pushed it away in disgust. "I will not be a part of this slave labor," she declared. "You know, you really didn't seem to have a problem with the Weasleys' house elf when you stayed with them over the summer," Harry pointed out. "Or did you import all your meals?" Hermione flushed. "That's different." "How?" Ron asked. "I know your mother treats Slinky kindly, and she's always so happy," Hermione replied. Knowing it would only escalate the situation, Harry wisely resisted the urge to mention that Slinky's happiness could very well be a sign of thorough indoctrination. "He really think Mrs. Weasley treats house elves better than Professor Dumbledore?" Seriously, Dumbledore hired Dobby for real wages and even offered more than Dobby was willing to accept. He had to negotiate him down. If the other elves wanted it, they could get the same deal. Hermione sniffed. "Just because none of you care about social justice." "We talked about this, remember?" Harry interrupted. "Baby steps. Going on a hunger strike won't make the house elves want freedom any faster, and pushing for immediate emancipation would just freak them out. Instead, you should focus on studying the laws and policies regarding them and work towards outlawing house elf corporal punishment." "Fine," Hermione snapped, realizing Harry had a point. She reluctantly picked her fork back up. "But for the record, I am not happy about this." Just then, Dumbledore stood up, and Harry automatically tuned out the list of rules and tedious announcements. "It is also my painful duty to inform you that the Inter-House Quidditch Cup will not take place this year," Dumbledore was saying when Harry finally tuned back in. "What?" Harry exclaimed loudly. As everyone turned to stare at him, he figured he might as well go all in. "But my scar said that the Quidditch pitch shouldn't be occupied until around March or so. Surely the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students coming in for the Triwizard Tournament aren't demanding we cancel our one sport. I mean, for goodness sake, Krum is a professional Quidditch player." A shocked silence followed, then an outbreak of whispers. Neville groaned. "Harry Potter, Thunder Stealer." Harry snorted. "You want to talk about Thunder Stealers? What about him?" He pointed to the door, which suddenly swung open, revealing what appeared to be Alastor Moody. Harry quietly nudged the twins, who were sitting a few seats down from him. "Hey," he whispered. "I'm feeling mildly paranoid. Can you do me a favor and make sure that's really him?" Fred and George exchanged glances and shrugged. Fred pulled out the Marauder's map from under the table, muttered the password, and studied it for a moment before wiping it clean again. "Yeah, that's him. Alastor Moody." "Damn," Harry swore. George raised his eyebrows. "That's a bad thing?" Harry shook his head. "It's unexpected." "We like unexpected," Fred said cheerfully. "Well, I don't," Harry replied frankly. "I prefer my chaos to be organized." "That's such a contradiction in terms," George said, shaking his head sadly. "He might be onto something, though," Fred mused thoughtfully. "May I introduce our new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Moody," Dumbledore announced brightly. He paused for a moment. "And yes, Hogwarts does have the pleasure of hosting the Triwizard Tournament this year. So thoughtful of Mr. Potter to inform us all." If it had been anyone else, Harry would have bet that the old headmaster would have been annoyed. But seeing Dumbledore, it seemed he genuinely thought he was being considerate. Typical. "Age line?" Fred moaned. "What does he mean there's an age line?" "It's for our own good, really," Angelina said with a smirk. He glared at her. You're only saying that because you're already 17. Angelina crossed her arms, unrepentant. There's got to be a way to beat the age line, George insisted. We've just got to find it. I know how to get past it, Harry spoke up. And I plan on entering. After all, he reasoned, there was still a chance he could be entered since the third task was such a perfect kidnapping opportunity. He didn't think he'd changed anything regarding the tournament itself, and the third task was traditionally a maze of some sort anyway. So he might as well do it willingly. And since an aging potion wouldn't fool the age line, it could tell how old you really were, he figured it would recognize him as being in his 20s and let him through. Problem. They obviously hadn't considered how to prevent underage students from entering, but then again, most of those who could enter probably wouldn't want to risk their chances by adding more competitors. Now, I only had a month to figure out how to trick the goblet into thinking there was a fourth, or maybe a fifth, school, depending on whether one of Voldemort's followers still posed a threat. Can you imagine the chaos? 3 Hogwarts champions against one from Beauxbatons and one from Durmstrang? That would definitely ruffle some feathers. I hoped it wouldn't spark an international incident. But honestly, anything was better than facing a Voldemort incident. You do? Fred asked, sounding skeptical. How? George demanded. I smirked. Now. That would be telling. For 5 galleons, I'll be willing to enter anyone who wants me to. Spread the word. I always welcomed the chance to sharpen my skills, and I was looking forward to my first divination class. Hermione had dropped it at the end of last year, but since she was still taking Muggle studies, we used a time turner to make it to our one class while everyone else was busy with their other subjects. Good day, Professor Trelawney greeted us, her voice ethereal. She turned her gaze to me, her favorite pupil. Well, she probably would have liked Luna, but Luna had opted out of divination, claiming the class would be too structured for something as mysterious as the inner eye. You are preoccupied, my dear, she said mournfully. My inner eye sees beyond your brave face to the troubled soul within. I regret to inform you that your worries are not baseless. I foresee difficult times ahead for you, most difficult. I fear the thing you dread will indeed come to pass, and perhaps sooner than you think. I know, I replied sadly. I just heard that Ludo Bagman is going to be a judge in the Triwizard Tournament, and he's bet the goblins that I'll win. Even entered, Neville pointed out. Bagman got a great deal, Harry shrugged. So, about that whole "you'll enter anyone" thing, can you get me into the tournament? Ron asked, his voice filled with hope. I can get you into the running, Harry confirmed. As long as Hermione doesn't find out. I really don't want to deal with her complaining that I'm cheating or something until afterwards. He shuddered at the thought. She might even tell on me. Uncool, Ron agreed. So I'll get you the 5 galleons by next month, and don't even think about trying to give me a best friend's discount because I already owe you enough. All right, Harry said. Neville? The other boy snorted. Please. Why would I want to go up against the finest Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang have to offer? Because you're stupid? Harry suggested with a smirk. Neville glared at him. Oh, I didn't mean you, per se, Harry backtracked quickly. I just meant that's why everyone who's not a 6th year, like the twins, wants to enter. They're just after the prize money and maybe a bit of fame. They're not thinking about competing against the best of the best and the chance they could die. Am I right in saying, my dear, that you were born in midwinter? Trelawney's voice cut through their conversation. Well, Harry trailed off. I, personally, was born in July. My Scar, however, was born on December 31st. I thought your Scar was born on Halloween, Lavender said, puzzled. Oh, no, Harry corrected her. That's just when I got it. And that's not when it was born? Dean raised an eyebrow, clearly confused. No, it was born on New Year's Eve, Harry repeated, a bit annoyed. Don't you people listen? We do, Parvati assured him. You just make no sense. What's not to get? Harry demanded. My scar was born on New Year's Eve, and I got it on Halloween. Seems simple enough. You know what? Seamus asked, never mind. This won't be worth it, I can tell. Spoilsport, Harry muttered bitterly. I can't believe we have so much homework, Ron complained. Just because Trelawney can't take a joke. You told Lavender you wanted to see her anus, Neville pointed out. What did you expect? Hermione, who had been shoveling food into her mouth as quickly as possible, looked up sharply. He said what? Oh, don't you start, Ron said irritably. She already hexed me for it. It's no less than you deserve, Harry told him frankly. You know, in the Muggle world, that would be considered sexual harassment, and you could get into all sorts of legal trouble. It was a joke. Ron cried. It was a stupid one, Neville said bluntly. And Ginny heard about it from Parvati, so she's out for your blood as well. Oh dear God. Ron groaned, burying his head in his arms. I've got to run, Hermione said, standing up. I'm going to the library. I thought you didn't have any homework, Neville said, surprised. I don't. This is for something else, Hermione said evasively, heading toward the exit. Hermione, I should probably warn you that I trademarked spew over the summer, Harry called after her. She stopped, looking a little disappointed. You did? Why? I started a grammar Nazi organization, Stop People Abusing Words, Harry explained. That would be SPAW, now spew, Hermione pointed out. I spelled abusing with an E, Harry grinned. It seemed ironic. And this went over well with the grammar Nazis? Hermione couldn't believe it. Harry shrugged. It has the Harry Potter name attached to it, why wouldn't it? Hermione just shook her head and stormed off. No sooner had she left than Fred, George, and Lee Jordan descended upon them. Moody. How cool is he? Fred asked. And still moody, we checked, George added. We had him this afternoon. Lee turned to Harry, Ron, and Neville. What was he like? Harry asked, his curiosity genuine. He had never experienced Moody as a teacher, but Crouch had been pretty good, and he was eager to see how their teaching styles compared. The three older boys exchanged a knowing glance. Never had a lesson like it, Fred said mysteriously. He knows, man, Lee added. He knows what it's like to be out there doing it, George said, his voice filled with awe. He's seen it all, Fred continued. Amazing, Lee concluded. So, he started a cult, then? Harry asked innocently. Chapter 38. Harry had been looking forward to actual Moody's first class. He knew it was really Moody because he had the twins check just that morning. In fact, he had them check so often that they were starting to get a little annoyed, so he began paying them each time. Naturally, they took that as a cue to seek him out at every opportunity and assure him that Moody was, indeed, Moody. But Harry didn't mind. The twins needed the money for their future joke shop, which was bound to be amazing. Despite his excitement, Harry wasn't quite motivated enough to show up early, unlike the rest of the class. Even Hermione had convinced Neville and Ron to drag her out of the library so she could stand outside the classroom in anticipation. Harry arrived after Moody but before the bell rang. His friends looked disappointed at his apparent indifference and made him sit at the front with them as a sort of punishment. Maybe they didn't see it that way, but as a typical teenager, well, sort of, sitting in the front was never something he wanted to do. I've got 1 year to teach you how to deal with dark, Moody was explaining when Ron rudely interrupted. What, aren't you staying? He blurted out, sounding upset. Harry raised an eyebrow at that. They hadn't even been in class for 2 minutes, and Ron already wanted him to be their teacher forever? Then again, if the vague stories he'd been hearing about Moody's class all week were any indication, Moody certainly knew how to create a buzz. Moody shot Ron a look that clearly said, "Are you serious?" but managed to hold back the sharp comment that was clearly on his mind. "Does anybody want to answer that?" Moody asked. Harry started to raise his hand, but Neville beat him to it. Didn't Voldemort put some sort of curse on the position because he threw a fit after Dumbledore realized he was evil and didn't give him the job? That's what Professor Black said. I knew that, Ron said, trying to sound confident. Harry couldn't help but be impressed. Despite being the only one of the 8 Gryffindors in their year not to earn the 50-point Sirius had promised for saying Voldemort, Ron had managed to adapt. By early December, everyone else used the name so freely that Ron had stopped twitching about it. Moody looked amused. Sirius always was too reckless for his own good. Yes, Voldemort did indeed curse this position about 40 years ago. However, since the curse has been successfully thwarted for the past 2 years by people voluntarily leaving and sticking to one-year contracts, I plan to do the same. I might come back in a few years if retirement turns out to be too dull, but by then, you'll all be out of school, so it won't matter. Are we going to get the Imperious Curse cast on us? Harry asked, curiosity sparking in his voice. Moody narrowed his eyes, studying Harry. How did you know that? Have you been talking to the other classes? Because if I find out they spoiled this for you. Oh, no, Harry quickly assured him. It's just that, from what I can tell, surviving the Avada Kedavra leaves you with a psychic scar. He was a bit surprised that the lesson would be the same as before. But then again, he supposed that spoke to Crouch's acting skills during their last encounter. And he's made a career out of stealing other people's thunder, Neville chimed in helpfully. Is that so? Moody looked skeptical, as everyone usually did upon hearing that for the first time. He seemed more doubtful about what Harry had said than about Neville's comment. Harry shrugged. Find me another survivor to prove me wrong. You know 2 of the 3 unforgivable curses, do you know the 3rd as well? Moody pressed. The Cruciatus Curse, Harry replied shortly. Nasty piece of work, that one, and it'll leave you shaking for hours. Noticing the curious glances from his classmates, he quickly added, and no, I'm not going to discuss my experience with it, nor do I feel up to explaining what those curses are to those who haven't. Harry shook his head in disbelief. Somehow, I've managed to get through 4 years in the wizarding world without learning the 3 curses that could land you a one-way ticket to Azkaban, at least in most circumstances. He only half listened as Ron, Neville, and then Parvati explained what the 3 curses actually did, while Moody demonstrated them. The sight of the dead spider was disturbing, the tortured spider triggered unsettling memories, and the tap-dancing spider was mildly amusing, yet mostly horrifying. Harry noted that Neville didn't look nearly as bad as he had the first time he witnessed the giant spider being tortured, but he still appeared pale and was trembling slightly. Harry shot him a reassuring smile, which Neville weakly returned. Confronting a visual reminder of his parents' fate would never be easy for him. For the record, Harry said, breaking the uneasy silence that had settled over them, I'd like to address everyone who thought I was making it up when I said my boggart fear of green light was actually the Avada Kedavra. I so told you so. Right, Hermione rolled her eyes. Because you're just a bastion of truthfulness who has never given us any reason to doubt you, ever. I'm glad you've finally come to realize that, Hermione, Harry beamed at her. Harry? Ron said. I think she was being sarcastic. Harry sighed and shook his head. You've come a long way in your quest to identify sarcasm, young grasshopper, but you still have a long way to go. Ron blinked at him, confusion written all over his face. Did you just call me a grasshopper? Oh, never mind. Suddenly, Moody shouted, constant vigilance. Everyone but Harry, who had experienced it before, jumped about a foot. You see, Moody continued, If mere shouting can cause such an extreme reaction, then you are clearly unprepared for the world of combat. But, we're at peace, Lavender pointed out hesitantly. Moody smiled knowingly. We're always at war, whether we realize it or not. Peace, until war breaks out. The dark side rarely gives us advanced notice before attacking. Harry stifled his laughter at what was likely an unintentional Star Wars reference, turning it into a coughing fit. Moody's suspicious gaze lingered on him. Given that this was Moody, and Harry was indeed hiding something, he figured he might as well get used to it. The class ended without Moody using the imperious curse on them, which was a relief. Harry couldn't quite tell if Moody was annoyed that he had, as Neville put it, stolen his thunder, or if the lesson on the unforgivable curses was meant to be separate from the practical demonstration. Noticing Neville still looked upset, and knowing exactly why, even if Neville didn't want anyone to find out, Harry suggested they head outside. They spent a wonderfully relaxing afternoon down by the lake. That night, Harry, Ron, and Neville finally tackled the extra divination homework Ron had assigned. Ron and Neville were haphazardly making things up, while Harry thought he was putting in some real effort. Harry, you've got, I will be besieged by the stupidity of the general population 4 times this month, Ron pointed out. Really? Harry replied, feigning surprise. Only 4 times? This must be a good month, then. You're not supposed to repeat fates, Neville reminded him. Oh, Professor Trelawney will understand, Harry said with a dismissive wave. She faces the same problem with divination, you know. You've been here for 4 years, and you're still taking issue with the fact that no one else can keep up with your insanity? Neville said incredulously. Well, except for Luna, of course, Harry shrugged. Apparently so. Or so my scar insists, and I know better than to doubt it by now. Hey, what are Fred and George doing? Ron asked, clearly bored with the assignment. Harry figured that Ron wouldn't be taking nearly as long if he stopped making every day so complicated. If Ron's month got any more tragic, their professor might just decide he was the student destined to die young, overshadowed by Harry as usual. Ron, being as superstitious as he was, would probably believe her. Then they'd have to endure weeks and months of him lamenting his fate, until he might very well be strangled to death by his irate friends. Harry glanced over at the twins, who seemed to be plotting something. I'm guessing they're planning their future business. Interrupt them at your own risk. No thanks, I'm good here, Ron replied quickly. Neville snorted. Finally, he shows some survival instincts. Be fair, Harry said dryly. He's lived with them all his life. It's more twin instincts than anything. True, Neville agreed solemnly. Hey! Ron protested. Finished. Hermione announced, bounding into the common room. She glanced at Ron's paper. You appear to be drowning twice. It's a good thing Dean's a qualified lifeguard then, Ron said with a grin. Still, you'd think I'd learn after the first time. Don't you think it's obvious you made this up? Hermione asked. Way to judge, Hermione, Harry huffed. Just because you couldn't last a year in the class doesn't mean you should belittle those of us with actual talent. Hermione glared at him. By your own admission, you have no talent in the class. Ron does, Harry countered. So, Hermione, what's in the box? Neville quickly intervened, trying to prevent a full-blown argument. Funny you should ask, Hermione said, still glaring at Harry. She lifted the lid to reveal the all-too-familiar sight of 50 or so multicolored badges. They didn't say spew, of course, since Harry had trademarked that. He should have known better than to hope that would be enough to stop Hermione's crusade on behalf of house elves. Shoo? Ron asked, confused. Stop hurting our elves. Hermione beamed. Do you like it? Nobody's going to take an organization called SHOE seriously, Neville said frankly. It's not SHOE, it's SHOE, Hermione corrected him. Yeah, but people aren't going to care, Harry added. It's easier to just say, shoo. Truthfully, Harry didn't really care about Hermione's latest scheme and figured he could always get a recap from Neville later. So, will you join? Hermione asked, her hopeful expression almost convincing him to say yes. Then he remembered how annoying Spew had been and how idealistic Hermione could get about house elf rights. Can I just make a donation? Harry suggested instead. A donation? Why? Hermione blinked in surprise. Tax cut, Harry said simply. Ron groaned. Again with the tax cuts? Are you obsessed or something? Of course not. Harry shot back, offended. But seeing as I'm the only one of us who actually has to pay taxes, I understand that every little bit counts. I can't make such a deduction if I'm a member because then it looks like it's just for my own self-interest. You could hire someone to do your taxes for you, Hermione pointed out. That's what my parents do. Harry smiled. I could. But I find better loopholes. I'm sure you do, Neville said absently. Now, what does membership in this shoe require us to do? Because I draw the line that bakes sales. Hermione nodded. That's fair. How do you feel about knitting? Soon, the defense against the dark arts lesson that Harry had been looking forward to arrived, the chance to supposedly be completely immune to the Imperious Curse on the first try. Granted, it had really taken him 4 tries, but that sounded much less impressive. Isn't that illegal? Hermione protested. I could have sworn someone said it was a one-way ticket to Azkaban. Wizarding laws don't really apply to Dumbledore, Harry explained. I mean, what are they going to do? Arrest him? Good luck with that, he snorted, recalling when the Ministry had attempted something similar. While I wouldn't go that far, Moody replied neutrally, it's true that no one really wants to scrutinize Dumbledore's every action. Nitpick? Hermione exclaimed, incredulous. This isn't nitpicking. This is a curse that's on the same level as brutally torturing someone or outright killing them, and we can't just. Besides, Moody interrupted, if you don't want to participate in this lesson, the door is right there. Just don't be surprised if a dark wizard uses it on you and you find yourself completely unprepared and helpless to resist. It's not always the Death Eaters who employ it, you know. Often, it's used for less obvious evil and in conjunction with an oblivious. Gulping, Hermione remained seated. Harry watched impassively as his classmates succumbed to the effects of the Imperious Curse. The antics they performed, imitating squirrels, hopping around the classroom while singing the national anthem, executing impressive gymnastic moves, were amusing in isolation. But the unsettling reality that his friends and classmates could be utterly defenseless against a dark wizard, or even a morally ambiguous one, was not. Finally, it was Harry's turn. Potter, Moody growled. You're next. Harry stepped forward to the center of the classroom. Moody raised his wand and pointed it in his direction. Imperio. Harry felt the familiar effects of the curse, a blissful, floating sensation. Yet, after years of experience, particularly during Auror training, where they were required to endure the Imperious Curse until they could successfully fight it off, he barely noticed it anymore. Jump on the desk. Harry sighed theatrically. You know, I would. I really would. In fact, under normal circumstances, I think it would be a great homage to Dead Poets Society. Society, Moody said. Still, I cannot, on principle, obey any command I receive while under the Imperious Curse. It just wouldn't be right. Does that mean Harry's fighting off the curse? Hermione wondered. Maybe Moody's just getting creative, Ron suggested. Of course Harry managed to be immune, Neville groaned. Is anyone honestly surprised? No one replied. Impressive, very impressive. Until yesterday, I could honestly say I'd never seen someone so resistant to the imperious curse before, Moody remarked thoughtfully. What happened yesterday? Seamus asked. Moody smiled. Yesterday, I had the third-year Ravenclaws, and one Miss Luna Lovegood didn't even notice I put the curse on her. That sounds about right, Dean agreed. I am so proud, Harry gushed. Luna's great. That's all the time we have for today, Moody announced. Even though no one but Potter managed to beat the Imperius on their first try, repeated usage develops a natural resistance in everyone. So if anyone wants to work with me to build up that resistance, stay after class, and we'll work out a schedule. Needless to say, Harry went down to dinner alone. Chapter 39. When Victor Krum arrived with the rest of the Durmstrang delegation and the representatives of Beauxbatons, he was immediately treated like a celebrity. Harry, confident that the rules didn't really apply to him and feeling a bit sympathetic toward Krum, who had grown into a friend, strolled over to the Slytherin table and took a seat across from him. I would introduce myself, but that would probably be as pointless as you introducing yourself since my scar basically serves as a name tag, Harry said with a grin. Harry Potter? Krum asked, surprised. See? Harry beamed. No need for an introduction. Or an invitation, Draco grumbled from beside them. Go away, Potter. I was enjoying the look on the weasel's face when he saw me talking to his Quidditch hero. Well, as bad as it would be if it were just you, the fact that I'm not even supposed to be here but came over anyway should annoy him twice as much, Harry pointed out. Especially since he could have easily followed me but doesn't think he's cool enough to pull it off. That's because he's not, Draco replied with a smirk. Why are you here? Krum asked, eager to jump back into the conversation. Hogwarts is extremely vulnerable to celebrities, Harry confided. Professor Lockhart 2 years ago and me for the past 3 years are prime examples. I've found the best way to handle it is to carry an antidote to amortentia, avoid consuming anything that isn't sealed or that others are eating, like the food in the Great Hall, and don't ignore the fangirls. Trust me, it won't make them go away, it just makes you seem more mysterious and them even more determined to win you over. I see, Krum said, looking a bit dazed. Clearly, Durmstrang didn't have the same fangirl, or fanboy, problem that Hogwarts did. Is amortentia really such a problem here? Krum asked. Not so much, yet, Harry replied, a knowing smile on his face. Harry admitted, but in a few years, when I'm your age, here, I always carry a spare. Thank you, Krum replied, accepting the vial Harry held out. Any other advice? Harry thought for a moment. People are going to be begging you for autographs. I recommend making a bunch of copies of a photo of yourself, maybe in Quidditch gear, and signing them all. Carry them around with you, so when you're surrounded by autograph-seeking fans, they don't slow you down too much. And if you're interested in making a little spending money, you could sell them instead of giving them away. The students won't mind paying for them, it just makes them seem more valuable. Like when I sold signed wall scrolls of Harry and Drag, Draco chimed in. Krum looked a bit confused, unsure if he didn't know what drag meant or why Draco would have pictures of that. Harry quickly explained, it was a bogot. And I realized that since I trademarked my name, I could totally sue you for selling those without my permission. But by the time you figured that out, you'd already be getting a cut of the profits, Draco pointed out. And do you really want another lawsuit on your hands when you've got the tournament to worry about? I suppose not. Harry grudgingly conceded. You plan to enter the Triwizard tournament? Krum asked, surprised. It's not like I have much of a choice, so I prefer to be proactive, Harry replied brightly. But, the age line. Krum reminded him. Draco snorted. Like that will stop him. If anyone can find a way around that, it's Harry. I wish I was back at Durmstrang. Krum confessed. That's a common first reaction, Harry assured the international Quidditch sensation. The next day, as he sat down to the Halloween feast, Harry declared, "I feel accomplished." Neville looked frightened. "What did you do this time?" Harry couldn't shake the thought that someone out there considered him scarier than Snape. Seriously, who was this ex-Death Eater with the power to fail them? "I managed to convince about 75% of the non-Hufflepuff Hogwarts population to bet against Cedric Diggory becoming the Hogwarts champion. I fully intend to make a killing tonight. Apparently, Voldemort has people convinced that you have to be ugly to be powerful, and judging by the fangirls, Cedric is really pretty." "You mean you didn't enter?" Hermione asked, surprised and momentarily ignoring Harry's scheme. She hadn't heard about his plan to charge anyone underage who wanted a chance to enter, but she did know Harry well. "Oh, no, I did," Harry assured her. "And you, don't think you'll win?" Ron asked, incredulous that Harry would voice any doubt in himself. "Of course I'll win. Who do you think I am?" Harry replied, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. "But then how can Cedric?" Hermione started. Now, that would be telling," Harry said with a grin. "You'll see soon enough." Throughout the feast, Hermione kept pressing him for details, but Harry remained tight-lipped. It was much more entertaining to watch her get all worked up. Finally, Dumbledore stood up. "Well, the goblet is almost ready to make its decision. I estimate it requires just one more minute. When the champions' names are called, I would ask them to please come up to the front of the hall, walk along the staff table, and proceed into the next chamber where they will receive their first instructions." As he finished speaking, the flames in the goblet suddenly turned red, and sparks began to fly. A moment later, a tongue of flame shot out a charred piece of parchment. "The champion for Durmstrang will be Victor Krum," Dumbledore read aloud. After the applause faded and the champion disappeared into the waiting room, another piece of parchment was ejected from the goblet. The parchment flew out of the goblet. "The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour. The international Quidditch star everyone's obsessed with and the Vila girl driving all the boys mad," Hermione muttered. "Why am I not surprised?" "I don't think Karkaroff even let his other students enter," Harry whispered back. "He probably wouldn't have brought them at all if he didn't need someone to row the boat." "Are they crying?" Ron asked, glancing at two members of the rejected Beauxbatons delegation. "No wonder they didn't win. That is so not champion behavior." "For once, I'm with Ron," Neville said, looking a bit frightened again. "The Hogwarts champion is Cedric Diggory," Dumbledore announced, reading from a piece of lined paper. Harry felt a surge of satisfaction at the clear proof of the changes he was bringing about. He had started the whole Muggle school supplies trend on a whim, and now everyone was following suit. Hooray for fads! With his recent winnings from bets, he felt almost as happy as the Hufflepuffs, well, at least as happy as they were before he stole their thunder in just a moment. "Excellent!" Dumbledore exclaimed. "Now that we have our 3 champions for the Triwizard Tournament, we can—" He was abruptly interrupted as another piece of parchment shot forth from the fire. "The champion for the Salem Witches Academy is Harry Potter." A stunned silence fell over the room. Harry felt compelled to break it. "Witches Academy? God, my life sucks." The teachers looked upset, but the students were more amused than anything. Most had guessed that Harry would somehow get himself entered, but for an all-girls school? Well, except for the Hufflepuffs, they looked furious. Then, the goblet spat out a 5th name, this one also on lined paper. "Fred Weasley is the champion for the Harry Potter School of Awesomeness," Dumbledore read automatically. "Hoo-hoo!" Fred shouted, jumping to his feet. "Come on, Harry. Let's go meet our fellow champions," Fred exclaimed, high-fiving George and Lee. Harry reluctantly got to his feet, trying to shake off the feeling that the Hufflepuffs were glaring at him with a vengeance. After all, Gryffindor, and Harry in particular, had managed to overshadow them not once, but twice in just a few minutes. As he was about to step into the waiting room with the other champions, he caught Neville casually saying, "You know, Hermione, I could be wrong, but I could have sworn Ron predicted something like this would happen last year." "What is it?" Fleur asked, her curiosity piqued. "Do they want us back in the hall?" "I doubt it," Fred replied with a grin. "In fact, this might take a while to sort out." "Fred Weasley, 5th champion, at your service." "5th champion?" Crumb echoed, looking confused. "But this is the Triwizard Tournament." "Not anymore, it's not," Fred shrugged nonchalantly. "Why are you so surprised?" "I told you I was entering last night," Harry said. "I assumed you meant you were entering as a Hogwarts student," Crumb replied. "And deprive Cedric of his precious chance for glory?" "The Hufflepuffs would kill me," Harry retorted. "True," Cedric chimed in. "But they might kill you anyway now that you've snuck 2 Gryffindors into the tournament." "At least I didn't steal your chance to compete," Harry acknowledged. "And remember what you promised about getting out of any random graveyards you might find yourself in." "Yes, yes." "Somehow, I doubt they'll see it that way," Cedric replied dryly. "Are you two the last champions, or will we be getting representatives from Ravenclaw and Slytherin too?" Cedric asked. "No, I figured 5 people was more than enough for a 3-person tournament," Harry said. "3 people are enough for a 3-person tournament," Fleur insisted. "You have no imagination," Harry replied, glancing at Fleur with a hint of amusement. Just then, the room was bustling with activity as Luna entered, accompanied by several adults: Ludo Bagman, Crouch, Moody, Snape, Dumbledore, Madame Maxime, Karkaroff, McGonagall, Sirius, and Lockhart. "So, why are you here again, Gilderoy?" McGonagall asked, raising an eyebrow. "I'm here in my official capacity as headmaster," Lockhart replied, flashing his trademark smile. Snape snorted. "You? Headmaster? Of what?" "The Harry Potter School of Awesomeness, of course," Lockhart said proudly. "And, as you can see, my champion is right here." "Harry, it's been too long." Harry felt a bit embarrassed. "Actually, I was entered under an American school. Fred here is your champion." Lockhart squinted at Fred for a moment. "I remember you," he finally said. "Your joke shop will be a huge hit, I can tell." Fred beamed with pride, instantly rethinking his opinion of his mother's celebrity crush. "I can't believe you never told me you were a witch, Harry," Sirius said, sounding genuinely hurt. "I'm your godfather. You're supposed to tell me these things." "Well, maybe I would have if you hadn't cruelly abandoned me for most of my life while you were off living it up in Majorca," Harry shot back. "I said I was sorry." Sirius protested. "I thought he was in Azkaban," Madame Maxime said, sounding confused. "He rewrote his personal history," Moody explained. "Just go with it. This has probably already taken far longer than it should." "Can I rewrite my history?" Karkaroff asked hopefully, clearly fed up with everyone always bringing up his past as a Death Eater. "No," Moody replied bluntly. "But he did." Karkaroff pouted. "He doesn't have a dark mark," Moody countered. "That really was an unfortunate tattoo choice," Luna added sympathetically. "What is she doing here?" Fleur demanded, pointing at Luna. "If she is the 6th Triwizard champion, then I am leaving now, magical contract or no." "Oh, no, I didn't." "Come in," Luna said innocently. "I was just talking with Headmaster Lockhart about doing my 3rd year at the Harry Potter School of Awesomeness. He said that was fine, but since the student body is spending the year at Hogwarts because of the tournament, I would need to continue classes with the Ravenclaws." "How is it, Dumbledore, that you get 3 Hogwarts champions?" "2 would be bad enough, but with 3, you're over half the competition," Karkaroff demanded. "Technically, only Cedric is a Hogwarts champion," Fred pointed out. "I'm from the Harry Potter School of Awesomeness, and Harry's from Salem's Witches Academy." He burst into laughter again at that. So it's not bad enough that I have to be American, I have to be a witch too. Harry complained. Someone up there hates me. You probably deserve it, Sirius said supportively. But hey, at least we went to Las Vegas over the summer. Imagine how much it would suck if you had to be an American girl and didn't even manage that. True, Harry conceded. Regardless of what school you were entered under, you are still students of Hogwarts. Karkaroff burst out. And we were under the impression that the age line would keep out the younger students, Madame Maxime added. I do not know how old the red-haired boy is, but the other one is clearly far too young for this. You're just jealous you didn't figure out a way to beat the system, Harry said flatly. If we had been able to enter those who were not of age, we would, of course, have brought along a wider selection of candidates from our own schools, Karkaroff said, his eyes cold. Not as cold as Draco's mother's were whenever Harry saw her, but cold nonetheless. What, so you think a fourth year is such a threat you'd need to bring along other students to even it out? And whatever happened to all that faith in Krum? Harry wondered rhetorically. Do not go around blaming Dumbledore for Potter's determination to break rules. Snape spoke softly, he's been crossing lines ever since he arrived here. To be fair, lines have been crossing me right back, Harry defended himself. Did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire, Harry? Dumbledore asked calmly. Yes, Harry admitted. But I was also framed. Potter, do you actually listen to yourself before you speak? McGonagall asked wearily. You did it, but you were also framed? Very rarely, Harry replied. But while it's true that I entered myself under the Harry Potter School of Awesomeness, I think my reaction, along with the fact that it's a girls' school and my name was entered on parchment when God knows I haven't used that since the beginning of second year, clearly shows that I did not enter under Salem Witches Academy. Or you could just be trying to throw us off the track, Snape pointed out. I could, I guess, Harry agreed. But considering the amount of flack I'll have to take about being a teenage American witch, which would make me a walking cliché, it would definitely not be worth it. The rules state that whoever's name comes out of the goblet has to compete, so there's really no point in arguing about it, Crouch said, looking as if he wanted to leave. I want to know how he managed to cross the age line, Madame Maxime insisted. Unless Dumbledore made a mistake? Dumbledore did not make a mistake, McGonagall snapped. It is possible, Dumbledore said politely. No, he didn't, Harry assured them. I'm just more creative than that. I would tell you how I did it, but then you'd cover your bases next time. I think that if anyone else needs to get past an age line and stumbles across my method for doing so, they deserve to be able to use it in peace. After all, time travel was kind of extreme if you just wanted to enter a lousy competition. If someone went through all that trouble anyway, let them enter. I insist on resubmitting the names of all my students, McGonagall declared. Karkaroff spoke up. I want 2 more students, and I'm sure Madame Maxime wants them as well. The French headmistress nodded in agreement. The goblet won't be relit until the next tournament, Bagman said, shifting uncomfortably. So you really can't enter any more. And you can't leave, either, because Krum is bound to compete. I love how no one seems to care that someone entered me into a highly dangerous competition for an unknown purpose, Harry complained, watching the adults argue. It's the Nargles that make them quibble about fairness and how could this happen, while ignoring the more pressing question of why, Luna confided. Good thing there's no mistletoe, or we wouldn't have gotten past. How can there be 5 students for a Triwizard tournament? Harry added gratefully. Perhaps they aren't concerned because you wanted to enter anyway, Lockhart suggested. Or because they are horribly negligent. Whichever, Harry shrugged. And hey, you should really have a talk with Krum while you're here. He doesn't seem to have any idea how to manage his fame. Lockhart replied, looking thoughtful. As an international Quidditch sensation surrounded by hormonal teenagers, that could definitely cause problems. Yes, I will need to speak with him at some point. How long are you going to be here, anyway? Harry asked. According to the rules, as headmaster of a competing school, I get to be a judge, so I should be around on and off all year, Lockhart announced. Thanks again for giving me this opportunity to get more good press. Don't mention it, Harry said, waving him off. If it were any other student potentially in danger, they would probably be highly concerned, Sirius theorized. But you go after trolls because you're bored. That was only the one time. Harry protested. Chapter 40. In the days that followed, that support Cedric Diggory, the real Hogwarts champion badges made a comeback. This time, however, they were crafted by Harry himself to clear up any confusion about whether there was one champion or three. Since it was still too soon for the Hufflepuffs to speak to him without trying to hex him, Harry enlisted Colin to sell the badges on his behalf. Meanwhile, Draco was reveling in the opportunity to prove that Harry was a witch all along, thanks to his Harry and Drag wall scrolls, which were starting to sell quite well. This made Harry wonder just how different being Draco's friend was from being his enemy. He supposed he had set the tone for their relationship 3 years ago with that widely believed rumor. Harry, have you contacted your headmaster yet? Luna asked him, her tone serious. My headmaster? No, was I supposed to see Dumbledore about something? Harry replied, trying to jog his memory. No. The headmaster, or headmistress, more likely, of Salem Witches Academy, Luna clarified. You're entitled to representation too, you know. Is Salem even a real school? Harry asked, surprised. Of course it is, Luna responded confidently. So that means you haven't contacted them yet? I have no idea who the head person is, Harry admitted. Do you mind if I write to them then? Luna asked eagerly. They really should be informed. Even though I'm not really a student? Harry questioned. Even though you're not a student, Luna confirmed. Because for the sake of the tournament, you're an honorary student anyway. Feel free, Harry said. Thanks. Luna beamed. Now, did you see that the tournament made it into the Quibbler? Second page, 2. No, I didn't, Harry replied. Did you write it? He asked, intrigued. Of course, Luna said, handing him the latest edition of her father's newspaper. I was an eyewitness. Harry Potter Ruins Triwizard Tournament. By Luna Lovegood. In the former Triwizard Tournament, now known as the Pentawizard Playoffs, Victor Crumb is feeling a bit confused, Fleur Delacour is all wound up, Cedric Diggory seems complacent, and Frederick Forge Weasley is simply awesome. Meanwhile, Harry Potter is undergoing the transformation that had been planned for Ronald Weasley, Forge's younger brother, last year. In other news, Sirius Black has been temporarily placed in the London prison system. The reason? He cruelly abandoned his godson, Harry Potter, for most of his life while he lived it up in Majorca. It's expected that he will be released before Harry returns from boarding school, but he's legally required to attend bi-weekly meetings discussing the dangers of child abuse. More on page 6, Harry noted, glancing at the headline, as well as 27 uses for Jell-O that you never would have thought of, 29 for orange. Interesting title, he remarked. It's not very flattering, though. Well, you did ruin any chance of this being a Triwizard tournament when you entered Fred, even though you didn't enter yourself, Luna pointed out. True, Harry acknowledged. Pentawizard Playoffs. I like it. That's good, Luna replied. Seeing as I petitioned to get the tournament renamed. Did it work? Harry asked, intrigued. Pending approval from Fudge, Luna answered. I have a meeting with him after lunch today. What's this about Sirius being placed in prison? Harry asked, puzzled. I don't recall that happening. I've heard it said many times that a school is a prison, and he will be here until you go home for the holidays, Luna explained. Besides, we can't very well let him get away with cruelly abandoning you, can we? You do realize he was actually in Azkaban, right? Harry questioned. Not legally he wasn't, I checked, Luna replied matter-of-factly. And since there's no paper or magical trail to follow, we must simply accept him at his word. Besides, why would he lie about such a horrible, horrible thing? Why indeed? Harry mused. Of course, his friends were all supportive in their own ways. Ron was a bit annoyed that he didn't win, but thankfully, since Fred had come out on top, he could direct his jealousy there. George was also feeling a little left out for not being chosen, but he understood that only one of them could be picked. The two of them were spending a lot of time plotting how to work around that little technicality. Hermione, on the other hand, showed no sympathy for Harry's plight of suddenly discovering he was an American girl. She insisted he deserved it for creating his own school and entering it into the competition without informing anyone. Neville seemed resigned to the whole situation, and Harry wasn't entirely convinced by his claim of being framed. Cedric, however, was just pleased to have a chance to compete as well. He knew Harry was bound to enter and win, but he was feeling a bit overwhelmed by his rising popularity. He had even taken to joining Crumb for Lockhart's impromptu fame lessons. As for Draco, he smirked and said, "So how long do you think you're going to last, Potter?" 10 minutes into the first task. That's my bet. 10 minutes, huh? Harry replied, raising an eyebrow. That's actually not bad. I was hoping to finish a little sooner, but unexpected delays happen all the time. I'll probably get more support from the crowd if I take longer. That's not what I meant, Harry, and you know it. Draco insisted. I know nothing of the sort, Harry shot back, just as Hagrid started the lesson with the command, walk the Scruts. Grateful for the distraction, Harry claimed he had allergies and decided to chat with Hagrid instead. So, you're competing, Harry. In the playoffs. School champion, Hagrid said seriously. It seemed Luna had indeed gotten Fudge's approval. Yeah, I don't mind that so much as the school, Harry sighed heavily. I'm never going to live this down. No idea who put you in for it, Harry? Hagrid asked anxiously. Honestly, no, Harry confessed. My leading suspect is Barty Crouch Jr., but I just don't see how he could have done it. Isn't he dead? Hagrid blinked in surprise. Oh, who even knows? Harry replied with a shrug. The night before the weighing of the wands, Harry simply handed Dobby his wand and told him to go crazy. He wasn't entirely sure it was legal for Dobby to handle it, but the house elf did a far better job polishing it than Harry would have bothered to do. He wanted to avoid embarrassing himself again. You're late, Cedric said when Harry arrived. Sorry, Snape was trying to poison me, Harry said, not sounding apologetic at all. Really? Fred asked, sounding impressed. He didn't try to poison us until 5th year, George added. Yeah, well, we were supposed to be working with antidotes, and I turned in a Bezoar again, Harry shrugged. It's kind of expensive, but the look on his face and the fact that he can't technically fail me because the assignment was to find a way to save someone from various poisons makes it all worth it. What are you doing here? Crumb asked Fred, eyeing him suspiciously. I'm a champion, Fred explained. You may have missed it with all the excitement on Halloween, but that excitement was actually caused by Harry and my name coming out of the goblet. Then what are you doing here? Fleur asked, directing her question at George. Moral support, George deadpanned. I hear there's going to be a reporter here. Not to mention that he's not leaving my side until our mother's howler comes, Fred added. Are you sure you can't just tell us how you managed to defeat it, Harry? Cedric asked hopefully. Sorry, Harry replied. Long-held family secret. I would if I could, believe me. You're the only member of your family. Fred pointed out. Yes, but I have a seat in the... I may eventually get around to claiming my spot in the Wisengamot, and as the last in a long line of purebloods, I have family privileges like that, Harry explained. Coincidentally, That's also how I managed to avoid explaining how I got my school into the tournament. Harry didn't complain when Rita Skeeter pulled him into a broom cupboard. He valiantly resisted the urge to comment on how young he was for this. After all, it wouldn't do to anger Rita before her article came out, would it? You won't mind, Harry, if I use a quick quotes quill? It leaves me free to talk to you normally, Rita said. No, that's fine, Harry assured her, pulling out one of his own. I suppose you won't mind if I use one as well. Just a precaution, you see, in case the article is libelous and I have to sue. Rita paled slightly, and Harry could only imagine how quickly the direction of her article was changing. So, Harry, what made you decide to enter the Pentawizard Playoffs? She asked. I was actually framed, Harry replied. Surely you don't think I would willingly enter as a female contestant, do you? I'm a teenage boy, and I've heard that means my self-esteem is quite sensitive right now, which probably won't help. So you're denying your involvement? Rita asked skeptically. I didn't say that, Harry countered. I did enter under my own school, the Harry Potter School of Awesomeness, but I was beaten out by Fred Weasley. I've never heard of the Harry Potter School of Awesomeness, Rita said. Well, it's a new school, Harry admitted. If you want to know more, I suggest you ask Headmaster Lockhart. Oh, believe me, I will, Rita replied, sounding gleeful. Lockhart was always up for an interview, but she had to be careful. His lawyers were among the best in the business. By the way, Harry said, glancing down at Rita's notes, would prefer you use striking instead of ugly to describe my scar. That's fine, Rita said with a nod, and the quill swiftly crossed out the word, replacing it as requested. Now, why did you decide to enter? I wanted to challenge myself, Harry replied. It's a dangerous world out there, and trouble seems to seek me out. I half expected I would have to compete anyway, so I entered myself to try and prevent that. Obviously, it didn't work. Same end result, though, Rita pointed out. How do you feel about the tasks ahead? I'm okay with them. I have full faith in the Hogwarts educational system, Harry said, maintaining a straight face. Actually, my bigger concern is why, if the tasks are spread throughout the year, we couldn't have a Quidditch Cup this year. It's a travesty, really. What's this? Do I smell a scandal? Rita asked, her eyes lighting up with excitement. It very well might be, Harry replied nonchalantly. You should really look into that. Champions have died in the past, haven't they? Rita pressed on. Have you thought about that at all? A little, Harry lied. He had warned Cedric practically every time they crossed paths. But people have also had killing curses cast at them before, and I got away with a lightning bolt. Not a bad trade-off, really. I think I might actually be immune to death. Immune to death? Rita echoed, incredulous. Well, I haven't managed to die yet, have I? Harry countered rhetorically. Despite the best efforts of half the people I know. How do you think facing death has affected you? Rita inquired. Well, if most people had faced half the things I have, they'd probably have a nervous breakdown, Harry theorized. I'd say I'm rather blasé about the whole thing. When almost dying becomes a habit, you really don't worry about it much. Do you think the trauma in your past might have made you eager to prove yourself? To live up to your name? Do you think you were tempted to enter the Pentawizard Playoffs because... No, not really, Harry interrupted. Honestly, I'm rather indifferent to what Wizarding Society thinks. I did this for my own sake. Can you remember your parents at all? Rita pressed. You do realize I was only 15 months old when they died, right? Harry replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. So, is that a no, then? Rita asked. Of course it's a no, Harry said firmly. And just so you know, I think my dad would be proud of me, while my mom would have killed me for doing something so stupid. This interview is over. With that, Harry flung open the door to the broom cupboard just as Dumbledore was about to enter. "Hey, Mr. Ollivander." Harry called out once Fleur, Fred, and Crumb had their wands checked. "How is it that you can cast spells with all these wands, yet when I merely touched half of the wands in your store, they started destroying things?" "I would suspect it's because you are a menace to society," Ollivander replied absently. "Your wand, please, Mr. Diggory." Harry opened his mouth to protest but then closed it again, realizing it was true. "It's in fine condition," Ollivander said, turning Cedric's wand over in his hands. "You treat it regularly?" "I polished it last night," Cedric grinned. The twins and Harry exchanged a look before bursting out laughing. Cedric looked puzzled for a moment before he got it and rolled his eyes. "Is a little maturity too much to ask for from Pentawizard Playoff champions?" "Hey, I'm only 14, Harry defended himself. "Well, physically, at least." "True," Cedric acknowledged. "What's their excuse?" "They're Fred and George," Harry said, as if it were obvious. "They don't need one." Chapter 41. It's finally here. George yelled excitedly a week and a half later at breakfast. "Save me, Harry." Fred begged, his voice laced with desperation. Harry winced, aware that they were only 3 seats down from him. He looked up just in time to see the post arrive. More specifically, it seemed that Molly had finally created the perfect howler. Years of experience had taught Harry that the longer it took for her to send a howler after an incident she disapproved of, the worse it would be. Idly, he leaned over and muttered, "Muffliato," tapping the smoking red letter. "You're a lifesaver, mate," Fred said, his tone serious. "I know," Harry replied with a smirk. "Hey, it looks like you made the front page again." "This time it's about the playoffs," George remarked, glancing at the Daily Prophet that had just been dropped in front of Harry. "Harry Potter and the Pentawizard Playoffs. By Rita Skeeter." "That sounds like the title of a book or something," Harry complained. "Although that's an idea. Doesn't the Daily Prophet have any other reporters?" Fred wondered aloud. "Maybe they're just on hand to check her facts," George suggested. "She spelled Crumb's name wrong in her notes and didn't even bother to get Cedric's, so if that's in there, then we'll know someone edited it." Harry Potter is a 14-year-old wizard attending Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry thought that might be the first proper introduction he had received since that dreadful night 13 years ago, the night that orphaned him and freed them all. Since then, he had been known by many names: the boy who lived, Gryffindor's golden boy, the boy who silenced, hero, and now, Pentawizard Playoff champion. As everyone is no doubt aware by now, the Triwizard Tournament was initially scheduled to take place at Hogwarts this year, with Victor Crumb, Fleur Delacour, and Cedric Diggory chosen to represent Durmstrang, Beauxbatons, and Hogwarts, respectively. Then something unexpected. Fred Weasley was chosen to represent the newly founded Harry Potter School of Awesomeness, while Harry Potter himself was selected to represent an American school. Although Harry's new headmistress was unavailable for comment, the headmaster of the Harry Potter School of Awesomeness, our very own Gilderoy Lockhart, had this to say: "Fred is an outstandingly creative, albeit unconventional, student, and he has my full confidence." Fred isn't alone in his promise. Victor Crumb is an international Quidditch sensation from Bulgaria. Fleur Delacour is the daughter of a prominent French official and is widely rumored to be part Vila, and Cedric Diggory is the top of his class and the son of an important ministry official. How does Potter stack up against this impressive competition? Very well, actually. His test scores have labeled him a prodigy, but he hasn't let it go to his head. Draco Malfoy, a close friend of Harry's, had this to say: "Harry's a good guy who doesn't take life too seriously." Of course, I can't vouch for his sanity, but we all have our faults. When asked about his entry into the playoffs, Harry insisted that while he did enter to challenge himself, he was surprised to be nominated as an American candidate, just like everyone else. Is this a conspiracy? Are the Americans trying to steal some of Potter's glory for themselves? This reporter intends to find out. Harry is most often found with his three closest friends, Ronald Weasley, Neville Longbottom, and Muggle-born Hermione Granger. Along with the youngest Weasley, Ginny, and Luna Lovegood, the daughter of the Quibbler editor, these three stunningly pretty teenage girls are competing for Harry's affection. Which one will be his source of strength throughout the playoffs and ultimately win his heart? Only time will tell. Well, that's just. Harry trailed off, searching for the right words. At least there's no mention of me crying this time. You cried during your interview? George looked at Harry skeptically. Oh God, no, Harry assured him. I guess threatening to sue her for libel paid off then. Hey, Harry, do you have any idea what the first task is going to be? Fred asked. I know they said they want to see how well we adapt to high-pressure situations and all, but if your Scar has any idea, that would be great. The best pranks involve a good deal of preparation, you know. Harry snapped his fingers. Oh, right. Follow me. With that, he made his way to the Hufflepuff table. Hey, Cedric. Nice article, Cedric greeted him. I noticed it was very interested in your love life and the other contestants. I seemed kind of like an afterthought. Well, except Fred, but then he was from the Harry Potter school, so. Harry shrugged. You should be glad you made the article at all. I think they actually hired fact-checkers after that one time I sued them for libel. Because of those articles about your secret life as a drag queen? Cedric asked. I remember those. Harry grimaced. So do I, unfortunately. I think that's why they avoided mentioning that my school is girls only. Anyway, my Scar knows what the first task is, so if you want to know, I'd suggest you follow me. Cedric immediately stood and followed him out of the Great Hall and into a deserted classroom. What's he doing here? Fred complained. Yeah, where's your Gryffindor pride, Harry? George added. Sorry, guys, Harry said apologetically. But my Scar has no Gryffindor pride, and it won't tell me what the task is unless I tell you both, so. So what is it? Cedric inquired. Dragons, Harry said simply. I must be going deaf, George announced. Me too, Fred said. Because I could have sworn I just heard you say dragons. There is no way in hell Dumbledore would expect us to fight a dragon, Cedric said flatly. I refuse to believe it. No, we're not fighting them, Harry replied. Agreed, Harry said. Although, all things considered, that might actually be easier. His fellow champions and George all paled, wondering what could possibly involve a dragon but be worse than facing it head-on. We're supposed to steal a golden egg from nesting mothers, he continued. You know, now that I think about it, fighting a dragon wouldn't be all that bad, really, Fred said, his voice sounding strangely high-pitched. Don't worry, we'll think of something, George assured him. You're positive? Cedric asked seriously. Harry nodded grimly. Cedric closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Shit. Harry shrugged apologetically and hurried off to potions. On the way, he ran into Luna. I got a reply from the headmistress, she told him. Really? Harry asked, intrigued. What did it say? Luna just smiled at him and continued on her way. When he arrived in potions, he found the Slytherins discussing the article, and he felt a wave of relief at how much milder this version was compared to the last one. Even if he didn't remember the details of the first article Skeeter had written about him, he knew it had been painful. And that had been when she was supposedly on his side. Stunningly pretty. Granger. Pansy was shrieking. What was she judged against, a chipmunk? I wouldn't talk if I were you, Pansy, Harry said, stepping up behind his rather vexed Muggle-born friend. Seeing as I heard you came in third. Knowing what the task entailed and what he would be up against, Harry chose sleep over meeting Hagrid and facing the reality of it all once again. He was a bit curious about what kind of dragon they would be dealing with, but not enough to get out of bed for it. After all, he was a growing boy. Kind of. On the day of the first task, McGonagall personally escorted him there. Now, don't panic, she told him. Just keep a cool head. We've got Wizard standing by to control the situation. The main thing is just to do your best, and nobody will think any less of you if things get out of hand. Are you all right? Harry snorted. Why, Professor, anyone would think trying to steal an egg from a nesting mother dragon is a bit dangerous and rather irresponsible to ask of a 14-year-old. You know? McGonagall looked surprised. Harry simply tapped his forehead, and she sighed. Of course. Don't sweat it, I'll be fine, Harry promised. Besides, if I don't perform well in this, Draco and the Hufflepuffs will never let me live it down. If you're sure, McGonagall said, her voice laced with doubt. I am, Harry replied firmly. Thank you for your concern, though. McGonagall nodded jerkily and left him at the entrance to the tent. As Harry stepped inside, he broke the gloomy atmosphere. So, am I the only one who thinks that just by showing up, we should probably be put on suicide watch? You should have been on it the minute you went after that troll in third year, Cedric said frankly. Huh? Third year? That had been my first, right, Cedric, you're 2 years older. How can you be so calm? Fleur demanded. We could very well die. In the first task? Harry asked incredulously. No way, if I die, I'm going to do it in the third task where all the press is. Professor Lockhart recommended much the same thing, Victor said. I wasn't sure whether he was serious or not, though. Well, he's not serious, Harry quipped, making the obligatory pun, but you should take him seriously. If you want your death to be remembered, going during the third task is the way to go, right, Cedric? Why are you asking me? Cedric replied. Graveyard? Harry said, seemingly out of nowhere. Run like hell, Cedric answered, having been asked this question a good 4 dozen times since being chosen as a champion. I don't want to die during the playoffs at all, Cedric added. Victor protested, and Harry shrugged. Then don't worry about it. Only champions in the tent, boys, Ludo Bagman announced, casting a wary glance at Fred and George, who were hatching a scheme in the corner. Now, I may not know which of you is which, but only one of you is a champion. About that, George chimed in. The Goblet of Fire declared the champion as Fred Weasley. I legally changed my name last week, so I'm now George Fred Weasley. Therefore, I'm entitled to compete as well. Bagman looked utterly gobsmacked. I'll have to run that by the other judges, certainly, and I'll get back to you before it's your brother's turn. Now, the task is to collect a golden egg from a nesting dragon. There are 5 models, and you will each pick a miniature of the dragon you'll face from this bag. He paused, but the champions, and George, failed to react. Oh, come on, he said, clearly annoyed. You could at least pretend to be surprised. Obligingly, Harry gasped. Gosh, this has got to be the most unexpected event I've ever encountered. Dragons? I don't think I've even seen a dragon. That's a little over the top, don't you think? Cedric asked. Harry shrugged. I'm reacting for 6 people here, take it or leave it. Fred was the first to choose and got the Welsh green. Cedric followed with the Chinese fireball. Fleur was third and picked the Swedish short. When it was Harry's turn, he ended up with the Hungarian horntail again. Victor was last, selecting the previously unseen Peruvian vipertooth. Harry found it strange that while everyone else got different dragons, he was stuck with the same one, and the hardest one at that. Then again, it might have been odd if none of them had duplicates. When Bagman pulled him aside for a quick word just before addressing George's name change with the other judges, Harry cut him off with some advice. If you're betting I win the playoffs, make sure your bet does not. That doesn't necessarily rule out a tie. I don't really see it happening, but you never know. I've been known to act a bit foolishly noble like that. Harry assumed Cedric and Fleur were doing the same thing against their dragons. He couldn't think of any reason they would do otherwise. Fred and George's attempt, apparently, the judges had voted to let them both compete. Strange, lasted less than 5 minutes. Harry couldn't help but feel curious about what they had possibly done. Then it was his turn. Sure, he was older and wiser now and could have attempted something spectacular, but he really loved flying. He was amazing at it, so why mess with success? To avoid the awkwardness of standing around while everyone wondered what he was up to, he had Neville bring his broom down with him. That way, he only needed to summon it from the crowd. After flying around for a bit and successfully irritating the Hungarian horntail to the point where she left her nest to chase after him, he completely copied Victor, though since Victor hadn't gone yet, it would look like Victor was copying him. He cast a conjunctivitis curse at the dragon before swooping back down to grab the egg. Unlike Victor, he had the sense to lure the dragon away from the eggs before casting the curse, so she didn't smash any of them. His precious points should be secure. What did you guys do? Harry demanded as soon as he saw the twins. And why is Luna a judge? I transfigured a rock into a sheep and stuck a modified canary cream on it. When the dragon ate it, it transformed into a canary, and Fred grabbed the egg and threw it to me, Fred explained. If it turned into a canary, how was it modified? Harry asked, feeling a bit clueless. Because they don't usually work on dragons, George clarified. We needed 2 people because while I was getting the distraction and immobilization ready, Fred was sneaking closer to the nest. And then since the cream only lasted a minute. We had to act fast to get it back to safety before it transformed again, Fred explained. As for Luna, when George and I went out there to see if he could compete, Luna told us that even though the headmistress of the Salem Witches Academy was too busy to come in person, she had authorized Luna to act in her place, including judging. Wow, Harry said, impressed. I should have thought of that. That might have been a bit too insane, even for you, Cedric suggested. Harry shuddered. Don't say that. At that moment, Crumb stormed into the medical tent. I did not copy you. He hissed. I never said you did, Harry replied, confused. They do, Victor said, gesturing towards the crowd. And this despite the fact that I couldn't even hear what was going on from the tent. Harry shrugged. Sorry. With that, he went off to find his friends to see how the other champions had fared. Apparently, Cedric had just managed to avoid injury when the dog he transfigured from a rock lost the dragon's interest. However, his shirt did catch on fire, much to the delight of his fangirls when he was forced to take it off. Fleur managed to keep her skirt from catching fire this time, and as for Victor, half of his eggs still ended up smashed. Madame Maxime gave Fleur, Cedric, Fred, and Harry a 9, while Victor received a 5. A little favoritism, but 1 point, or 2, considering the second task, wasn't going to make or break anyone in the playoffs. Crouch awarded Harry a 10, Crumb a 5, and everyone else a 9. Dumbledore gave everyone a 9, except for Victor, who got another 5. Bagman gave Harry a 10, Fleur, Cedric, and Fred each received a 7, while Crumb got yet another 5. Karkaroff awarded Victor a 10 and everyone else a 5. Lockhart gave Harry and Fred both a 10, Fleur and Cedric an 8, and Victor a 5. Luna, after some long and hard deliberation. Fred received a 10 for creativity, while Harry earned an 8 for showing off. Cedric and Fleur both scored 9s for their solid performances, but Victor only got a 5. Why is it always a 5? Victor wondered aloud. Harry shrugged. You smashed half the eggs, so you get half the points. That seems fair, right? Hermione chimed in, so that means Fleur has 57, Cedric has 56, Fred has 59, Harry has 61, and Victor has 40. And I'm currently winning because I have 2 judges who clearly favor me, Harry said, shaking his head ruefully. Although it stings that my own school representative voted against me. That's what you get for showing off, Luna replied sternly. Isn't that the point of the playoffs? Harry shot back. You were taking requests, Luna pointed out. Chapter 42. Luna, wait up. Harry called to the blonde a few feet ahead of him. She paused and turned to wait for him. If this is about the second task, I regret to inform you that you're clearly not obsessive enough to figure it out, and I can't tell you either way. I'm under oath, you see, every judge is. Otherwise, what would be the point of keeping it a secret? The headmasters would just tell their students anyway. Well, except for Dumbledore, but the tradition of judges taking that oath goes back long before his time. That is old, Harry remarked. And don't worry, Luna continued with a hint of mischief in her voice. I may not be obsessive enough to take the egg with me while I bathe, but my scar was quite insistent about it, so I already know what the second task is. Cedric will figure it out sooner or later. I saw the twins trying to play football after Dean explained it to them. They kicked it into the lake, so I'm sure they've already got a plan, and it will be epic. Or anticlimactic. Epic in its anticlimacticness? What about you? Luna asked seriously. Do you know what you're going to do? Harry shrugged. I'll figure something out. And if not, I could always do what I did last time, but I did that for the first task, so. So you were also in the Pentawizard Playoffs before you went back in time? Luna inquired. Yeah, but it was called the Triwizard Tournament then, and Fred wasn't involved, Harry started before cutting himself off. He glanced around to ensure they were alone, and fortunately, they were. I forgot you figured out my secret. It's hardly a secret, given that you're practically flaunting your future knowledge, Luna pointed out. But most people are tragically too close-minded to realize the truth. And you don't care? Harry asked, a little surprised. Not really, Luna replied honestly. Out of curiosity, how long ago did you get back, and how old were you at the time? I was 23 when I got back, about a month before my first year, Harry answered. And did. You came back to stop some terrible future? Luna pressed. Well, if I could prevent Voldemort from killing people I care about, that would be great. But honestly, no. Things worked out pretty well. I defeated Voldemort by the end of what was supposed to be my 7th year, and then I accidentally went back in time 6 years later, Harry explained. I see, Luna replied, her tone unfazed. Then again, she never seemed surprised. I thought as much, considering you didn't appear overly traumatized when I met you in your 2nd year back. It's not like I don't miss them, Luna. I do, Harry assured her. But they're gone, and I don't see a way back. I came through the veil in the Department of Mysteries, but I don't know anything about it or how it works. Neither does anyone else. Who's to say that if I went through it again, it wouldn't just kill me or send me to a different dimension? I don't want to lose everything again. I understand, Luna said softly. Did Professor Black come back as well? Harry blinked. Yes, how did you? He broke out of Azkaban rather suddenly and unexpectedly. He seemed a lot more recovered than I thought someone would be after such a long-term stay there when I first met him, Luna explained. So, does this change anything? Harry asked, feeling a bit nervous. He may not have been very close with Luna until the end of the war, and since then, she had gone off searching for mythical creatures and met Rolf, not having moved back to England yet. Still, she was really the only one besides Sirius, who was in the same predicament, who could keep up with him. Luna considered for a moment. Ginny and I are 13, Hermione is 15, and you're 26 or 27. Regardless of what Rita Skeeter's article tells you, you should put off dating until, at the very least, your 6th year. That way, if you go with someone, you're physical. Age won't make you a pedophile, and if you're with someone who is closer to your mental age, they won't be treated as one, she said finally. Good advice, Harry nodded. Honestly, I'm not really attracted to anyone my physical age right now. When I look at them, all I see is a child. I've read Lolita, you know, and I have no intention of becoming Humbert. Luna nodded in approval. So, what did you want to talk about before we got sidetracked by the fact that you're from the future? Harry looked confused for a moment. Oh, right. I wanted to know how you managed to become a judge. I mean, I have complete faith in you, but I don't understand why some American headmistress you've never met would trust you to represent her school. Well, it's quite a simple story, really, Luna began. The headmistress didn't even know about her school's participation until I told her. She sent me a polite note back, thanking me for the information and asking if she needed to do anything. And what did you say? Harry asked. I told her that no, she wouldn't need to do anything, but that she had the right to serve on the panel of judges. She replied that she was quite busy and had no real interest in judging the playoffs. I then asked if she wanted to appoint someone as her proxy, and she said, "Why don't you just do it since you were the one who brought it to my attention in the first place?" I'm not sure she even realized I was a student, and she definitely seemed disinterested in the whole affair, Luna concluded. Wow. So you just lucked into the position, then? Harry clarified. Luna shrugged. Pretty much. Life works in interesting ways, doesn't it? It could have been anyone, really, but I was the only one who thought to contact the headmistress. Well, congratulations. I'm sure you'll do amazing, Harry told her sincerely. Flattery won't stop me from docking you points for showing off, Luna replied with a playful smile. Luna, Harry said, a hint of disbelief in his voice. I don't know what you're talking about. But while we're on the subject of judging, how on earth did the twins manage to compete together? The Goblet selected Fred Weasley as a champion, and they were both Fred Weasley, Luna explained. We should be grateful this isn't a public school. If the name entered had been John Smith, we could easily have half a dozen boys competing under that name. Even if that's technically true, and pretty impressive, Harry replied, the judges still had to approve it. There's no way Madame Maxime or, God forbid, Karkaroff would have allowed it. They voted against it, Luna conceded. So did Dumbledore. I think he's still a bit sore about how easily you got past his age line. But there are 7 judges, 1 from each school, plus Bagman and Crouch. I voted for the twins because they always work better together. We're so far past the spirit of the rules that it's ridiculous. Lockhart supported them because they represent his new school. Bagman mentioned he owed them money before also voting in their favor. Crouch said there was nothing in the rules against it, and since this whole event is already unconventional, he allowed it. That made it 4-3 in favor of letting them compete together, and so they did. So the only reason they got away with it is because 2 judges had personal reasons? Harry said, shaking his head in disbelief. I should have known they'd find a way to turn Bagman's bet to their advantage. Indeed, they are fine champions, Luna said, beaming. What about me? Harry demanded. Luna looked at him with wide-eyed innocence. I haven't seen you in the school uniform yet, Harry. School uniform? Harry echoed, feeling a bit uneasy. Oh yes, Luna said earnestly. It's not that bad, really. You should see the outfits at the Japanese school. They're practically just oversized yet. Skin-tight shirts. Harry thought to himself, never expecting to feel a sense of gratitude towards a Death Eater. Well, except for Snape, but he was kind of on everyone's side, so that didn't really count. Now, though, he found himself oddly thankful to Crouch Jr. or whoever had taken his place for not turning him into a Japanese girl. Hey, Sirius, Harry greeted his surprisingly still employed godfather. Sirius gave him a puzzled look. Did you want something, mister? Very funny, serious, Harry replied, crossing his arms. That's Professor Black to you, Mr. Potter, Sirius said coldly. Harry rolled his eyes. You're feeling neglected. Maybe, Sirius admitted. I've been busy, Harry pointed out. What with the first task and everything that followed. That's no excuse for abandoning your only family in the world, Sirius sniffed. What, so the Dursleys don't count? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. No, they don't, Sirius replied firmly. They lost all counting rights when they made you sleep in a cupboard. Dudley's not all that bad. Harry defended, thinking of how Dudley had changed after he returned from hiding the year he defeated Voldemort. Maybe not in the future, Sirius allowed, though he sounded skeptical. And you haven't come to see me outside of class in practically forever. It was only a week, Sirius, Harry pointed out. Exactly. Sirius exclaimed dramatically. Knowing you, you could have managed to die at least 4 times in that time. And that's not even counting the dragons. Speaking of which, what did you think of the first task? Harry asked, eager to hear the opinion of the only other person who knew how it had originally gone, even if he was pretty sure Sirius hadn't actually witnessed it. Well, aside from your blatant cheating, Sirius began. There are no rules about being sent back in time. Trust me, I checked, Harry objected. After all, I wouldn't want to inadvertently break a binding. Magical contract? Now would I? I meant Sirius tried again. And summoning's perfectly fine, even if it was a bit audacious to have the broom in the stadium with me already, Harry interrupted. Yeah, great, but again, that's not what I meant. I meant how you totally copied Crumb's spell. Even if it did end up working far better for you than it did for him, Sirius said thoughtfully. Me? Copy him? But, I went first. And unless you seriously think someone as taciturn as him would go around blabbing about his plan, especially in front of one of his fellow competitors, there's no way for me to know. Are you accusing me of being psychic or something? No, but the twins tell me that your Scar is rooting for a Hogwarts student victory, so I wouldn't put it past it to let Crumb's plan slip, Sirius deadpanned. Harry winced. Damn. Point. Sirius grinned, a bit smugly. Yes, well, aside from that, I have to say I'm a bit disappointed. Harry groaned. Not you too. Honestly, if you start lecturing me about showing off like Luna did, I'm going to start hexing things. Sirius looked surprised. Me? Be upset about showing off? Never. Then what was the problem? Harry wondered. You did the exact same thing you did before. Sirius burst out. I mean, I'm willing to bet you didn't take requests the first time or fly quite that elaborately, but it was the same basic plan. Fleur, Cedric, and Crumb used the exact same plan, Harry sulked. At least I had some variety. Fleur, Cedric, and Crumb haven't gone through all of this before, Sirius pointed out. You don't know that, Harry argued. Some of the people around me have done some very odd things. For instance, way back in first year, Fred slipped and said he saw Angelina in the mirror of Ariste, and they ended up dating. The future. Neville quickly overcame his shyness, Percy hasn't distanced himself from the family as much, and Dobby managed to navigate around all of Draco's specific orders to keep me away from Hogwarts. Luna and I became friends much faster, and Lockhart hasn't been nearly as annoying. Any of these changes could very well be a result of them coming back in time. Or they could just be reacting to their current situations. It's not unusual for a teenager to have a crush. Knowing that Neville was your friend in the future likely encouraged you to connect with him more. Percy hasn't had a reason to separate from his family yet, especially since you kept involving him. Dobby is a house elf, and I'm half convinced they're all as cunning as Creature, if not as twisted. Plus, your quirks and Luna's perspective complement each other nicely. As for Lockhart, Instead of being someone he had to impress for publicity, you became a sort of pupil, a fellow seeker of fame, which also provides him with free publicity, Sirius tried to explain. Or, I suppose, they could have just come back in time. Does it really matter? Harry shrugged. I guess not. By the way, Luna knows we're from the future. Sirius's eyes widened. When did this happen? I think she told me on the train ride here, Harry replied vaguely. Sirius's eyes grew even wider. And this is the first I'm hearing of it? Harry shrugged sheepishly. Sorry. How did she know? Sirius demanded. Apparently, she doesn't believe in my psychic scar, even though she believes in everything else, Harry explained. Well, considering everyone else believes in it, should you really be surprised? Sirius asked reasonably. Guess not, Harry admitted. And she didn't think you were traumatized enough and found your random Halloween jailbreak a bit bizarre. Sirius snorted. Wait, Luna Lovegood called me bizarre? For real? Not in so many words, Harry replied. She just said she didn't see why you would choose then of all times, with no obvious reason. I didn't have any obvious reason for breaking out before your third year last time, either, Sirius pointed out. Well, I didn't actually know her when you broke out back then, so who knows what she thought about it, Harry said. What was her reaction? She advised me not to be a pedophile, Harry answered, amusement creeping into his voice. Did she now? Sirius said, a smirk forming on his face. What reminds you? Harry asked, feeling an unexpected urge to flee the scene. I read Rita Skeeter's article about you, Sirius said slowly. You did? Harry replied, trying to keep his tone neutral. Oh yes, Sirius nodded seriously. Quite interesting, to say the least. Apparently, you have not one, not two, but 3 potential love interests. I was quite surprised to discover this as well, Harry responded. Sirius ignored his comment. Hermione, I can understand, since you always spend time together. I thought Ginny hated you, but I suppose as the sister of your best friend, who you seek out occasionally, that makes sense too. And given how well you and Luna get on, maybe I shouldn't have been surprised. Ginny doesn't hate me nearly as much anymore, Harry defended himself. In fact, I was planning on asking her to the Yule Ball, and as long as I do it properly, I think she'd agree. Especially considering she'll need a date to even attend. Sirius gave him a long, searching look. Are you sure that's such a good idea, Harry? Harry looked surprised. What do you mean? I always wished I had asked her before Neville did, but back then we didn't really know each other, and she was still recovering from being a fangirl. It might have been awkward. But now we're friends, so what would be the problem? Well, Sirius began patiently, there are a few things to consider. Clueless godson, Sirius said, when boys and girls go to a ball together and have a good time, they usually end up dating. But Ginny's only 13, Harry protested. There's no way I could. I understand, Sirius assured him. But she might not. Unless you want to tell her. Harry imagined Ginny's reaction to the news, that he was nearly twice her age and mostly acted the way he did out of boredom. You know what? Maybe I'll ask Luna instead. I don't think she attended last time, because if she had, I'm sure her outfit would have made an impression, even though I had no idea who she was. Besides, after that anti-Lolita talk we just had, I'm sure she'd be more than happy to help out. Chapter 43. Hey, Luna, you know about the Yule Ball coming up, right? Harry asked. Of course. Seeing as I'm a judge, it would be very remiss of me not to know, Luna replied. Right. Well, as a champion, I'm kind of required to go. I'm not sure what would happen if I refused, but I can imagine my illustrious guardian would find a way to make me attend, so I really have no choice. The thing is, I don't want to go with anyone and give them the impression that I'm interested in dating. That would only force me to reject them later, complicating things if I ever do want to date. I need your help, Harry said quickly. Luna raised an eyebrow. My help with what, exactly? Finding a way to make sure whoever you go with understands it's just as friends? Lots of people say they get it, but deep down, they want more. Going with someone you don't know as just friends rarely works out, so you could probably use some assistance. True, Harry acknowledged. There are only 2 people I can think of who would really understand that I'm not looking to date right now. One is Hermione, of course, but I can't ask her. Why not? Luna asked. You'd have a lot of fun with her, assuming she doesn't try to kill you too many times, she added playfully. I know, Harry admitted. But this is around the time Ron realizes he has a crush on her, and I do not want to get caught in the middle of that. Whether they end up together or not, it's just a bad situation. Plus, I don't think Ron ever really got over his hatred of Victor. Crumb? Luna interjected. What did he do? He took Hermione to the Yule Ball the first time, Harry explained. Then Ron asked her, like, a week before the event. He wasn't very tactful about it either. Harry winced. I believe he asked me if I had a date, mentioned he didn't either, then suggested that one of us could go with Hermione because she obviously had no date and refused to believe her when she said she did. And she ended up going with one of the champions, Luna finished. Wow. Ronald really has no tact sometimes. He does grow out of that, right? Mostly, Harry replied. So who is the other girl? Luna asked, her curiosity piqued. You, actually, Harry told her. We could probably have just as much fun as Hermione and I would, and you understand my situation, so you know why my choices for a date are extremely limited. Can I ask you to the Yule Ball? You're asking me for my permission to ask me to the dance. Luna sounded amused. Well, yeah. I wouldn't want to get turned down in front of everyone. That would be really embarrassing, especially since there are a few people who seem to carry cameras around everywhere, Harry said with a wry grin. You don't have to ask in front of everyone, you know, Luna pointed out. I know, Harry conceded. But I plan on doing it anyway. Hey, since you're a judge and I'm a champion, would we ever be allowed to go together? Luna considered the question. I don't actually think there are any rules against it, she decided. If for no other reason than that judges are usually in their late 30s, while the students are no more than 17 or 18. One could argue that it would mean I was favoring you, especially as the representative of your school, but I did give you the lowest score I gave anyone except Crumb. If you show off again during the second task, I'll probably have to do that again, so people really won't be accusing me of favoritism. That's good, Harry said, sounding relieved that he wouldn't have a frustrated Ron on his hands for reasons he couldn't explain. So will you let me ask you? Why not? Luna replied. So the Yule Ball's coming up, Harry said one day when he, Ron, and Neville were alone in their dormitory. It was unsubtle, but hinting about it wouldn't do any good, especially since it hadn't been announced yet. The what? Ron asked, looking blank. They're having some sort of dance. Indeed, Harry nodded. 4th years and up are. It's possible I'm the reason you're allowed to go. Since it's during Christmas break, anyone younger can only attend if they have a date. I'm required to go because of my status as champion, but you guys aren't. Are you planning on attending? My gran would kill me if I didn't, Neville said mournfully. All those years she made me take dancing lessons. She stopped after I got into Hogwarts, though. I was never very good at them. Thankfully, I was much less clumsy when she suddenly started them up again over the summer. I guess she knew I would need the practice for the ball. After you saved me from the horrors of the moldy dress? Absolutely, Ron declared. Besides, how lame would it be to just sit in the common room with all the little kids and those who couldn't get dates? You do realize that people just a year younger than you, and in many cases even less, won't be able to attend, right? Neville asked tentatively. Right, Ginny's age, Ron confirmed. Little kids, in other words. If she hears you say that, she's hexing you, Harry warned him. I'm planning on using you as a human shield, Ron replied casually. Like hell, Harry grumbled. So why are you asking about our attendance at a ball that hasn't even been announced yet? Neville asked curiously. Because I don't want to be the guy who agonizes over who to ask for weeks, finally works up the nerve to ask, only to find out my dream date is going with another champion. Then I'm stuck with a classmate who only agrees because I'm a champion, and I end up ignoring her to stare at my crush and spy on other people all night, Harry explained. Speaking from experience? Neville asked sympathetically. Sadly, yes, Harry nodded. So do you have any idea who you're asking yet? Nope, Ron said. Not really, Neville agreed. But we just found out about the ball itself 5 minutes ago. That's no excuse, Harry said sternly. In fact, I already asked Luna if I could ask her. Sure, she said. Well, that's not really surprising, Ron replied. She's a judge, so she would know. But are you allowed to go with her, given that? Harry shrugged. If it's not in the rules, why not? And Ron, I recommend you ask Hermione. Huh? Ron looked puzzled. Why? Because you have a crush on her, Neville said bluntly. What? Ron sputtered. I do not. Yes, you do, Harry chimed in. You just haven't realized it yet. So let me get this straight, you think I have a crush on Hermione, and I haven't noticed it? Ron asked incredulously. How thick do you think I am? When it comes to matters of the heart, I have no faith in you, Harry shot back. Besides, remember last year when Professor Trelawney told Lavender to beware of a red-headed man? Vaguely, Ron confirmed. Well, my scar tells me that if you don't ask Hermione right away, Victor Crumb will. She'll accept, and you'll end up going with Lavender. Trust me, you'll both have a miserable time until she ditches you for a boy from Beau's Batons because you spent the whole night griping about Hermione fraternizing with the enemy, Harry said, knowing he was spinning a tale. The truth was, Ron would actually be going with Padma, not Lavender, since her issue with Ron was from 6th year. So you want me to ask Hermione, Ron said, still sounding skeptical. Otherwise, international Quidditch sensation and teenage heartthrob Victor Crumb will, Harry insisted. He's been hanging around the library, staring at Hermione quite a bit these past few weeks, Neville added. Not that she's noticed, of course. She's just annoyed that his fangirls followed him in. I'll think about it, Ron said, resolved to figure out whether he really had feelings for his best female friend, feelings that apparently his other two best friends had already noticed. What about you, Neville? Harry asked. You could always ask Hannah. Hannah Abbott? Neville replied. Ron looked surprised. She's dating Ernie. Really? Harry echoed, equally taken aback. He realized he hadn't paid enough attention to them to know that. In fact, he had been even less aware of their relationship before coming back, so it was entirely possible they had started dating back then. So, who do you want to go with? Ron asked. I think he should ask Ginny, Ron said unexpectedly. Really? Neville's eyebrows shot up in disbelief. I thought you'd be against anyone taking her to a date-like event. Well, I am, Ron conceded. She is my baby sister, after all. She's less than a year and a half younger than you, Harry interrupted. But you two are really the only ones I'd trust not to take advantage of her. And since Harry's going with Luna, it has to be you, Ron said seriously. I know she has those dress robes for a reason and won't be able to go unless a guy asks her. Neville considered. She is a friend of mine, and she won't be able to go without an escort. I really don't want to end up by myself, so why not? Okay, now that that's settled, Harry said, trying to push aside the flicker of jealousy at the thought of Neville accompanying Ginny to the ball again. After all, they had gone together last time, and nothing had come of it. But Neville was much more confident now, so he decided not to worry about it. Let's talk about how we're going to ask them. The day Professor McGonagall announced the Yule Ball in their Transfiguration class, Harry, Ron, and Neville put their plan into action. Ron still wouldn't admit to having a crush on Hermione, but when pressed, he turned a bit red and remarked that she wasn't so bad, which they considered a sign of progress. At dinner that night, Harry kicked things off by releasing a female crumplehorn snorkack wearing a paper hat and casting a spell to steer it in Luna's direction. The little pig-like creature snorted as it bounded across the table. The creature dashed loudly across the great hall, drawing everyone's attention as it made its way to the Ravenclaw table. Luna, as serene as ever, simply picked up the not-so-mythical creature and removed the hat. I would discover a mythical creature for you. Would you please attend the Yule Ball with me? She read aloud. Certainly, Harry. I'm thinking about calling this one Norberta. The usual applause and catcalls faded quickly when Neville stood up next. He walked over to Ginny, who was seated a few spots down, and handed her a large box of Honeyduck's finest chocolates. Even if you say no, you can still keep the candy, but please say you'll go to the Yule Ball with me, Ginny read from the note taped to the box. She looked up and smiled. Of course. The applause that followed was abruptly cut off when Hedwig swooped in, carrying a bouquet of roses and a handwritten card, landing in front of Hermione. She glanced at Harry in confusion before reaching for the note. Hermione. It might have taken me a while, but it's recently come to my attention that you are, in fact, a girl, and a pretty great one, too. Will you go to the Yule Ball with me? She read, her voice tinged with shock. She opened and closed her mouth a few times, processing what she had just read. Well? Ron asked, trying to mask his own nervousness. Harry gave her a gentle nudge with his foot. Yes, she finally replied, still in disbelief that he had actually asked her. She had suspected he might like her, but hearing him say it was more than she had anticipated. The students hesitated for a moment, as if waiting for someone else to seize the opportunity to ask a date for the Yule Ball. When no one stepped forward, the applause erupted into a thunderous cheer, and girls rushed in on the three who had dates, eager for details. Amidst the clamor, Harry caught Draco's annoyed voice cutting through the noise. Way to go, Potter. Now we've got to put some thought into this. Harry thought, recalling how awkward it could have been when Ron asked Padma out. He didn't even know who she was when Parvati set them up. He felt no sympathy at all. Chapter 44. The boys at the castle were quite irritated with Harry for the next few weeks. They felt pressured to meet his standards for asking girls to the Yule Ball. Of course, Ron and Neville had also raised the bar, but did anyone care about that? No, they all decided to blame Harry. It turned into a competition to see who could come up with the most attention-grabbing proposal. Hardly a public gathering went by without someone trying to secure a date. Naturally, Harry was pleased with the results. On the day of the Yule Ball, there were hardly any girls in sight after noon. While Ron wondered aloud what could possibly take them so long to get ready, Harry silently thanked his lucky stars that he wasn't expected to spend hours preparing his appearance. To be honest, he probably wouldn't have bothered even if he had to. When it was time to head to the dance, Harry spotted Luna standing at the bottom of the staircase. He assumed she was waiting for him, but she seemed quite engrossed in a conversation with the portrait next to her. And her dress? It appeared to be on fire. Hey, Luna, Harry greeted her. Hello, Harry. You look very nice, Luna replied with a warm smile. Thank you. Is your dress supposed to be like that? Harry asked, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Luna glanced down to check if anything was wrong. You mean the flames? Yes, it is. You don't like it? Oh no, I do, Harry assured her. I just wasn't sure if it was intentional. I would have felt really stupid if I complimented you on it, and it turned out it wasn't meant to be like that. Luna looked amused. I think even I would notice if my dress were on fire and it wasn't supposed to be, Harry. You never know, Harry replied defensively. I suppose it is possible that I somehow failed to notice a flame-freezing charm, Luna said pleasantly. Although the lack of a tickling sensation would normally rule that out. Then again, I've never been very ticklish, Luna said with a laugh. It could happen. Harry insisted, shall we go? Champions, over here. McGonagall called out at that moment. I think that's a yes, Luna decided. Do you think she means the dates as well? Harry shrugged. Probably. They really should be more clear, though. He glanced over and noticed Fleur Delacour had chosen to go with Roger Davies again. Most likely, it was because Cedric, who Harry had heard turned her down yet again, was still with Cho. It was hard to believe Cedric would actually do that, especially since he already had a girlfriend. Harry watched as Fleur beamed with happiness, remembering how it took years and Marietta literally dragging her to a therapist, Muggle, since there weren't any wizarding ones available, before she could truly come to terms with Cedric's death. He hoped she wouldn't have to go through that again. She really was a nice girl, even if she could be a bit clingy and teary, but that was understandable. Victor, unable to even ask Hermione after Ron's very public invitation and her acceptance, was with Parvati in a strange twist of fate. With any luck, he'd be more attentive than Harry had been. Then again, Ron was probably the only one who hadn't managed that feat, and God knew if he messed up again, Hermione would hex him. Fred had once again decided to go with Angelina, while George was there with Katie. Predictably, Luna's flaming dress drew a lot of attention, but no one really wanted to ask about it, until Draco showed up. Potter, your date's on fire, Draco informed him imperiously. And your date isn't, Harry shot back. Hello, Pansy. Pansy nodded at him but remained silent. Does this mean you're speaking to me again? Harry asked, curious. Draco hadn't said a word to him since he complained about how much effort he'd have to put into asking someone to the Yule Ball. He was annoyed at the trouble he'd have to go through because, as a Malfoy, he couldn't possibly let himself be seen. Pansy seemed to appreciate the half-dozen flying horses he'd rented, though. Draco shrugged. It's been 3 weeks. I was actually planning to hold off until New Year's, but my concern for the well-being of a fellow student prompted me to speak to you earlier than intended. Harry snorted. Oh, I'm sure that's exactly it. Once most of the attendees were settled in the Great Hall, McGonagall instructed, line up with your partner and follow me. As they did, applause erupted for their entrance. Harry ignored it and made his way to the large round table at the front of the hall. The judges were already seated, Bagman, Madame Maxime, Dumbledore, Karkaroff, Lockhart, Crouch, and Percy Weasley. What are you doing here? Harry asked, surprised. Since Luna is here unofficially as your date, she asked me to represent Salem, Percy explained. And with 2 of my siblings competing, I figured it wouldn't hurt to be here. About that. Fred looked anxious. How mad is Mum about the whole playoff thing? Harry killed Mum's howler, so we haven't heard anything since we were chosen, George added. Percy paused to consider the question. You might want to avoid home for Easter. That bad, huh? Fred winced. This is so unfair, George complained. I didn't even get picked. No, Percy acknowledged. But do you really think anyone believes that if Fred entered, you didn't as well? He demonstrated his uncanny ability to tell the twins apart once again. And even if she did, you legally changed your name to compete. Yeah, well. George replied lamely. Interesting dress, Percy commented. Why, thank you. Luna beamed. So, you work for Mr. Crouch, right? He mentioned you at one of our judge meetings. Percy's face lit up as he began discussing Crouch animatedly with Luna. Harry idly wondered how soon the Rotfawn conspiracy would come up. He glanced over to see Fleur criticizing the decorations in the Great Hall, talking to Roger Davies, who looked too dazzled to be offended. We have none of this ugly armor at Beauxbatons, and if a poltergeist ever entered our halls, he would be expelled just like that, she said with a flourish. Poltergeists build character, Harry chimed in. Build character? Fleur repeated skeptically. They are a menace. True, Harry agreed. But a character-building menace. I would not attend a school with a poltergeist, even if you paid me, Fleur declared emphatically. Considering your French, would you really want to attend Hogwarts anyway? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Fleur narrowed her eyes. And just what is that supposed to mean? That just because I am French, I am not good enough for your Hogwarts? I didn't say that, Harry replied, trying to placate her. But England and France have a rather adversarial relationship, don't you think? Even if Hogwarts isn't technically in England, most of the students and staff are. I suppose you are correct, Fleur conceded, though it seemed to pain her. And the tacky decorations don't help either. But then, what can you expect from the English? Harry shrugged. Our headmaster has always been more concerned with playing politics and keeping up to date on what's going on in the castle than with interior decorating. Keeping an eye on what goes on in the castle. How much time could that possibly take? Fleur asked, intrigued. You'd be surprised, Harry snorted. In fact, apart from the influx of foreign students, this year hasn't been too different from the previous ones. Fleur raised an elegantly arched eyebrow. What could you possibly do that even compares to facing down a dragon? Harry shrugged again. 2 years ago, I slew a basilisk. Yes, what an exciting tale that was, Lockhart interjected, eager to share the spotlight. Conversation. You can read all about it in my latest book, Baiting the Basilisk, Lockhart chimed in. Harry asked politely, so, how are Victor's fame lessons going? I tried asking him, Lockhart replied, but he just said he'd never thought about things the way you do. I guess that means he's learning a lot, but it's not very helpful for tracking his progress. Oh, I'm so proud, Lockhart beamed. 2 weeks ago, he actually made it to class on time for the first time since arriving at Hogwarts. Harry could hardly believe it. Did he? He did, Lockhart confirmed with a nod. Did what? Roger asked absently, still focused on Fleur, who was starting to look a bit annoyed at his lack of subtlety and his constant staring. He started carrying around signed pictures of himself, Lockhart explained. Mr. Davies, correct? Roger nodded, his eyes still fixed on Fleur. Harry knew Roger, sort of, and he wasn't usually this creepy or stalkerish. Being part Vila might get you what you wanted, especially from men, lesbians, and bisexuals, but it must get annoying after a while. No wonder Fleur was with the relatively immune Bill Weasley. And that helps? Fleur asked, raising an eyebrow. Giving out signed pictures to the crowds of adoring fans that follow him everywhere? Oh yes, Lockhart nodded. Although in your case, there's magic involved, so it may not be as effective. Still, it might be worth a try. Fleur nodded, looking thoughtful. Once the food was cleared away, Dumbledore conjured up a stage for the Weird Sisters. Harry smiled a bit nostalgically, remembering when they had been popular before the seductive seers had taken the spotlight a year or so after Voldemort had been vanquished. He held out his hand to his date, who had surprisingly managed to make Percy laugh a few times during dinner. Wonders would never cease, but he was pretty sure he didn't want to know how that had happened. Shall we dance? He asked. Since it's the champions' dance and everyone will be staring at us anyway, we might as well, Luna said, taking his hand and stepping onto the dance floor. Since when do you care what other people think? Harry teased. Who's to say I do? Luna shot back. I just feel like dancing, and I happen to like this song. It's Norberta's favorite, you know. Crumpled horn snorkax like the Weird Sisters. Harry raised his eyebrows. Only Norberta, Luna clarified. Norbert enjoys the Beatles, Beethoven, and Cyndi Lauper. Is that so? Harry smiled. His taste is kind of eclectic, Luna replied. But he doesn't like the Weird Sisters? Luna shook her head. He refuses to listen to anything that's insanely popular right now. Apparently, it takes time to determine the lasting power of a group. He's pretty cynical for a mythical creature, Harry remarked. Luna laughed. As an endangered species not certain of his own lasting power, it makes sense he would be concerned about such things. A few songs later, Luna and Harry decided to take a break and walked over to where Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Ginny were sitting and chatting. Greetings, various friends and acquaintances, Harry waved as he sat down at their table. Oh, I get it. I'm the acquaintance, right? Ginny asked. Because I'm not part of your exclusive quartet? It's not that exclusive, Harry replied. Neville got in. Yeah, your first year, Ginny pointed out. That's just what you get for being a year and a half younger than me, Ron said solemnly. Ginny whacked her brother on the arm. Prat. Actually, he said, friends and acquaintances, Neville noted. Both of those were plural. Since Luna was already with him when he greeted us, he must not consider another one of us besides Ginny a friend. Why can't you all just be both my friends and associates? Harry asked. I'm both acquainted with you and your friend, Ron said. You could be, Hermione replied, if one of the definitions for acquaintance didn't mean not a close friend. And while Ginny could count as that, we three are supposed to be your best friends. Just for that, I think I'll nominate you as my acquaintance, Harry sniffed. Excuse me while I go cry, Hermione responded dryly. Seriously, Hermione, when did you memorize a dictionary? Ron teased. I haven't memorized one. Hermione began, looking a bit embarrassed. Just the words I needed to look up at some point. Why do my friends hate me? Harry wondered aloud. Because you go out of your way to make their lives more complicated? Luna suggested. You say that like it's a bad thing, Harry muttered. I think most people could use a little more complication in their lives, Luna assured him. But sadly, most people are sheep. We've been over this. Harry nodded in agreement. So how has the dance been going for you guys? Hermione glanced at her date. Ron doesn't actually know how to dance, but I've read a few books on the subject and practiced with Ginny, so we're managing. My feet have not been stepped on once. Ginny announced happily. That's setting the bar kind of low, don't you think? Neville asked. Ginny shrugged. I had to help teach Hermione, and while she's decent now, my poor feet. It wasn't that bad. Hermione flushed. I'm just glad Ron couldn't be bothered to ask his little sister for help, or I'd probably never be able to walk again, Ginny confided. Although now at least Hermione can feel my pain. I'm not that bad. Ron insisted. But tell me, why's Percy here? He's filling in for me tonight as judge since I came with Harry, Luna replied promptly. We had a very nice conversation over dinner. Ron looked rather gobsmacked. About what? Don't tell me you listened to his reports about cauldron bottom thickness the whole time. Actually, he's been promoted recently, Luna replied. You should probably talk more if you had to hear that from me. We discussed the ministry a bit. He had some intriguing theories, especially about the Rotfawn conspiracy. The what? Ron asked, confusion etched on his face. It's a conspiracy theory that the Aurors and other top ministry officials are plotting to bring down the ministry using a mix of dark magic and gum disease, Hermione explained. The group stared at her in disbelief. What? She snapped defensively. Luna told me the moment she found out my parents are dentists. It would be quite clever to involve muggles in the conspiracy to throw us off the trail, Luna said seriously. They don't even need to be fully aware of all the details to keep up the masquerade. Masquerade? Neville chimed in, clearly puzzled. You know, where all of us with magic pretend we don't exist, and those without magic who know about us just ignore our existence, Luna clarified. That, Harry said, finally understanding. Ron looked utterly shocked. Percy has a sense of humor. After the dance concluded, Harry and Luna encountered Cho and Cedric on their way back to the Ravenclaw common room. Listen, Harry, got a minute? Cedric asked. I have several, Harry replied. Why? I need to talk to you about the playoffs. Privately, Cedric said, glancing pointedly at Luna. Luna nodded in understanding. Yes, if you guys are going to cheat, I probably shouldn't be here for this, even if I'm not in my official capacity. Cedric looked taken aback. We're not going to cheat, I just. The less I hear, the better, Luna interrupted. Come on, Cho, let's figure out what we're going to tell everyone else about being the date of a champion. I'm sure Roger didn't get anything more than eye candy out of the experience. Once the two girls were out of earshot, Cedric turned to Harry. So, you know about the second task, right? I heard a rumor about that, Harry confirmed. Right, of course, Cedric replied, shaking his head. What I mean is, do you know anything about it? Harry was fairly certain he knew more about it than Cedric did, but it seemed Cedric was trying to repay him for something. The bottled banshee shrieking is supposed to be some sort of clue, Harry explained. When he first opened the eggs, George said it sounded like Percy singing and suggested that the task might involve attacking him in the shower. I find it kind of disturbing that his first thought was about Percy showering, but what do I know? I'm an orphan. Didn't you live with family, though? Cedric asked. I did, Harry acknowledged. Before Sirius came back from Majorca. But the thought of Dudley showering is enough to make me feel violently ill. I'll take your word for that, Cedric decided. So you have no idea how to solve the clue? None at all, Harry lied. Cedric was trying to be helpful, and he had really appreciated it last time. Your scar doesn't have any advice? Cedric pressed. Harry shrugged. It knows I'm planning to put off any work on this until the week before. You can still put this off, but I thought I should tell you now. Take a bath with it, Cedric advised. That might help you think. So now we're on the subject of me bathing, Harry remarked. What is it with all the water imagery? I don't know, Cedric said, his tone neutral. That is strange, though. Definitely something to think about. I'm not quite sure what you mean by telling me to take a bath with the egg, but I'm sure something will occur to me. Thank you, Harry said sincerely. Cedric nodded and turned to leave. Why tell me? Harry asked suddenly. Why? Cedric looked genuinely puzzled. Well, you helped me with the first task, didn't you? I honestly don't know what I would have done if I'd been flying blind in there. A plan, he said, pausing for a moment. Even if Crumbs wasn't the most well thought out, it was still the right thing to do. Harry smiled. You're a good guy, Cedric. Now, about those graveyards. He appreciated Cedric's good nature. Run like hell. Chapter 45. Hey, guys, Colin Creevy said, clearing his throat loudly. The people in the Gryffindor common room turned to him, anticipation in their eyes. I need Lee Jordan and one of Harry's friends to go see Professor McGonagall. One of Harry's friends? Hermione echoed. She didn't say which. Colin shrugged. I don't think it matters. She just needed someone, and since the second task is tomorrow, maybe it's about that. The egg did mention something about a treasure, Harry added. So, which of you wants to be my treasure? Not it. Neville called out immediately. I know Dumbledore would never intentionally let anything happen to us, but things tend to go wrong whenever you're involved. You say wrong, I say more interesting, Harry replied with a grin. What about you two? He asked his other close Gryffindor friends. You're not taking this task nearly seriously enough for me to put my life in your hands, Hermione said frankly. Sorry, mate, Ron chimed in. I really want to watch the task, and these things are always less enjoyable to witness when you actually take part in them. So what am I supposed to do? Harry demanded. Luna can't do it because she's a judge, and my 3 best friends can't be bothered. I'll do it, Ginny offered. Harry turned to her, surprised. Really? But I thought you didn't think much of my hero abilities. Ginny smiled softly. I've always had faith in your saving people abilities. I just wish you'd be more heroic about it and not keep copping out. Harry shrugged. Yeah, well, what works, you know. Ginny rolled her eyes. One day, you'll do something epic, you'll simply have no other choice. Probably, Harry agreed. But not until I absolutely have to. Hey Ron, shouldn't you be more concerned that Ginny's going to risk her life for Harry? Neville asked. Why should I be? Ron countered. Harry's already made it clear that he's not looking to. Maybe he's just trying to buy time for his insanity, Ron said with a chuckle. Most people would say studies, Hermione pointed out. Yeah, but this is Harry. No one would believe him, Ron replied. True, but what I meant was that Harry still doesn't seem to be taking this very seriously. Shouldn't you be worried about your sister's safety, if not her virtue? Neville asked. I'm not the one who doesn't have faith in Harry's saving people thing. That's you and Hermione, Ron shot back. Tell you what, Neville. If it makes you feel any better, I'll give Ginny my favorite good luck rock, Harry offered, pulling an ordinary-looking brown rock from his pocket. You really don't have to, Ginny said. I know, but I want to. Besides, this way you'll know that at the very least, I'll be trying to get my rock back, Harry replied seriously. Please take it. Ginny sighed. Fine. She took the rock from Harry's outstretched hand and slipped it into her pocket. Excellent, Harry beamed. Keep it with you during the task. You never know when something might go horribly wrong, and you'll need a little extra luck. What about you, Lee? Fred asked. Are you going to refuse to go because we're not being serious enough? Are you kidding me? Lee scoffed. If you were acting serious, I'd start to worry. Besides, you guys really want the prize money for your store, so I think I'm reasonably safe. One thing, though. What? Fred asked. If you turn me into a canary while you're rescuing me, then we will no longer be speaking, Lee warned. As if we would be so unoriginal, George replied, sounding mildly affronted. Good, Lee said vehemently before turning to Ginny. Now, shall we go? All right, Harry. Bagman whispered just before the second task was set to begin. Do you know what you're going to do? His tone was doubtful, and Harry didn't blame him. Unlike all of the... Harry stood in sweatpants and a sweatshirt, while the other contestants were dressed in swimwear, except for George, who only half counted as a contestant anyway. After all, it was cold, why wear less clothing than necessary? Would it make a difference if I didn't? Harry asked innocently. Well, no, technically, Bagman replied, looking deeply uneasy. But just the same, Don't worry, I have a plan, Harry promised. It wouldn't do to look stupid in front of the press. He gestured toward Rita Skeeter and her photographer, who were seated near the front of the bleachers. Bagman looked more relieved than he should have. Harry knew the man couldn't act to save his life. He pointed his wand at his throat and muttered, sonorous. Well, all our champions are ready for the second task, which will start on my whistle. They have precisely an hour to recover what has been taken from them. On the count of 3, then. 1, 2, 3. Fred popped something into his mouth while Fleur and Cedric cast what appeared to be bubble-head charms on themselves. Victor transformed his head into something rather shark-like, and then the four of them quickly plunged into the water. "Aren't you going to go in as well?" George asked casually, pulling a mirror from his pocket to check his reflection. "Aren't you?" Harry shot back. George shook his head. "Nah, George has this part covered. I'm just here for moral support until he reaches Lee. What about you? You don't have anyone else to go down and get your hostage, and, perfectly safe or not, that is my little sister you're not trying to rescue, after all. If she heard you implying she needed saving, she'd probably hex you," Harry pointed out. "I know," George agreed. "But seeing as how she's currently at the bottom of the lake and probably unconscious, I think I'm relatively safe." "For now," Harry replied. "But not for long." Sure enough, not 5 minutes later, a dripping wet and barely conscious Ginny appeared a few feet away from Harry. "What did you do?" George demanded, his voice filled with disbelief. "Not only did you not go down there yourself, but you didn't even take out your wand. How is she up here?" Harry smirked. "I would tell you, but then you'd have to kill me," George interjected. Harry shook his head. "No, that's a bit drastic. But I would be very put out if I had to explain it to you and then to the judges later. Speaking of which, they seem to be waving you over," George noted, glancing at the judges who were indeed eager to speak with Harry. "I'll go see what they want after I check on Ginny," he replied, walking over to his sister. He handed her a towel. "That wasn't so bad, was it? How long did it take you to get to me?" Ginny asked, gratefully accepting the towel. "And why aren't you wet? If you have a spell to dry people off, the least you could do is use it on me, since I was the only one willing to put my life in your hands." Harry rolled his eyes. "You would have been fine. It only took 10 minutes because I, as you probably expected, totally used a cop-out. I didn't even go in the water. If you want to know what I did, you can come with me when I explain it to the judges." "All right," Ginny agreed, following him over to where the judges were seated. "Well done, Harry. You got your hostage back in a little over 10 minutes, Bagman congratulated him, beaming. "Yes, it was very impressive," Crouch concurred diplomatically. "But seeing as you did not venture into the water nor take out your wand at all, we would ask you to explain your actions so we can determine whether what you did is within the rules." "Well," Harry began, "yesterday Colin came to my friends and me and said that one of us needed to see Professor McGonagall. They figured it must be for today, and Ron, Hermione, and Neville either. I didn't think I was taking this seriously enough for them to put themselves in any danger or want to watch the task, so they refused. Ginny graciously agreed to go in their place," Harry explained. I was wondering why Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, or Mr. Longbottom weren't the hostages, considering you spend the most time with them," Dumbledore remarked. Harry shrugged. If Colin had said it had to be one of them, I'm sure one of them would have eventually agreed. But since he wasn't more specific, another friend of mine stepped forward instead. "So I'm a friend now?" Ginny murmured. "I was just an acquaintance a couple of weeks ago." "Well, you agreed to be my hostage when none of my so-called best friends could be bothered," Harry pointed out. "If there was any doubt, that firmly cements your friend status." "Good to know," Ginny replied with a smile. "I think it's quite telling when one's own closest friends don't have enough faith in him to even agree to participate in a task where Albus Dumbledore himself is present to ensure that nothing goes wrong," Karkaroff remarked idly. "Truly, it is rather unusual, especially considering they didn't even know what the task was," Madame Maxime agreed. "But never mind that. Tell us what you did." "I gave Ginny a good luck rock because my horribly unsupportive friends were worried I would somehow mess up rescuing her. As luck would have it, that rock turned out to be a time-activated port key," Harry continued. "Go figure, huh? Now, that's how you get these things done, Lockhart said approvingly. I don't know, Luna said slowly. I'll have to give him points for creativity but take away points for a lack of overall effort. Surely this is cheating, Karkaroff protested. He used a bloody port key. There's nothing in the rulebooks against port keys, Crouch replied. And trust me, I would know. Harry noticed that George seemed to want to say something more, but he fell silent as he watched George stride purposefully toward the edge of the water. With determination, George pointed his wand at the lake and shouted, "Accio Fred Weasley." Madame Maxime scoffed, "He cannot summon Z.E. hostage." Silly boy. That's the name of the champion, Dumbledore corrected her, his gaze fixed on the water. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a splash, Fred burst out of the lake and collided with George, holding Lee Jordan in his arms. Harry rushed over to them. What did you do? Madame Maxime said you couldn't summon your hostages, and I figured that would be the case. But even if it wasn't, that would be a bit too much of a cop-out for even me. You can't, George agreed as Fred gasped for air before diving back into the water. But George ate some gillyweed, swam down to where the hostages were, freed Lee, and then tapped on a two-way mirror we have until he got my attention. Once that happened, I summoned him, and even though Lee couldn't be summoned, he was pulled along for the ride. Of course, gillyweed lasts about an hour, so George is stuck in the lake until then. Oh, give it up, Harry said. I know you're really George. No, I'm not, George denied. Then why did you summon Fred Weasley? Harry challenged, feeling confident he had won the argument. Because if I didn't, Karkaroff would be on our case again about how the two of us competing is cheating or something stupid like that. And he legally changed his name, so he is Fred Weasley, George countered. Touché, Harry conceded at last. An hour later, all the champions had returned with their hostages. Cedric arrived just in time to see George's victory dance, having come back right after time had been called and Fred's gillyweed had worn off. Fred emerged from the lake alongside Cedric and Cho. Fleur returned 10 minutes after Cedric, and Victor followed 15 minutes later. Harry found himself pondering Fleur's success. He vaguely remembered rescuing Gabrielle after she had been forced to turn back, but he figured that just because she had been attacked once didn't mean the same thing would happen again. The scores were posted. Harry Potter, 8, 5, 10, 10, 10, 7, 10. Fred Weasley, 8, 5, 10, 10, 9, 10, 10. Cedric Diggory, 7, 5, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. Fleur Delacour, 9, 5, 8, 9, 8, 8, 7. Victor Crumb, 6, 10, 7, 8, 8, 8, 8. The judges included Madame Maxime, Karkaroff, Dumbledore, Crouch, Bagman, Luna, and Lockhart. The totals were impressive, 121 for Harry, 121 for Fred, 113 for Cedric, 111 for Fleur, and 95 for Victor. While no one was as overtly biased as Karkaroff, Harry sensed that only Dumbledore, and possibly Crouch, had been fair in their scoring. Luna wasn't trying to cheat, he was sure, but since he and the twins were the only ones to finish within the 1-hour time limit, shouldn't they receive the highest scores by default? Clearly, Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, and Luna didn't see it that way. So, Victor, Harry said, turning to him. Why Parvati? No offense to her, she's great, but I know you liked Hermione before Ron asked her to the Yule Ball. You can't have known Parvati for longer than 3 months. Even if you had, look at Fleur, she went to the ball with Roger Davies. They didn't have the best time, but at least her treasure didn't have to be a fellow student, they were willing to import her hostage from France. True, Victor agreed. But I am not particularly close with any of the other members of the Durmstrang delegation, and my friends and family did not particularly. Want to make the trip from either Durmstrang or Bulgaria? That makes sense, Harry nodded. France is just across the channel from Great Britain. It's a much shorter journey. I was right, it was so much better watching the task than being unconscious underwater in February, Ron announced as he, Hermione, and Neville finally made their way over to Harry. Although we really couldn't see much until the champions were done. And I was right about Harry not taking this seriously, Hermione chimed in. I took it plenty seriously. Harry insisted. What's more, I finished the task in 10 minutes. But if the port key hadn't worked, would you have had a backup plan? Neville asked, his tone serious. Well, no, Harry admitted. I did practice creating port keys, though. And you wonder why we didn't want to do this, Hermione said, shaking her head at him. At least Ginny still likes me, Harry said, crossing his arms. I was bribed with chocolate, Ginny explained, unwrapping another Hershey bar. I've never tried Muggle candy before. You're missing out, Hermione told her. Muggle candy might not be as exciting as its wizarding counterpart, but at least it won't try to escape, turn you into a bird, or taste like vomit. Though, to be honest, I wouldn't have picked Hershey's for your first try, Harry. Why not? Harry asked, surprised. Hershey's is iconic. Maybe in America, Hermione replied with an unimpressed look. But we're in America. Harry protested. Everyone stared at him. Want to try that again? Neville suggested. Harry shrugged shamelessly. Worth a shot. Do you guys ever get the feeling that Harry thinks everyone around him is really, really stupid? Ginny asked. Not stupid, just unobservant, Harry replied. He's not even really denying it, Ginny complained. This way madness lies, Harry said sagely. So, in the interest of sparing you. Wonka bars were Hershey's, and Willy Wonka is iconic, Harry said. Hershey? No, Wonka bars were Nestle, Hermione corrected him, raising an eyebrow. Harry frowned. And that's not Hershey? They seem like the same thing. They're not. Now, are you going to believe me, or do I have to start citing sources? Hermione challenged. Harry paused, appearing to actually consider it. Harry, I swear to God, Ron began. Harry sighed, relenting. Fine, fine, I believe you. You're much smarter than me anyway. No matter what our very similar test scores say, Hermione muttered under her breath. What kind of candy would you have gotten me then? Ginny asked. Oh, I don't know, Hermione replied. I'm not exactly an expert. If you say so, Neville said doubtfully. But I'd say Cadbury for the UK, for sure. Maybe something Belgian or Swiss. Toblerone is Swiss, and it's always solid. Yeah, I could always be boring, Harry huffed. What's wrong with the kind that Harry got me? Ginny asked, eyeing the chocolate in her hand suspiciously. Nothing. Harry insisted, throwing up his hands in mock innocence. I mean, some people think it tastes like vomit, Hermione added. Oh, it does not, Harry rolled his eyes. And certainly not compared to the actual vomit-flavored candies wizards eat all the time. I personally don't think it tastes like vomit, but it has been an impression people have had, Hermione explained. It's the butyric acid. It's found in milk, and while there is milk in many European chocolates, the milk is treated differently, which leads to less butyric acid. Butyric acid is found in vomit. So is chocolate if you eat it and then throw up, I guess. Hermione officially does not know what it means to be an expert, Neville said with a smirk. Why would Americans put vomit stuff in their chocolate in the first place? Ron asked, wrinkling his nose. It's not exactly vomit stuff, Hermione clarified. It's just that it's a component found in both. A good preservative, actually, Hermione said. You're throwing a lot of words at me that I don't understand, Ginny replied bluntly. My chocolate is kind of vomit-y. Does it taste vomit-y to you? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, I didn't think so, but now I'm starting to wonder, Ginny admitted. Don't do that, Hermione advised. That's just your brain changing your reality to fit your perception. Non-American people might have an issue with Hershey's because it has a lot more sugar than they're used to. So, too sweet but also has a bitter or sour vomit-y flavor, Harry noted. Because that makes sense. Can we stop treating vomit-y like a real word? Hermione asked, rolling her eyes. It just doesn't taste the way the chocolate they're used to tastes. I think European wizard chocolate tastes more like European muggle chocolate than it does American muggle chocolate, but you can only use science to explain people's preferences so much. Ginny nodded slowly, mulling it over. Harry, you owe me some Cadbury and Toblerone chocolate too, so I can compare and contrast. But how much did I just save you in this trial? Ginny interrupted. Fine. Most people don't know as much as I do about chocolate, I guess, Hermione said with a shrug. But my parents always talked a lot about it when I was growing up. Neville gave her a confused look. Aren't your parents dentists? That means they wouldn't really be big candy people, right? Or did I misunderstand what those are? I think you understand just fine, Luna chimed in as she approached. But you have to realize that as the daughter of a dentist, Hermione is honor-bound to advocate the Rotfong conspiracy. Luna, Hermione objected half-heartedly. So once again, you give me a crappy score, Harry noted. This time I even scored lower than the guy who finished 25 minutes late. Luna shrugged at him. I told you I was going to have to take points off for lack of effort. Honestly, if I wasn't giving you extra points for finishing within the time limit, you would have scored a 5, Luna said. Why aren't you ever this harsh on the other champions? Harry asked, a hint of frustration in his voice. Because they actually put some effort into their solutions, Luna replied. Even Fred had to swim all the way to the bottom of the lake before George summoned him. With that, she turned and started back toward the judge's platform. You know, I'm starting to think I would have been better off asking Snape to be my representative. Harry called after her. Possibly, Luna replied with a laugh. But 10-1, he would have made you wear the uniform. Chapter 46. You know, Sirius said with a theatrical sigh, it wasn't so bad learning all about your life through Rita Skeeter's articles while I was on the run, literally risking my soul to see you. But now, when I'm teaching at your school and you're in my class, it's kind of pathetic. You could always make an effort to seek me out, Harry pointed out. And I am doing so right now, Sirius replied. And let me tell you, I'm incredibly proud of you, but I'm also slightly disturbed by the latest update on your little love situation. I wouldn't call it a situation. It's not a square since I don't think Ginny, Hermione, or Luna have feelings for each other. It's more like a bisected triangle, Harry nitpicked. And they're not even fighting over me in the first place. That's not what Rita Skeeter says, Sirius countered. I read all about it in today's article. Have you seen it? It's delightfully vapid. Harry shook his head. I never bother reading what Rita Skeeter has to say about me. My solicitor knows to sue for libel the moment the Daily Prophet crosses the line, and everyone else always fills me in on what's going on in my life soon enough. Seriously, I would never have guessed these things about myself. Skeeter, exposing such deep, dark secrets that you didn't even know you had, Sirius agreed. So, what does it say today? Take a look, Sirius said, tossing the paper to him. Harry glanced down at the article. Harry Potter, Testing the Waters. By Rita Skeeter. As you are no doubt aware, Harry Potter is the boy who lived and saved us all from certain doom at the hands of you-know-who 13 years ago. He is also a fourth-year Gryffindor and the American representative in the Pentawizard Playoffs. One thing that is easy to forget, however, is that he is also a teenage boy. Like many boys his age, Potter has just started to realize. Half of the people around him are girls, and 3 in particular have caught his attention, Muggle-born Hermione Granger and purebloods Luna Lovegood and Ginevra Weasley. Each girl has her own unique strengths and challenges. Granger is one of Harry's closest friends and spends the most time with him, but a bad breakup could jeopardize that powerful friendship. Weasley is a fiery redhead, reminiscent of Harry's mother, but she's a year younger, and Harry's best friend might not take kindly to him dating his sister. Then there's Lovegood, an open-minded and free-spirited individual who supports many of Harry's unconventional views, but she's also in a different house, a year below him, and serves as a judge in the playoffs. Harry himself has expressed no preference among the girls, leading some to speculate that he might be leading them on. He has firmly denied such claims, saying, "Luna, Ginny, and Hermione are really great friends of mine. I respect all three far too much to even think about trying to pull something like that. Besides, I'm far too busy right now to worry about dating. When I do decide to start, though, I'm sure you'll know about it before I will." I can't believe she actually put that in there, Harry said, shaking his head in amusement. Seriously, do people have nothing better to do than obsess over my non-existent love life? Apparently not, Sirius replied. I just hope Molly doesn't think I'm playing with her daughter's heart, the girl she used to babysit, and her son's crush. Harry murmured. I mean, just look at how she treated Hermione when she thought she was two-timing me. So how does the article fare after a quick reality check? Sirius inquired. Harry snorted. It doesn't even rate. Hermione never liked me before I started being as annoying as possible. Luna knows about my crippling fear of accidentally being a pedophile, and Ginny, well, I'm hoping she'll come around, but hopefully not for a while yet. I don't have to reject her just because she's too young. I don't want to jeopardize my future chances with her. You do realize that just because you were with her in the past doesn't mean it'll happen again in the future? Sirius asked. You both have changed, and she isn't the same girl you shared those experiences with. It wouldn't be fair to her to constantly compare her to who she was before. I wouldn't. Harry replied, his voice rising. Shared experiences or not, Ginny is Ginny, and I love her. I don't want to be creepy, so I need to wait, but that feeling isn't going to change. Sirius watched him closely. Just, don't take it for granted, okay? I don't want to see you get hurt. Why can't they just tell us what we need to know inside? Fred grumbled as he, George, Cedric, and Harry walked toward the Quidditch pitch for instructions about the third task. They just have to remind us that we didn't get to play Quidditch this year, George added. Maybe they want to make sure no one overhears us, or maybe they're using the Quidditch pitch for the third task, Cedric suggested. What could they possibly be using the pitch for? George asked skeptically. What do you think, Harry? Harry shrugged. I don't really care one way or another, but my scar's with Cedric. Your scar always takes Cedric's side, Fred noted. Is it possible it's in love with him? Harry shuddered. Dear God, I hope not. No offense, Cedric, but that would be pretty awkward. I like girls, and there are already enough rumors floating around about my love life as it is. None taken, Cedric assured him. I also find it would be rather awkward to have my friend supposedly psychic, facial disfigurement, in love with me. I mean, there's no way I'd even know unless you told me, but, knowing you, you probably would. In excruciating detail. Harry shrugged again. If I had to deal with it, so would you. Would you? He bumped into Fred. Hey, why'd you stop? Fred and George both dropped to their knees instead of answering him. No. What the? Harry was all for melodrama, but it usually had a purpose. What was wrong? The pitch. Cedric exclaimed, sounding a bit upset. Oh, right, Harry remembered. The pitch is being turned into a hedge maze. George shot Harry an accusing look. You knew? I told you my scar agreed with Cedric, Harry pointed out. I'm going to take the fact that you didn't feel the need to mention this to me as a clear sign that your scar sees me as just a friend, Cedric announced, deciding to let the matter drop. Good, because we have more pressing things to worry about, Fred interjected. Such as, why, God, why? Surely it's not that bad, Bagman claimed as he stepped forward to greet them. He had been standing with Fleur and Victor just 20 feet away. You're speaking to 4 Quidditch fanatics, sir, Harry informed him. 5 if you count Victor. 6 if, do you play? He asked Fleur. A little, she replied. I was not on any booze team, though. Bagman's smile faded slightly. Well, it will be back to normal in no time after the playoffs are over, don't worry. Is this why we couldn't have Quidditch this year? Harry demanded. You'd think we could have just gotten all the matches out of the way before April. You'd have to ask Professor Dumbledore about that, I'm afraid, Bagman replied. Can anyone tell me what this is? If we do we get a prize? Harry asked immediately. No, Bagman answered shortly. Then I'm sure I don't know, Harry said. No one spoke for a moment, they simply stared at each other, waiting for someone to answer the obvious question. Victor looked away first. Maze, he supplied, rolling his eyes. Very good. Bagman beamed, as if recognizing a maze was some grand achievement. A maze. The third task is really quite straightforward. The Triwizard Cup will be placed in the center of the maze. The first champion to touch it will receive full marks. We simply have to get through the maze? Fleur asked, looking decidedly unimpressed. It was a mystery how she had chosen to stay in Great Britain after clearly hating every minute of her 7th year there. There will be obstacles, Bagman said cheerfully, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Hagrid is providing a number of creatures, and there will be spells that must be broken, all that sort of thing, you know. Now, the champions who are leading on points will get a head start into the maze. He grinned at Harry, Fred, and George. Followed by Mr. Diggory. Then Miss Delacour will enter, and finally, Mr. Crumb. But you'll all have a fighting chance, depending on how well you navigate the obstacles. Should be fun, eh? So you're saying that our point totals are completely worthless? Fleur asked. Because it doesn't matter who is ahead, but who touches the cup first. Not at all. Bagman insisted. The more points you have, the sooner you get to go into the maze. For instance, Harry and Mr. Weasley each have 121 points, while Mr. Crumb has only 95. That's a 26-point difference, which means they should have a good 15-minute head start. But since it's a maze, then I'm thinking that you really mean we didn't need to bother with the first 2 tasks at all, Crumb countered. Well, if there are no more questions, then we can all head back up to the castle, Bagman announced loudly. As Harry walked past an apparently occupied classroom, he heard Lockhart saying, I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Naturally, he stopped to listen. Moody let out a harsh laugh. I'm sure you don't. I've never thought you were anywhere near talented enough to pull off half of the accomplishments you've claimed. Amnesia seems to pop up at the sight of each of your victories, you have to wonder, Harry said. No, you really don't, Lockhart countered, annoyance creeping into his voice. I prefer to let my accomplishments speak for themselves. I won't go around showing off my magical prowess, that would just be over the top. Dumbledore does it, but he hasn't written a series of books, so that doesn't bother him. And the amnesia? Moody asked, intrigued. Psychological trauma? Head trauma? A spell gone wrong? That last one sounds about right, Moody replied. One case of lost memory in a town with such problems that I've had to step in isn't out of the ordinary, Lockhart insisted. Now, don't you have anything better to do? Better than investigating a possible crime or series of crimes? Moody challenged. What could possibly be more important than that? Grading papers? Lockhart suggested. Interrogating either Snape or Karkaroff about possible Death Eater activity? Stopping Bagman from scamming schoolchildren with bets he has no intention of repaying? Keeping Rita Skeeter off the premises? I've already done the first three, Moody replied. And that last one is really none of my concern. For the love of God, aren't you supposed to be retired? Lockhart exclaimed. I am, Moody conceded, opening the classroom door. But that's not nearly as entertaining as you might think. I'll let you go for now, but I'll be back when I have more questions. Don't hurry back, Lockhart called after him. Moody nodded at Harry. Potter. Harry? Lockhart brightened immediately. How are you? I'm good, Harry said distractedly. Is he? Who? Moody? Lockhart asked, cutting him off. No, don't worry about it. He's suspicious of me, but he's suspicious of everyone, including Professor Dumbledore himself. Apparently, his sister had some sort of mysterious death or something. Either way, he has no proof, and I'm not careless enough for that. That's good, Harry said. So, how's being headmaster suiting you? Surprisingly well, Lockhart replied. The lack of an actual school or students, aside from Fred and George, means there's practically no work. But the publicity? It's fantastic. You wouldn't believe the flood of applications I keep getting. Harry raised an eyebrow. Applications? Lockhart shook his head, a pitying smile on his face. Harry. You create a Harry Potter School of Awesomeness, combining two things that people love, you and awesomeness, and you don't expect people to apply? You've come a long way, but you clearly have some work yet to do. Well, I've only been at it for a little over 2 years, Harry replied defensively. Still, you're leaps and bounds ahead of Victor, Lockhart remarked. He just looked confused when I suggested he sue whoever is selling unauthorized merchandise of him and get in on the profits. He's coming around, though. But enough about that, how are you preparing for the third task? Harry shrugged. It's a maze. I know a spell that can help me find the cup's general location. Could you be any less specific? Lockhart asked, raising an eyebrow. Harry made a face. I really don't know. There are supposed to be magical creatures in there, so a boggart is a good guess. There are acromantula in the Forbidden Forest, so maybe a few of them will be roaming about. A sphinx is always good for a maze, so maybe I should brush up on some inane riddles. And they've got to get rid of the blast-ended script somehow, right? So you've got a plan? Lockhart asked, leaning in. After all, he continued, it simply wouldn't do to fail miserably during the task and possibly even need rescuing after such a strong showing. Remember, Harry, your age makes you the underdog in this competition, and no one wants to see the underdog lose. Harry nodded. I know, and I'm as prepared as I can be. It's not even the maze I'm really worried about. I just need to get to the cup before anybody else. Well, yes, I suppose it would be exceedingly difficult to die during the playoffs now that Dumbledore has introduced all these ridiculous safety features, Lockhart said, nodding in agreement. But if any of you happen to die, at least you'll have waited until the third task. Because when you die, timing is just so important, Harry replied, his tone flat. Exactly, Lockhart agreed, sounding completely serious. Chapter 47. On the morning of June 24th, Harry felt more nervous than he had at any point since returning, even more so than right after Pettigrew had stolen the diary. Moody was still acting mysteriously, but Harry couldn't shake the feeling that he hadn't done anything significant enough to provoke Voldemort, especially since they had technically only met once. He couldn't help but suspect that Voldemort might use the publicity surrounding the third task to make a move, particularly since he knew that Voldemort had mostly kept to the shadows for a year, trying to get his hands on the prophecy. That strategy would have been unnecessary if things had gone according to plan in the graveyard. Yet, Harry realized he had no clearer idea of what was about to unfold than anyone else, He pondered why events weren't unfolding as expected. Peter Pettigrew was locked away in Azkaban instead of running into Bertha Jorkins and then Voldemort in Albania. What did that mean? Was Voldemort still in Albania? Had he grown tired of waiting and returned to Britain? Had he found any of his old followers? Was he plotting something? Harry had no answers to these questions, but he wasn't about to take any chances. One thing he was certain of, Cedric Diggory would live to see the 25th, no matter what. After breakfast, Harry followed the twins into the chamber off the Great Hall, wondering who, if anyone, would be there for him. Sirius would be there, of course, but Harry saw him frequently since they both spent most of the year at Hogwarts. The Weasleys would also be attending, but that was primarily because the twins were competing. Watcher, Harry, Tonks greeted him, answering his unspoken question. Remus stood beside her. "What are you guys doing here?" Harry asked, surprised. "I'm Sirius's cousin, so since you're his godson and he has custody of you, that practically makes us family," she replied with a grin. "I'm your backup godfather," Remus announced. Harry tilted his head. "Why would I need a backup godfather?" Remus looked a bit awkward. "Your parents, they loved Sirius deeply, believe me, but they didn't have as much faith that he would make it to 30. He was rather reckless, after all." "Was not," Sirius denied. "And I seem to have made it to the ripe old age of 34 just fine," he added with a smirk. "That's really not that old," Tonks interjected, glancing at Remus. "It is for the next year or so," Sirius said sternly. "How can you possibly say you're not reckless?" Remus demanded. "I remember one incident of recklessness in particular that got you unceremoniously thrown into Azkaban for a good decade." "Okay, seriously, what's with these widespread delusions about me ever stepping foot in that vile place?" Sirius retorted. "Maybe they just find it easier to believe than you abandoning your tragically orphaned godson," Tonks suggested. "I said I was sorry." Sirius insisted. "What do you think, Harry?" "I would ask Moony, but he's clearly delusional as well." Harry simply raised his eyebrows. Raxperts, of course," Sirius nodded. "So, Harry, is it true what Rita Skeeter wrote about you?" "Probably not," Harry replied promptly. "But just to be sure, you should probably elaborate." "About your love square?" Tonks clarified. "You mean love bisected triangle," Sirius corrected. "Right, that," Tonks agreed absently, staring seriously at Harry. "Dear God, no," Harry assured her. Tonks let out a sigh of relief. "Good. I mean, don't get me wrong, I really like you, kid, and if girls are going to chase after you, there's nothing you can do about it. But if I find out you're playing with their feelings, then we will have issues." Harry gulped. "Understood." As they began to step outside, Amos Diggory stopped them. Harry seized the moment to glance over at Fleur, who was still admiring Bill. Well, that was one relationship he couldn't interfere with, although who knew how a changed war, or hopefully, none at all, would impact them? "Congratulations on getting that bill passed," Mr. Diggory said to Remus. Remus nodded in response. "Thanks. It took a while, and I'm sure the bill's opponents have something planned, but I'll handle that when it comes. For now, I'm just grateful that werewolves have full rights and legal action can be taken against job discrimination." Mr. Diggory turned his attention to Harry. "And you, Harry Potter, you must be feeling pretty proud now that you're ahead of Cedric in the point totals." "Better me than you," Harry muttered automatically. When he realized what he'd said, his eyes widened in mild horror. "I mean, even with this slight disadvantage, don't count Ced out yet," Mr. Diggory said loudly, choosing to overlook Harry's awkward comment. "You may have a head start, but he can still come from behind and beat you. After all, he's done it before." "Dad," Cedric said, looking embarrassed. "Not this again." Harry snorted. like the rest of the Quidditch team would let me forget. And I've had an advantage over Cedric in the last 2 tasks. And what's that? Mr. Diggory demanded, outraged. He's too noble, Harry explained. That will probably serve him well in life, assuming it doesn't get him killed. And speaking of that, Cedric, graveyards? Run like hell, Cedric replied without hesitation. Mr. Diggory looked confused. What? Later, Harry said quickly, darting out of the chamber and leaving Cedric to try and explain. Are you sure you're going to be okay? Sirius asked him just before he joined the other champions at the entrance to the maze. Harry had enjoyed his day with Remus, Tonks, and his friends. Harry knew that spending time with his godfather was always a mixed bag. While he cherished their moments together, this time felt less enjoyable. The weight of what could happen loomed over him, and he hoped that even if he couldn't avoid danger, it wouldn't be worse than the last time. Not even slightly, Harry admitted. But what else can I do? I don't know, Sirius replied, his tone serious. But remember, the moment you need me, Dumbledore, or a whole squad of Aurors, contact me through the mirror and tell me where you are. If you're in the graveyard, getting there shouldn't be a problem. Even if you go somewhere else, we'll find a way to handle it. Thanks, Harry said, quickly taking his place among the champions. His godfather's serious demeanor always unnerved him. It felt like a sign that things were about to go terribly wrong. Harry had been navigating the maze for at least half an hour, and he began to appreciate Crouch Jr.'s efforts the first time around. He had already faced 4 oversized blast-ended Scroots, 3 Acromantula, and a snake. Surprisingly, the snake hadn't been too difficult to deal with. As soon as it realized he was a Parselmouth, it stopped trying to bite him. He couldn't quite understand why snakes were so eager to listen to him just because he spoke their language. Perhaps, since he was a Horcrux, his ability was even more unique. If Parseltongue was as rare as he had been led to believe, none of the snakes he encountered, except for the basilisk, had likely met another Parselmouth before. It made him feel like a curiosity. Still, convincing the snake not to follow him around the maze had taken up a good chunk of his time. As he turned a corner, he nearly walked right into a sphinx. He groaned. Not again. I'm really no good at riddles. It is your bad luck to have met me then, the Sphinx replied. Can I just go? Harry asked, feeling a sense of impending dread. Seriously, I'll find a different way, Harry said. No, the Sphinx replied. I'm going to ask you a riddle, and if you get it right, you can pass. And if I get it wrong or try to leave, you'll attack, right? Harry asked. The Sphinx nodded. Right. But don't worry, I'm not permitted to kill you. That said, healers can work all sorts of miracles these days. I don't suppose it's a spider, is it? Harry asked wryly. The Sphinx blinked. You don't suppose what is a spider? Me? Clearly not. And when was the last time a talking spider asked you riddles, anyway? I don't actually recall that ever happening, Harry replied. That said, I meant was that the answer, though your reaction tells me it's not. How about a man? That's the answer to the stereotypical Sphinx riddle. As if I would be so unoriginal, the Sphinx sniffed. Now stop guessing and let me ask you the riddle before I decide to start counting those guesses and put you in a coma. Harry opened his mouth to tell the Sphinx to go ahead, but thought better of it. Instead, he simply gestured for her to continue. The Sphinx smiled lazily. That's better. Now, let's see. They have not flesh, nor feathers, nor scales, nor bone. Yet they have fingers and thumbs of their own. What are they? Harry stared at her for a moment. Come again. Patiently, the Sphinx repeated, they have not flesh, nor feathers, nor scales, nor bone. Yet they have fingers and thumbs of their own. What are they? No flesh, feathers, scales, or bones. That rules out all living things, except plants, I guess, but they don't have fingers or thumbs. The no bones thing rules out most dead things as well. I guess it could be a statue, but that's just if I were thinking literally and not considering this is a riddle. Hey, Harry paused as a thought occurred to him. Is it all right if I think out loud? Harry asked. The Sphinx shrugged. Be my guest. That's bound to be more interesting than watching you just stand there for 5 minutes. But you'll have to tell me what you decide once you have your answer. Can do, Harry replied gratefully. I think better when I talk things through anyway. Let's see, fingers and thumbs could be a kind of measurement. I know you can have a finger of whiskey or scotch, but I can't think of anything for thumbs. Well, there's a thumb of gold, but I think that's more related to millers and dishonesty or something like that. If there are fingers and thumbs involved, there's probably a hand involved too, but it's not on anything that was once living. A robot? I doubt a mythical creature would be up to date on Muggle technology, since most magical folks don't know much about it. Still, a hand made of synthetic material sounds promising. I just need to think of something wizards might be familiar with. What do wizards do when they lose a hand? Use a hook? But that doesn't have any fingers or thumbs. Wormtail had a silver hand, but since he needed Riddle to create that, it's probably too complicated or obscure for most people. Wait. Yes? The Sphinx asked, looking a little dizzy from watching Harry pace back and forth and think in circles. How about a hand covering? Like a glove or a mitten? Harry suggested. You need to pick one, the Sphinx said sternly. If it's not right and that's my guess, does it really matter which one I go with? Harry asked, genuinely confused. Of course it matters. The Sphinx insisted. You have to do these things properly, or no one will take you seriously. Fine, Harry sighed. Let's see. I know one of them has a thumb and 4 fingers while the other has 1 thumb and 1 giant finger, but I can't remember which is which. The one with the 4 fingers is more convenient than the one with the single finger because there's more mobility and all. Your fingers don't bump into each other as much, Harry mused. And mitten is such a nicer name than glove. You'd think it would match the more appealing hand covering, but maybe it's the opposite. Since the riddle asked 4 fingers in the plural, I think my answer has to be glove. The Sphinx paused before responding. That was much more complicated than it needed to be. We all have our faults. Harry replied defensively, crossing his arms. One of mine is that I'm terrible at riddles. And you can't tell the difference between gloves and mittens, the Sphinx added helpfully. Harry shot her a glare. I can absolutely tell them apart. I just get the names mixed up. It happens. He hesitated for a moment. But yes, that too. So, was I right? Yes, you can go, the Sphinx said, stepping aside to let him pass. And make sure to brush up on your riddles. The sad thing is, I did brush up on them. Harry called back. He turned a few more corners and stopped short at the sight of Voldemort laughing over Cedric's body. What? But, how? There's no way he got to Hogwarts so easily. It took Draco a year. Boggart. Cedric's death and Voldemort's return would be his greatest fear at that moment, wouldn't it? Both could happen, and had happened, that night. Ridiculous, he shouted, recalling the cheer that had erupted when Voldemort finally lay dead after yet another botched Avada Kedavra aimed at him. You'd think he would have learned his lesson the first time and tried a different, equally lethal curse, but apparently, he couldn't be bothered. Point me, Harry whispered. Following the path indicated by the spell, he reached the clearing where the cup was located, just as Cedric and the twins arrived. I can't believe the hedge tried to eat us, Fred exclaimed, glancing over as he noticed Harry and the others. I mean, what is wrong with these people? Why would they put us in a maze with deadly creatures when the maze itself? Was he trying to kill us? I don't know, but look, George said, pointing at the cup. Where are Victor and Fleur? Harry asked, scanning the area. Back there somewhere, Cedric gestured vaguely behind him. I haven't seen any sparks or heard any screams, so they're probably fine. What now? Fred asked. Do we lunge for the cup? Whoever touches it first gets it? We're all about equal distance away, so it could be anyone's game, but that seems like such an arbitrary way of deciding. We could try dueling for it, George suggested. Cedric shook his head. No good. There are two of you, and Harry and I are alone. Even if only one of you dueled, it would still be 3 people against 1. One person would get ganged up on or just sit back and watch the other 2 exhaust themselves. That won't prove anything. Then what do you suggest? George asked. We all made it here at the same time, so it's a tie, Cedric said simply. Regardless of whatever school we'd been entered under, we're all Hogwarts students. We had hoped to get all the prize money, Fred said mournfully. But you're right. A tie it is. He reached for the cup, and Cedric did the same. No. Harry burst out. The others turned to look at him, puzzled. What's wrong? George asked. Can't stand the thought of a tie. Harry shook his head. I'm all for tying. In fact, you 3 can win, and I don't need any credit for it. I just need to be the first one to touch that cup. Why? Cedric asked. Harry hesitated. If you don't tell us, we're going to assume that everything's fine and grab it, Fred warned. Harry sighed. I don't know for sure, but there's every chance that cup is a portkey that will take us to a graveyard where a madman is trying to revive Voldemort. A graveyard, you say? Cedric asked thoughtfully. Is that why you kept saying? Yeah, Harry admitted. It was. Why didn't you warn us, then, if you were that concerned? George asked, his voice rising. Honestly, it didn't even occur to me, Harry admitted, a hint of guilt in his tone. Sorry. Why don't you just find out for sure? Throw a rock at the cup or something, Fred suggested. If it's a portkey, we'll send up sparks and explain that the cup is gone. If it's not, we'll just pretend this never happened. That won't work, Cedric replied, shaking his head. The cup is definitely a portkey, but it's supposed to take the winner to the outside of the maze to prevent them from getting ambushed on their way out. Harry hadn't known that, but it made sense. It explained why grabbing the cup in the graveyard had taken him to the maze's entrance instead of the center. Crouch Jr. would want to keep him from escaping. Though the idea of flinging Harry's body at it to announce Voldemort's return might have tempted him. We can let the portkey activate, send up sparks, and since we're the only ones here and all agree to a tie, we can explain that we all won when someone checks on us, Fred suggested. No, I need to go there, Harry said firmly. Why? Cedric demanded. If you're right, you'll just get yourself killed. Possibly, but I need to stop him, and this is my best chance, Harry insisted, urgency lacing his words. I don't like it, George said, shaking his head. If you're wrong, you end up winning the playoffs. If you're right, you walk into some sort of ritual with a madman and get yourself killed. It has to be done, Harry replied sharply. Then we're going with you, Cedric declared, determination etched on his face. The twins nodded in agreement, their expressions grim. No, I need to do this by myself, Harry insisted. We're standing closer than you, Fred pointed out. If you don't agree, we'll touch the portkey without you and see what happens. That couldn't happen. They would just get themselves killed. Harry knew that being a Horcrux meant he had no chance of stopping Voldemort. All right, he agreed reluctantly. Cedric and either Fred or George can come, too. Why only one? George asked, his voice rising with concern. Because one of us needs to stay here and send up sparks, Harry explained. By the time you're rescued, You'll know if we're outside the maze or if I need you to tell Dumbledore that the cup was a port key, that we reached it, and now we're missing." He pulled out his invisibility cloak and 2 daggers, handing them to Cedric. "Whoever goes with me needs to keep this on at all times. They won't kill me right away, but they will kill you. And if you see a giant snake, use one of these or the Avada Kedavra." "Okay," Cedric agreed solemnly. The twins exchanged looks, and finally, George took a deep breath. "You go. Your name came out of the cup, so you go." "Are you sure?" Fred asked, clearly torn. "Just, don't you dare die on me," George warned, his voice a bit higher than usual. "Or I swear to God." "I wouldn't dream of it," Fred promised. As the 3 designated travelers reached out to touch the port key, Harry really hoped he could keep that promise. Chapter 48. Harry kept his eyes closed as they traveled, half hoping he was wrong. Maybe they'd land outside the maze to the sound of thunderous applause, and a lot of dismay from anyone who didn't favor Hogwarts. Sure, that would mean he had no idea what was happening and that Voldemort could do worse, but at least he might face Voldemort without anyone insisting on accompanying him. After all, he had the best track record against the self-proclaimed Dark Lord, second only to Dumbledore. When Harry finally opened his eyes, he was disappointed to find himself once again lying in a cemetery near the Riddle family plot. A quick glance around revealed no one else in sight, so Fred and Cedric were still under the cloak, and Voldemort and his accomplice would be further away, giving them some time. "Muffliato. You guys there?" Harry asked quietly. "Yeah," Fred whispered back. "I can't believe you were actually right." "It does happen," Harry acknowledged. "How about you, Cedric?" "I think I'm having a panic attack from all your conditioning this year," Cedric replied honestly. "Running would be a great idea, but it's a bit difficult with 2 people under the invisibility cloak. Still, you need to get out of the way." "What's going on, Harry?" Fred demanded. "We don't have time, I'll explain later. Remember, you need to kill the giant snake. Be very careful with those daggers. I coated them in basilisk venom, and no, I'm not going to explain why right now. At some point, it'll probably look like I'm dead, but if the person who killed me collapses as well, I'll be fine. If not, just grab the port key and go. If you have to, silence yourselves. Do you understand?" Damn, Harry swore as a possible flaw in his plan occurred to him. "What?" Cedric asked, sounding a bit anxious. "We have brother wands. I'll need to switch wands with one of you. You or I won't be able to do anything," Harry explained. "Here," Cedric said, holding out his wand. It was a little surreal to see a wand appear out of nowhere, floating in midair. "It won't work as well as your wand since it didn't choose you or whatever, but at least it doesn't have an unfortunate connection to whoever it is you're going to be facing." "Thanks, Cedric," Harry replied gratefully, accepting the wand. It was made of ash wood with unicorn hair, if he remembered correctly, and was maybe an inch and a half longer than his own. He held out his wand for Cedric to take. "Please try not to die." "You too, Fred." "You're awfully morbid tonight," Fred noted. "It's beginning to scare me." Harry shrugged. "Yeah, well, this could all go to hell really quickly. Remember, you're not here, so try not to draw attention to yourselves if you can help it." "Got it," Cedric said. "You sure about this?" Harry shook his head. "Not nearly, but we're kind of a little late for second guessing." "You don't die either, Harry," Fred said seriously. "Because let me tell you, if I let you die, my family, well, I'd probably be better off throwing myself between you and an Avada Kedavra." "I'll try not to," Harry promised. "Let's go," Cedric urged. Harry waited until he was fairly certain his friends were out of sight before canceling the Muffliato. "Oh God," he cried, jumping to his feet. "A graveyard? They never told us there was another part of the third task." "That's because there isn't," a voice said from behind him. Harry turned around, struggling to recognize the speaker, but he was at a loss. Stupefy. Harry opened his eyes slowly, taking stock of his surroundings. He was tied to a grave, which was not good. The fair-haired man who had stunned him stood in front of a large stone cauldron. A giant snake slithered nearby, and Voldemort, looking disturbingly like a very ugly baby, lay next to the cauldron. Surprisingly, this was a good thing, but Harry couldn't shake the worry that Nagini might notice Fred and Cedric and inform Voldemort of their presence. "I activated the Dark Mark and called your Death Eaters, my lord," a strangely familiar man said. "And it looks like Potter's waking up." "Good," the diminutive figure of evil replied, sounding pleased. "Let's hurry this up, Crouch. It wouldn't do for any of my less loyal servants to witness my rebirth." Crouch? That name struck a chord. Harry remembered seeing this man in person a lifetime ago, too preoccupied with demanding details about Voldemort's return and trying to survive to notice he had neglected to take his polyjuice potion. "Of course, my master," Crouch Jr. bowed before carefully lifting the tiny Voldemort. Harry watched in silence as Crouch almost reverently unwrapped his master, revealing the ugliest baby he had ever seen. The creature resembled something straight out of a Greek myth, with its hairlessness, undersized limbs, scaly skin, and lack of a proper nose. To make matters worse, it was a reddish-black, a very ugly, very snake-like, and very possessed child. Crouch gently lowered Voldemort into the cauldron, a look of utter devotion mixed with slight insanity on his face. Harry couldn't help but think that anyone so thrilled about carrying that creature had to be unhinged. "Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son," Crouch declared, raising his wand and pointing it in Harry's general direction. Harry watched as the ground beneath his feet cracked, sending a fine trail of dust into the air, which floated gently into the cauldron. The water hissed violently, sparks flying in all directions as it transformed into a vibrant, deadly-looking blue. Harry hoped that was how the ritual was supposed to go. Harry knew he had to go through with this. If he didn't, Sirius's plan to switch the bones would be wasted, and he would likely need all the help he could get. Crouch looked almost eager as he pulled a long silver dagger from his cloak. "Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master," he said, casually lopping off his left hand. As the severed flesh touched the cauldron's contents, it turned a bright red. True to his fanatic nature, Crouch didn't even scream. He paused only to cast a spell to stop the bleeding before moving toward Harry. "Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe," Crouch declared, kneeling beside Harry. Harry understood that intent was crucial in spellcasting, and in a split second, he made a decision. He subtly shifted his body closer to the dagger that Crouch was bringing down on him. "How's that for forcibly taken?" He needed this ritual to succeed if he wanted to destroy the Horcrux within himself relatively safely. He winced but didn't cry out. It wouldn't do to appear weak, especially when Crouch, insane or not, had remained silent after losing his hand. "Oh God, couldn't you have at least cleaned that or something?" Harry blurted out, wrinkling his nose in disgust. He hadn't intended to taunt Voldemort until after the ritual was complete, but this was just too unsanitary. Crouch rolled his eyes. "Don't complain, Potter. You're getting a chance to partake in a ritual to bring back the greatest wizard who ever lived. It's an honor many would die for. As a matter of fact, it's an honor you will die for." "Did something happen to Dumbledore?" Harry asked innocently. Crouch ignored the question, holding out a vial to catch droplets of Harry's blood. "You're about to have bigger problems than an infection, little boy." Once he had collected enough blood, he hurried back to Voldemort's side and carefully poured it into the cauldron. Instantly, the liquid transformed into a blinding white that made it hard to see anything else. But the dazzling display didn't last long. Soon, a thick pillar of smoke billowed from the cauldron. As the mist began to clear, Harry witnessed the results of the ritual firsthand, the dark outline of a tall, emaciated man emerged from the cauldron. "Robe me," Voldemort demanded, his tone dripping with triumph, seemingly too pleased to do it himself. Or perhaps he had always relied on his minions for such tasks. Either way, it felt unsettling. Crouch nodded curtly. "Right away, my lord." He bent down, picked up the black robes that Voldemort had used as swaddling clothes just minutes before, shook them out, and pulled them over his master's head with one hand. Voldemort barely acknowledged the gesture, his eyes were fixed solely on Harry. Harry met his gaze, wondering what he was supposed to do until the Death Eaters arrived. He really hoped Voldemort wasn't about to start monologuing again. He had been too traumatized the last time to say anything, and he cared little for the family history of the man who had murdered his parents. Now that he already knew the story, he cared even less. "You look like a snake," Harry finally offered. Voldemort's lips curled into a faint smile. "Indeed? Such a noble creature. What do you think?" he asked Crouch. "The resemblance is uncanny," Crouch replied loyally. Voldemort then turned his attention to his newly formed body, as if searching for that resemblance. During his inspection, he drew a wand and pointed it at Crouch. The supposedly dead Death Eater was lifted off the ground and hurled against Harry's headstone. Crouch didn't react immediately, but he quickly scrambled to his feet. "Hold out your..." "Roll up your sleeves," Voldemort commanded. Crouch obeyed, rolling up his sleeves and offering both arms to the newly revived Dark Wizard. Voldemort scrutinized the dark mark on Crouch's arm. "They will be here soon, and then we can hear their excuses." He suddenly turned to face Harry. "You stand, Harry Potter, upon the remains of my late father," he proclaimed. "A muggle and a fool, very much like your dear mother." "My mother was a witch," Harry shot back. "And from what I understand, you only met your father on the day you killed him. Whatever his faults, it wasn't his fault your mother tricked him with a love potion, convincing herself he truly loved her. After that kind of manipulation, of course he left. If he had stayed, she might have done it again." "Crucio!" Voldemort shouted, jabbing his wand at Harry. Pain shot through Harry's body, and he bit his tongue hard enough to draw blood, but he fought to stay silent. "Oh, real mature," he said, turning his head to spit out the blood. "My mother didn't dose my father with love potions. She told him she was a witch, and he left. He returned to his muggle parents before I was even born, and she died giving birth to me, leaving me alone in a muggle orphanage during the worst depression in living memory. He could have found me, should have found me, but he did nothing. Regardless, I took vengeance on that fool who gave me his name. Tom Riddle." Voldemort's expression darkened. Harry knew he should stop while he was ahead, but he couldn't shake the thought of the people Voldemort would go on to kill if he wasn't stopped here. 2 of them were hidden somewhere in this very graveyard. How was he supposed to find you if your mother just disappeared? Harry asked, trying to reason with him. "And since your father left before you were born, it was really your mother who gave you his name. Seriously, you could have just changed it. Starting a war because of your daddy issues, kind of pathetic, don't you think?" "How pathetic? Why on earth are you flaunting your half-blood status anyway? Doesn't that contradict your whole pure-blood supremacy message?" With that, Harry felt the sharp pain of the Cruciatus curse again, but he swore it was worth it. "Listen to me," reminiscing about family history, Voldemort mused. "One might almost think I was getting sentimental. If only one didn't know you were a raging sociopath," Harry muttered under his breath. Voldemort ignored him, turning his attention to the arrival of his minions. Harry could only hope that Fred and Cedric had gotten far enough away not to be caught in the chaos as they were suddenly surrounded by Death Eaters. He had seen more than enough grown men bowing and scraping before the psychopath, so he automatically tuned out their groveling and the cries of, "I knew you'd be back." Harry jolted back to reality as a stinging hex shot past him. "Pay attention," Crouch hissed, revealing his new silver hand. Harry thought about how that ghostly appendage wouldn't end up strangling the man it belonged to. And speaking of regrets, he still felt no gratitude for saving Pettigrew. Sure, that moment of weakness and the deception-sensing hand might have allowed them to escape, but without Pettigrew, Voldemort might not have returned so soon. Though, considering the current situation, it seemed like he would have found a way regardless. Sure enough, Voldemort had finished terrorizing his servants for the moment and turned his focus back to Harry. "Harry Potter has kindly joined us for my rebirthing party," Voldemort declared. "One might even call him my guest of honor." "Guest of honor?" Harry scoffed. "This just proves that Riddle here can't tell allies from enemies." A stunned silence fell over the Death Eaters as they froze in shock at Harry's audacity. It was a good thing Bellatrix wasn't there. She would have probably tried to kill him for that. "Crucio," Voldemort hissed. Harry idly wondered how many times the Longbottoms had endured that curse before they finally snapped. He hoped he would never find out. "Don't call me that, Potter," Voldemort hissed. "What else am I supposed to call you?" Harry shot back as the curse was lifted. "You know who? He who must not be named? The Dark Lord? I'm not a Death Eater, and I've met you before, so I have no desire to use any of those titles. What about my chosen name?" Voldemort replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. "No one would actually tell me what that was." "Dumbledore always called you Riddle," Harry lied with an apologetic tone. Voldemort introduced himself with a flourish. "I believe everyone should know the name of the man who kills them." "I'll make sure to remember that," Harry said, feigning agreement. "Master, we crave to know, we beg you to tell us, how you have achieved this miracle, how you managed to return to us." Lucius simpered, clearly hoping to avoid the Cruciatus curse by asking the right questions. "Ah, what a story it is, Lucius," Voldemort replied. "And it begins, and ends, with my young friend here. You know, of course, that they have called this boy my downfall? You all know that on the night I lost my powers and my body, I tried to kill him. His mother died in the attempt to save him, and unwittingly provided him with a protection I admit I had not foreseen. I could not touch the boy." He raised one of his long, white fingers and brought it close to Harry's cheek. "His mother left upon him the traces of her sacrifice. This is old magic, I should have remembered it. I was foolish to overlook it, but no matter. I can touch him now." Harry felt the cold tip of that long finger make contact, and he thought his head would burst from the pain. "That's quite an accomplishment," he managed to say through gritted teeth. Of course, everyone else, except Quirrell, managed it just fine, but way to aspire to such mediocrity. Voldemort merely smiled, a chilling expression that sent a shiver down Harry's spine. Voldemort chuckled darkly, launching into an explanation of his journey from the night he failed to kill Harry to the present moment. "And then, not even a year ago, when I had almost abandoned hope, it happened at last, a witch stumbled upon me. She was foolish and flighty, having suffered some brain damage from an overzealous memory charm. In short, she was perfect. Perfect to possess, perfect to free my loyal servant." He nodded toward Crouch. "Bertha Jorkins. She had never been so useful in her life. She was traveling in Albania and wandered into my forest alone. Her body didn't last long, and her mind lasted even less, but I got what I needed, passage back to Britain and the knowledge that a loyal servant was within my grasp. Bartemius Crouch may have denied me at his trial, but years of enslavement, first in Azkaban and then in his own home by his father, hardened his resolve and turned him into someone whose loyalty to me is absolute. Dear Bertha arrived at the Crouch house one day and encountered a house elf in Crouch. Crouch Sr. panicked and cast the strongest memory charm he could on her. When I broke it, she was lost to me, but it didn't matter. I went to the Crouch house and retrieved my servant. So that was how it was. Crouch had been freed because of Bertha once again. He wasn't sure why he was so surprised. After all, He hadn't seen any of the major players in that little drama aside from Voldemort before the Quidditch Cup. Voldemort stepped in front of Harry, seemingly finished with his little speech for now. And here he is, the boy you all thought would be my downfall. Crucio. That was what, 4 times that night? If it continued, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from screaming. He waited a moment after Voldemort let up, ensuring he could keep his voice steady before saying, "Yes, you can torture an unarmed and restrained." "Clearly, this proves you're better than me," Voldemort sneered. "Of course, I've never had my backside handed to me by an infant, but I suppose that's not as absurd as it sounds." His eyes narrowed into slits, filled with rage. "Let there be no mistake in anyone's mind. Harry Potter escaped me by mere luck. And now, I will demonstrate my power by killing him right here, in front of all of you, when there's no Dumbledore to protect him and no mother to sacrifice herself for him. I will give him his chance. He will be allowed to fight, and you will see without doubt who is stronger. Untie him, Crouch, and return his wand." "As you wish, Master," Crouch replied, pointing his wand at Harry. The ropes binding Harry to the gravestone loosened and fell away. "Catch," he said, tossing Harry Cedric's wand. Harry caught it deftly and stood up slowly, using the headstone for support. After enduring 4 Cruciatus curses, he was still shaky on his feet. It was a good thing he didn't have to take care of Nagini, otherwise, he would be in serious trouble. "You've been taught how to duel, Harry Potter?" Voldemort asked, his voice low and mocking. "I'd been taught to drop my wand and summon snakes," Harry responded. "Our dueling club was kind of substandard. At least you know you're supposed to bow to each other?" Voldemort inquired. Harry shrugged. "I don't think we really got around to that, no." "Well, come now. The niceties must be observed. Dumbledore would want you to show some manners." "Bow to death, Harry," Voldemort coaxed. "I'll bow to death only after it bows to me," Harry replied firmly. "I said, bow." Voldemort raised his wand, and Harry felt his spine begin to curve against his will. In a swift motion, he threw himself to the ground. While it didn't stop the laughter of the Death Eaters or Voldemort's amusement, he refused to bow to the man who had tried to take everything from him. He had lost so many of the people he loved. Now, he had to muster the strength to get back on his feet, a daunting prospect. He managed it, but not as quickly as he would have liked. "I see living with Muggles has tragically left you bereft of manners," Voldemort said, shaking his head ruefully. "Not that I'm surprised, of course. Still, you might be able to face me straight-backed and proud, just like your father did. And now, we duel." Crucio. As the Cruciatus curse hit him for the 5th time that night, Harry seriously wished he had taken someone's advice to just throw a rock at the damn cup. When the curse lifted, he was appalled to realize he had cried out. Still, he figured 1 in 5 wasn't too bad. "That hurt, didn't it, Harry?" Voldemort taunted. "You don't want me to do it again, do you?" Harry stayed silent, focusing all his energy. "I asked whether you want me to do that again," Voldemort said softly. "Imperio." "Fine," Harry snapped, his voice sharp. "I must want it on some level, or I'd stop provoking you." The crowd fell silent, trying to process the fact that a 14-year-old had just broken Voldemort's imperious curse. "Well," Voldemort said quietly, "who am I to deny a dying man his last request?" He raised his wand again, but Harry quickly threw himself behind the headstone he'd been tied to earlier. The stone cracked as Voldemort's Crucio hit it, and Harry winced in pain. He took out his mirror. "Sirius, I need you," he whispered. "Harry?" Sirius replied, his voice low. "We're ready to mobilize." "Where are you?" "George said Fred and Cedric are with you." "Are they alive?" "I'm in the graveyard," Harry answered quickly. "Cedric and Fred are somewhere, but I haven't seen them in a while. They should be fine. Hurry." Chapter 49. Master. I'm being attacked. Nagini hissed. Voldemort stiffened. Attacked? Who would dare? It seemed Fred and Cedric were making their move. There was only one thing to do. Harry took a deep breath. Even though he had survived death, well, a few times, really, he wasn't exactly looking forward to sacrificing himself on purpose. But if he focused on drawing attention away from Cedric and Fred, that should mean they'd be safe once he returned, right? That was how it had worked before. Of course, back then he had truly believed he would stay dead. It was entirely possible that Voldemort would use the killing curse, and he might either remain a Horcrux or truly die. Oh, who was he kidding? Voldemort had only ever shown he could wield the 3 unforgivable curses around him. Though, he might have used something else that one time he fought Dumbledore in the Ministry. 2 boys, Master, Nagini abruptly cut off with a hiss of pain. She was either dead or would be soon. Quit stalling, Harry mentally urged himself. Reluctantly, he stepped out from behind his stone shield. You can't kill me. I can try, Voldemort replied simply, raising his wand. Avada Kedavra. Harry looked around idly. He was at King's Cross again. Why couldn't I be more creative than using a train station as a metaphor for being at a crossroads? He murmured. I don't know, but personally, I blame your mother, a voice said from behind him. A true marauder would never be that unoriginal. Harry spun around and came face to face with a man who looked remarkably like he would in a few years, minus the bright green eyes. Oh, and you might want to be aware of the fact that you're naked, James Potter said helpfully. Harry glanced down. So he was. Of course, the moment he became aware of it, he was suddenly in robes. Why did he need to be naked in the first place? Honestly. Original, as far as infantile pranks go, maybe, a girl said. Harry turned to see Lily Potter standing beside him. But you never were one for symbolism. Can't we just blame your relatives for not believing in creativity and trying to stifle it in our son? James implored. I refuse to admit any relation to that man, Lily insisted, crossing her arms. Petunia's just scared and should never have been placed in charge of a magical child. As for the son, well, he'll probably grow up sooner or later. Mum? Dad? Harry could hardly believe his eyes. Who were you expecting? Dumbledore? James asked with a sardonic smirk. Hate to break it to you, kid, but he's not quite dead in this timeline yet. Harry's eyes widened. This timeline? Then, you know. Harry, we're dead. And possibly just manifestations of your subconscious mind, Lily said gently. Of course we know. And? Harry asked, curious about their thoughts on everything that had happened. I couldn't be more proud, James said, beaming. Aside from that Luna girl and Sirius, who really doesn't count because he also came back, no one knows about the whole time travel thing, and you've done an admirable job creating chaos. Lily nudged him. Oh, and helping people. That was good, too. While I may not strictly approve of all the willful mayhem, Lily continued, or of just up and leaving your original timeline, the fact that you're trying to end everything now before people start dying is admirable, and I hope you succeed. I didn't mean to come back, Harry pointed out. I wasn't really thinking, it just felt like I was compelled to. And once I got here, I had no idea how to go back, so I figured I might as well make the best of it. Really, my school days. I swear, I might have fun sometimes, but I don't recommend trying it. Repeating your schooling is one of the most tedious things I've ever encountered. If I didn't try to liven things up, God knows I would have gone mad by now, Harry said. That's assuming you're not mad already, Lily replied with a teasing smile. Harry shrugged. True. But as long as I'm not violently insane, I suppose it doesn't matter. Mental stability's overrated anyway. Here, James cheered. By the way, tell Sirius I don't blame him for picking Peter to be our secret keeper. Sure, that turned out to be a really stupid idea, but Lily and I were the ones who agreed to it in the end, so. I will, Harry said solemnly. He's still a horrible influence, though. And tell Severus I forgive him. If I call him Severus, he's likely to hex me, Harry added, but. All right. I still don't see what you see in him, James said, shaking his head ruefully. He was my best friend for years, Lily reminded him. And even if the prophecy getting out was his fault, we would have been in danger anyway. Not that much danger, James countered. Besides, he was a Death Eater. Was being the operative word, Lily replied firmly. He's still alive, but God knows he hasn't been acting like it for 13 years now. He's back on the right side and needs to move past this. I'm hoping my forgiveness will help. Yeah, I suppose if he died, I might have to see him more, James mused. Let's hope that doesn't happen for a while. I have to go back soon, don't I? Harry asked. Lily nodded. Stay here too long, and you'll lose the opportunity. Thank you for protecting me, Harry said sincerely. Lily smiled softly at him. We're your parents, Harry. That's what parents do. We'll keep watching over you, James promised. After all, we love you, you're rather entertaining, and we really have nothing better to do. Now do us all a favor and go kick Voldemort's ass. I'll try not to disappoint, Harry replied dryly. When Harry came to, he felt sore all over. Harry groaned, feeling the weight of exhaustion settle over him. His body was already sore from those 5 crucios, but now it felt as if he'd endured 5 more while unconscious, or was it while he was dead? That was a distinct possibility. My lord, Crouch said, his voice cutting through the haze. Are you all right? I'm fine, Voldemort insisted. Harry risked a glance at the dark figure and saw him rise to his feet. And Potter? Is he dead? Voldemort's voice dripped with malice. Harry hoped he could move quickly enough or stun Voldemort long enough to accomplish what he needed to do. He sat up, turning his wand toward Voldemort. You wish. Voldemort's eyes widened. Pot. Before he could finish, Harry distantly heard the familiar cracks of apparition, but he pushed them aside, focusing instead on his own cry, Avada Kedavra. He wasn't the only one casting the spell. A jolt of green light struck Voldemort from both the front and the back, and as he fell, Harry locked eyes with his godfather, who was slowly lowering his wand. Took you long enough, Harry said, a hint of relief in his voice. You're the one who wouldn't call for backup until Voldemort had gone and gotten himself reborn, Sirius shot back. True, Harry agreed, his eyelids growing heavy. His head was swimming. He knew that passing out in a graveyard surrounded by Death Eaters, and, he supposed, Aurors gearing up for a fight, was probably not his best decision. Those crucios and that Avada Kedavra were really starting to take their toll. You better not let me die. When Harry finally woke up, he found himself back at Hogwarts in the hospital wing. He sighed, and I had so hoped to avoid this place. Then maybe you shouldn't have gone to face Voldemort, George chimed in from the next bed over. What are you doing here? Harry asked, confusion flickering across his face. George shrugged. Damned if I know. I didn't even get to go with you. They said it was because of the maze, but I noticed that Fleur and Crumb don't need to be here. Where's? Are Cedric and Fred all right? Harry asked, worry etched on his face. We're right here, Fred replied from a bed on the opposite side of the room, with Cedric beside him. What's the last thing you remember? Cedric asked. Passing out, Harry said tersely. After that, I was unconscious, so I can't recall much else. Good point, Fred conceded. Do you want to know what happened? That would be nice, Harry confirmed. Let me just say, you are the craziest person I've ever met, Cedric began. Voldemort was coming back to life, casting Crucio every time you turned around, and you just kept taunting him. I have no regrets, Harry declared, crossing his arms defiantly. You never do, Cedric sighed. But maybe if you'd let up just a little, you wouldn't have passed out. Fred and I made sure to use that charm you showed us earlier, Muffliato. We weren't sure exactly what it did, but we figured it must be some kind of modified silencing charm that let us communicate without anyone else hearing us. You insisted we stay invisible. Harry nodded. Anyone who got close would just hear a buzzing sound. Unless they were trying to eavesdrop, which they wouldn't, since we were invisible, they wouldn't even notice. So, Cedric and I weren't sure if we should intervene when you got stunned and that Crouch guy was performing some sort of ritual, Fred continued. But you didn't seem too worried, and we were focused on finding that snake. It would have been a lot easier if Cedric hadn't been on the verge of a panic attack. You try shaking off a year of conditioning that fast, Cedric interrupted. Besides, I could see a lot of sense in Harry's suggestion to run like hell. You know, finding sense in anything Harry says doesn't say much for your mental state, George chimed in. During the defense, a Death Eater was trying to bring back Voldemort, and then more Death Eaters showed up, Cedric explained, a hint of defensiveness in his tone. Just keep telling yourself that, Fred said with a patronizing chuckle. You know, I'd probably be a lot more offended if that weren't true. Harry interjected. But since it is true, you don't really care? Cedric asked, raising an eyebrow. Harry shrugged. Not really. But go on. What happened after you saw the ritual? Death Eaters were operating all around us, Fred continued. One of them appeared just inches away, and it really freaked us out. We quickly moved back a bit. We spotted the snake, but it was right next to Voldemort, so we didn't want to risk it. After Voldemort started explaining his grand quest to kill a teenager, the snake slithered off. That's when Cedric and I took our chance. While everyone was distracted by that duel, we took it down, and Cedric even cut off its head for good measure. Good thinking, Harry said, impressed. When Voldemort was bodiless, he tied his life force to Nagini to strengthen himself and anchor himself to the physical world with some obscure ritual. So, to kill him, the snake had to go. Are you saying we were partially responsible for killing Voldemort? Cedric looked stunned. Indeed, Harry nodded. That should earn you extra credit on your Data Newt, if nothing else. We're lucky your godfather showed up when he did, Fred added. He must have brought at least 24 Aurors. Once the anti-apparition wards went up, the Death Eaters didn't stand a chance. Did anyone get away? Harry asked, concern creeping into his voice. Just one, Fred replied. I don't know who it was, though. Harry, my boy, you're awake? Fudge said as he strolled into the hospital wing, accompanied by Rita Skeeter, Dumbledore, Sirius, and Snape. Yes, sir, Harry responded. Maybe you can help clear up some of this confusion about this so-called return of he who must not be named, Fudge said hopefully. I think it's obvious what happened, sir. Barty Crouch Jr. was driven insane by the Dementors and somehow managed to escape Azkaban. Since he's supposed to be dead, he probably had help, and you should question him about that. He attempted a dangerous, obscure, and likely illegal ritual to summon Voldemort's spirit back to this world in a makeshift body. That ritual depended heavily on a snake named Nagini, which Cedric and Fred managed to kill. Crouch brought me there to be killed by the Voldemort, but fortunately, my godfather and I managed to destroy it. The fact that I'm here now means our wonderfully competent Aurors took care of any others who showed up to see if Crouch's delusions had any basis in fact. Can I quote you on that? Rita asked eagerly. Harry nodded. That's my official statement, and I won't be saying anything more on the matter until I've recovered. Faux Voldemort tortured me 5 times, you know. Fudge winced at that. Well, it's a good thing you're all right and that monstrosity was put down, and the escaped Death Eater caught. I need to go deal with the fallout now, but first. Who actually won the Pentawizard Playoffs? I need to give out the winnings and make an announcement. It was a tie, Harry explained. Fred, Cedric, and I all touched it at the same time, and that's how we got transported to the graveyard. Crouch Jr. must have made it a port key, although I have no idea how he managed to do that. About that, Fudge said, looking a little awkward. Turns out he'd been using polyjuice to replace his father all year. Since he was busy with his little ritual, tonight he sent his father under an imperious curse to be a judge. It looks like it's wearing off, so we should be able to question him about his involvement soon enough. Normally, there would be a presentation ceremony, but under the circumstances. Circumstance. With that, he tossed a bag of galleons at Harry and left, Rita hurrying after him. Harry, why did you tell Minister Fudge that wasn't really Voldemort? Dumbledore asked reproachfully. Because even if Voldemort was killed quickly, the fact that he came back once means he could return again. The last thing Fudge wants is to be known as the minister who let Voldemort come back. He would never admit it. It's better to give him a public-friendly version than risk him trying to destroy our credibility, Harry replied matter-of-factly. But Voldemort can come back, and he will, Dumbledore said, looking older than usual. Actually, Professor, you'll find that he won't, Harry corrected. I know all about his Horcruxes. When I fought the diary in the chamber, I showed it to Sirius, and he recognized it as a Horcrux. My family was always rather dark, Sirius chimed in. We decided that even he wouldn't be so careless with his soul as to hand it off to Wormtail for safekeeping, so there might be more. It took some time, but we eventually managed to get Hufflepuff's cup from Bellatrix's vault and Slytherin's locket from my house. You had one of the Dark Lord's Horcruxes in your house? Snape interjected skeptically. Sirius shrugged. I already mentioned my family was dark. But in this case, my brother found out about them, turned on Voldemort, and took it, but he died before figuring out how to destroy them. How did you manage to destroy them? Dumbledore asked, intrigued. Fiend fire, mostly, but we did use a bit of the basilisk venom Harry got from the chamber, Sirius replied. We found Ravenclaw's diadem hidden here at Hogwarts and Slytherin's ring at Voldemort's maternal family's house, not too far from that graveyard. Then it was Harry's turn to speak. I suspected Nagini might be one, so I had Fred and Cedric kill it. Then I realized I was a Horcrux as well. While I was fully prepared to give my life to see Voldemort destroyed, the fact that he used my blood to come back anchored me to this world while he destroyed his own Horcrux. You died? Sirius looked alarmed. I told you I was going to, Harry pointed out. Yeah, but still. I have to be the worst guardian ever. Sirius said mournfully. There's very little you could do to be worse than my previous guardians, Harry tried to comfort him. Considering they kept you in a cupboard, that's really not saying much. Sirius shot back. Well, while I was dead, I met my parents, Harry continued. My dad said he didn't blame you. Even if you suggested Pettigrew, he and Mum had the final say. Then Mum said you're still a horrible influence and to tell someone named Severus that she forgave him. Since he's still alive, he should start acting like it. Oh, and Dad said he wanted him to stay alive too, just so he wouldn't have to deal with him. Snape blinked at that but said nothing, not that Harry really expected him to. Your mum said I was a horrible influence. Sirius brightened at the thought. I've still got it. These revelations are quite surprising, Dumbledore interjected. Why didn't you tell me about your Horcrux hunt? I was afraid that if I did, you might shut me out because of my age. I felt it was something I needed to handle on my own, Harry replied, partially honestly. Sirius and I had it covered, and if we needed help, we would have asked for it. Besides, you had the same starting information we did, so you were free to make the Horcrux connection and start looking for them yourself. I see, Dumbledore said. I'll need to see the two of you in my office to discuss our next move." Once they left, George said casually, "So, about those winnings. You can have my share if you make me a partner in the joke shop you start with it," Harry replied without hesitation. "What?" Fred exclaimed, looking completely shocked. "That's over 300 galleons." "Positive," Harry confirmed. "I should make at least a third of that selling my exclusive, anyway." Cedric seemed to be deep in thought. Finally, he added, "Me too." George stared at him in confusion. "You, too? You can have my share as well. I don't really need the money since we've got another year of school. As long as I can be a partner in your shop and see a return on my investment when you guys become wildly successful, which everyone knows you will, then it will be worth it," Cedric said firmly. "Besides, after tonight, I think that's exactly what everyone needs." Thank you," Fred said, accepting the bag of galleons that Harry held out to him. "How can we ever repay you?" George asked. "By making us ridiculously wealthy when you make it big," Harry replied. "And not using us as test subjects," Cedric added. "And not letting your mum kill us too much for this," Harry finished. "We make no promises," Fred smirked. Chapter 50, Death Eater Plot to Revive You-Know-Who Foiled by Potter. By Rita Skeeter. The third task of the Pentawizard Playoffs was nothing short of spectacular, and it certainly didn't disappoint. However, what nobody anticipated was the shocking entertainment that followed the playoffs. Bartemius Crouch Jr., who was not as dead as his father would have everyone believe, abducted champions Harry Potter, Fred Weasley, and Cedric Diggory from within the maze of the third task. His intention? To plunge us back into the terror of 13 years ago. Crouch attempted to use these young champions in a twisted and elaborate ritual to resurrect he who must not be named. Fortunately, the ritual only succeeded in creating a golem, which was swiftly defeated by the combined efforts of Potter and Sirius Black. While Weasley and Diggory focused on destroying the snake that sustained the golem, Potter called for reinforcements using his two-way mirror. Black, eager to redeem himself for his previous failures as a guardian, responded with a squad of 24 aurors. It goes without saying that the Ministry's finest had no trouble apprehending those who still harbored loyalty to you-know-who, eager to see if Crouch could truly bring him back. Spoiler alert, he couldn't. You might wonder how Crouch managed to kidnap some of Hogwarts' top students and rally the old followers of he who must not be named to his side while supposedly being dead himself. It's an intriguing question with an even more captivating answer. Crouch Jr.'s mother died shortly after he did, at least, that's what we thought. It turns out she did pass away, but not in her home, she died in Azkaban prison. Aware of her impending death and knowing her husband would do anything for her, the late Mrs. Crouch begged him to use Polyjuice Potion to smuggle their son out, sacrificing her life in the process. Given Crouch Jr.'s undeniable ties to the Death Eaters, this revelation adds a chilling twist to an already dark tale. Crouch Sr. had kept his son under the Imperious Curse until one day, Jr.'s will became so strong that he overpowered his father. From there, he embarked on a reckless quest to resurrect his Dark Master. Meanwhile, Crouch Sr. was facing charges for his actions, and Azkaban was ramping up security after two prisoners had managed to escape, one of whom slipped away completely unnoticed. The captured Death Eaters turned out to be, much to everyone's shock and horror, seemingly respectable members of the community. They had faced past accusations of Death Eater activity but had either bribed the previous, clearly corrupt administration or claimed they were under the Imperious Curse. As Lucius Malfoy, a true victim of the curse himself, lamented, "It truly saddens me that so many people I counted as friends could take advantage of my suffering and the suffering of others similarly affected by that dreadful curse to escape prison and then turn right around to seek out their master." "Unbelievable," Harry said, shaking his head as he set the newspaper down. "How does your father always manage to land on his feet, Draco?" It was the end-of-year feast, and Harry was once again seeking solace with the Slytherins. "I don't know what you mean, Harry," Draco replied cheerfully. But I agree with him, war is such a terrible thing, and aren't we lucky to have avoided it? Oh, whatever, Harry huffed. I saw him in that graveyard, you know. Really? Draco drawled, his tone skeptical. I thought you said they were all wearing masks. You can't possibly have spent enough time with my father to pick out his voice among others during such a chaotic moment. The golem called him Lucius, Harry protested. Right, Draco countered reasonably. And if he was there, he would be in custody, simple as that. Apparently, one escaped, Harry pointed out. I'm not sure how, though, since the Aurors put up anti-apparition wards pretty quickly. Maybe whoever it was carrying a port key, Draco suggested. Mom always insists we should have one on us at all times, although they don't work inside the castle. So you're saying someone just happened to have a port key, like your father does? Harry asked skeptically. We both know it was him. Good luck proving it, Draco replied with a smirk. Why won't anyone else talk to me? Harry wondered aloud. Apparently, I'm still not the loud, Blaise said dryly. Don't encourage him, Daphne added absent-mindedly. See? Blaise exclaimed. The subject matter bores me, Pansy sniffed. You got my father arrested, Theodore Knott said, looking at Harry as if he were foolish. But then again, that was how he usually looked at Harry, so he wasn't too concerned. I did not. Harry insisted. He got himself arrested by standing next to a madman who was trying to kill me. And since Crouch summoned everyone through his dark mark, anyone caught was obviously a Death Eater, regardless of their bank account. That is true, Theodore acknowledged. But it's still a bad situation, and I never liked you to begin with. But we've been through so much together. Harry protested. Most of it was your fault, and all of it was annoying, Theodore reminded him. Excuse me, Harry. Fleur's voice came from behind him. Harry turned to see Victor Crumb standing with her. We would like to congratulate you on your victory, Victor said. Even though we wish we could have won, I'm sure whatever happened in the graveyard earned you your victory. Thanks, Harry replied, touched. How did Beauxbatons and Durmstrang take it? They did not take the fact that all three Hogwarts champions won very well, Fleur admitted. Which is why we are seeking you out as everyone else is packing. Well, that's nice of you, Harry said. It was great meeting you both this year. I'm warning you now, Fleur said, her tone playful but serious. If you don't keep in touch, I'll have to personally come to France or Bulgaria to visit you. Victor Crumb exchanged a horrified glance with Fleur. We'll keep in touch, he promised quickly. Yes, most definitely. Fleur agreed, and the two champions practically sprinted from the Great Hall. Harry watched them go, feeling a strange mix of emotions. Attention, everyone, Dumbledore said, rising from his seat and waiting for the Great Hall to quiet down. Before I announce the point totals, Professor Lockhart has an announcement to make. Why is he even still here? Harry wondered aloud. Draco shrugged. Free publicity, I'm guessing. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore, Lockhart said, his smile bright as he addressed the room. First off, I want to say that this has been an amazing year. Being back here and seeing how much you've all grown has been a wonderful experience. To be honest, I was a bit hesitant about becoming headmaster since I only have 1 year of teaching experience, but I was certainly more than qualified. Young Harry was very persistent, and I'm glad he was, as it turned out to be a truly rewarding experience for me. That's why I'd like to announce that as of now, the Harry Potter School of Awesomeness will be accepting transfer requests, and I hope to see some of you next year. Thank you, Professor Lockhart, or should I say headmaster? Dumbledore asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. Next, I'm pleased to announce that our very own Professor Moody has agreed to stay on and teach another year, proving that there's no such thing as a curse on the position and relieving me of a long-term staffing woe. And finally, the point tallies. As it stands, Hufflepuff is in 4th place with 867 points, Ravenclaw is in 3rd with 916 points, Slytherin is in 2nd with 1,037 points, and Gryffindor, of course, is in the lead with 1,177 points. Of course? I love how he's not even pretending to be objective anymore, Draco muttered. Stupid blatant favoritism. I'm just as outraged as you are, Harry replied, sharing Draco's frustration. Of course, Dumbledore assured them. Due to recent events, I'm awarding Hufflepuff 500 points for their champion, Cedric Diggory, winning the Pentawizard Playoffs, and 1,000 points to Gryffindor for Harry and Fred Weasley for achieving the same. He paused for effect. That brings Hufflepuff up to 2nd place with 1,367 points, while Gryffindor remains in 1st with 2,177 points. Why is it that Gryffindor wins every year with last-minute points tied to Harry? Ravenclaw and now Hufflepuff benefit from his deeds, but Slytherin never gets anything, even though Harry spends more time with us than with any other house, except Luna Lovegood, Blaise complained. Harry opened his mouth to respond, but Daphne interrupted. Blaise. You're encouraging him again. She hissed. Oh, for the love of. So, just between us, Voldemort actually came back, and you killed him, right? Neville asked once they were on the train ride home. Harry smirked. Totally. What? Hermione looked startled. You killed someone? But you're only 14. Think of the irreparable damage this will surely do to your soul. Harry raised a hand to stop her. Hermione, we're talking about Lord Tom Riddle, Voldemort. He kind of had it coming. Besides, he was already mostly dead. I'm fairly certain you've already used that reference, Luna chimed in. Harry shuddered. How unoriginal. In my defense, I was talking about the same person, and that was 2 years ago. Then how do you even remember that? Ron wanted to know. Harry turned to stare at him incredulously. Because The Princess Bride is one of the most epic movies ever. How could I not remember it? Ginny snorted. Since when do you care about epic? You put off doing anything until Voldemort himself showed up. At least I did something then, Harry defended himself. And I didn't have to. I could have just called Sirius immediately and had. The Aurors can handle it, Harry said. For all I know, that's exactly what happened, Ginny pointed out. Especially since you gave the press such a Chamber of Secrets version. What does she mean by Chamber of Secrets version, Harry? Ron asked, frowning. Harry thought to himself, doctored beyond belief. But aloud, he said, presumably epic, since that's how my defeat of the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets was described. I have rarely seen its match, Ginny swore. And it's not like I escaped unscathed, Harry added. My psychic, Parselmouth Scar took an Avada Kedavra for me. You got hit with an Avada Kedavra? Hermione gasped. No, Harry shook his head. My scar did. Don't you listen? You. Never mind, Hermione said, deciding it simply wasn't worth it again. So, how put out are you that I won the playoffs? Harry asked Luna. Luna looked momentarily mystified. I was your representative on the panel of judges. Why would I be upset? You consistently gave me a lower score than everyone but Victor, Harry pointed out. Only because you cared more about showmanship than the tasks themselves, Luna reminded him. But as far as the maze goes, if that Sphinx is to be believed, you really need to brush up on your basic riddles. You wouldn't have lasted a week in Ravenclaw if it took you 10 minutes to get glove. Yeah, well, no one asked you. Harry exclaimed. Luna raised her eyebrows. Really? Because I could have sworn you just did. Why couldn't you just tell everyone what really happened, Harry? Hermione inquired. I mean, sure, it would have been a bit scary to know that Voldemort has been out there all this time, but if he's gone now, Why not put everyone's mind at ease? Neville chuckled. Right, because telling everyone that nearly everyone you meet who hasn't met him personally or taken classes with Sirius, well, that would really help. Being bribed and afraid to say his name. It's not like he was really dead after all. He was just wandering around, doing who knows what for 13 years. How do you think that would go over? Yeah, he wasn't really dead last time. Our bad, but this time he is, we swear. If losing one body wasn't enough, why would losing a second be any more lethal? Because of the Horcruxes, of course, Hermione interjected. I'm sure that if... Yeah, there's no way that bit of information is coming out, Harry said firmly. Strictly speaking, I probably shouldn't have even told you guys that. I really don't remember why I decided to share that and not mention Voldemort's actual return. Raxburts, Luna suggested. Seriously, someone ought to do something about them, Harry said passionately. Most people haven't even heard of Horcruxes. If unscrupulous people, especially those who have already killed, found out about such a convenient and relatively safe method for immortality, they would definitely use it. Besides, the Ministry is more than happy to keep Voldemort's return under wraps, and the public is thrilled to remain blissfully unaware of what almost happened. So who am I to go against the will of the people? I'm not even going to respond to that, Ginny said, shaking her head. At least she seemed more amused than annoyed. So what are we going to do this summer, Sirius? Harry asked as he met his guardian on the platform. The same thing we do every summer, Harry, Sirius replied with a grin. Try to take over the world? Harry asked innocently. Yeah, that settles it. You two are not allowed to be left alone together, Remus declared, catching Harry's eye as he stood a few feet away with Tonks. Hey, what are you guys doing here? Harry asked. Didn't I just say I refuse to leave you two alone together? Remus replied. Well, yeah, Harry admitted. But you kind of made it sound like you just decided that. We never thought it was a good idea, Tonks said. But our determination to keep the time you two spend alone to a bare minimum is new, isn't it? You never let me have any fun. Sirius sulked. Forgive me if I don't find taking over the world as thrilling as you two apparently do, Remus replied dryly. Of course, Sirius said with a flourish. After all, you've never tried it. This is my best friend, Remus lamented. There, Tonks said, patting Remus on the shoulder. At least you're not related to him. Are you guys sure you're not dating? Harry asked, curiosity shining in his eyes. They'd better not be, Sirius growled. Well, at least for another year or so. But after that, I expect to see some sparks flying. You can't force us to date, Sirius, Remus reminded him. No, Sirius agreed readily. But I can force you guys to hang out until your hormones overwhelm you and you have no choice. I feel so used, Remus complained. At least I'm awesome. Tonks consoled him, a mischievous grin on her face, as if she wouldn't mind skipping the waiting. So, Cedric, tell us about the graveyard, Marietta Edgecombe said, her voice eager. Cedric's eyes widened, and he started breathing faster. God, Marietta, he's just been through a traumatic experience. Cho snapped. Show some respect. What did I do? Marietta wondered, confused. Thank you so much for that, Cedric said sarcastically, meeting Harry's gaze. Hey, Harry protested. I saved your life. And I'm grateful, Cedric allowed, but I've never been more aware that people spend a ridiculous amount of time talking about the G word until now. You can send me your therapy bill, Harry offered. It's probably tax deductible. Cedric rolled his eyes but moved on. Congratulations on your recent defeat of that golem, Narcissa Malfoy said as she, her husband, and their son approached him. Harry shivered. Thank you. And may I say that you terrify me far more than that golem. Did you really say that despite the 5 crucios? Narcissa blinked at him in disbelief. Really, you do say the strangest things, she remarked. That's because he's crazy, Draco chimed in, trying to be helpful. Not helping. Harry snapped at him. We are grateful for the service you've done us all, Lucius said smoothly. Now, if you'll excuse us, we have to go commiserate with those poor, unsuspecting family members of Death Eaters. The Malfoys certainly knew how to maintain their composure, especially when they weren't caught red-handed at the Department of Mysteries. Voldemort's really gone for good this time, Sirius said softly, a hint of disbelief in his voice. I never thought I'd see the day. I did, Harry replied. Of course, it feels a lot less bittersweet than before. James and Lily would be proud of you, Harry, Remus assured him. Harry smiled back. Thanks, Remus. As they continued blissfully into this small but perfect piece of their forever, Harry felt a sense of peace wash over him. So, what's this about you funding the twins' pranks? Molly Weasley demanded, hands on her hips and looking quite fierce. Behind her, the twins were mouthing sorry at him, though they didn't seem sincere at all. I can explain, Harry said immediately. Please do, Molly replied, her eyes flashing. Harry suddenly felt acutely aware that this was the woman who, in another life, had taken down Bellatrix Lestrange. Well, some things were kind of okay. Assuming he survived this next confrontation, of course. The end.